In a state of lucid awareness, the distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, Shu He, finds himself transported to an alternate realm. Upon graduating, he resolves to escape the drudgery of urban life and embrace the role of a guardian of the island. Beneath the azure skies and amidst the cerulean waves, he embarks on a leisurely existence, feasting on seafood when hunger strikes, quenching his thirst with coconut water, dancing with humpback whales in the depths of the ocean, and slumbering upon the fine sands. Ding! Upon removing barnacles from a small sea turtle, the system acknowledges an overwhelming sense of comfort, enhancing the host's prowess as the ultimate fisherman. Ding! By admiring the sunset by the sea, the system deems it a moment of pure romance, augmenting the host's culinary skills to their zenith. As Shu He revels in the tranquility of his newfound life, an unexpected turn of events occurs when a production team from the Heartfelt space program approaches him, requesting that he assume the role of a male guest, cohabiting with a cadre of celebrities for a month to experience life on a deserted island. Watching you serenades the female guests. Bailu exclaims, Shu He saved a baby seal today. Hua Xiao showcases extravagant caviar to the female guests. Reba marvels. Shu He caught a fish and astonishingly pulled up $1 million unmanned submersible from the depths. Chapter 1. Awaken naturally, rewarded with deep skin restoration. Brain repository. Ding! Awakening naturally from slumber, the system expresses sheer delight, granting the host deep skin restoration. The rhythmic lapping of the waves against the shore, accompanied by the soft whisper of the system's notifications, floods Shu He's mind. He pays little heed to it, for the alerts from this healing system often arise without warning. At times, one may find themselves casually engaging in trivial activities, only to unexpectedly strike a chord, thus bestowing upon themselves peculiar rewards. For instance, on the first day, he brought Godzilla to this deserted island, and the system was suddenly activated, proclaiming that a man and his dog had entered island mode, creating a heartwarming scene and gifting him a vial of animal genetic serum. Indeed, Godzilla was a Huaxia rural dog he had brought along when he arrived on this uninhabited isle. It is often said that amidst the daily struggles of an island guardian, the burdensome tasks can be surmounted with some effort, yet it is the solitude that proves suffocating. Hence, when Shu He discovered his translocation, he resolved without hesitation to distance himself from the clamor and chaos of urban life, simultaneously adopting the stray dog that relentlessly pursued him near the school Godzilla. At this moment, Shu He rubbed his bleary eyes, feeling the rejuvenation of his sunburned and wind-tousled skin, which had undergone a remarkable transformation, even more refined than during his school days. A grown man truly has no need for this, he murmured to himself, as he caught a glimpse of the sun blazing brightly over the island through the curtains. Upon hearing his master rise, Godzilla instantly awakened from its feigned slumber, eagerly panting and circling, yearning for Shu He to take him out to play. Let's pluck a coconut to quench our thirst, Shu He proposed, glancing at Godzilla, who responded with joyful enthusiasm. After tidying himself up, he opened the door, and with a resounding bark, Godzilla dashed out of the room, roaring his declaration of dominion over the uninhabited island. With a smile, Shu He followed closely behind, embarking on the 8th day of his journey through life. When it comes to traversing realms, there are seldom any extraordinary omens. No sudden demise, no unforeseen accidents, and certainly no melodramatic conspiracies. It was merely at that moment of utter disdain for the relentless grind of corporate life that he inadvertently found himself in this new world. Still solitary, yet the sands of time had reverted to the moment he graduated from university. Had it not been for the notable absence of numerous cultural and artistic works in this realm, Shu He might have nearly convinced himself that he had been reborn. That day marked the final chapter of his university life. Gazing at the recruitment interface on his laptop, he fell into deep contemplation. His previous existence felt as though it had been shackled, relentlessly studying and fervently job hunting. Everything following the well-trodden path dictated by societal norms, while the voice of resistance from the depths of his soul was repeatedly stifled. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was resolute in his desire to evade such a state of mental disarray. With a deft motion of his mouse, Shu He swiftly submitted his resume for a position as a guardian of a deserted island, and within mere minutes, he received news of his acceptance. He packed his belongings, departed from campus, intercepted a Godzilla enthusiastically wagging its tail towards him, and arrived in Haicheng to report for duty. The sequence of actions unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Upon seeing the newly arrived Shu He, Director Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. after forcing out over 20 individuals from the position, which had languished for a month without interest. Suddenly, it welcomed this fresh graduate from a prestigious 985 university, gazing at the resolute expression of the tall and handsome man before him. Director Lee trembled as he firmly grasped Shu's hand. Rest assured, young man, the life of a guardian on this uninhabited island is not as arduous as you might imagine, he assured. There was even a developer who once aspired to construct a 5-star resort here. In due time, a television crew is set to arrive to film a celebrity dating show. As for any personal difficulties you may encounter, do not hesitate to bring them to the organization that will surely exhaust every means to assist you. Shu He found himself devoid of any significant troubles. He had merely inquired of Director Lee whether he might keep a dog. Director Lee responded with unwavering conviction. Once you set foot on this uninhabited island, you become its sovereign. Not only can you keep a dog, but you could even harbor a humpback whale without anyone to question you. Shu He was amused by Director Lee's warm humor. After all, a humpback whale is a first-class protected species in China. If he were to actually keep one, would the state not reward him with a splendid silver bracelet? Thus, Shu He seamlessly embraced his role as the island's guardian. The uninhabited island was not expansive. A leisurely 2-hour stroll would encircle its entirety. The ocean view was indeed breathtaking, yet the living conditions were not as idyllic as Director Lee had portrayed. The 5-star hotel had only constructed 8 independent sea view rooms before the owner absconded with the funds. Director Lee assisted Shu He in preparing a room for his stay and informed him that the lighthouse also had accommodations designated for guardians, though the conditions there were far inferior. On this uninhabited island, you are the master. You may amuse yourself as you please. After unloading the commonly used supplies and completing the daily tasks, Captain Lee departed with the vessel. The construction standards of the rooms indeed adhere to a 5-star level, featuring a scenic balcony, floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious king-size beds, and opulent bathrooms. Moreover, essential facilities such as solar power generators and distillation water purifiers are all present. However, both the walls and furniture are marred by dampness, covered in mold, with various insects having made their nests indoors. Fortunately, after some ventilation and drying, the pungent odor that had assailed one's senses began to dissipate. With the addition of a dryer in the room, living on the island with Godzilla for a week had proven to be quite comfortable for both man and dog. Aside from the routine of raising and lowering the flag and reminding fishermen to be cautious of reefs, the daily life primarily consisted of listening to the soothing, unexpected notifications from the healing system. Ding! Removing barnacles from the little sea turtle, the system indicates extreme comfort, granting the host the ultimate fishing skill. Ding! Enjoying the sunset by the sea, the system indicates a full measure of romance, granting the host the ultimate culinary skill. With the skills bestowed by the system, Shu He's island life became exceedingly delightful. Whenever hunger struck, he would paddle out in a small fishing boat to catch a plump yellow croaker, and when thirst arose, he would collaborate with Godzilla to crack open a large coconut for its refreshing juice. At first glance, Godzilla appeared to be nothing extraordinary, just the standard depiction of Big Yellow as recounted by many in Huaxia. Its size was moderately large, entirely yellow with a white belly, yet its alert ears and lively round eyes unmistakably revealed that this was a remarkably intelligent dog. Empowered by genetic enhancements, Godzilla's physical prowess often leaves Shu He in awe. Hunting on the island and fishing in the sea have rendered it a formidable ally. Lost in such trivial thoughts, Shu He and Godzilla found themselves beneath a coconut tree by the shore, where he selected the shortest one. Although it was the smallest, it still towered at an impressive 15 meters. Godzilla, there's a section at the top that leans slightly and appears relatively flat. Can you climb over? Godzilla gazed intently at Shu He, its ears twitching as if it understood the words. Woof, woof. With a smile, Shu He affectionately ruffled the dog's head. Good boy. Today's task of harvesting coconuts is entrusted to you. With that, he bent down, propping his hands on his knees. Godzilla took a few steps back to gather momentum, then surged forward, leaping onto Shu He's back and clinging to a height of approximately 6 meters. Shu He quickly retrieved a rope from his pocket and climbed with both hands and feet to a position beneath Godzilla. Just as Godzilla prepared to push higher, it abruptly halted, its gaze piercing as it fixated on the sea. Climb quickly, I lack the genetic enhancements to endure for long. At Shu He's urging, Godzilla blinked hesitantly, licked its nose, and after a laborious step upward, it succumbed to its instinct as a guardian dog, barking frantically into the distance. Godzilla, I know you're impressive, but this is not the time to show off. Shu He admonished. Climb faster, or there will be no meat for lunch. Oh, the dog, born to be a guardian of the home, could not simply ignore the approaching threat. It was beyond the dog's nature. At that moment, Shu He became aware of Godzilla's unusual behavior. He shifted his gaze from the coconut tree above to the surface of the sea, where a yacht was swiftly approaching the deserted island, preparing to dock imminently. How peculiar. Did Director Lee not mention that supplies were delivered only bi-weekly? Why then, had they arrived after just 1 week? Moreover, from where had he acquired the funds to upgrade his equipment? Chapter 2. The unlikely partnership of man and dog scaling coconut trees? A rare sight. Shu He quickly recalled the conversation with Director Lee about some celebrity dating reality show and promptly commanded Godzilla, descend from the tree. But do not bite anyone. Woof. Understood. As the yacht reached the shore, Godzilla swiftly repositioned himself on Shu He's shoulder before leaping down with a solid thud, barking furiously at each individual disembarking from the yacht. Shu He hastened down the coconut tree, chasing after Godzilla. Though the filming of the dating show had little relevance to him, and he felt no inclination toward celebrity culture in this lifetime, he still deemed it necessary to uphold a certain decorum. As the yacht docked, the onlookers regarded the peculiar sight of a man and his dog with incredulous expressions. Am I seeing things? A person climbing a coconut tree is astonishing enough, but how is it that a dog can ascend a tree as well? Truly a rare sight to behold. A staff member whispered to a colleague nearby. Absolutely not mistaken. I discovered someone climbing the coconut tree long ago and witnessed something leap down from a height of 6 or 7 meters. Another person responded, yet his gaze remained fixated on Godzilla, attempting to ascertain whether it was indeed a dog. After summoning Godzilla back, Shu He seized it, crouched down, and offered reassurance. Well, you rascal. I've been away for a week, and you've already taken dog up a tree? Director Lee pushed past all the staff and was the first to kneel before Shu He. He gently patted Godzilla a couple of times, then spoke in a somewhat mysterious whisper. Shu He, to be honest, when I saw you report for duty, I didn't have high hopes. I thought with your youth and high education, surrounded by the temptations of the outside world, you wouldn't last 3 days on that deserted island. Surprisingly, you managed to endure a whole week without making any demands. Shu He smiled and glanced up at Director Lee, choosing not to elaborate, but instead waiting for him to continue. Noticing his disinterest in the previous topic, Director Lee burst into laughter, playfully poking Shu He. Ha! A brilliant mind indeed. I didn't come just to say this. Rather, I found you a splendid opportunity. A splendid opportunity? Shu He felt a spark of curiosity. Isn't my job simply to be the island keeper? Have you perhaps arranged a part-time job for me? Indeed. Director Lee clapped Shu He on the back. The day before the program crew arrived, one of the male guests faced a scandal. However, all the other stars had already cleared their schedules. This left the director in quite a predicament. I pondered for a moment and realized that Shu He is not only youthful and handsome, but also possesses remarkable character and exceptional talent indeed. Surely, he is far more reliable than those fleeting young idols whose careers are crumbling. Thus, I recommended you to them. Me? Shu He pointed to the tip of his nose. Weren't you the one who said I should focus on my own affairs and not concern myself with theirs? Noticing Shu He's resistance, Director Lee hastily interjected. Listen to me. The director was absolutely thrilled upon seeing your photograph and agreed to pay you 1 million as compensation once the show is completed. Director Lee paused to gauge Shu He's reaction, expecting him to be elated at the mention of 1 million. Yet, to his surprise, Shu He frowned. He had come here to escape such chaotic entanglements, and now he was being thrust into a romantic variety show. What if these celebrities caused too much trouble and the healing system withheld its rewards? One must understand. The reward from a system are irreplaceable, worth millions or even tens of millions. Director Lee, am I allowed to decline? Absolutely not. Director Lee asserta firmly. Are you a bit stubborn, my boy? Which sane person wouldn't be clamoring for such an opportunity? And besides, you're brimming with energy, cooped up on that island like a dog trying to climb a tree. Interacting with female celebrities would be delightful. What nonsense about being cooped up like a dog climbing trees. They were merely seeking coconut juice. Shu He couldn't be bothered to explain, yet after a moment's reflection, he considered that since this was a healing system, if he engaged well with the female guests, might there not be greater rewards? If things turn awry, he could always concoct an excuse to withdraw. As Shu He was defaulting, Director Lee promptly grasped his hand and led him to the forefront of the crowd. At first glance, Shu He spotted 3 luminous female stars amidst the throng. Bai Lu, Ri Ba, and Yang Chaoyu. Truly deserving of their celebrity status, they stood out remarkably among the ordinary individuals surrounding them. Hello, I am Bai Lu. Were you really climbing the coconut tree with the dog just now? That's quite impressive. Bai Lu, aware that she would be partnering with the young man before her, introduced herself in advance, extending her hand towards Shu He. Shu He politely shook her hand. It was primarily the dog climbing. I merely assisted. Pardon? Reed Bas' beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Primarily the dog? I must have misheard. What is its name? Godzilla. Upon hearing this, a wave of derisive laughter rippled through the crowd, and it was then that he noticed two male celebrities chuckling behind him, Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu. The director of the program stood beside them. The child's mindset has been well managed. He has agreed to join the show, Director Li informed the director. Upon seeing Shu He, the director's face broke into an unmistakable smile, indicating that Director Li had indeed spoken the truth. This young man was exceptionally handsome. Moreover, he was entirely different from the current crop of popular young idols. His features exuded a sense of heroism. His skin bore a healthy, sun-kissed hue, and clad in a simple white t-shirt, he appeared refreshingly radiant and sunny, with discernible muscle definition subtly visible. As the film Feng Shunbang enjoyed a successful run, the male artist of the Proton Group had certainly captured the audience's favor. The boy before them perfectly embodies the latest aesthetic trends, truly a universal appeal. Coupled with his role as an island guardian and his remarkable ability to climb trees with his dog, he undoubtedly is a walking phenomenon of popularity. Upon seeing Shu He for the first time, the chief director emerged from the shadows of disappointment left by the previous male guest, his smile stretching from ear to ear. You're quite the trooper, young Shu He, to take on the role of an island guardian at such a tender age, and to assist us in filming a romantic reality show. Shu He nodded slightly and replied with a smile, You flatter me. Polite, of good character, and fresh from graduation without a hint of scandal, the chief director felt a profound sense of satisfaction toward Shu He. Our program is rather straightforward. The guest groupings have already been determined, and there are no intricate game rules. You will be paired with Bai Lu, allowing her to experience the daily life of an island guardian, which I believe is quite splendid. Should you encounter any difficulties during filming, do not hesitate to contact us. We will be closely monitoring the live broadcast from behind the scenes. Indeed, it is quite simple, Shu He acknowledged. I understand. Is it really necessary for such a renowned director like Wang to be so courteous to this young man? Just because he is handsome? The staff whispered among themselves as they observed the interaction between the two. Moreover, anyone else in his position would be over the moon with this opportunity, yet he still needs to persuade the higher-ups. What a show of false modesty. Clearly, you're not cut out to be a great director. This young man is not only good-looking, but he can also climb coconut trees and has a pet, making him the very embodiment of an island guardian. Now, think about the current artist who among them is more suitable than he. Another individual finished speaking, pursed his lips, and shook his head. Let's commence. Director Wang concluded his conversation with Shu He and clapped his hands to rally the team. Ensure the cameras cover the entire island. Both drones and specialized underwater drones must be prepared. Xiao Zhang, please distribute the supplies for the guests and the necessary equipment for the next 2 days into each room. Shaoli, gather your team to tidy up a room for a communal dining area and organize the accommodations. Oh, and inform the marketing department to release the new promotional poster immediately, announcing that the program will air in 3 hours. After speaking, he glanced at Shu He before him. So strikingly handsome, yet it was too late to capture promotional photographs. Director Wang couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret in his heart. We can only mention Shu He's name on the poster for now. At this moment, the live broadcast channel had been activated, divided into 4 rooms. But the screen displayed only the promotional poster and the countdown to the broadcast. Eagerly awaiting viewers engaged in lively discussions through the comments, sharing their anticipation. Chapter 3. Has the production team abandoned the island? Is this for real? At long last, the show has commenced. I had thought it would be shelved due to the scandal that erupted yesterday. Is the dating reality genre now so fiercely competitive? A continuous 24-hour live broadcast, devoid of any script, set on a deserted island? How thrilling. I wonder if these precious celebrities can manage the rigors of wilderness survival. Who is this Shu He featured on the poster? Is it possible that my brother's downfall has led to the hastily arranged substitution of an ordinary person? With my brother's scandal fresh in mind, the VE replaced him with a stranger from who knows where. Does the production team not feel a pang of conscience? The production team seems eager to utilize your beloved Gidge, But alas, he is likely busy sewing with the island's developers. It must be an extraordinary twist of fate. In any case, I cannot accept Shu He, Reba, Bai Lu, Yang Jinli, each one a top-tier star. How can they simply pair an ordinary individual with them for a dating show? Who do they look down upon? I hope Reba does not end up partnered with that ordinary person. It would be utterly disgraceful, as the premiere draws ever closer. The frequency of comments surges. The audience remains largely unimpressed by the sudden introduction of an unfamiliar name on the poster. Director Wong, upon gauging the situation, understands their sentiments. Viewers desire to see stars, akin to how web novels gain a modicum of attention through fan fiction. It's unavoidable. Nevertheless, Director Wong harbors high hopes for Shu He. For in this era of formulaic content, an unexpected standout can attract far more attention than seasoned veterans. Meanwhile, the staff on the island are wrapping up their preparations, with Godzilla taking on the role of supervisor with great flair. Director Wong, is this level of tidiness sufficient? I fear the artists may not endure it. Stepping into the communal dining area, Director Wong gazes at the weathered walls and can't help but frown. This used to be a 5-star hotel. We have provided ample resources. It must be maintained at least to this standard. We've invested so much in their participation, we cannot forfeit the wilderness survival aspect. As his hand brushes against a cobweb, his tone softens. Let us attend to those nesting insects. Given these conditions, it's a mystery how that lad managed to persevere. By now, the sun has passed its zenith, casting elongated shadows of the trees across the island. The pristine white sand beach remains free of litter, adorned only with scattered, glimmering seashells. Nearby, waves crash against the rocky side of the deserted island, sending up sprays of water, while in the distance, the horizon melds seamlessly with the azure sky, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within. Yet, apart from Shu He, the other guests are too preoccupied to appreciate this picturesque scene. Despite some mental preparation, they cannot help but feel a sense of disillusionment upon witnessing their living conditions. Taking advantage of the staff's presence, the guests busily attend to their accommodations for the coming month. Shu He and Godzilla's stomachs growl in unison as they observe Director Wong and the crew exiting the dining area, surmising that the preparations have been successfully completed. The cutlery I once placed in the room was also tidied up by Director Lee and moved to the communal dining area. According to him, it was intended to help Shua integrate into the group and to take advantage of the program's high-quality ingredients. His level of concern was comparable to that of a parent. Just as I entered the dining area with Godzilla, Director Wong shouted from outside with a megaphone, "Everything on the island is nearly prepared. The live broadcast will commence in 10 minutes. Everyone, please gather." Reluctantly, Shu He led Godzilla, who was holding his food bowl, to the shore for assembly. Hua Xiao and Hua Chunyu were still complaining to Director Wong about the environment. Upon seeing Godzilla, the 3 female artists rushed over to pet him, eliciting a satisfied squint from the dog. The conditions here are far better than what was described in the contract. You all agreed wholeheartedly at the time. If it were truly as terrible as you claim, how has Shua managed to endure? He is younger than all of you. Witnessing Director Wong reference the contract and compare ordinary individuals to himself, Hua Xiao and Hua Chunyu exchanged glances with Shu He, feeling somewhat disgruntled yet aware of their own shortcomings, thus refraining from further comments. All right, we must be on our way. I hope everyone can overcome difficulties together, and let us work in unison to make this program a success. A 5-minute countdown to the live broadcast began. Pay attention to the red light on the camera. It will blink 3 times before we start. After this, the crew departed by boat, leaving behind only a trail of white waves stirred by the engine. Without a script, and not even a brief on the broadcasting process? This is going to be serious, Shu He mused. The beach fell silent, save for the laughter of the female guests as they played with the dog. The 3 men exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. The red light illuminated. The broadcast had begun. Hua Xiao was the first to notice the camera and immediately donned a warm smile alongside Hua Chunyu. As the countdown reached 0, a pre-produced animated opening appeared on the screen, showcasing cartoon representations of several guests, with Shu He notably absent. It's starting. Hotba's wife. Bai Lu's wife. We've caught young Jinli. Wah wah. Wah wah. As the animated title Heart's Love Space, the island romance faded. The first to greet the viewers were the 3 guests in the observation room. Hello, dear family in the live broadcast room. We have eagerly awaited the launch of Heart's Love Space, which is finally commencing today. I am your host, Yin Lu. First, I would like to introduce our 2 guests in the observation room. The editor-in-chief of Hua Xia Geography magazine, affectionately known as Encyclopedia Teacher Xiao Liang. Welcome. And here is our love observer, Jin Jing. According to the director, the male and female guests are already prepared on the deserted island. So let us see what sparks of romance ignite between them on this uninhabited isle. With Yin Lu's introduction concluded, all live broadcast rooms were activated. and viewers were instantly greeted by the bright smiles of the two male guests on the beach. The first sight of the adorable Hua. Such a sweet smile. Hua Xiao exudes the charm of a mature man. I'm in love. Oh, and there's the dog? Surrounded by three beauties? Well, what a life for a dog. And there is Xiao Liang, cunning fox. How exhilarating this is. Is that unfamiliar man on the beach named Shu He? The show has already commenced. Yet he seems to lack any sense of camera presence. Director Wong, one day you shall pay for your recklessness. How can he compare to my brother? It appears that Director Wong has truly given up. Does no one find him handsome? His facial features are sharp and well-defined. His height must be around 185 centimeters. Director Wong possesses an astute eye. The more I see this ordinary person, the more appealing he becomes. I shall express my admiration first. Handsomeness does not provide sustenance. With the program's vigorous promotion, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to 800,000 in an instant. Hua Xiao recalled a particular clause in the contract, which stipulated that he needed to host the event appropriately. This is yet another reality dating show featuring celebrities, set on a deserted island. And he surmised that the program's popularity would undoubtedly be considerable. It is time to showcase true skill. Hua Xiao quickly introduced to the camera, "Hello everyone. We appear somewhat disheveled at the moment, as we have just tidied up this place. Nonetheless, to love someone is to embrace their most authentic self." Upon hearing such a corny opening statement, the audience chuckled somewhat awkwardly, while Godzilla allowed his food bowl to drop, retching slightly. Yang Chaiwa couldn't help but laugh. "Your words are far too cheesy. Even Godzilla can't handle it." The comments section erupted in laughter at Yang Chaiwa's critique. "Oh my, is this scene-stealing pup named Godzilla? How fierce and amusing. Yang Jinli is indeed a candid girl." Hua Xiao's expression shifted. "How should I put it? There is indeed a hint of cheesiness. Ha. I didn't expect it to be this entertaining right from the start." Hearing Yang Chaiwa's words, Hua Xiao hurriedly clarified, "It's not because of what I said. It's because he has been holding on to that food bowl for too long." Afterward, he adjusted his glasses and continued, "I believe everyone is curious about the groupings of us guests, right? Chapter 4, Beautiful Encounters. Rewards for Mastery Skills." Hua Xiao had grown accustomed to engaging with the audience on stage, yet he found himself slightly ill at ease, staring blankly at the camera. After a brief pause, he began to speak to himself. "Allow me to succinctly introduce the group arrangements. I am paired with the stunningly beautiful Reba." A few individuals on the island applauded to elevate the atmosphere, and Reba stepped forward with a smile, standing beside Hua Xiao. The spirited girl Yang Jinli, Yang Chaowei, and our musical talent Hua form another group. Hua placed a hand over his heart and bowed to Yang Chaowei before extending his hand. Yang Chaowei rose from beside Godzilla and joined Hua. Lastly, we have the ethereal Bailu, paired with our ordinary guest, Shu He. Bailu pretended to lift her skirt and bowed to the camera before promptly moving to Shu He, gently linking her arm with his. Ding. Beautiful encounters ignite joy within the system, bestowing the host with a wild bird encyclopedia memory and mastery of wildlife rehabilitation skills. Shu He was momentarily taken aback, not solely due to Bailu's presence beside him, but rather because of the prompt sound of the healing system in his mind. Initially, he had worried that participating in a romantic variety show might scare off the system. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this system also enjoyed the excitement of the occasion. It rewarded him with 2 accolades simply for his first physical contact with Bailu. Shu He had broadly discerned the tiers of system rewards: beginner, proficient, master, and expertise. Achieving expertise equated to mastering skills with such finesse that none could rival him on Blue Star, whether it pertained to memory-based rewards or those at the expertise level. This was Shu He's first experience receiving such accolades. It seemed that recording a romantic variety show was indeed immensely beneficial for him. The comment section and observation room began to deliberate on the group arrangements. Yin Lu laughed. "Is Bailu perhaps a bit eager?" She immediately embraced our ordinary guest's arm. Jing Jing squinted her eyes playfully. TSK, this young man is exceedingly handsome. I believe Bailu could be a tad bolder. She should leap right in." Yin Lu chuckled at Jing Jing's jest, then pressed a hand to her chest. Picking up a card that had just been delivered to the coffee table in the recording room, "Let me briefly introduce this ordinary guest. His name is Shu He, a graduate of Qing University, and he's also the guardian of this deserted island." After Bailu embraced his arm, I noticed he seemed momentarily stunned, suggesting he may not possess a wealth of romantic experience. Xiao Liang stroked his chin. "So young, a distinguished graduate of Qing University. Yet he chose to be an island guardian? I truly admire him." The bullet comments read, "Bailu, do maintain some decorum. Why must Bailu be paired with an ordinary guest? It's disheartening. Wow, Bailu is truly fortunate. This young man is an island guardian, protecting the nation. Without a certain sense of patriotism, no one could endure the hardships and solitude of such a life. while watching their youth slip away. How enlightening. Shu He is youthful, handsome, and well-educated. He must be quite popular in the bustling city. Yet, he chose the deserted island. Truly admirable. If it were not for this program, would Godzilla be his sole companion? How touching. Upon witnessing Shu He's striking appearance and learning about his identity, negative comments swiftly diminished. Originally, Hua Xiao intended to showcase his professional skills further before the camera, but he was abruptly overshadowed by the sudden emergence of Godzilla. It seemed to be exceedingly hungry. After picking up its food bowl once more, it haughtily slammed it down before Shu He. The sight elicited hearty laughter from several female guests. Noticing the three beauties' fondness for Godzilla, Hua had a clever idea to interact with Godzilla at the outset, while also showing a cute side. This would not only endear him to the female guests, but also make him appear more approachable to the audience. With this thought in mind, Hua dashed towards Godzilla. His eyes sparkling. Is your name Godzilla? How fun. I'm Ultraman. Byu. Ultraman will battle Godzilla, and then we can feast on dog meat. Initially perplexed, Godzilla glared at the person before it, and upon hearing the mention of dog meat while assuming a pose that dogs utterly detest, it bared its sharp teeth and let out a furious growl from deep within its throat. Woof, woof, woof. A barrage of curses erupted from its mouth, and it appeared ready to pounce. Seeing Godzilla's sudden transformation, which had been so steady until now, Hua Qinyu's face flickered with a hint of fear, prompting him to instinctively position himself behind Yang Chaowei. Godzilla, Shu He warned in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Godzilla could only mutter angrily as it retreated. Yang Chaowei glanced back at the person behind her with disdain. Can you even handle this? Look at how furious you've made Godzilla. As soon as Yang Chaowei finished speaking, Godzilla echoed her sentiment with a plaintive cry. The seamless interaction between Godzilla and the guests sent the comments into a frenzy. Oh my. How did this young man train Godzilla? It's remarkably intelligent. It can even file complaints? I'm in tears, covering mouth to cry, ha 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 ha. Watching you is so awkward, I could dig out a tomb. Why provoke it for no reason? It's Godzilla after all, and you insist on playing Ultraman and talking about dog meat? Who else would it bite but you? This dog is so impolite. Hua is playing with it in such a friendly and adorable manner, yet this is its response. I think this dog is well trained. Even when provoked to that extent, Shu's low reprimand made it immediately comply. However, it seemed to have been wronged. Hua Xiao observed Hua Qinyu's awkwardness and sighed. You've been working hard. Everyone, take a moment to gather yourselves. All the guests readily agreed. They now had to face the cameras. Although the design of this variety show made it challenging to maintain dignity at all times as artists, they still needed to consider their image to some extent. As the group dispersed, several different rooms appeared beside the main screen of the live stream, but aside from Shu's, all others were black screens, as the situations within those rooms were private and prohibited from filming. Shu He had nothing to tidy up. He only wished to quickly resolve the meal situation for himself and Godzilla. He walked to the communal dining area and first mixed a bowl of dog food. The whole grain bread was crushed, and the seasonings on the packaged chicken breast were rinsed with boiling water. Finally, a compressed vegetable pack and some deep-sea fish were added. The production team had indeed stocked the refrigerator with an abundance of fresh vegetables, and considering their scarcity on a deserted island, he decided to reserve them for the others. In no time, a substantial bowl of nutritious dog food was prepared. Godzilla, panting heavily, twirled around, and upon seeing the dog bowl placed before him, he leapt onto Shu He's lap with a whimper. Eat up, ordered. Godzilla inhaled the food with a storm-like fervor, while Shu He began to prepare his own meal. It was already afternoon, and hunger gnawed at him. He could only whip up something simple. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. May I come in? Turning around, Shu He saw Bai Lu standing at the entrance in a refreshing white dress, her fair skin radiating a luminous glow. Meanwhile, Reba, famished, took a shower and quickly tidied herself, eagerly rushing out of her room in search of food. As she approached, she spotted Hua Xiao eavesdropping at the entrance of the communal dining area. What are you listening to? It's a public dining area. Why not just push the door open? Shoo. Hua Xiao pressed his finger firmly against his lips, whispering to Reba, there are people inside. I don't know what they're up to. Listen. Reba regarded him with suspicion, her curiosity piqued. Mimicking Hua Xiao, she leaned in closer. Woman, are you moving too quickly? If you go too fast, it will froth. Man, it might at first, but it's fine afterward. Woman, really? Reba and Hua Xiao exchanged glances, their intrigue palpable. Chapter 5, Spring Noodles versus Premium Steak. What does the gap mean? The audience in the live broadcast rooms of Reba and Hua Xiao were somewhat puzzled by the conversation occurring within. Who are they inside? What are they discussing? Such rapid movements might create foam. Is that the action I am interpreting? I seem to have deciphered another layer of unspeakable meaning. Otherwise, why would there be foam? You are all quite lewd. Many activities can lead to such results, like brushing one's teeth. The foam only increases. How could it possibly diminish after starting? Is live broadcasting of romantic reality shows this explosive? Do they dive straight into the matter at hand? Reba and Hua Xiao exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by what the two were doing inside. If they were to enter, what if they witnessed something inappropriate? Yet, if they did not enter, both were nearly starving. In the midst of their hesitation, the door swung open from within. There stood Bai Lu, her cheeks stuffed, holding a bowl of noodles, staring blankly at the two. "Oh, I was just about to call you," she exclaimed, hastily chewing and swallowing. Shu He's spring noodles are absolutely divine. They are more delicious than all the delectable things I've ever tasted in my life combined. You must come and try. Reba and Hua Xiao released a simultaneous sigh of relief, realizing that the earlier conversation had merely pertained to cooking noodles, their tension slightly alleviated. Recognizing her overthinking, Reba's cheeks flushed a hint of red. "So, you were just cooking noodles?" Bai Lu, perplexed, replied yes. "It smells incredible." Sui said that stirring the noodles makes them more chewy. "Come in and eat." With that, she lifted her chopsticks and showcased another mouthful. Reba finally comprehended. It was merely the act of stirring the noodles. Gulp. Observing Bai Lu consume her meal without a care for appearances, she felt her own mouth water. "Shu He, is there more? May I have a taste as well?" With that, she and Hua Xiao stepped into the dining area. "Certainly. It's in the pot. Serve yourselves as much as you like." Upon seeing Shu He also holding a bowl of noodles, the comments from the viewers turned to disappointment. "What? I discarded my pants only to find out they are just eating noodles inside. I thought I was finally about to witness something grand. I suppose our imaginations were too vivid. Viewers must be a bit deranged, haha. One would have to think hard to believe something could escalate so quickly on the show. How impulsive." Reba approached the pot. Observing the light broth adorned with scallions and oil, it appeared to be just ordinary spring noodles. How could Bai Lu find them so delectable? Perhaps she was simply famished. Hua Xiao came over, casting a dismissive glance into the pot. "Reba, you are usually quite attentive to your weight management, right? I brought premium imported steak for you. And I even prepared a fine vintage of red wine." Having said that, he shot a glance at Shu He, incredulous that this young man would dare to compare himself to him. "I provide the female guest with top-tier steak and red wine, while he serves them plain noodles. Today, I shall demonstrate the true meaning of disparity." Upon hearing Hua Xiao's words, the barrage of comments overwhelmingly praised him. Hua Xiao has put in great effort. He even brought so much food. This is the allure of an older gentleman. Who wouldn't want to savor steak and sip red wine while enjoying the splendid scenery? The spring noodles are rather paltry in comparison. There is simply no contest. Shu He, being the island keeper, wouldn't even spare fresh vegetables for Godzilla. Where could he possibly procure steak? Bai Lu, following this ordinary person, will likely endure some hardships in the coming days. Reba is indeed fortunate, graced simultaneously by the goddess of beauty and the goddess of luck. Hearing Hua Xiao's suggestion, Reba was elated, yet as a true food lover, she felt that a single piece of steak would not suffice. "I will eat steak as well as noodles." After saying this, she straightened up at the dining table, ready to devour the steak. Hua Xiao paused momentarily, feeling slightly irked. Is it too much to ask for these individuals to appreciate quality in their lives? What caliber does spring noodles possess to be compared to a steak? But then he thought, perhaps it is best to let her taste the difference for herself. Hua Xiao rolled up his sleeves, unwrapped the imported steak, and busied himself with heating oil. "In a moment, you two will also have a taste. This steak costs over 800. Shu He remained silent, placing her bowl down and preparing to leave the communal dining area, with noodles dangling from her mouth. Bai Lu anxiously asked, "Where are you going?" Shu He patted the dog's head. "I'm going with Godzilla to pick a few coconuts to chill. We'll beat the heat this afternoon. Wait for me. I want to see you pick coconuts." Seeing Bai Lu nearly choke, Shu He could only advise, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. I'll wait for you. And me. I want to go too." Reba raised her hand in eagerness. Shu He nodded and sat back down. Godzilla, observing the scene, sighed and lay back down. Hua Xiao plated the steak, sprinkled a touch of black pepper, and garnished it with a sprig of herb for flavor. Proudly, he presented 3 portions, distributing them to Bai Lu, Reba, and himself. "Shu He, you don't want any, do you?" As he spoke, he opened a bottle of red wine. Shu He scoffed inwardly, feeling amused by his pretense of inquiry. Though she had already filled her belly with noodles, she felt compelled to put Hua Xiao, who was acting so grand, in his place. "I never said I didn't want any. I also wish to enjoy steak." Watching Hua Xiao's actions momentarily halt and his expression stiffen, Shu He found it quite amusing. There was no other choice. Having previously extended an invitation to Bai Lu and Shu He to sample his offerings, he now had to turn back and prepare a fine steak for Shu He. "I would like it medium rare, please." Hearing Shu He's unabashed request, Hua Xiao inwardly cursed. He had just washed the pan, and now he had to personally cook for this ordinary guest. He had even opened another pack of steak. and medium rare, no less. What a mess, he thought. However, faced with the two female guests, he could only begrudgingly present a steaming plate of steak before Shu He. Reba, gazing at the delectable food before her, wasted no time in indulging. She first cut a piece of steak and placed it in her mouth. This is truly delightful. I never imagined Hua Xiao's culinary skills were this remarkable. After listening, Hua Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached the dining table, swirling the red wine glass in his hand while gazing at Bai Lu. Sensing his gaze, Bai Lu could only force herself to set down the bowl of noodles and hastily sample a piece of steak. It's good, she asserted. Before returning to her noodles, Hua Xiao placed his wine glass on the table with a serious demeanor. What do you mean by good? Does that imply it's not tasty? Bai Lu hurriedly clarified, delicious. Truly. It's just, I'm not accustomed to it. Not accustomed to steak? Hua Xiao scoffed incredulously. Bai Lu, do you even understand gourmet cuisine? Look at Reba. He turned to Reba, only to find that she had taken a single bite of the steak, her entire face buried in the bowl of noodles, savoring the broth with delight. In less than 2 minutes, her bowl was empty, and with a satisfied burp, she exclaimed, "Ah, incredible! Who knew such humble spring noodles could be elevated to this level? Is this even scientific? Shu He, you simply must teach me." Reba was taken aback, realizing that Shu He's noodles were indeed more delectable than anything she had ever tasted combined. They seemed unassuming, yet were bursting with savory flavor. Each noodle was infused with the essence of the broth, while the garnishes were exceptionally refreshing. In contrast, the taste and texture of the steak appeared rather monotonous. Didn't I tell you? Bai Lu observed Reba's expression, knowing she resonated with her excitement. Shu He, what is your secret to making such simple noodles taste so fresh? Eating a bowl is pure bliss. Is it really that exaggerated? Shu He casually replied while feeding Godzilla some snacks. Ordinarily, one should mix the seasonings in the bowl before adding the noodles. But I was too lazy to prepare multiple bowls, so I just tossed all the seasonings into the pot. If you're talking about freshness, it's probably due to my homemade shrimp roast soy sauce. Reba's hand paused as she wiped her mouth. You can make your own shrimp roast soy sauce? And it turns out so delicious just by tossing it in the pot? You must be the culinary genius they speak of. At that moment, Bai Lu clasped her hands joyfully. So, that means I'll be able to enjoy Shu He's delicious dishes for the next few days. Ah, I am so fortunate. Thank you, production team. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao, feeling neglected, frowned slightly, his eyes betraying a restrained dissatisfaction. Chapter 6. Is it really cold? Why is Sui wearing pants? As the few individuals in the restaurant entertained their own thoughts, Yang Chaowei and Hua Chenyu entered, clutching their stomachs. Yang Chaowei made a beeline for the stove, exclaiming, "Wow, Yangshan noodles. This is a specialty from my hometown. My grandmother used to make it for me all the time when I was a child." In the midst of her words, she filled a sharp bowl to the brim and was about to dig in when she remembered to seek the host's permission. Who made this noodle? May I have a taste? Bai Lu, having finished her soup, placed her bowl on the table and replied, "Sui made it. Go ahead and eat." Yang Chaowei, unable to contain her excitement, disregarded the dining table and grabbed a hefty chopstick full of noodles. After taking a bite, she paused in astonishment before inhaling the noodles like Godzilla, her beautiful eyes transforming into a comical squint. The entire bowl disappeared in an instant, and Yang Chaowei stood frozen, her gaze lost in the distance. I grew up eating Yangshan noodles, and this is the first time I've tasted some that surpasses my grandmother's cooking. Speaking of which, I haven't visited my grandmother in a long time. As she spoke, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Witnessing this scene, the three observers in the room were momentarily bewildered. Yin Lu remarked, "Is Shu He's Yangshan noodles really that delicious?" Bai Lu and Reba seemed utterly unfazed by the imported steak Hua Xiao prepared. It was unexpected that the island life had barely commenced, and Shu He had already captivated the hearts of the female guests with her culinary prowess. Jing Jing commented, "Yang Chaowei has been moved to nostalgia by the noodles. Now I feel like eating some too." Xiao Liang added, "It seems a trending delicacy is about to emerge. It's just uncertain whether others can replicate Shu He's flavor." The audience in the comments expressed their astonishment at the female guest's reaction to the noodles. "It's the first time I've seen someone cry over Yangshan noodles, and I've never seen anyone choose noodles over imported steak." Hua Xiao's face turned dark, feeling neglected as his lovingly prepared steak was overlooked. Serves him right. Who told him to flaunt his superiority and criticize others? Can the production team allow Sui to reveal her recipe? My mouth is watering. While the female guests were too engrossed in their noodles to care about appearances, watching you felt a tinge of disappointment. Is there nothing else to eat? Eating carbs feels so sinful. He then noticed the leftover steak from Shu He, Bai Lu, and Reba on the table. Wow, there's steak? I want some. Shu He, having not touched her medium-rare steak, immediately pushed it in front of Hua Chenyu. I remembered you hadn't eaten yet, so I asked Hua Xiao to make an extra plate for you. seeing someone assist in clearing the steak. Bailu and Reba hurriedly pushed their plates toward him as well. Here, you can have it. We're going to watch Shu He pick coconuts. I want to join. Yang Chaowei eagerly volunteered. Well, Hua Hua, neither of us can cook, so let us help everyone clean the kitchen. You eat slowly, so today you can clean. And tomorrow I'll do it. How does that sound? With his mouth stuffed with steak, Hua Hua nodded in agreement. However, as he gazed upon the edge of the steak, oozing with blood from each bite, he felt a wave of physiological discomfort, reminded that he was, after all, a celebrity. He thought it was not unusual to encounter a medium-rare steak, and thus mustered the courage to utter, "The steak is simply exquisite. For you. I shall endure any hardship to learn to cook from Hua Xiao." Before he could finish his sentence, 3 women had already dashed out of the restaurant, leaving only Shu He and Godzilla trailing behind. Godzilla made another playful gesture, prompting Shu He to hastily nudge it away with her foot, smiling as she explained. Godzilla has indulged in too many snacks. Inside, one person was enveloped in a cloud of gloom, striving to adjust their mood, while the other endeavored to charm but was met with Godzilla's teasing. Shu He deemed it wise to make her exit post-haste. The 4 of them, along with the dog, arrived beneath the coconut trees. Bailu shielded her eyes from the sun and looked up, exclaiming, "It's so high. Can you two manage?" Shu He retrieved the rope once more, confidently asserting, "It's no problem." He primarily referred to Godzilla, despite some physical limitations, after consuming the genetic serum. Its physical prowess and intelligence had indeed reached extraordinary heights. Adhering to the previous protocol, Godzilla leapt once more to a height of 6 or 7 meters, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the 3 ladies, who instinctively raised their hands in fear of Godzilla's potential fall. Shu He followed closely behind. With Shu He's shoulder providing support, Godzilla skillfully scaled the coconut tree, utilizing all 4 limbs with remarkable balance, and began to fiercely bite at the stem of the coconut. Bailu, Reba, and Yang Chaowei were rendered speechless, gazing in awe as Shu He ascended the central part of the tree. As he touched the ground, a cascade of coconuts tumbled down onto the soft thatch below. Just as Bailu regained her composure to inquire how Shu He would bring Godzilla down, her face abruptly flushed crimson, followed by an indescribable smile. Shu He had stripped off his t-shirt, using his arms to stretch it wide, declaring, "Godzilla, over here." Godzilla adjusted its position and, leveraging the elasticity of Shu He's shirt to relieve most of its weight, gracefully leapt towards the female guests to bask in glory. It bounded and rubbed against them. And at last, the 3 women responded, half-heartedly petting Godzilla's head, yet their gazes remained steadfastly fixed on Shu He. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Jin Jing shattered the silence, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens! No, no, no. Put it on, cough cough." Yen Lu quickly regained his composure, remarking, "Shu He's physique can only be described as exquisite." The 3 female guests were utterly captivated, and to be honest, no woman could withstand such allure. The barrage of comments erupted. "This is the kind of man we want. Hard eyes, tongue out. X3. I, Zhao Yuxuan, genuinely love this." Images of nosebleeds flooding to their lips followed. "I have lived a virtuous life, and seeing Shu He's figure is my just reward. I can't take it anymore, sisters. Who understands? Handsome, fit, well-educated, a culinary adept, and willing to guard a deserted island. I mean, isn't it a bit chilly? Why is Shu He dressed in trousers?" Well, suddenly, a multitude of women appears, yet no one seems to care about the dog climbing the tree. Bailu's expression is absolutely hilarious. Even Godzilla's spotlight has been completely overshadowed by Shu He. Speaking of Godzilla, only then do people recall the scene of the dog scaling the coconut tree. Godzilla truly is the most intelligent dog I've ever encountered. It precisely chooses its landing spots. I wonder if it could assist me in passing the level 4 exam in a couple of days. I've seen dogs climb trees before, but scaling a coconut tree is indeed a first. I wish that charming fellow would come and train me as well. We would cover his meals and accommodation, kisses. Every moment featuring Shu He has garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. This reality dating show is truly captivating. Godzilla is so remarkable, yet when I glance back at my silly dog chewing on slippers, sigh. As Shu He raises his hand, he dons his t-shirt once more. Although the 3 female guests feel they haven't had their fill of the spectacle, the awareness of the live broadcast causes them to blush and hastily redirect their attention, showering Godzilla with compliments. Amidst the chorus of praise, Godzilla becomes a bit bewildered, its previously drooping tail wagging vigorously once again. Bailu, regaining her composure, looks up at Shu He. "Is it difficult to climb a coconut tree? I would like to give it a try." This. Shu He is unsure how to respond. He knows Bailu could never ascend, but a trial wouldn't hurt. Thus, without further ado, he hands her the rope he had been holding. Bailu clumsily takes the rope and wraps her arms around the coconut tree. "Shu He, Please help me. All right. Shu He steps forward, placing his hands on her waist. Oh, so slender and soft. Just as he intends to lift Bai Lu upward, she unexpectedly bursts into laughter, releasing her grip and writhing about. I'm ticklish. Ha. With that, she tumbles right into Shu He's embrace. Chapter 7. Grasping Bai Lu's hand. They ventured into the small forest. This intimate gesture immediately ignited fervent discussions in the comments section. Oh, why no words exchanged yet such boldness? Ah, I genuinely envy. Bai Lu is perfectly proportioned. Her touch must be exquisite. Woe is me, my beloved Bai Lu. I too wish to be a valiant supporter. I can't shake the feeling that Bai Lu's attention towards Shu He was quite intentional after seeing his physique. Now, I find myself envious of Bai Lu. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly jubilant, with prior negative remarks about Shu He dissipating, replaced by playful banter. This transformation was primarily due to Shu He's consistent performance, which had earned the viewers' favor. Many netizens had even shifted loyalties, eagerly searching for his social media accounts. Though to no avail, their sole option was to remain fixated on this live stream. It dawned on them that Shu He had already delivered such delightful moments in such a short span, and with the show slated to last a month, the anticipation for what was to come was palpable. As the viewer count soared from 200,000 to over 1 million, director Wong could hardly contain his elation. He even mused that the previous male guest's downfall was serendipitously paving the way for his encounter with Shu He. He instructed the staff to compile the remarkable footage of Shu He for widespread dissemination, believing that with such material, the show's popularity would undoubtedly skyrocket. In the live stream, Bai Lu became aware of her entire being nestled in Shu He's embrace, and feeling embarrassed, she quickly straightened up and adjusted her attire. No. Climbing coconut trees is far too arduous. I lack the strength. In moments of awkwardness, one must feign busyness. She diverted attention to the coconuts on the ground. Shu He, how should we divide this coconut? Shu He approached and noticed that there were only 4 coconuts, making it impossible for everyone to have one. Observing the eager gazes of Ba and Yang Chaoyu, Shu He plucked one and handed it to them. You two can each have one. I'll give my share to Bai Lu. There's an extra one for Godzilla. Thank you, Shu He. Ba and Yang Chaoyu felt a tad bashful, wanting to decline but unable to resist the allure of the coconut juice, ultimately accepting it with reluctant hands. I brought some snacks from my hometown. I'll send them over shortly, Ba offered courteously. Yang Chaoyu quickly chimed in. I brought plenty of sunscreen. She abruptly swallowed her words, realizing Shu He's skin was remarkably flawless, and she couldn't help but wonder how he managed to avoid sunburn in such a locale. Well, resources on this island are rather limited, and a month is quite a stretch. You'd best conserve your pre-prepared supplies. After distributing the coconuts, Shu He continued, according to what Director Lee informed me, the production team will not provide any supplies midway. That is correct. But it's all right, Shu He. We can share one. Bai Lu suggested. Let us place these in the refrigerator now. Everyone readily agreed. On a sweltering day, the feeling of sipping on refreshing coconut juice filled the girls with immense joy as they cheerfully made their way to the restaurant. Reba was the first to push open the door and turn back with a smile, saying to her companions, there is still plenty of food in the fridge. I wonder if we can fit the coconuts. As soon as she stepped inside, she was taken aback. Flower Chinyu and Hua Xiao had already rearranged most of the food from the refrigerator, neatly placing each portion on the dining table. Upon seeing the girls return, Hua Xiao rubbed his hands together and began to explain. Here's the thing. I believe that knowing how to cook is an essential skill for survival on a deserted island. Coincidentally, Flower is eager to learn. And I discovered that you lovely ladies do not know how to cook yet. So, Flower and I have prepared a little something, and this afternoon, we shall have a cooking class, with me as the instructor. What do you think? Observing the silence of the 4 girls and 1 dog, Hua Xiao shyly chuckled. The inspiration for this idea stemmed from Flower's insistence on learning to cook, but he didn't want to share a room with a man, so he included the female contestants. This way, he could cultivate an admirable teacher's persona while compensating for the missed opportunity to showcase his culinary skills earlier in front of the camera. With nothing else scheduled for the afternoon, he envisioned seizing the chance to engage in lively conversation and charm the contestants. I know Shu He can cook, so you need not participate in the training. Shu He sighed in relief, but Bai Lu immediately interjected, well, since Shu He doesn't need to join, I won't either. It conveniently saves our ingredients, right? After saying this, she nudged Shu He with her elbow, leaving Shu He bewildered. Why mention me if you want to skip class? However, considering they were in the same group, she aided in smoothing things over, stating, I'll guide Bai Lu in understanding the surrounding geographical environment. I want to learn about geography too. Yang Chaoyu quickly raised her hand. Reba, sensing the expressions on Hua Xiao and Flower Chinyu's faces, swallowed her initial response and pulled Yang Chaoyu aside to whisper, we have been divided into 3 groups, and we've already been awkwardly lingering for too long. Let us stick with our respective male partners from now on. Yang Chaowei wanted to argue but acknowledged Reba's reasoning. It felt inappropriate to trail behind a couple while neglecting her own partner. Yet, who would want to spend their time in the kitchen learning to cook on such a beautiful island? With tears of frustration, Yang Chaowei succumbed to Reba's insistence and agreed to Hua Xiao's proposal. Hua Xiao, realizing that Bai Lu was already paired with Shu He, felt no need to persuade further, as he still had the support of 2 female contestants. Upon hearing about the cooking class in the comments section, some viewers found it intriguing, while others deemed it rather dull. Flower Chinyu is actually going to learn how to cook. I can't wait. I wonder how my goddess Reba's culinary skills will fare? Yang Jinli is bound to create some hilarious blunders again. It is evident that Yang Jinli possesses not a single cell that is willing. Speaking of surviving on a deserted island while learning culinary skills seems rather ill-suited, does it not? Are there even sufficient ingredients? How utterly uninspiring. It feels as if these female participants have no genuine desire to learn cooking. I would rather attend Shu He's geographical environment training class. Surely, there must be many delightful adventures awaiting on the deserted island. Off I go to Shu He and Bai Lu's quarters. Observing the intimate space between Shu He and Bai Lu, one can see how joyfully Bai Lu beams. Were it not for her ears, her smile would stretch to the back of her head. Amidst the discussions, most netizens flocked to Shu He's livestream, eager to explore this deserted island under her guidance. After Shu He and Bai Lu entered the grove behind their room, Godzilla eagerly dashed ahead, disappearing into the thicket in a flash. Just as Bai Lu was about to pursue, Shu He halted her. It frolics in the forest daily, knowing this place better than I do. There is no need for concern. The lush tropical trees towered towards the sky, their branches interwoven and scattered. The forest floor was damp and uneven. As Bai Lu stumbled after her own steps, Shu He, realizing they were on a dating show, took the liberty of grasping her delicate, fragile hand. Not only did Bai Lu remain unperturbed, but she also seized Shu He's forearm with her other hand. The solid sensation filled her with an overwhelming sense of security. While glancing around, Bai Lu suddenly pointed at a bird perched on a branch and inquired of Shu He, "Why is that bird sniffing its own armpit?" Chapter 8. The Language of Birds Translated. Xiao Liang's defenses crumble. In the observation room, Yin Lu spotted Shu He and Bai Lu entering the small forest and quickly alerted Xiao Liang. "Teacher Xiao Liang, our 3 couples have now separated, with 2 groups honing their culinary skills in the restaurant, while Shu He leads Bai Lu into the woods. If they encounter any intriguing flora or fauna, could you enlighten us?" "Certainly," Xiao Liang replied, straightening his posture, his gaze keenly fixed on the live broadcast. On screen, Shu He expressed bewilderment upon hearing Bai Lu mention a bird sniffing her armpit. Following her pointed finger, they observed 2 brown birds perched on a nearby branch, one of which was rhythmically flapping its wings, tilting its head in sync with each movement. As memories of avian encyclopedias surged in Shu He's mind, he chuckled heartily. That bird is called the lesser bird of paradise, commonly known as the paradise bird. It is predominantly found in kangaroo country, while in our nation, it typically appears around the Bend and Sandbar Islands. Perhaps the pristine ecosystem of this uninhabited island allows us to witness such wonders. The drone camera zoomed out, capturing the 2 paradise birds on screen. The observation room, presented in a picture-in-picture format, revealed Xiao Liang squinting thoughtfully, prompting viewers to echo, "Shu He is absolutely correct." Well, Shu He truly is a prodigy. He even knows such intricate details about these birds. Bai Lu chimed in, "Indeed, but why is it sniffing the armpit? How amusing." Following Shu He's explanation, she remarked, "If it weren't for the excellent ecosystem of this uninhabited island, we wouldn't be able to witness the paradise birds dancing." Bai Lu gazed at Shu He with a hint of admiration. "Do you have an extensive knowledge of birds? You even know where they are distributed?" Shu He smiled. "I stumbled upon this knowledge during my idle hours. Moreover," he continued, "it is performing a courtship dance. The male bird must practice for 5 years to perfect its elegant movements, resulting in a meticulously choreographed display, yet you refer to it as sniffing armpits." Bai Lu's face lit up with joy as she grasped the truth. "So, its vigorous dance is aimed at courting the female bird across from it? It's so dedicated. I feel we have an obligation to assist it." Bai Lu's declaration left Shu He perplexed. "How do you propose to help?" "I believe that regardless of our actions, it is destined to fail today." "That cannot be. I must ensure these lovebirds unite." Bai Lu pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let us translate its body language into human language." Shu He was at a loss for words. Can you imagine why it doesn't simply learn human language to attract a mate, but instead opts for a dance that birds understand? Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback by Shu He's question, yet she remained undeterred, at the very least. With so many viewers in the live broadcast who are unaware of the situation, we should provide them with an introduction. As she synchronized her movements with the rhythmic dance of the male bird, she chanted, Fair maiden, so sweet. Fair maiden, a treasure to greet. With you, worries fade away. All I desire is to cherish you each day. The fair maiden is neither plump nor slim. For 3 days and nights, I could gaze at her whim. If you would walk with me today, my love for you would never sway. Shu He found herself momentarily bewildered by Bailu's unexpected rhyme. Where on earth did she learn such words? Indeed, Bailu was a consummate jester. Ah, your earnest translation has truly touched my heart, Shu He chuckled, feigning a look of regret. However, it seems today's courtship is destined for failure. Why? Bailu protested. It dances with such fervor. Noticing the hint of grievance on Bailu's face, Shu He encouraged her to observe the two birds closely. At that moment, the previously proud female bird suddenly began to flap its wings and dance like the male. Bailu stared at the two birds, perplexed. Isn't it the male who dances for the female? Why is the other one moving as well? In response, Shu He adopted Bailu's tone to translate. Hey there, brother, listen to me. First, you should visit an eye doctor, for I am no maiden, but a big brother indeed. A big brother can't accompany you, for I have a wife and children to heed. Your confession was rather charming, but alas, blame it on my sobriety, otherwise I might have walked away with thee. As Shu He finished, the big brother soared into the sky, leaving the younger bird alone on the branch, stunned and desolate. Once Bailu realized what had transpired, she leaned against a nearby tree, her mouth agape in laughter, unable to form coherent sentences. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. My stomach hurts. Are there truly two male birds? She inquired. Indeed. Shu He nodded earnestly. Bailu collapsed in laughter, unable to stand upright. No wonder you said it wouldn't succeed. Ha. The guests in the observation room and the live stream audience were in stitches. I'm losing my mind. Ha. Shu He already predicted they wouldn't succeed. Yet Bailu insists on pairing two male birds. What a riot. Bailu's voiceover for the first bird was rated at 100 for hilarity, while Shu He's for the second bird skyrocketed to an astronomical 1,000,000,000,000%. When you said, hey brother, I nearly laughed until I choked. Their teacher remarked, clearly. Neither is a good bird. Unexpectedly, Shu He revealed a humorous side, and the comedic chemistry between the jester and the witty gentleman had won my admiration. The usually composed Xiao Liang was also caught off guard by the duo's antics, laughing so heartily he resembled a Tibetan fox. I have nothing left to educate you on. Just know that the amusing dialogue was all Shu He and Bailu. Birds do not possess the ability to speak. He then added, however, distinguishing the genders of the small mast birds is quite challenging, which explains the earlier mix-up. Shu He's understanding of avian species had reached a remarkable level, enabling her to discern immediately that the two would not succeed in their courtship today. Upon being prompted by Xiao Liang, Yinlu also realized this truth. Indeed, even teacher Xiao Liang and the male bird failed to notice, yet Shu He did. He is truly remarkable. As she spoke, she brushed away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, oh dear, these two are simply delightful. I truly feel a flutter in my heart. Having someone to share laughter and madness with, could this not be the finest embodiment of love? Jing pursed her lips and nodded affirmatively, precisely. Although they are merely playing, I perceive a sense of indulgence. This group exuded such joy. I wonder how those learning culinary skills are faring? The observation room shifted the feed to another chamber, revealing Ri Ba and Yang Chaoyu both pouting, with Ri drenched in sweat and both adorned with various sauces on their faces and bodies. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao animatedly expounded. As Hua Chunyu awkwardly smiled in agreement, Jing winced, stating, to be honest, it's rather unimpressive. Let us focus on Shu He and Bailu instead. Shu He quietly observed Bailu's laughter, as the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. The sight of a beautiful woman smiling is utterly captivating. The system acknowledges a resonant sense of humor and grants the host proficiency in photography skills. Yet another expertise acquired, all thanks to Bailu's enchanting smile. With the skill, even if he decides against being a guardian of the island in the future, perhaps he could thrive as a wandering photographer, reaping abundant rewards? While lost in thought, Bailu's smile gradually faded as she earnestly gazed at Shu He. Being with you brings me such joy. The blissful bird that failed to court is still here. Shall we capture a photo together? With this, she retrieved a mirrorless camera from the pocket of her skirt. Chapter 9. A cherished snapshot, masterful photography. Upon hearing Bailu's suggestion, Shu He inched closer to her. Bailu flipped the screen, raised the camera with one hand, and flashed a peace sign with the other, inadvertently leaning her head against Shu He's shoulder. However, no matter how hard they tried, the elusive bird of paradise remained out of frame. Come on, Shu He. Your arms are a bit longer. I want to capture the bird of paradise. Bailu handed the camera to him. After receiving it, Shu He began to utilize the photography skills awarded by the system, meticulously adjusting the camera settings. Given the unpredictable movements and remarkable speed of the bird, Bailu's mirrorless camera was capable of manual adjustments. To ensure the bird remained in sharp focus, Shu He first activated the continuous shooting feature, then increased the shutter speed, ensuring the aperture and ISO met the exposure requirements. And finally, to enhance lighting, he switched on the flash. Alright. After announcing this, the two repositioned themselves as before. Click, click, click. The bird of paradise, disheartened after its failed attempts, hung its head low, seemingly reflecting on the earlier moments, appearing rather melancholic. Suddenly startled by the camera's flash, the bird of paradise realized that humans were attempting to capture its image. I didn't even find a mate, and you wish to take photos? Is this polite? In a flurry of indignation, the bird took flight towards the camera, and as Bailu noticed it approaching the lens, her expression transformed from a lovely smile to one of surprise. She pointed at the flipped screen, turning her face towards Shu He. It's coming. The shot is so clear. The camera continued its relentless clicking, when suddenly, a chilling sensation graced Bailu's fingertips. Fresh bird droppings had landed squarely on the camera lens, with some splattering onto her outstretched fingers. Observing this, Shu He quickly grasped a corner of the camera, employing the tissues and disinfectant wipes he carried to clean it. Oh no, my hands are unclean, Bailu exclaimed, frantically searching for water. The scene descended into a brief chaos, as laughter erupted in their live streaming room. These two are outrageous. The bird is heartbroken, and they're still taking pictures. How presumptuous. The angry little bird strikes back. I can't stop laughing. Today, the bird of paradise has truly been toyed with by them. Ha 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 ha, it even knows aim for the lens. Animals on this deserted island have become quite intelligent. How amusing. Just having emerged from Yang Jinli's live stream. Feeling drained after a long day, the pressure of Hua Xiao's class was overwhelming. Yet, Shu He and Bailu's room was a source of comfort. After Bailu had cleaned her hands, Shu He had nearly finished wiping down the camera. Accidentally pressing the image playback button, he captured the entire transformation of the bird from despondency to fury, while the duo transitioned from smiles to surprise, ultimately culminating in a chaotic mess of dark green hues. Shu He burst into laughter, and Bailu, realizing he was amused by the bird's retaliation against her, playfully punched the air twice with her small fists. Shu He did not flinch. She recognized that her attack lacked any true intimidation. Thus, she nestled her small head against Shu He's chest, and a gentle, heartwarming scent of milk enveloped the air around them. I must take another look, she exclaimed, reflecting on the numerous snapshots taken earlier, uncertain if she had appeared unflattering in any of them. Bailu gazed earnestly at the camera screen, while the drone magnified the scene of the two. Shu He leisurely perused the images, noting that she maintained a constant smile, exuding a steady charm, while Bailu found herself not unappealing, merely exuding a delightful humor. In fact, this version of herself was far more pleasing than any pretentious demeanor. Shu He, how did you capture such clarity when the bird was flying so swiftly? She inquired, zooming in on the details of the bird, astonished to see even the wispy feathers on its head in sharp relief. This is extraordinary. I typically use the camera's automatic mode, and in such scenarios, my shots would undoubtedly turn out blurred. Shu He attentively examined the camera display and replied, in such circumstances, the automatic mode is insufficient. A slight adjustment of the camera settings suffices. The live stream audience, some of whom possessed photography knowledge, reacted with disbelief. Seriously? You call that a slight adjustment? You captured such clarity without even measuring the light. One viewer lamented, you make it seem effortless, while I struggle for several minutes to get the lighting right. Is it truly that mysterious? I assumed it was just pressing this and that, and then snapping away. While the logic seemed sound, the adjustment process encompassed numerous intricacies. With the bird's rapid flight, the shutter speed needed to be at least 13,200 seconds. Such a swift shutter speed would usually result in a completely dark image. Yet, Shu He managed to adjust the ISO and aperture seamlessly, without ever checking if the settings were appropriate. Her foundational skills were impressively solid. Could it be that her frequent photography on deserted islands has equipped her with the knowledge of what parameters such environments require? The likelihood seemed slim. Even in identical environments, lighting changes from day to day, even minute by minute, and the subjects vary as well. Familiarity does not negate the necessity for at least one exposure measurement. Subsequently, their dialogue addressed the audience's curiosities. Bailu asked, Shu He, do you also own a camera and indulge in photography daily? Shu He replied, not at all. Bailu pressed on, then how do you manage to manually adjust the settings on a mirrorless camera? Shu He simply stated, it's a feeling. Upon hearing this response, the audience was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a matter of instinct. How profound. Such is the world of a prestigious Tsinghua University scholar, perhaps? When others inquire how one gains admission to Tsinghua, the answer is merely feeling. Ordinary mortals seem to exist in an entirely different realm. At this moment, as the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Bailu took a couple of deep breaths, and surveyed her surroundings. The golden-red sunlight suddenly pierced through the gaps between the trees, illuminating shallow puddles of water, while various exotic flowers and fruits thrived upon the old stalks. The previous wave of heat has dissipated somewhat, and Bai Lu is reluctant to leave this comfortable natural oxygen bar. The light here is simply beautiful, Shu He. Could you help me take a few pictures? Of course, Shu He replied, picking up the camera and aiming it at Bai Lu. True to her profession as an actress, she swiftly entered the shooting mode, her gaze shifting with the lens. The soft glow of twilight bathed Bai Lu in a gentle light, making her appear like a woodland sprite in her flowing white dress. Shu He quickly adjusted the settings without measuring the light, snapping a few shots with a casual flick of his wrist. All done, he said, handing the camera back to Bai Lu. Done? Bai Lu, still immersed in her character, found it hard to believe Shu He's words. She wondered if he had taken a lackadaisical approach, capturing her from an unflattering angle, perhaps reducing her height to a mere 1 meter 3, or portraying her as a primitive figure in the midst of a sunset. As she nervously examined the photographs, her expression gradually turned to one of astonishment. She slowly lifted her gaze to Shu He, only to quickly return her attention to the camera screen. The three observers in the room, upon seeing the captured images, exchanged incredulous glances with one another. Chapter 10. Godzilla eating black excrement? Netizens are excited. Jing. I may not understand photography, but I know that every time the company spends tens of thousands on my photo shoots, the final results pale in comparison to those captured by Shu He. Yin Lu, I am utterly astonished. I witnessed Shu He only press the shutter 4 or 5 times. Yet he managed to capture close-ups, mid-shots, and long shots of Bai Lu, and not a single one was a wasted shot. Xiao Liang, a novice in photography, could only express his admiration. These photographs are truly exquisite. I would love to hang them on my wall. In the live broadcast room, several netizens, who identified themselves as XXX photographers, chimed in. This close-up captures Bai Lu's emotions splendidly. It evokes a gentle yet alluring sensation, reminiscent of the works of master photographer Araki Nobuyoshi. The mid-shot is simply fabulous. The vibrant interplay of green and red, with Bai Lu in a white dress and a mischievous smile at the center of the composition, utterly eclipses the works of Nishi Kawashika. In the long shot, Bai Lu exudes youthful vitality, her charm and girlfriend-like aura perfectly captured. She is breathtaking. Oh, my Lu. What is astonishing is that these photographs were taken with a mirrorless camera without any post-processing. Is this what they call feeling? I am truly impressed. It is no exaggeration to say that each shot is worth at least 100,000. Hello, HeartLink Space Program Team. I am the manager of the Fu Su by Auction House. We wish to acquire Mr. Shu He's photographic works and have sent a private message. We eagerly await your response. Upon seeing this message, the netizens erupted in excitement, collectively tagging the program's account to draw attention to the auction house's inquiry. The auction house staff must have a keen nose for opportunity, rushing over as soon as they sense the market potential. It seems that Shu He, with his feeling, has captured photos that are now sought after by an auction house. Clearly, this young man is not lacking in funds. Being a guardian of the island is merely a passion project. To be honest, I initially held a bias against Shu He as an amateur, even thinking his noodle cooking was a bit shabby. However, it appears I was mistaken in my assessment. I have come to realize that he is indeed a hidden master. Bai Lu, holding the camera, found herself lost in her own photographs for quite some time, not out of vanity, but because Shu He effortlessly captured the myriad facets of her being. Having collaborated with numerous photographers, they all sought her cooperation to create their envisioned works. In contrast, Shu He's photography feels as though he truly understands her, revealing that each different aspect of Bai Lu is deserving of meticulous admiration. Her heart swelled with excitement as she repeatedly gazed at these photographs, unable to part with them. The duo's enchanting interactions within the lush rainforest also drew many viewers, with the barrage of comments and the observation room buzzing with fervent discussions. In comparison, the live broadcast room of Huashao and Huachinyu appeared somewhat desolate. Those who were not ardent fans of the four had mostly migrated to the side of Shu He and Bai Lu. Their dinner was already prepared, as Huashao taught the three how to make the simplest fried rice. With a grimace, Reba spooned the overly salty fried rice she had prepared into her mouth, occasionally letting out a sigh. I simply cannot master the right amount of salt. It tasted fine in the pan, yet how did it turn out to be so salty? Yang Chaoyue, on the other hand, dared not touch the charred remnants of her own cooking. Merely the aroma was enough to inform her of its bitterness. Shouldn't the shrimp have been cooked through? How did the vegetables and rice suddenly turn black? What a waste of ingredients. Reba glanced at the refrigerator, which had once been brimming with provisions. Now reduced to a mere fraction. The production team won't be sending any more supplies. Will we end up starving? Huachinyu inserted a large, bland, and undercooked forkful of fried rice into his mouth, maintaining a beaming smile. This is what independent living is all about. I find it quite amusing. Hua Xiao nodded in agreement while pouring red wine for the trio, adding, "What Hua Hua said is true. Life is much more enjoyable when experienced firsthand. And you too. Don't you think it's a wonderful thing to share island life with me and Hua Hua? While we sip wine and enjoy the air conditioning." Bailu and Shu He are out there running around in the sweltering heat. Sighing at the mention of Bailu and Shu He, Yang Qiaoyue recalled the bowl of Yanchun noodles. How did Shu He make such delicious noodles out of something so ordinary? I wonder what they are up to now. As dusk descended, Shu He decided it was time to take Bailu home. After all, the small forest at night is not the safest place to be without lighting. He whistled loudly into the distance, prompting Bailu to curiously inquire, "What are you doing?" "Calling Godzilla. We should head back and prepare for dinner," he replied, whistling again. Bailu tapped her head. "I was having so much fun. I almost forgot about Godzilla. Can whistling really bring it back? How cool. Let me help you." With that, she leaned forward slightly, puckering her lips, her chubby cheeks puffed out, and let out a whistle. Shu He turned to see her earnest expression and could not help but chuckle. "You can't whistle, can you?" She tried, and indeed, she could not. Unaware of the humor her expression had evoked, Bailu remained composed in her response to Shu He. Just then, Godzilla came bounding toward them from a distance, panting heavily. As it neared and noticed the two preparing to leave, the usually calm creature suddenly grew agitated, tugging at Shu He's pant leg while taking a few eager steps forward before turning back again. Observing its urgency, Bailu was puzzled. Is Godzilla not done playing? But it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Plus, the forest isn't safe at night, is it? Indeed, Shu He replied, looking down at Godzilla. It's not that it hasn't had enough fun. It must have discovered something it wants us to see. Let's follow it. Godzilla knows what it's doing. With this assurance from Shu He, Bailu had no choice but to comply. As Godzilla observed the two individuals turning towards the path he had led them down, he playfully bounded ahead, occasionally pausing to wait for them to catch up as the distance between them widened. With their venture deeper into the forest, the fading light of sunset cast an increasingly dim and golden hue around them. Bailu clung to Shu He's arm, her grip tightening with trepidation, inadvertently leading to his occasional brushes with areas he would have preferred to avoid. Immersed in the unexpected softness of her touch, Shu He was unsure how to react when Bailu suddenly released his arm, pointing ahead and exclaiming, "Ah, Godzilla is gnawing on something hard." Turning his gaze forward, Shu He beheld Godzilla tilting his head, using his rear teeth to chew on a dark mass. It dawned on him that it was not what he initially thought. Rather, it was a treasure discovered by Godzilla. With that realization, he urged Bailu to approach. Having finished one morsel, Godzilla, upon noticing the two approaching, used his nose to dig at the earth and began to unearth a multitude of black, round shapes. "Goodness!" Bailu exclaimed, stepping back in distaste. "Is this what you call treasure? Is it because it can be taken home for fertilizer?" Upon hearing her words, Godzilla gazed at her in astonishment, as if to say, "This woman has no taste." Undeterred, he seized another piece to munch on. "Godzilla, though a dog may not change its nature, you are the king of beasts on this deserted island." Bailu's flattery caused Godzilla to display a mix of bashfulness and pride, yet his chewing continued unabated. Exasperated, Bailu placed a hand on her forehead, intending to ask Shu He to reason with the creature, only to find Shu He crouched down, picking up one of the dark objects and brushing off the dirt with his hand. How can you not find this disgusting? Animal feces carry a multitude of bacteria. However, as the viewers in the live stream recognized what Shu He held, their excitement surged instantaneously. Chapter 11. Selling black truffles for a monthly income of over 100,000. Goodness. Godzilla. Show some mercy. Leave some for me. What? Am I truly that uninformed? Is it possible that the excrement of wild animals possesses some extraordinary qualities? I never imagined that even the divine Godzilla could not escape the attributes of genetics. I must admit, it is rather disconcerting to witness such behavior on camera. For heaven's sake, he is consuming excrement. Godzilla is feasting on wild black truffles, mind you. Upon hearing the term black truffle, I instantly recognized it. It is simply the tuber that pigs forage for. Back in my hometown, they are quite abundant and not particularly expensive. However, black truffles vary in quality. The grade of the tuber that pigs uncover pales in comparison to culinary masterpieces, yet the specimen discovered by Godzilla is firm, sizable, and aesthetically pleasing. He must have detected its unique aroma. So many interpretations abound. The person upstairs certainly knows their stuff. After all, I am in the business of buying and selling wild mushrooms. Smile. Observing the anxious and disdainful demeanor of Bailu in the live stream, Shu He took it upon himself to clarify. This is black truffle, not some hardened fecal matter. Godzilla is quite discerning. He wouldn't consume excrement. Black truffle? Bailu pondered for a moment before a realization struck her. I know. In Michelin-starred restaurants, the mere addition of a thin slice of black truffle elevates the dish as price to well over 1,000. But why is it so exorbitantly priced? Shu He elucidated. It primarily stems from its rarity. Nevertheless, the nutritional value of black truffles is indeed high. They are rich in protein, amino acids, trace elements, and more. Tonight, we shall indulge in black truffles. With that, he removed his t-shirt and spread it on the ground, meticulously collecting the truffles one by one. Lu stood behind, silently observing Shu He's every move. When he shed his shirt, she momentarily averted her gaze, feeling a bit bashful, but soon her curiosity got the better of her, and her eyes wandered uncontrollably towards him. Earlier, the presence of others had deterred her from looking. Now, was it not permissible to steal a few more glances? It seemed Lu had momentarily forgotten the camera, and noticing that Shu He was oblivious, she lingered her gaze longer than intended. Shu He's physique was remarkably harmonious, and the contours of his muscles exuded a certain aesthetic appeal. After staring for a while, she remembered that she ought to assist him, and with a flushed complexion, she squatted beside him to help dig out the truffles. This squat proved fortuitous, revealing a direct view. In that instant, Lu became somewhat clumsy in her actions. When she picked up a black truffle to hand it over, she appeared almost girlish, her gaze flitting about nervously. Yen Lu, observing from the room, was amused by Lu's expression and burst into laughter. Lu is simply adorable. She can't control her furtive glances. Yet, if I were in her shoes, I fear I would not remain composed in the face of such temptation. Jin Jing, however, was quite anxious. Just touch it, Lu. Help us womenfolk enjoy some benefits. At this moment, what is the point of passing around black truffles? Truly. Xiao Liang stood awkwardly to the side, clearing his throat twice. Observing the expressions of the two women, he could discern the current demeanor of the female audience in the live stream. He sought to divert their attention. The quality of these black truffles is simply exquisite. After glancing at the two, he noticed their faces still adorned with that Annie-like smile. With a sigh, Xiao Liang continued, black truffles contain 18 essential amino acids, 8 of which are indispensable for human synthesis. Yet, there was still no response. Xiao Liang felt exasperated. After so many years in the industry, where was their basic professional acumen? He took it upon himself to elaborate further. Moreover, they are rich in unsaturated fatty acids, various vitamins, and even trace elements. The abundant truffle peptides and numerous metabolic products are said to transform women who consume even a morsel, rendering men utterly captivated. Finally, the two women turned their attention to him. Would a man like Shu He also be captivated? Enough said. I must buy some right now, Yen Lu exclaimed, as she picked up her phone to scroll through the screen, with Jin Jing following suit to search for her device. Listening to Xiao Liang's commentary, the live stream was filled with discussions about black truffles. Are black truffles really that good? They must be wild, right? Previously, a seller of mushrooms re-emerged. Black truffles cannot be cultivated artificially. Most of what is on the market is pig forage fungi, which cannot compare to this. I have imported black truffles available, similar to what Shu He possesses. If it's counterfeit, I'll pay 10,000 in compensation. Interested parties can message me privately. As viewers noticed the immediate availability of the truffles, many neglected to post comments and directly message the seller. Within a minute, they returned to the live stream. Dejected, this stuff is outrageously expensive. A regular kilogram sells for over 1,000. Shu He's version skyrockets to over 7,000 soft sister coins. And it doesn't stop there. Is this vendor trying to take advantage of us? I spent over 3,000 for a pound. And the seller even provided their real information. It's not a scam. No matter what, I want to be the woman who can captivate men. 7,000 seems steep? The last time I saw truffles of this quality, they were priced over 30,000. Shu He must be making a comfortable income of over 100,000 a month selling black truffles on the island. No wonder a top student from Tsinghua became an island guardian. Even his dog can enjoy freedom with black truffles. The intellect of a scholar is evidently decades ahead of us. Is it too late to sign up to accompany him? With someone like the fair-skinned Meng Yin by his side, who would desire our company? Here's some exciting news. A wealthy individual once offered 200,000 for a dog trained to find black truffles, but the owner refused to sell. Wow. Godzilla has brought honor to our Chinese pastoral dog. What is so impressive about that? If Shu He could train me, I could find black truffles too. My demands are modest. Just tie me to the bedpost. The viewers watched enviously as Shu He returned with a bag of black truffles, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Regrettably, one can only harbor envy, for who could have foreseen the role of an island guardian? However, those with a keen business acumen have set their sights on Shu He. Since they are unable to procure black truffles, why not establish direct contact with Shu He instead? Such lucrative ventures ought not to be disclosed in a live broadcast, prompting many to discreetly seek connections with the production team. Unfortunately, the team itself was also linked to Shu He through directly. They had contemplated internet searches, yet the curious netizens had already dug deep, yielding nothing substantial. This only served to enhance the air of mystery surrounding Shu He. In this age of 2023, is it conceivable for someone to remain completely untouched by the internet? Meanwhile, the mushroom vendors have profited immensely from the show, forging connections with numerous affluent patrons who have expressed their willingness to purchase as much black truffle as is available, just as they plan to procure a large batch. The vendors discovered that even the ordinary black truffles had been sold out across the internet. Such remarkable sales prowess. Upon returning to the camp, Godzilla dashed off to play in the water. Bailu glanced at Shu He, inquiring if he need not be concerned, wondering if Godzilla would forego dinner. Shu He shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Godzilla had already feasted on black truffles. Just those 2 pieces? Godzilla has quite a modest appetite. Shu He chuckled, explaining that what remained was what Godzilla had left for them. Before calling them over, he had already consumed a considerable amount. Absurd, Bailu pondered, reflecting on her own earnings since becoming an entertainer, which she hesitated to spend on such luxury as black truffles, while Godzilla indulged in these precious delicacies. Truly, it seemed as though he lived a life more privileged than hers. However, the thought of dining freely that evening, much like Godzilla, instantly brightened Bailu's spirits. She quickened her pace, eager to share the day's experiences with Reba and Yang Chaiwa. Observing her urgency, Shu He handed over the t-shirt along with the carefully wrapped black truffles, instructing her to wait for him in the public dining hall. I'll return to change into some clothes. Bailu thought it unnecessary to change, envisioning the alluring sight of the handsome young man cooking shirtless. Yet, she refrained from voicing this thought, instead asking Shu He if she might first attend to the black truffles. A soft brush by the sink would suffice to remove the soil. With a quick affirmation, Bailu hurried into the public dining hall. Chapter 12. Sharing experiences. Everyone is jealous. As Bailu stepped into the communal dining hall, she was greeted by a scene of chaos. He Ba and Yang Chaiwa looked at her with expressions of utter despondency, while Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu knelt on the floor, struggling to open coconuts with knives. Upon seeing Bailu, the 2 girls' faces brightened. Where's Shu He? He must have returned as well. Bailu poured the black truffles into the sink, a hint of reproach in her tone. What do you 2 mean by this? I hurried back to see you, and you ask about Shu He instead? He Ba, with a sheepish smile, approached her. We failed at cooking this afternoon and are now quite hungry. We were hoping for the coconuts Shu He picked for us, but these coconuts are proving quite troublesome. Look at them. They've been at it for ages and still haven't managed to open one. Bailu surveyed the 2 men on the floor, who were staring at the coconuts in bewilderment, and then glanced at the chaotic kitchen. Goodness. You've made quite the mess this afternoon. What will we do if there is nothing to eat in a couple of days? Young Chao felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the food belonged to everyone. The 4 of them had inadvertently created quite a ruckus during their cooking lesson. We haven't wasted anything. Although some dishes were ruined, we still ate them. It's just that I, He Ba, and Hua Hua are a bit inept. We'll eat less over the next few days, so you and Shu He can have more. At that moment, Hua Xiao stood up and adjusted his glasses. The ingredients provided by the production team aren't meant for us to consume for an entire month. Besides, Shu He is the island's guardian, and Director Lee will send him some supplies. He made excuses, but deep down, he felt uneasy. Even if Director Lee could send Shu He food, it would only be non-perishable items, far inferior to the fresh vegetables, meats, and grains provided by the production team. He had not anticipated that teaching someone to cook would be so challenging. Instead of showcasing his prowess as a mentor, he had only succeeded in dampening the spirits of the 2 female guests. Regretting the decision to learn cooking was now futile. However, he speculated that Shu He and the others had likely not fared much better outside all afternoon. So he quickly changed the subject. You 2 must be hot after running around all afternoon, right? There's nothing but barren land here, with only the sea and the woods. What could possibly be fun? And learning geography, no less. After saying this, he turned to Hua Chenyu and chuckled. Hua Chenyu also stood up, brushing off the dirt from his hands. Although we didn't do well, the process of learning to cook was still quite enjoyable. And sipping red wine while enjoying air conditioning is truly delightful. Look at you. Your face is a bit flushed. Shu He doesn't even know how to care for the female guests. He should come over and open coconuts for us as an apology. Hee. Bailu's expression darkened at their words. Not only was it a waste of ingredients, but asking Shu He for help in opening coconuts lacked a proper tone. Seeing her displeasure, He Ba hurriedly approached, fanning Bailu with her delicate hand. Hua Hua is too clumsy to open the coconuts, and is just joking. But the island was quite hot this afternoon, wasn't it? You should take a break. Let me help you with whatever you need. Shu He led me into the rainforest, where the atmosphere was slightly oppressive yet refreshing, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Bailu, taking a playful jab at Hua Chenyu, momentarily set aside her emotions and forgave him. We discovered so much fun. As she spoke, she picked up her camera. Eager to share her rainforest journey, this bird is called the little something-nosed bird. It's the bird of paradise. To attract a mate, it practices its dance for many years. As she reminisced about her attempts to play matchmaker for two male birds, accompanied by Shu He's voiceover, both ladies erupted in laughter. Huh. I didn't expect Shu He to be so amusing. What a delightful experience. A little bird dancing? I've never witnessed such a spectacle. Just like this, let me show you. Lu exclaimed, mimicking the bird of paradise's movements, and laughter echoed through the communal dining area. The live stream captured Lu being possessed by Megan, further igniting the laughter. Reba glanced up at Lu, chuckling, while flipping through the photos on her camera. Oh my. Lu, this photo is of you, right? When was it taken? Yang Qiaowei quickly leaned in. Wow. This is stunning. I'm falling for you, Lu. Which photographer captured this? I would spare no expense to find them. Reba scrutinized the surroundings in the photograph and the image of Lu. Isn't this the white dress Lu wore today? And the background resembles the one from the bird of paradise photo. Lu, brimming with pride, snatched the camera. This was taken by Shu He. I can't get enough of it. Shu He. The two girls exclaimed in unison. Yang Qiaowei snatched the camera back from Lu. Shu He is a professional photographer. His skills are unparalleled. Indeed. Lu's eyes sparkled at the mention of Shu He. He manually adjusts the settings on his mirrorless camera. He took several shots, and not a single one was wasted. Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu, intrigued, took a look at the camera, and indeed, the photos surpassed those they had spent tens of thousands on. This is the most beautiful portrait I've ever seen of you, Lu. Hua Xiao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. However, Yang Qiaowei detected a hint of something amiss. Oh? Have you secretly viewed Lu's portraits all along? No. Lu is so popular. You see her all over social media. Hua Xiao hurriedly explained. Yang Qiaowei huffed. I envy you, Lu. You had such a joyous afternoon and captured beautiful memories. Unlike us, who seemed to have spent the whole time in the restaurant without knowing what we were busy with. Reba nodded in agreement, regretting her earlier dismissal of Yang Qiaowei's suggestion. Honestly, even if it was just one photo taken by Shu He, I wouldn't mind never learning to cook in my lifetime. Hua Xiao, hearing the complaints from the ladies, felt slightly embarrassed. At least we were comfortable. And we had our fill. Hua Qinyu chimed in. And such expensive red wine. That's Hua Xiao's prize collection. He then inquired, by the way. Are you two absolutely starving? Our culinary skills are rather lacking, and now we are left with only some leftover rice. Perhaps you could manage with that? Speaking of which, it reminded me of the task entrusted to me by Shu He, and I quickly dashed back to the sink. At that moment, Shu He also entered the dining area. I'm washing, I exclaimed in a flurry as I turned on the tap, glancing at Shu He by the door. Shu He, assuming she would need to chat with everyone first, casually approached me and said, let me handle this. You can just wait to eat. This statement stirred a wave of envy among everyone present. The two female guests felt a surge of resentment. Why is Lu allowed to have so much fun? Take beautiful photos and have a handsome guy cooking for her while they are stuck toiling away in the kitchen for an entire afternoon? They sipped red wine until their stomachs churned with acidity, yet it hardly filled them. Alas, they could not even savor the coconut. Upon hearing Shu He's words, netizens erupted in exclamations. Wow, Shu He is so warm-hearted. Shu He always exudes an air of polite aloofness. Yet that remark truly struck a chord with me. Goodness, is this a form of indirect affection? It caught me completely off guard. I'll take care of it. You just wait to eat. My heavens. This is arguably the most beautiful declaration of love I've ever heard at 38 as a housewife. Which direction should I bow to seek a boyfriend like Shu He? Lu's eyes sparkled at the mere mention of him. She was so nervous about not washing the black truffle. Upon hearing Lu's recounting, many who had not tuned into their live stream expressed their regret. Were they really that entertaining in the afternoon? The live stream footage showed them in the woods. I thought it wouldn't be as interesting as learning to cook. Please, let us not even mention cooking. I can only imagine how traumatized Heba and Yang Qiaowei must be by those 3 words. To be honest, I'm somewhat worried. Will these ingredients last a month? Chapter 13 Such speed. It is evident that one has had ample practice. By the way, Shu He, could you assist them in opening the coconuts? I shall take care of washing the vegetables. Upon hearing Shu He's words, Lu felt a warmth in her heart, yet she did not step aside from the sink. Shu He opened the refrigerator and retrieved a coconut, asking, what about those 2? Yang Qiaowei pointed with her chin towards the ground and bent down to pick up 2 haphazardly chopped coconuts, handing them to Shu He. The scene of us rolling on the ground opening coconuts just now was truly a spectacle. Shu He chuckled and placed the coconut he held onto the cutting board. He ran the knife over the sharpening stone a couple of times, then with a gentle slice, a large piece of the green shell fell away. Once all the green shells were removed, a thick layer of white shell remained. Shu He switched to a long fruit knife, holding the coconut in one hand while deftly peeling the edge with the other. Before long, the tender coconut flesh was completely exposed. He fetched a bowl, flipped the remaining white shell over, and a perfectly rounded coconut ball fell into the bowl, glistening and bouncy. He repeated the same process 3 times, finally inserting the straws that had been delivered with the yogurt, turning to distribute them among the others. After receiving the bowl, the 2 girls stared at the creamy coconut flesh, reluctant to take a bite. "Thank you, Shu He. How is it that you managed to do it so effortlessly? The coconut flesh is still so intact, not a bit wasted." Hotba exclaimed. Yang Chaiwei added, "Your speed is impressive. Clearly, you must practice often. The process of peeling coconuts looks quite therapeutic." Shu He paused, finding Yang Jinshu's words rather peculiar. If one were to talk about speed, considering his past life. He had been single for 50 years, what a jest. Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu watched in awe at Shu He's nimble movements, their eyes widening. Why was it that this fellow managed to accomplish what they had struggled with in mere moments? They admired him inwardly, but could not let their words falter. Hua Xiao remarked, "I noticed you sharpened your knife before chopping the coconut. It seems it's not a matter of strength, but rather the swiftness of the blade. Shu He, I would like to try climbing a tree to pick coconuts tomorrow. Will you teach us?" At this moment, he realized that attracting the attention of the female guest with his financial prowess was merely one aspect. If he could also display masculine strength, he could achieve far more with less effort. Since Shu He could climb trees, he felt this task would surely not pose much difficulty. Shu He handed the 3rd coconut, still chilled, to Bai Lu, who insisted that she was busy washing vegetables and insisted he drink first. As he placed the straw in his mouth, he replied, "Climbing a coconut tree is quite simple. You must have seen those electrical repair workers climbing utility poles with safety ropes, right?" Watching you suddenly understood, "I've seen that. So it's that easy. With a safety rope around the waist, one can rest while climbing, allowing better use of strength in hands and feet." "Shu He, could we borrow your safety rope?" Shu He replied, "I do not have a safety rope. You can use clothing to wrap around vines and make one for yourselves." Hua Xiao was skeptical of Shu He's words, believing he surely had tools but was unwilling to share. If he can achieve it, then all men are capable of the same. How else could he seek to establish his presence before the female guests? The subtle machinations of a distinguished Tsinghua graduate are hardly more than that. Hua Xiao let out a cold snort, intending to employ his characteristic method of relentless questioning during the interview to corner Shu He. "Surely it cannot be that you are too selfish to share your treasure?" Shu He took a sip of the cool and sweet coconut water, responding, "Not at all. It is merely that I do not require tools when climbing coconut trees." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao's mouth twitched in irritation. Why did it feel as though his probing had backfired, making him and Hua Chenyu appear weaker instead? "Let Godzilla assist us. I recall that when we first arrived on the island, that dog was quite capable of climbing trees." Hua Xiao's tone was brusque. At that moment, Bai Lu, having finished washing the ingredients, turned with a bowl of black truffles and spoke directly. "Stop dreaming. Godzilla is quite proud, unless Shu He commands it. No one can order it around." As she spoke, she placed the bowl on the countertop and set up the cutting board. "Allow me," Shu He said, handing a coconut and a new straw to Bai Lu, positioning herself before her. Bai Lu, however, returned the new straw to its place and took a sip directly from the used straw. "Wow, this is incredible. A sip of cool coconut water after returning from the rainforest is simply exhilarating." Iba and Yang Chaowei were both bewildered, overwhelmed by the influx of information and uncertain of how to process it all. "Why did you use the straw Shu He drank from? What is this dark, round object?" "Our coconut has been sitting for ages and is no longer cool. Surely it can't compare to one fresh from the fridge?" Bai Lu glanced between He Ba and Yang Chaowei, ultimately addressing each concern one by one. The straw was brought along with the yogurt. It is a scarce resource and should not be wasted. The cool coconut water is indeed far more refreshing than the room temperature variety. You both must try it. As she spoke, she brought her coconut to their lips. Hearing Bai Lu mention the need to conserve the straw, the 2 of them disregarded any hesitation and took turns sipping. "This is 1,000 times better than the room temperature one. No wonder Shu He insisted on chilling it first. Next time we have coconuts, I will have Shu He cut them open as quickly as possible." Hua Chenyu was quite concerned about the girl's nonchalance regarding the used straw. Regardless of scarcity, you should consider hygiene. After all, it was used by an outsider. Yang Chaiwa dismissed his concern. "What's the big deal? Shu He is not an outsider." Her words only deepened Hua Chenyu's frustration. Just moments before, when he had fed Yang Chaiwa fried rice, she had covered her mouth, refusing to eat. Hua Xiao was captivated by the bowl of dark truffles. Examining it closely, "What exactly is this?" "Shu He, are you planning to give this to Bai Lu for dinner? Surely you wouldn't poison her?" Bai Lu swiftly snatched it away. "This is black truffle. Only Godzilla can find it. It is incredibly precious." "Black truffle?" Hua Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you joking? Is this something you all can afford to eat? Godzilla has attained the freedom of black truffles. Why should we be unable to afford them? Lu observed Shu He meticulously slicing the black truffle with a peeler, and an earthy aroma wafted through the air. She leaned in, inhaling deeply twice. Xiao, upon hearing Lu's words, was even more astonished. Feeding black truffles to Godzilla? Such extravagance. Do you have any idea how much black truffles cost in Michelin-starred restaurants? As their conversation drew the attention of the other three, they gathered around to witness Shu He's handling of the truffles. Reba picked up a slice, scrutinizing it under the light. Wow, this black truffle surpasses the imported varieties from France. It is perfectly ripe, entirely black, and the golden veins are exquisite. How do you plan to prepare it for dinner? Shu He paused, glancing at the stove, noticing some rice remaining in the pot. Let us make black truffle fried rice. Xiao scoffed again. Such a precious ingredient, and you intend to use it in fried rice? Just a couple of slices would suffice. Shu He continued her task, half for fried rice, and the other half for shrimp roast soy sauce. Chapter 14, Is This the Fabled Good Fortune? Upon hearing Shu's words, the three young ladies were utterly astonished. It turns out that the shrimp roast soy sauce used in the yangchun noodles is made from black truffles. No wonder the flavor is so distinct. However, Xiao was incensed, his nose nearly askew with frustration. Black truffle should only be consumed in small quantities to truly appreciate their value. Yet, Shu He, this rustic fellow, dared to make fried rice and soy sauce. I detest waste, so you all can enjoy the fried rice. I have some work to attend to. The others surrounded Shu He, their eyes fixated on his nimble movements, chopping the black truffles, separating the egg yolks from the whites, whisking the yolks with leftover rice, and heating oil to release the fragrant aroma of the shrimp roast soy sauce. Noticing that no one was paying him any mind, Xiao deliberately increased the noise as he opened the door. It was then that Lu turned her head, responding to Xiao without looking back. Your leftover rice is too scant. Just enough for me and Shu He. If you stay, there'll be nothing left for you to eat. So you may as well go. May as well go? What does that mean? Are they sending him away? Xiao wanted to argue, but seeing that everyone's attention was entirely elsewhere, he could only storm out in a huff. Back in his room, he pretended to handle some work for a while, glancing at the clock to find it was just past 7 in the evening. Enduring a long, solitary night was proving to be quite unbearable. He wondered what that fellow did all alone on the island. Bored. He lit a cigarette and stepped onto the balcony to the viewing terrace. The intoxicating aroma wafting from the communal dining area was irresistible. Xiao saw Godzilla happily bounding inside. Tail raised high, tongue out, and bursts of laughter echoed from within. At that moment, he found himself envying Godzilla. Their joy was palpable, while Xiao felt utterly devoid of it. Lu observed Xiao's desolate figure, shaking his head in disapproval. Why do I feel like Xiao is throwing a tantrum? Jingjing rolled her eyes, but considering the presence of cameras, spoke courteously. I didn't expect Xiao to be the same whether participating in a dating show or giving an interview. Oh, I mean, he is consistently the same. He seems eager to join everyone yet is too proud to descend from his pedestal. Viewers began to express their dissatisfaction with Xiao's demeanor since joining the show. Is Xiao a bit too arrogant? His words are quite unpalatable. Who exactly admires him? Such a petty man. Isn't it just jealousy? Teaching cooking is tedious and a waste of ingredients. But his snarky remarks towards Shu He are quite irritating. Shu He, the young gentleman, took care of all their leftover rice, yet Xiao had the audacity to claim he couldn't bear to see others waste ingredients. What has he been doing all afternoon? Among the three male guests, only Shu He was somewhat agreeable. In the communal dining area at that moment, Reba, Yang Chaoyue, and Huachenyu felt embarrassed to consume the fried rice meant for two, yet the tantalizing aroma that occasionally teased their nostrils was nearly driving them to madness. Each grain of rice is distinct, uniformly enveloped in a delicate yellow egg mixture, while the black truffle, often referred to as the black diamond of the dining table, is artfully sprinkled throughout. The generous pieces of egg white and a sprinkle of green onions render the fried rice visually enticing. Ignoring the gazes of the three onlookers, Lu is wholly engrossed in the aromatic fried rice, captivated by its mysterious fragrance. Conversely, Shu He feels quite uncomfortable under the eager stares of the trio. They neither wish to partake in the dish nor can he dismiss them. Perhaps the comforts of life in the entertainment industry have fostered within them a penchant for masochism? Godzilla, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, bounds into the dining room, adding yet another pair of yearning yet feigned resolute eyes to the mix. With a sigh, Shu He finds it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of the dish and decides to relinquish his portion to Godzilla. Although Lu feels a twinge of regret, she cannot allow Shu He, who has accompanied her throughout the afternoon, to go hungry. Hastily, she pushes her plate of fried rice between them, suggesting, "Let us share a plate." Shu He gestures dismissively. "It's fine. I'm not that hungry. After all, He has some provisions left in the room, which he can nibble on later. How could he not be hungry? He must eat. Bai Lu, unconvinced by Shu He's words, scoops a generous portion with her spoon and offers it to him, open wide. Ah? With no way to evade, Shu He reluctantly takes a bite. The sight of their interaction leaves the three, along with Godzilla, momentarily disenchanted with the fried rice. It has only been an afternoon, yet Bai Lu, using the same straw and feeding him, seems to be advancing their relationship at an alarming pace. Although the two enjoy each other's company, the intimacy they share appears to be progressing quite rapidly. Hua Qinyu, utterly perplexed, has been subtly flirting with Yang Jinli, yet her straightforwardness maintains a certain distance between them. How is it that Shu He, in just one afternoon, has managed to capture Bai Lu's heart? She disregards the cameras and openly feeds him. Such treatment is something he yearns for as well. Most of his admirers are female fans, and his inability to win over Yang Jinli raises doubts about his allure among his followers. It seems the time has come for him to serenade Yang Jinli, to conquer her with his talent. Though this plan may be premature, if he does not act quickly, the ensuing shows may confine their interactions to mere friendship. Shu He, momentarily dazed by Bai Lu's affectionate gesture, is still reeling from her gentle actions and anxious tone when the system notification chimes. Ding. Public display of affection. The system, with a mischievous chuckle, rewards the host with a luxurious fishing gear set worth 30,000 Maimai dollars, along with the ultimate wilderness survival skills. Is this what they call a prosperous spouse? Another top-tier skill. Shu He feels a surge of joy within, yet he must not reveal it too openly. Otherwise, others might misconstrue his delight as a result of Bai Lu's feeding. Regarding the extravagant fishing gear as a reward, its practicality fell somewhat short for Shu He. Previously, armed with the most formidable fishing skills, he had crafted a remarkably effective fishing rod from bamboo. Nevertheless, with 300,000 tarnished coins, it could serve as a collectible or a future asset, likely yielding considerable returns. Turning his gaze to Bai Lu before him, Shu He felt she appeared even more radiant. The two of them shared the fried rice, each taking turns to savor it, while the comment section erupted in lamentations. If you're dating, just go public with it. It's not a big deal. Tears. Sister, I'm also hungry. I crave food. Bai Lu, you are the irreplaceable light of my heart. What does it matter if Shu He goes hungry for a night, heartbroken? Watching Bai Lu feed him with that seemingly worthless smile, why couldn't that person be me? How I loathe it. They are so well matched. Shu He seems blissfully unaware of what is going on in his mind, behaving so obediently. As the couple finished their plate of fried rice in such a sweet manner, the three sitting across felt a sense of desolation. Fat D looked down to find that even Godzilla's portion had been devoured, which deepened her sorrow. Yet, she soon realized how absurd her thoughts were. Even if Godzilla hadn't finished, would she truly fight the dog for it? Such delicious fried rice. And she hadn't savored a single bite. Fat D fully grasped the concept of suffering for the sake of pride. Lost in thought, Hua Xiao entered the room. Upon seeing Shu He and Bai Lu tidying up the empty plates, a wave of disappointment washed over him. However, he could only express his intent. Well, I've nearly wrapped up my work and would like to discuss tomorrow's plans with everyone. If no one has any objections, how about we go fishing? I just purchased a new fishing rod and haven't had the chance to try it out yet. Chapter 15. A fishing rendezvous, controversy arises with Shu He. After contemplating Hua Xiao's suggestion, Shu He pondered whether to try her new fishing rod tomorrow. Meanwhile, the others appeared somewhat hesitant. Hua Qinyu, I don't know how to fish, but I'm willing to give it a try. Reba, I can also give it a shot, though I don't have a fishing rod. This statement was precisely what Hua Xiao had hoped for. He desired her lack of equipment. Not only could this lead to a momentous occasion of catching fish, but it could also foster a closer interaction. Yang Xiaoyu, I have heard that catching a fish is quite fulfilling. But, aside from Hua Xiao, none of us have rods. Is that feasible? Hua Xiao chuckled softly, clearing his throat as the mature gentleman stepped in. I have prepared 2 fishing rods. However, Reba and I shall share one. As for the other rod, Hua Xiao mused, his gaze drifting toward Shu He. Shu He, as the island guardian, you must have a rod, correct? It need not be extravagant. We are primarily here for entertainment. Shu He nodded earnestly. I have 2. Hua Xiao clapped his hands together. Perfect. You and Bai Lu can each take one. And I will lend my rod to Hua Qinyu and the others. He then signaled to Hua Qinyu, who immediately understood. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiao was quite supportive of him. Sharing a rod with Yang Xiaoyu would surely enhance their interaction. As for Shu He and Bai Lu, allowing them each a rod was also wise, considering their closeness had already surpassed that of Hua Xiao and himself. Maintaining a little distance would prevent any awkwardness for the three of them. Xiaoyu, shall we use Hua Xiao's rod? Hua Qinyu's eyes sparkled with affection. At that moment, you fish while I stand behind you to assist, helping you with the rod. Hua Xiao, arms crossed in satisfaction. nodded approvingly. Although watching you occasionally lacked wit, he was quick to charm the ladies. The other two male guests finally launched their offensive, allowing the female guests to fish while they embraced them from behind. TSK, the audacity was palpable. Hua Xiao was still showing off, and I was astonished. What did he mean by saying that others' fishing rods might be simple? How magnificent was his? To be fair, it truly was impressive. I seem to recall Hua Xiao showcasing his fishing gear before. Each piece started at tens of thousands. Bringing 2 rods with a combined value of over 200,000 yuan was no small feat. Goodness, fishing gear is so expensive. Another dream shattered. I find Hua Xiao rather commendable. Although he sometimes speaks harshly, this time he brought stakes and fishing rods for the other guests, displaying a generous spirit. Generous? Perhaps that term is misapplied. Is he not constantly flaunting his wealth? Putting aside the matter of wealth, Hua Xiao's fishing skills are genuinely commendable. I am quite eager for this. He has finally suggested something sensible, with both expensive rods and refined fishing techniques. Is he intent on putting Shu He in her place? Is Shu He really so straightforward? To claim she only has 1 rod capable of catching a piece of meat? Alas, the answers seem to escape him. The netizens are quite curious about tomorrow's fishing prospects, and coupled with the unfolding drama of the show, everyone eagerly anticipates the arrival of the morrow. Sui glanced at the calendar, secretly contemplating. Tomorrow marks the first day of the lunar month, an opportune moment for fishing. Additionally, 10 o'clock in the morning is the prime time for beachcombing. Not wishing to squander this opportunity, he voiced his plans to the others. I have a few other matters to attend to in the morning. How about I take you all fishing in the afternoon? No problem. The 4 of them replied in unison. Upon returning to their rooms, they relished the only chance to evade the cameras, which meant a reprieve from work. Although the mobile signal on the island was rather weak, it provided a modicum of distraction and a taste of personal space. However, Bai Lu was not pleased. Yet, Shu He had mentioned he had commitments, possibly related to his duties as an island guardian or perhaps of a personal nature, making it awkward for her to inquire before the others. Instead, she pondered a direct visit to Shu He's room tonight to ask him in person. Good idea. After all, I have a perfectly suitable excuse. With their plans for tomorrow settled, Shu He excused himself from the communal dining area, while the others stayed behind to tidy up the remnants of the day. Shu He, exhibiting a distinct personality, washed the dishes belonging to himself and Bai Lu, then departed without hesitation. Hiki. Hua Xiao intentionally brought this up, feigning a lack of understanding as he shook his head. Perhaps he believed that since he hadn't made the mess, he needn't concern himself? Yet, Bai Lu had stayed behind to assist everyone, hadn't she? Hua Yu also hinted at underlying sentiments. For Bai Lu, it was of little consequence. Sui had already done more than enough for her throughout the day. However, his nonchalant exit did leave the others feeling somewhat aggrieved. Sui has been so accommodating today, cooking for me as well, and he seems a bit weary. I could take care of his share. Ironically, this explanation only exacerbated the discontent among netizens. Initially, they had a favorable impression of his conduct today, but this behavior left them somewhat disillusioned. Want it not to be so selfish, my friend. Regardless, this is a communal environment that requires collective maintenance. Indeed, should it not be considered rather chauvinistic to presume that a woman ought to shoulder his responsibilities? Bai Lu was doomed, her mind utterly consumed by romance. How could she endure this? I believe Sui has done nothing wrong. He fulfilled his obligations, and the kitchen was not in disarray due to him. Hua Xiao and Hua Yu's deliberate provocation was rather distasteful. Suhi's seemingly simple action sparked fervent discussions in the comments section. Some deemed him selfish, while others insisted that he bore no fault, placing blame instead on Hua Xiao and Hua Yu. The observation room promptly detected the sentiments of the netizens. Yin Lu remarked. In truth, Shu He did nothing amiss. However, shouldn't we, in our daily interactions, extend mutual understanding and assistance? Teacher Xiao Liang, from a male perspective, do you find Shu He's actions appropriate? Xiao Liang stroked his chin. I see nothing inappropriate in his conduct. I cannot represent the perspective of all men. I can only express that, were I in his position, I would certainly show some consideration. Jin Jing wished to defend Shu He, suggesting that he must be feeling unwell and did not want to cause concern among others. Her voice grew increasingly faint, clearly indicating that this fabricated excuse was one she could not even convince herself of. The 3 guests in the observation room held differing opinions and were momentarily at a loss on how to soothe the emotions of the online audience, ultimately deciding to shift the live broadcast to Shu He's location. As the footage displayed Shu He emerging from the restaurant with Godzilla, he did not return directly to his residence, but instead climbed onto the rocky shore with his dog. Approaching the lighthouse, where the flag billowed in the breeze, he solemnly lowered the flag with a serious expression. Godzilla sat beside him, wearing a grave demeanor, as if fully comprehending the significance of the moment. Chapter 16. No matter how small, It belongs to our nation. Shu He gathered the flag and, standing at a vantage point, illuminated the desolate isle with a searchlight, surveying the uninhabited land below. The night vision drone followed his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Godzilla accompanied Shu He as he inspected the island, which remained as small and tranquil as ever. As he observed, the canine companion yawned in boredom. Shu He glanced down, chuckling. What's the matter, Godzilla? Can't you fit on this deserted island? Are you discontent with its size? Godzilla lowered his head and nuzzled against Shu He's feet, as if to convey, "That's not what I meant. I have you here." Shu He bent down, affectionately stroking from the dog's head to its tail, proclaiming, "No matter how small, it is still our nation's." The dog understood, his heart clear on the matter. Godzilla responded endearingly to Shu He's gestures, ultimately licking Shu He's hand in a show of affection. After standing, Shu He placed the flag into the modest quarters designated for the island's guardian. The interior was exceedingly rudimentary. Although Shu He had tidied it up, it still fell short of comfortable living standards. The window was shattered, the walls were weathered, the floor was waterlogged, and mosquitoes buzzed incessantly. The only piece of furniture was a bare, hard single bed, missing several slats. In retrospect, the fleeing developer had at least accomplished something worthwhile. After securing the flag, Shu He picked up a yellow tennis ball from the ground, tossing it lightly in his hand while glancing at Godzilla. "Shall we have a match? If you win, I'll play ball with you." Woof, woof. Godzilla leaped and tumbled with exuberance, unable to contain his excitement. Shu He laughed as he exited the room, aligning himself with the dog. Ready, set, go. Shu He sprinted towards the rocky edge, using both hands and feet to descend as swiftly as possible. Godzilla, however, traversed the terrain with ease and soon stood on the beach, howling with joy towards Shu He. A woof, woof, woof. Upon reaching the ground, Shu He burst into laughter. "You little rascal. You've won effortlessly again." With that, he threw the tennis ball far into the distance. Godzilla leaped, twisting midair, propelling himself with all his might towards the direction of the thrown ball while Shu He remained in place, eagerly waiting. The chat fell silent, the previous chatter extinguished. It was Jin Jing who first broke the stillness of the live stream. "I told you Shu He could never be a selfish man. He's here to lower the flag." Yenlu nodded earnestly beside her. "I'm quite moved," when he said, "No matter how small, it is still our nation's." The production team of the Heartfelt space program had navigated numerous approval processes to invite Shu He for filming, which was indeed part of his responsibilities. From this perspective, Shu He had fulfilled his obligations without neglecting the duties of the island guardian. Xiao Yang, observing the playful interaction between Shu He and Godzilla, felt a twinge of emotion. This child's spirit is something modern individuals could learn from. Completing his work diligently in such an environment while still finding joy. Without Godzilla, I wonder if he would feel lonely. For the first time, Jin Jing's tone was somber. That's why we say dogs are humanity's best friends, isn't it? Accompanied by unwavering loyalty to the master. "We have just misunderstood Shu He," Yin Lu, with a face full of contrition, remarked. "I should not have jumped to conclusions. Shu He is taken good care of by Lu and has completed his duties." As the last rays of sunlight faded by the seaside, he lowered the flag. "I can only extend my apologies to him through the live stream." Upon hearing Yin Lu's words, those who had previously condemned Shu He in the comments section began to express their remorse after watching the variety show all afternoon. "I completely forgot he had the responsibilities of a guardian of the island. I retract my earlier statements. I'm truly sorry, young man." No wonder he hurried out of the restaurant. If he delayed any longer, the sun would have set entirely, jeopardizing the timing of the flag lowering. How foolish of me to criticize Shu He. Such a handsome young man with a profound sense of patriotism has captivated me. My apologies to you all. Indeed. Even the smallest island is part of our nation. Without individuals like Shu He safeguarding our border islands, our territory would surely face relentless encroachment. Now, a pressing question arises, are there weapons on the deserted island? My goodness, it seems some exist while others do not. Why is my focus solely on the notion of Godzilla becoming sentient, climbing trees like a cat, foraging for truffles like a pig, scaling mountains like a monkey, and even thinking like a human? Even Captain America, having consumed the gene serum, would bow down before Godzilla. I truly admire the life Shu He has cultivated, diligent, responsible, tranquil, and utterly joyful. Godzilla has retrieved the ball and returned it to Shu He, excitedly bouncing against him. Shu He throws the tennis ball once more. And as the few who tidied up the restaurant emerge, they witness this delightful scene. "Hey, not even helping us clean up, just playing with the dog," Hua Xiao remarked, brushing off the grease on his clothes. He seemed to carry a hint of provocation in his tone, prompting Heba to change the subject. "It's completely dark now. If it weren't for the spotlight, it would be quite disorienting." This statement drew everyone's attention to the spotlight illuminating the rocks, and Bai Lu noticed that the flag, which had been flying high earlier, was now absent. "Shu He, Did you just lower the flag? Indeed, Shu He replied, not turning around, but remaining poised to welcome the returning Godzilla. Yang Chaoyue stood on tiptoe, gazing toward the spotlight. So, Shu He wasn't fleeing the scene. He not only lowered the flag but also activated the lighting for us and played with Godzilla. Shu He was nearly knocked down by the exuberant Godzilla. And after regaining his balance, he clarified, I didn't turn on the spotlight for you. I did it to warn fishing boats of potential hazards. However, what do you mean by fleeing the scene? Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu appeared visibly awkward at Shu He's inquiry. Shu He had left the restaurant to fulfill his responsibilities as an island guardian, yet they framed his actions as selfish, a narrative that was already being broadcasted live. I wonder if the netizens are currently criticizing the two. Hua Xiao rubbed his hands together and approached Shu He. I truly apologize. A brief misunderstanding occurred earlier. We mistakenly thought you had fled to avoid cleaning the dining area. Hua Chenyu observed the peculiar demeanor of Hua Xiao, who, despite being an esteemed veteran in the entertainment industry, was apologizing to a mere newcomer. However, after years in the entertainment realm, he swiftly discerned the truth. Sacred duties must not be subjected to malicious speculation. They had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. Yet a true gentleman is capable of both yielding and adapting. To preserve this lucrative opportunity, what was a mere apology? Shu He, I sincerely apologize. I misjudged you as well. Hua beamed with radiant cheer. Shu He nonchalantly waved his hand, for he had no time to dwell on trivial grievances, stating, I thought it was no significant matter. Godzilla scrutinized the three individuals, becoming slightly displeased as he sought to comprehend the situation. He retrieved the tennis ball from Shu He and approached Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu. Gazing intently at them, the two men felt a tinge of awkwardness under Godzilla's stare. Was he attempting to engage them in a game? Surely. The sun must have risen in the west. Hua Xiao's face instantly brightened with mirth. Is Godzilla accepting our apology on behalf of Shu He? And expressing it through playful interaction? I am utterly flabbergasted. Ha. Come, Godzilla, I shall play with you alongside Brother Hua. With that, he extended his hand toward Godzilla's mouth, attempting to take the tennis ball. Yet, Godzilla not only refused but also executed an extremely provocative gesture. Chapter 17. Should the sister handle the younger brother, or must one be proactive? Godzilla vigorously shook its canine head, sending the tennis ball soaring in an unexpected direction. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Should it not be the case that a human throws the ball and the dog retrieves it? Godzilla seemed to defy convention, almost likening itself to a human. Who would have thought that Godzilla could be so formidable, typically so accommodating? It now demanded that Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu fetch the ball it had tossed. The insult was minor, yet the humiliation was profound. However, if these two truly managed to retrieve the ball, I would forgive their earlier slander against the island guardians. I have made up my mind. I shall also raise a Hua Xia rural dog. Whenever I encounter displeasing situations, my dog shall take the initiative to avenge me. The Hua Xia rural dog is truly delightful. It possesses great stamina, is intelligent, free of hereditary diseases, and remains loyal and clever. Its only flaw is its ease of care. Let us not deify Godzilla. What ill intent could a dog possibly harbor? It merely seeks companionship for a game of fetch. This is undeniably true. Though the expressions on Hua and Hua Xiao's faces were rather grim, eliciting laughter. The dog employed a blatant strategy. How should one respond to such a challenge? Faced with Godzilla's expectant and provocative gaze, the two men fidgeted, unsure of where to place their hands. To refuse would suggest pettiness on their part. Yet the dog was simply wishing to play fetch, while they elevated the matter to an entirely different level. Should it be publicized? There would be no way to clarify the situation, yet to acquiesce seemed utterly absurd. Historically, humans have walked dogs. Never has a dog walked a human. If the matter were to be scrutinized, where would they save face? The typically composed Hua Xiao now awkwardly scratched the back of his head, forcing a strained smile. Godzilla. Was this intentional? This inquiry was perhaps a means of providing himself an escape route, for how could a dog comprehend human language? Should Godzilla remain unresponsive? He could privately conclude, it was not deliberate. It merely wished to play fetch. This way, the act of retrieving the ball would not be entirely humiliating. To his surprise, Godzilla, with a mind full of cleverness, responded at once. Woof. Hachi. It was deliberate. It even mimicked a nod like a human. Hua Xiao exhaled a long, exasperated breath. This dog was almost on the brink of speaking human language. Was it trying to drive him to madness? Either way, he was trapped. It would be better to handle the situation more gracefully. Was it not merely a matter of providing oneself an escape route? As a professional supporter, could he not navigate this minor hurdle? Godzilla was indeed clever, now even joking. To reward you, I shall retrieve the ball for you to play with. Hua Xiao gingerly stepped on the soft sand, approaching the ball with great difficulty. Inwardly cursing, this dog truly deserves its diet of black truffles. It can launch the ball this far with its mouth. Godzilla glanced at Hua Xiao's silhouette and then at Hua Qingyu, who, upon realizing the situation, hurriedly followed suit. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, retrieved the ball and presented it back to Godzilla, who promptly picked it up and threw it away once more. Hua Qingyu struggled to maintain his composure, yet understood that this was the only way to divert attention from the earlier awkwardness and alleviate the audience's dissatisfaction. Thus, he grinned and remarked, "Life on the island is truly delightful. I am well fed, hydrated, and can even engage in physical exercise. I adore dogs immensely. This is just perfect for digesting my meal." No sooner had he spoken than his stomach emitted a loud growl. Having eaten dinner early and feeling too shy to ask for a portion of the coconuts meant for the female guests, he now found himself exhausting energy alongside the dog, leading him to feel nearly faint. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure this lifestyle. As the two of them shakily retrieved the ball, they noticed Godzilla was about to throw it again. Shu He interjected sharply, "Enough, Godzilla. You're not even running. Let us save the play for tomorrow." Observing Godzilla reluctantly expel the ball, Shu He wore a satisfied smile. He wished for Godzilla to enjoy himself, but on one hand, the mischievous pup's erratic gaze left him uneasy, while on the other, Hua Qingyu's stomach grumbling was audible to all, and the silence was merely out of embarrassment. If Godzilla continued to play for a few more rounds, Hua Qingyu, with his petite frame, might genuinely faint, leading to the depletion of their precious medical supplies. These individuals had brought their own provisions, so it would be wiser for him to return, have a quick bite, and rest, which would help him recover. Hua Xiao and Hua Qingyu, upon hearing Shu's words, forced smiles, yet inwardly felt a wave of gratitude. Hua Xiao hastily suggested, "Let us call it a day. Everyone seems quite fatigued after just arriving on the island. Tomorrow we shall go fishing together." As the group dispersed, the three female guests gathered in a huddle, whispering as they walked back, "Reba, was Godzilla being intentional?" "Yang Chaoe, it seems so." The pup even acknowledged it. "Godzilla is fiercely protective of his master. I wish I could take him home. Who would dare bully me then?" At this moment, Reba noticed Bailu, who had fallen silent after parting from Shu He, and curiously inquired, "Bailu, why did you go quiet the moment you separated from Shu He? Can you not bear a minute apart? Why not pretend to be scared tonight and stay over at his place?" Hearing Reba's teasing, Bailu chuckled as she playfully swatted her friend with her white t-shirt. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just planning for tomorrow." Yang Chaoe chimed in. "Isn't that the t-shirt Shu He wore this morning? Oh dear, you're not secretly longing for him and planning to cuddle with his shirt tonight, are you?" Laughter erupted. Bailu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the playful jests of her two friends. "You two are insufferable. Shu He got his shirt dirty while pretending to be a black truffle, and I'm just going to wash it for him. Oh dear. That sounds like a couple already living the idyllic island life of farming and weaving." The two friends teased themselves, leaving Bailu at a loss for words. As she lifted her gaze, the room materialized before her. You two are utterly ridiculous. I'm going back to ignore you. Off to wash clothes for my man." "Haraha." Reba was amused by Yang Chaoe's peculiar tone, bursting into laughter, while Bailu, flinging the door open, leaped onto the bed and covered her head with the blanket. Though a bit embarrassed by their teasing, a delightful warmth blossomed within her heart. Bailu picked up her phone, searching for a signal throughout the room. After a short while, a message notification chimed, revealing several messages from her close friend. "Dandan, by Meng Yin. The new dating show is absolutely captivating. Everyone believes you are performing splendidly. The number of fans for Lurong has surged by over 100,000. Next. I hope you accomplish the task assigned by the sisterhood. Main task, win over the high-quality man, Shu He. You two are simply irresistible together. Side task, after the show. Arrange for me to meet the real Shu He. I'm itching with anticipation. Don't worry. I won't steal him." Emoji. Auntie is an old Psy fan. Bailu chuckled at Dandan's messages. She was the dearest friend who had stood by her during her darkest days. They had promised each other that if one became wealthy, she would support the other, and with her sudden rise to fame, Bailu was quick to honor that promise by inviting Dandan to be her assistant. With Bailu's help, Dandan also achieved financial independence in both her professional and personal life. Dandan was Bailu's most trusted confidant. "Bailu, this task is so challenging. Although I can sense that Shu He doesn't dislike me, I'm still unsure if he likes me. Do you have any brilliant ideas?" Dandan promptly replied, "Are you serious? A brilliant idea? What a joke. You are the nation's goddess, Bailu. How can you feel insecure when it comes to Shu He? However, if you want to win him over, you must be a bit bolder and more proactive." With a mischievous grin, Bailu's arms ached from lifting them, and she simply responded with, "Got it." Truly, a best friend sees eye to eye with her hero. Encouraged, she tossed her phone aside and hurried to the bathroom to wash Shu He's clothes. Twisting and wringing, she finally got the t-shirt half dry. After tidying her hair and applying a touch of makeup, she opened the door and stepped out of the room. Chapter 18, Bailu. You mustn't depart alone. The live broadcast displayed a desolate beach, void of any presence, with even Godzilla trailing behind Shu He as he retreated to his quarters. The audience, witnessing the flickering lights and listening to the gentle whispers of the waves, felt a sense of wistfulness wash over them. The three guests in the observation room began bidding farewell to the viewers. Yin-Lu, the guests have all returned to rest. And now it is time for us to say goodbye. Jing, what are your thoughts on today's performances? Jing, in a word, I utterly adore Shu He. Had I known such a charming male guest would be present, I would have signed up myself, no matter what. Comparatively, Hua Xiao is not bad either. Albeit his actions can be peculiar at times, he consistently provides the guests with various resources and advice. Yin-Lu nodded and turned to Xiao Liang. Mr. Xiao, this is your first appearance on a dating show, isn't it? What are your impressions? Xiao Liang chuckled. To be honest, I was quite surprised when I was invited. Has the entertainment industry become so inclusive that even someone of my stature can be an observer on a dating show? However, after watching for a while, I found it rather intriguing. Especially Shu He. I know he has only been to the uninhabited island for a week. Yet he has already grasped the local dynamics and taken excellent care of Bai Lu. His adaptability is off the charts. I would rate him 200 out of 100. What impressed me most was his ability to distinguish between male and female little nose-wind birds at a glance. I was quite astonished. Yin-Lu, indeed. An outsider may revel in the spectacle, but an insider discerns the subtleties. Had it not been for Mr. Xiao, we would have remained oblivious to Shu He's profound understanding of avian species. Now, let us discuss Hua's performance. Jing shifted her gaze, struggling to recall what Hua had accomplished today. Xiao Liang, Hua was, well, decent, quite endearing. Upon hearing Xiao Liang's words, Jing could barely contain her laughter. It seemed that while he may lack knowledge of the entertainment industry, he certainly knew how to play the role of a diplomat. Yet, his response was so vague that it was almost better left unsaid. Jing tactfully redirected the conversation. I believe all three female guests performed admirably today. In such an environment, there were no complaints. They relished their meals, remained unpretentious, and occasionally assisted one another. Super Yu is charmingly straightforward, Reba is remarkably understanding. And Bai Lu, needless to say, is genuine, humorous, and perceptive. Who wouldn't he adore such three young women? Yin-Lu wholeheartedly agreed with Jing's sentiments, however. You've overlooked the dark horse that emerged from our program. Its performance, in my opinion, has outshone that of the guests. The trio chimed in unison, Godzilla. Ha ha ha. As laughter echoed in the observation room, the screen gradually faded to black, signaling that it was time for the audience to bid goodnight. Yet, the online viewers were reluctant to leave the live stream. Is this day truly over? It was so captivating. I haven't had enough. Fear not, everyone. This is a 24-hour live broadcast. I plan to stay up all night watching the stream, for who knows what unseen delights may unfold this evening. How intriguing. I shall wait as well. Listening quietly to the soothing sound of the waves is indeed a wonderful way to alleviate stress. However, they are not scheduled to commence fishing until tomorrow afternoon. Must we endure a long morning of waiting? Let us engage in conversation to pass the time. Thus, within the live stream room, over 1 million night owls exchanged intermittent comments. Something is unfolding. Dear friends, remaining in the live stream was indeed a wise decision. Is that Bai Lu? What is she up to with those furtive glances? I thought only the male guest would be restless through the long night. Yet, unexpectedly, we have awaited Bai Lu's arrival. The goddess Bai Lu, despite a long day, still radiates beauty. An upstairs straight man commented, clearly this is meticulously arranged. What is her intention? Did you not hear the earlier conversation with the third lady? Naturally, she wishes to pursue Shu He. Bai Lu, you ought to return. You can only be pursued, not the one to initiate. Sobbing, upon seeing a guest appear on screen, the netizens instantly perked up. Bai Lu stealthily exited her room, gently closing the door behind her, inhaling deeply twice, and proceeded towards Shu He. Having just finished exercising and taken a shower, Shu He felt considerably rejuvenated, pondering when the system would finally provide the gene serum for use. Each day spent striving for survival while maintaining fitness somewhat contradicts the promise to avoid the rat race. Yet, there is no alternative on this desolate island. Even a common cold could prove fatal. Godzilla, that lucky creature, must have accrued significant merit in a past life, as its initial skills are fully maximized. Reflecting on Godzilla, Shu He dried his hair while searching for its presence. The little bear was being unusually quiet, which surely meant mischief was afoot. Upon entering the living room, he found Godzilla intently sniffing at the door seam, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. Shu He felt puzzled. If there were any commotion outside, Godzilla would typically bark loudly as a warning. If all was silent, it would never engage in sniffing the door seam. Did I not provide you a dedicated entrance? Why do you not venture out and whimper instead? Woof, woof. Godzilla turned to him, and Shu He understood. Previously, there were only the two of them on the island. Regardless of the sounds outside, Godzilla was always the first to alert him. Now, with the arrival of other guests, Godzilla had detected their sense. Since they were all acquainted, there was no need for excessive barking. If Godzilla remained silent, it surely was not due to those two male artists. Could it be that a lady had come visiting in the late hours? Shu He was taken aback, hastily donning his clothing. Godzilla's whimpers grew increasingly pronounced as Shu He glanced through the peephole. He observed Bailu lost in thought, reaching out, moving away, and then returning, executing a flurry of motions in a mere second. Shu He finally comprehended what his teacher used to say. I see all your little movements clearly. He smiled and opened the door directly. What brings you here, Bailu? Bailu was startled, her voice raspy as she spoke. Cough cough. Shu He, I came to deliver a T-shirt for you. I've washed it. As Shu He took the T-shirt, it still bore a hint of dampness. Yet it wafted the unique fragrance of milk that Bailu possessed. Thank you, she uttered. The two stood at the threshold, unsure of what to say. Bailu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and ventured, is your room similar to ours? Immediately regretting her words, she wished fervently to slap herself. That inquiry felt utterly inappropriate. It was already quite presumptuous to knock on someone else's door at this hour, and her mind had betrayed her with such a clumsy question. Surely, Shu He would misconstrue her intentions as an invitation to enter, as if she were deliberately broaching the topic. At that moment, Bailu wished she could transform into a crab and burrow into the sand. Shu He, too, found himself momentarily flustered by Bailu's remark. Well, they're quite similar. I believe it was designed to be a deluxe suite, after all. Yet, considering the implications of her hint, his response felt rather dry. Was it truly appropriate to act this way in front of the camera? But what mattered more, the camera or his integrity? Any other man in his position would undoubtedly voice a clear preference. Thus, he stepped aside and gestured invitingly, please, come in and have a seat. Chapter 19. The third young lady's night visits. Shu He could no longer contain himself, as the barrage of comments erupted like popcorn in a hot pan. Goodness, I must exclaim, what a spectacle this dating show transforms into at night. Is your room the same as ours? A translation of this sentiment might be, I wish to enter your chamber and spend a delightful evening with you. Do not speak of my Bailu in such a manner. She simply made a foolish mistake. Shu He, acting decisively, a true role model for us all. Allow me to pay my respects. Oh, what a delightful performance we have awaited. Life is indeed worth living. Wait, another female contestant has emerged. Could this be Reba? Does she also wish to explore the layout of Hua Xiao's room? Indeed, times are changing. It seems the ladies have become bolder. Bailu, blushing deeply from Shu He's invitation, realized that Shu He had misunderstood her intentions. She quickly waved her hands. It's rather late. I shan't intrude. I merely wanted to inquire about your plans for tomorrow morning. Do you require my assistance? Shu He responded with a no, and to claim he was not disappointed would be a falsehood. Tomorrow marks the first day of the lunar month, and I intend to go tide pooling in the morning. The timing for fishing is not rigid. Afternoon works as well. Upon hearing tide pooling, Bailu instantly forgot her earlier embarrassment, as she often enjoyed watching various tide pooling videos on her phone. She wondered if reality was as magical as depicted. Tide pooling. Is it akin to the videos where one digs up giant clams from the sand? Shu He nodded, roughly speaking. However, many videos are fabricated, and the actual circumstances may not be as optimistic. Tomorrow is the prime time of the month, but the outcome remains uncertain. Bailu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. May I accompany you? Of course, Shu He replied readily. Splendid. Bailu beamed at Shu He, whose hair was still slightly damp, exuding the fresh scent of body wash. If he were to invite her into his room, would she accept? Bailu, what are you two up to? A sudden voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. She turned to find Reba, burdened with an assortment of items. I came to return Shu He's clothes. What about you? Before Reba could answer, she gave Bailu a knowing glance and then spoke. Shu He graciously shared his coconuts with us this morning, so I brought him some snacks from my hometown as a token of gratitude. As she spoke, she handed various treats to Shu He, Zyangla beef jerky, milk curds, snow lotus pepper strands, and sealed fried rice noodles. Despite Shu He's attempts to refuse, Reba persisted, leaving him with no opportunity to decline. Soon, he struggled to hold the bounty of snacks. Truly, Pandai lived up to her reputation as a foodie, having distributed half. Reba directly stuffed the remainder into Bailu's arms. Everyone gets a share. Taste our hometown delicacies, and don't be overwhelmed by the aroma. As the trio busied themselves exchanging snacks, another female voice chimed in from behind. Is everyone here? What a lively gathering. Turning back, Yang Chaiwa approached Shu He, carrying a bag in her hand. Shu He, thank you for the coconut today. I usually don't like to carry much when I go out, but this is my new perfume, a gift for you. With that, She stuffed the bag into Shu He's hands. Yang Jili was rather straightforward. Though the perfume would be of little use to him. You all can take these things back. It's just a coconut. No. Yang Qiaoyue shook her head vigorously. Like a rattle drum. If you don't accept it, how will I ever get to eat coconuts again? Reba nodded emphatically. It's getting late. Shouldn't the three of us head back to rest? The three girls had completed their tasks and, before darting off, playfully teased Godzilla. Finally, only Shu He remained at the door, burdened with bags, initially thinking it was a gesture of gratitude. Only to realize that Reba and Yang Jili had merely regarded themselves as long-term coconut tickets. Bai Lu had also departed. Alas, life is unpredictable. Like a sausage wrapped in a sausage. Shu He sighed and took Godzilla back inside, closing the door with his foot and placing the items on the table. Snacks were still edible, but the perfume. Just as he contemplated the situation, survival instincts surged in his mind. Suddenly, Shu He's eyes lit up. The perfume contained a significant amount of alcohol, which, when mixed with amino acids, sodium carbonate, and acetic acid, could create a highly effective mosquito repellent solution. Furthermore, the synthetic fragrances in the perfume would not only ensure safety but also provide a pleasant aroma, with a touch of the chemistry knowledge he had acquired. Shu He had discerned the principles behind the creation of the mosquito repellent. Perhaps the perfume was not entirely useless after all. It was only 9:30 in the evening. Heading to bed now felt premature. Without hesitation, Shu He called out to Godzilla, who was just on the brink of slumber. Fetch all those stinky fish and rotten shrimp you've hidden away. Tomorrow I'll reward you with a batch of fresh ones. Uncharacteristically, Godzilla was less enthusiastic, even though Shu He assured him of new replacements. It still felt a bit reluctant. After all, those were the treasures accumulated over time. Though fresh food was consumed daily, the hidden stash had almost slipped from memory. But one could never be too sure, could they? Seeing Godzilla's demeanor, Shu He helplessly gave him a nudge. I'll prepare a chilled coconut for you. Woof. Godzilla perked up, swiftly darting out through the doggy door. Every time he devoured a coconut, he ended up with splinters in his mouth, far inferior to the smooth, peeled ones. With fresh seafood and slippery coconuts at stake, this trade was simply too good to pass up. Shu He emerged from his room with several worn iron basins and a jumble of tools, gathering some dry firewood to start a fire. Once the pot was set up, he waited for Godzilla to bring in the goods while also boiling water and peeling coconuts for him. Observers who had not yet left were quite curious about his actions. Was Shu He preparing a special meal for himself? Was it because the three girls had visited him at night, leaving the young man restless? What method could one employ to inform those two male guests that they are somewhat lacking in sophistication? The imagination of netizens is truly boundless. Shu He, having shared a plate of fried rice with Bai Lu in the evening, must have been quite famished. Yet, did not Pundi just provide him with an abundance of snacks? At such a late hour, was it really necessary to stir things up? Could it be that his culinary skills are so exceptional that he looks down upon prepackaged food? I believe Shu He is not that pretentious. Initially, many netizens planned to depart upon noticing the island's stillness. But upon seeing Shu He emerge from his room to start a fire by the seaside, curiosity drew them back. Godzilla incessantly brought him various foul-smelling fish and shrimp, soon forming a small mountain at Shu He's feet. This inexplicable behavior attracted many newcomers. Is this a romantic reality show? Why is a dog taking care of its seemingly helpless owner? How absurd. Allow me to clarify for the newcomers. Well, I'm not quite sure what is happening either. How peculiar. I can almost smell the stench through the screen. Is Shu He planning to cook these items? Is he merely putting on a show of vulnerability? There is no need to go to such lengths to conserve ingredients. Let us not make wild guesses. Just watch closely. Shu He methodically rinses the foul fish and shrimp in seawater before placing them into an iron basin. No need to dig further. Godzilla, relieved, bites into the coconut in Shu He's hand, slurping the refreshing coconut water from the opening. Once finished, Shu He uses a hammer to mix and crush the ingredients in the pot. The process of hydrolysis is quite lengthy, and netizens began to yawn, still puzzled about what Shu He intends to accomplish. Chapter 28 Night of Spring Sentiments. After the hydrolysis was complete, Shu He carefully removed the impurities from the pot. While waiting for them to cool, he fashioned a filtration device using a large mineral water bottle. 2 hours later, he poured the lukewarm concoction of foul fish and rotten shrimp into the apparatus and retreated to his room, extinguishing the lights to sleep. This left a multitude of viewers in the live stream utterly perplexed. Could you please clarify your intentions? What exactly are you doing? How are we supposed to sleep now? In that moment, I found myself yearning for the presence of the Tibetan fox. Wasn't Shu He supposed to be a culinary expert? Was he perhaps concocting a unique seasoning? It is conceivable that the putrid seafood soup, once filtered, would evaporate under the sun, resulting in the formation of crystals within the filtration bottle. These crystals, might they be some sort of seafood flavor enhancer? The previous speculation seemed somewhat plausible. However, As a chemistry student from Beiping, I believe these crystals were likely amino acids. Must one possess a degree to watch a live stream? Amino acids? Indeed. It had been a decade since I graduated, and to even dream of such chemical compounds would be a nightmare. Even in a rebirth, I cannot comprehend the world of academic elites. Alas, the viewers waited patiently until all 6 lights in the row of rooms were extinguished, leading them to conclude that there would be no further entertainment that evening. Reluctantly, they departed from the live stream, seeking snippets of today's program on the official account. A total of 20 clips were posted, 13 of which featured Shu He cooking, climbing coconut trees, capturing beautiful photos of Bai Lu, and taking the dog down the flag. Each video garnered millions of views. And the clip of Bai Lu and Shu He providing voiceovers for the Paradise Bird video received an astounding number of likes. I can't stop laughing. Is this a new dating show? The pairing of a comedic girl and a comedic boy is exceedingly rare. A handsome, funny man is even rarer. Having watched the other videos of this young man, I am eagerly anticipating tomorrow's live stream. The daily antics of Bai Lu and Shu He. Bai Lu, huh? Shu He, hi. This was my 100th viewing. Who is this unfamiliar young man? Is he a newcomer? Why are there so many clips featuring Shu He? Hua performed exceptionally well too. Why does the production team favor this amateur so much? Does he have some influential backing? Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin, with no social media presence, have so many edited segments? I suggest the critics watch the live stream before they complain. The video's immense popularity even reached Shu He's former classmates. To think I was in the same class as Shu He, who now earns a mere $1,800 a month, always laughing heartily. Meanwhile, I earn over 100,000 and worry about where to spend it. Why is there such a vast disparity among people? Please, do not tarnish Qing University's reputation. I too was a classmate of Shu He. He is quite well liked. When news of his venture to a deserted island spread, my classmates expressed admiration, but none could emulate him. Shu He and I shared a dormitory. We are all bachelors. Yet he has gone to a deserted island to partner with Bai Lu for a dating show. Isn't that infuriating? Goodness. He has stirred up a hornet's nest at Qing University. Even Qing University has its naysayers. Upon glancing at the comments section, a multitude of individuals claiming to know Shu He appeared, prompting curious onlookers to inquire about his contact details. Since venturing to the deserted island, Shu He has been in a state of disconnection, leaving this group of individuals with no fruitful leads. Director Wang, somewhat distracted, perused the comments while listening to the live broadcast updates. Despite the broadcast having only commenced for half a day, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The peak online viewership had reached 5 million, and the promotional effect of short videos related to Shu He was exceptionally favorable. Coupled with several individuals planning a fishing trip and Shu He's endeavor to gather clams with Bai Lu, as well as the mystery of what Shu He was crafting by the seaside, Director Wang was confident that tomorrow's viewership would surpass today's. However, he was quite astonished by the numerous advertisers reaching out to the program team after merely half a day of live streaming. He vaguely speculated that this surge in interest was due to the rising popularity of the Chinese rural dog and black truffles. The latter had completely sold out in the market, and the number of Chinese rural dogs being adopted in various cities' stray dog shelters had risen dramatically. The Godzilla-like large yellow dogs were even being frantically sought after by several groups simultaneously, leaving the shelter staff utterly bewildered. The life of a stray dog is often synonymous with tragedy. Even when kind-hearted individuals come to adopt, it is usually the well-known breeds that are prioritized. The large yellow dogs, on the other hand, are often overlooked, existing merely to accentuate the nobility of imported pedigree breeds in the eyes of many. Now, it seemed that a plethora of people were clamoring to adopt large yellow dogs, and if this trend continued, would they eventually be sent to auction houses? At 6 in the morning, Shu He, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide. This dream was exceedingly stimulating. Yet the face of the leading lady remained obscured. Who could it be? Bai Lu. Her skin was indeed fair, but he was uncertain of her dimensions. If the opportunity arose today, this thought barely formed before being quashed by Shu He. Could he truly appear as a pervert before so many cameras? It was simply inconceivable. Perhaps it was Bai Lu's inexplicable words from the previous night, or the incessant chatter of the third girl outside his room. Regardless, such occurrences are entirely normal for a man of appropriate age and disposition. Shu He promptly stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower, then, basking in the gentle sunlight, climbed onto the rocks to raise the flag. In truth, the daily act of hoisting and lowering the flag is not a mandatory task for the island guardians, yet. Barring any special circumstances, Shu He still endeavored to synchronize the flag's movements with the sun's rise and fall. Being on a deserted island, the most remote part of the homeland, facing the vast ocean and familiar rainforests and beaches daily, one cannot help but feel a tinge of melancholy. However, seeing the flag fluttering adds a vibrant hue to the deserted island, allowing him to profoundly realize that the island is home, the island is the nation, and he instinctively feels a sense of peace. In the live stream, the viewers, who seemed either to have stayed up late or risen early, filled the comments with a ceaseless barrage of messages. At that moment, however, all eyes were solemnly fixed upon Shu He as he gradually raised the flag. Not a single word was uttered until the ceremony concluded, after which the atmosphere became lively once more. Good morning, young man. Listening to the sound of the waves while accompanying you in raising the flag heralds a wonderful day. I stayed up all night, and witnessing the flag raising on the deserted island invigorated my spirits. Finally, Shu He has risen. Can you unveil the truth about that pot of soup? What soup? It has evaporated into dry powder. Yesterday, someone educated us that this consists of amino acids, with black truffles containing as many as 18 kinds. Is it truly necessary for Shu He to go to such lengths to extract a singular component of amino acids? The concentrations may differ, and while impurities are unavoidable, it is fair to say that it is not comparable to black truffles. Nevertheless, one must admit that Shu He is somewhat ostentatious in this endeavor. If one desires to supplement their diet with amino acids, black truffles would suffice. Is complicating a simple matter his way of showing off? At that moment, Shu He approached the bottle of filtered water from yesterday. Each drop slowly permeated, nearly evaporating along the bottle's body as it fell. Satisfied that the quantity was adequate, he temporarily set aside the unfinished portion. He returned to his room, retrieved a bar of soap, and proceeded to cut and grind it into soapy water. Mixing it with the perfume gifted by Yang Chaowei, he ultimately poured it into the iron basin from yesterday for heating. My CPU is about to overheat. Even Baidu Encyclopedia is at a loss regarding his actions. You might think he is preparing a meal, yet he has thrown in both soap and perfume. The observers in the laboratory, along with several other celebrities on the island. How can you sleep while the viewers remain awake? Hurry up and get up to inquire about what Brother Shu He is doing. I feel like I am going to explode. Chapter 21. The girl's perception of time once again. She brought a pot of soup to a boil, allowing it to cool before adding a few drops of acetic acid. She poured the mixture into a small mineral water bottle and returned to her room. The live stream resumed its desolate atmosphere, leaving viewers utterly perplexed. I have given up the struggle. Let it be as it may. It is evident that the scholar operates on a different plane than the ordinary. I am now convinced he is conducting some arcane experiment. Wasn't that individual named Xiaoxian, an alumnus of Tsinghua, just disparaging Shu He? If you're so remarkable, why not enlighten us? Xiaoxian, do not feign ignorance. I see you in the live chat. You had the audacity to criticize Shu He. Now, have the courage to speak up. Xiaoxian remained silent, but another viewer, who claimed to share a dormitory with Shu He, interjected, Shu He, we are all software development majors, not chemistry majors. However, combining amino acids with alkaline substances like sodium carbonate and heating them to boiling point should produce sodium amino acid carbonate, which might be used for everyday cleaning. Yet, he subsequently added acetic acid, and Shu He possesses soap, rendering cleaning agents unnecessary. I'm sorry, I cannot comprehend this. Is it that I am unworthy of viewing the live stream? Perhaps we should collectively petition the production team to have Shu He elucidate what he has been toiling over all night. Agreed. We implore the production team to reach out to the guests. Please, we beseech you. Unbeknownst to Shu He, the viewers were becoming increasingly exasperated by a spontaneous little experiment. He hummed a tune while affixing the small water bottle to the blades of the room's fan with tape. As the bottle spun rapidly with the blades, it traced a blurred circle in the air. Scattered across the floor were various fan components. He had observed on television that children who dismantled appliances often face their parents' wrath. Though he had never experienced such familial discipline, his intention in securing the bottle to the blades was to achieve separation of the earlier concoction through the rotation speed. He was uncertain whether the blade's velocity would suffice, yet maintaining purity was essential. Given the current circumstances, a plethora of impurities was unavoidable. To enhance the efficacy of the mosquito repellent, adherence to the preparation protocol was paramount. Checking the time, he noted it was only 8 o'clock. He ventured into the communal dining area to prepare himself a fried egg and mix Godzilla's dog food before returning to his room to contemplate a brief nap while listening to the satellite broadcast on his phone. According to the monitoring area in the maritime region of Haiqing, on the 16th, personnel have repeatedly captured footage of spotted seals in the waters near Haiqing. This marks the first sighting of spotted seals in Haiqing. The spotted seal is a first-class protected wild animal in our country, previously detected in Yueqing 2 years ago, but this occurrence in Haiqing is unprecedented. The presence of the spotted seal contributes significantly to the maintenance of the local marine ecosystem's balance. simultaneously signifying the remarkable achievements in marine ecological restoration and the preservation of fishery resources in our country. This year, the ninth typhoon, Xianba, tropical storm level, formed in the central Blue Sea, with expectations for its strength to gradually increase as it approaches the coastal areas from Haicheng south to Yushi. It is likely to make landfall in the early hours of the coming days, continuing its trajectory into the Gulf of Guangxi. Local residents are advised to minimize outings. Most of the program's crew members commenced their work at 9:30 in the morning. Upon encountering numerous comments from viewers inquiring about Shu He's activities, they too felt a sense of intrigue. Upon reviewing the footage, they observed Shu He fiddling with various containers alongside Godzilla, surrounded by a pile of foul-smelling fish and rotten shrimp. Some speculated that he was mixing some kind of chemical substance, which undoubtedly piqued the audience's curiosity, as few island guardians would engage in chemical experiments on a deserted island. The crew also shared a desire to uncover what Shu He might be researching. However, they preferred to maintain the authenticity and appeal of the program, opting not to establish contact with the guests unless absolutely necessary. Contacting the guest was not a straightforward task. It required locating Station Master Li to facilitate a satellite call. As they pondered how to satisfy the viewer's curiosity, Shu He emerged from his room, carrying a bucket, with Godzilla trailing closely behind. Dressed in khaki shorts and a lightweight black sun-shielding shirt, topped with a fisherman's hat and clad in canvas shoes. He was the first to arrive at Bailu's room. Given Bailu's nature, if she had completed her preparations in advance, she would undoubtedly rush to find Shu He with excitement. However, as 5 minutes passed, the curtains in Bailu's room remained tightly drawn, causing Shu He to worry that she might still be asleep. To avoid delaying their trip to the shore, he resolved to take the initiative and knock on her door. It appeared that the girl's concept of time adhered to a national standard. Knock, knock, knock. A voice from within called out, "Hold on a moment. I can't find my mosquito repellent." Fortunately, she was already awake. Shu He called back, "I have the mosquito repellent." Bailu replied, "There are still things to prepare for the shore." Shu He assured, "I brought the bucket and everything." Bailu responded, "But I think we need gloves for the shore." "And I don't have any." Shu He replied, "I brought those too." Bailu retorted, "Oh, look at you, let us see how you dawdle this time." Shu He had anticipated this, hence he had brought all the necessary items. Yet, he still underestimated the girl's preparations. After a brief silence in the room, Shu He helplessly continued, "Just tell me where you are." Bailu replied, "I'm at the lipstick." Well then, he had no idea what stage lipstick referred to, so he could only gaze aimlessly at the sky. Fortunately, within 3 minutes, Bailu opened the door and stepped out. She adorned herself in a delightful light blue dress adorned with floral patterns and puffed sleeves, her makeup refreshingly exquisite. However, her legs, while the white stockings were somewhat acceptable, the strappy sandals were an unexpected choice. Undeniably cute and undeniably sexy, yet one must question whether this ensemble was indeed suited for a seaside excursion. With an expression of bewilderment, Shu He misinterpreted Bailu's flustered demeanor, mistakenly believing she was chastised for her tardiness. Flushed with embarrassment, she fidgeted, clasping her hands together, exclaiming, "I promise, I will certainly not be late next time." Shu He extended a pair of rubber-soled shoes and gloves, stating, "These shoes were newly purchased by Director Li for me and remain unworn. They may not fit perfectly, but they are certainly preferable to having none at all. If your sandals collect sand, the experience will be more than just a sour scent." After speaking, he placed the rubber-soled shoes on the ground. Bailu gingerly extracted her small foot, enveloped in white stockings, from the sandal, grasping Shu He's arm for support as she wobbled to place it into the rubber shoe. Slightly embarrassed, she remarked, "My feet don't smell." "Then what shall you do if I wear the rubber shoes?" Shu He replied, "It's all right, my canvas shoes will suffice." Once Bailu donned the oversized rubber shoes, she waddled like a little duck, her feet splayed outward as she leaned on Shu He's arm, making her way unsteadily. Fortunately, the elastic opening of the shoes held them snugly in place. Otherwise, she genuinely feared she would hinder Shu He's progress. Chapter 22. You call this a little guy? At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the observation room made its timely appearance in the live broadcast. The 3 guests this time were once again Yin Lu, Jin Jing, and teacher Xiao Liang. Yin Lu, greetings to all the viewers in the live room. The observation room is here to meet you on time. First and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your support of the heartfelt space. This morning at 9 o'clock, our live broadcast reached an astounding 10 million viewers. Thank you all. The 3 of them applauded in unison to show their appreciation. Yin Lu, however, upon my arrival this morning, I noticed something quite peculiar. The room of Shu He was bustling with activity last night. Both Jin Jing and Xiao Liang turned to her, their expressions tinged with surprise. "Jin Jing, are you certain that what you are about to disclose is suitable for broadcast?" Yin Lu placed a hand over her heart and laughed heartily. Huh. Of course, it is. Last night, both Reba and Xiao Yu gifted Shu He with snacks and perfume as a token of gratitude for helping them pick coconuts. Oddly enough, Bai Lu, who was in the same group as Shu He, went to great lengths to wash and deliver Shu He's clothes in the dead of night. She even inquired about the layout of Shu He's room and her plans for the following day. Jin Jing pressed her fingers against her temples. Laughing broadly, it seems Bai Lu, despite her beauty, lacks experience in romance. Is her infatuation so overt? Xiao Liang, however, appeared unconvinced. I find nothing strange about it. Shu He got her clothes dirty while pretending to be a black truffle, so she simply cleaned them and returned them. Yin Lu and Jin Jing exchanged exasperated glances, as if to say, you are utterly oblivious. The thoughts of a young woman are unmistakably evident. Jin Jing, I am nearly certain about Bai Lu, but as for Reba and Xiao Yu, can our program consider changing the male guest group? Yin Lu displayed a troubled expression. In principle, that is not permissible. However, if one feels uncomfortable or wishes to withdraw from the program, they may choose to do so. Addressing this somewhat disheartening topic did dampen the atmosphere. Yin Lu quickly shifted gears. The director of our program just instructed me to inquire about what Shu He has been up to all night, hoping that teacher Xiao Liang might shed some light on this matter. Xiao Liang, indeed, I have just reviewed the edited clips. But this does not fall within the realm of biology, so I must admit my ignorance. Yin Lu, very well, as there is a significant demand for answers regarding this. The production team is currently seeking chemical and wilderness survival experts for insights. Today, Shu He will be taking Bai Lu along for a tidal exploration. Let us observe what treasures they might uncover. As everyone witnessed the interaction between the two as they set off, discussions erupted. Shu He's actions warrant expert analysis? I am truly flabbergasted. But no matter how exceptional one may be, they still must wait at the door for their girlfriend. You boys simply do not comprehend girls. When a girl is getting ready, the more she likes someone, the longer it takes, and the more chaotic the scene becomes. So, if my girlfriend takes a long time to get ready, should I be grateful that she cares for me so much? Regrettably, Bai Lu's exquisite makeup and meticulously coordinated dress were ill-suited for the seaside excursion. I must admit, the pairing of white stockings with rubber-soled shoes is quite remarkable. The goddess was merely 3 minutes late and still adorned in white stockings. I couldn't bring myself to blame her. Shu He, despite his clever calculations, ultimately stumbled at the hands of a woman. How amusing. He bears a striking resemblance to the esteemed teacher in the Phoenix legend, persistently asserting, I have brought everything. While it seems impactful, it ultimately proved rather futile. Why can't Hua catch anything? The camera has been seized by others. Shu He led Bai Lu to the rocky area where the black, honeycomb-like stones were continually battered by the waves. The two occasionally found themselves wading into the water, at other times standing firmly on the rugged stone surface. At that moment, Bai Lu was grateful Shu He had provided her with rubber-soled shoes. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom how slippery it might have been. Godzilla dashed into the sea to swim, then returned with various shellfish, flaunting them before the two. Initially, Bai Lu was confused, thinking Godzilla was retrieving them for their benefit. However, every time she reached out, Godzilla would promptly turn and scurry away, seeking a suitable spot to bury its treasure. Exasperated, Bai Lu pouted. This Godzilla is playing the same game as with the dirt and ice cream. How is it able to find so many while we have yet to yield any results? Shu He remarked, it has ventured into the sea to catch them, which is against the rules, and it will never be able to catch a dog claw shell. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Indeed, Godzilla will never catch a dog claw shell. Afterward, she expressed some surprise. Are there really dog claw shells here? Did I hear that correctly? The legendary seafood from hell. Shu He grasped Bai Lu's hand and pulled her up to a higher rock. Precisely. Dog claw shells thrive in areas with frequent tidal exchanges and have high water quality requirements. This location meets those conditions. Bai Lu pondered whether this place was an uninhabited island or a paradise, with black truffles, dog claw shells, breathtaking scenery, and a boy like Shu He, accompanied by a seemingly omnipotent dog. Could it be that Shu He is a celestial being? It certainly feels that way. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Lu chuckled to herself. Shu He observed her expression. What are you thinking? Oh, nothing. Bai Lu tilted her head. Shall we go in search of dog claw shells now? Shu He guided her to the edge of a rock crevice and slowly lowered himself. There's no rush. They remain in one spot and do not wander. Let's first look for those little creatures washed ashore by the rising tide, unable to return home. Just as he finished speaking, he made a discovery. At the very bottom of the dim crevice lay a nearly transparent white object. Based on past experience, this was likely a crab the size of a face. Observing its swaying movements, did it intend to escape? Shu He endured the tight confines of the crevice, gradually extending his arm, feeling the rubber glove grasp something. He disregarded the friction and lifted his hand. Lo and behold, an enormous trash bag was triumphantly hoisted into view. Bailu, with surprise etched upon her face, found herself momentarily bewildered. Is this what you call it, little one? Yet, clarity soon dawned upon her. Shu He, I just saw how hard you were working and thought you had discovered something remarkable. But now I realize you are striving to protect the marine environment. As Shu He was about to toss aside the tattered garbage bag, Bailu's words left him at a loss. His desire to discard the bothersome item was not out of disregard for the environment, but rather due to its sheer annoyance. With a sheepish grin, Shu He awkwardly stuffed the bag into the bin. Bailu patted his shoulder, declaring, after watching so many coastal foraging videos, you remain the most genuine. All you can do is collect trash. Shu He chose to accept Bailu's remarks as a compliment. He resumed his position, peering beneath the stones. The comments in the live stream erupted in laughter. Bailu's serious jabs are too much. I can't contain my laughter. Such unintentional barbs wield a greater impact. Today, Shu He too faced his moment of humility. His initial intent had not been to safeguard the environment. Clearly, he had misjudged. Most genuine and can only pick up trash had emerged as the day's best remarks. Soon, Shu He focused his gaze and spotted a struggling orchid crab below. With its blue-gray patterns and formidable claws, it appeared to be a plump male crab. This time, he would not let it slip away. Chapter 23. The Sea King Goes Tidal Gathering. Shu He carefully observed the position of the orchid fiddler crab, and in an effort to extend his reach, he leaned sideways against the rocky outcrop, straining to grasp it. Bailu, uncertain whether this venture would yield refuse or treasures from the sea, earnestly placed her hands on her knees and leaned forward to peer into the crevice. In a short while, she beheld Shu He withdrawing his hand, clutching a crab larger than his palm. The sight of such a sizable sea creature left Bailu in awe. Shu He offered it to her. But as she reached out, the crab brandished its formidable claws, its bulging eyes conveying a fierce defiance, compelling her to timidly withdraw her hand. Shu He then deposited the crab into the bucket, where it commenced a fierce struggle against the plastic bag, agitated by the disturbance. Such a robust male crab promised a bounty of meat, rendering further captures unnecessary. As he spoke, Shu He turned to descend from the rocks. Securing the bucket before raising his hands to shield Bailu, she rested her hands upon his sturdy shoulders, yet found herself at a loss for footing. Shu He, taking hold of her slender waist, felt her safety as she leapt, landing firmly in his embrace. Ah, fragrant and soft. This figure surely matched the one from her dreams. Having a sister with such striking beauty and an enviable physique accompanying him on this seaside adventure was indeed delightful. Their faces were so close that they could sense each other's warm breaths. Bailu's heart raced, and considering their brief acquaintance, she shyly distanced herself slightly. Feigning composure as she inquired, "Where shall we go next?" "Just follow me," he replied. Following their recent intimacy, their hands intertwined more naturally as they braved the sea breeze. Navigating around the rocky area to the retreating sandy beach, Shu He halted before a small mound of sand, pointing down and declaring, "There should be cat's eye snails here. They favor sandy burrows and are rather simple-minded, making them easy to spot." Bailu, somewhat skeptical, crouched down and inserted her finger into the damp sand. With a swift motion, a plump cat's eye snail emerged. Her face lit up with joy as she cradled the succulent mollusk in her palm, presenting it to Shu He. "So plump. Can we eat it?" "Of course," he affirmed. Shu He seized the snail, pressing his thumb against the flesh to expel water. Creating a circular spray from the mollusk, its once voluminous form gradually condensing into a smaller mass. Bailu clapped her hands in delight. "I want to try too. Once we clean this one, we can search for another." The two ambled along the shore, almost simultaneously spotting another small mound in the sand. Bailu dashed over and excavated yet another, mimicking Shu He's technique, pressing down forcefully with her thumb, sending water splashing everywhere. Bailu, at a loss for words, she felt as though the pressure she had harbored since her debut, the grievances accumulated, were being expelled alongside the water jets. What had once felt heavy in her heart now felt remarkably light. This sense of release exhilarated her, igniting a desire for yet another round. As Shu He observed her squeezing out a dozen more, she felt certain shackles within her being unfastened, bringing her a profound sense of relief. Bailu, still yearning for more, expressed, "That's about enough. However, this is truly fascinating. Do we have the chance to hunt for seafood?" Indeed, the timing of the tide changes daily. While it may not yield as much as during the first day of the lunar month, there will still be bounties to collect. Shu He, carrying a small bucket that was beginning to weigh heavily, suggested, "Having had our fun, shall we go and search for the dogclaw snails?" "Absolutely." Bailu agreed with enthusiasm. "Ding. You have successfully squeezed the cat's eye snail to relieve stress. The host has been granted memories of wild plant identification, wild animal identification, and mastery in crop cultivation skills. As Shu He proceeded, she reveled in the rewards from the system. The various wild vegetables and unfamiliar creatures she encountered on the deserted island now had their identities unveiled before her. This reward came at the perfect moment, as the fresh vegetables and compressed vegetable packs in her fridge were depleting quickly. With these newfound memories and skills, she would no longer worry about lacking fresh produce in the future. In truth, the rainforest was abundant with vegetation, and Shu He knew there must be edible options available. She had simply refrained from gathering them previously due to her lack of knowledge and fear of potential harm. To summarize, she now possessed knowledge of every kind of creature, be it flying in the sky or growing on the ground. Her mastery in crop cultivation was nothing short of spectacular. It was crucial to note that this was a level of expertise even agricultural specialists on Blue Star would have to refer to her as elder brother. However, she recalled having squeezed cat's eye snails before without receiving any rewards. Reflecting on the system's notification, Shu He realized that she had previously taken only what she consumed. Unlike Bai Lu, who had indulged in a gratifying squeeze all at once. In plain terms, her quantity had simply not met the standard. Bai Lu obediently followed Shu He to the other side of the rocky area. Before they could spot any dog-claw snails, she stumbled upon oysters that resembled those in the videos. Pointing at the rocky surface, Bai Lu exclaimed, "Shu He, I am becoming quite skilled at this. That must be an oyster, right?" "Indeed," Shu He replied, as she extended her hand to a protruding rock, striking it forcefully against the ground. With a small knife, she pried open the shell, revealing a plump oyster in her hand. "How large, how unsightly," Bai Lu remarked, poking it with her finger. "Oh, it's still slimy." The tender meat wiggled gently. Shu He tossed it into the bucket. "It's still quite sensitive, but delicious." Bai Lu found a few more, and before they knew it, they were near the gathering place of the dog-claw snails. However, due to the dense vegetation, she initially mistook it for merely eroded rocks. Realizing that her perspective was still limited, best not to venture over there, it could be rather perilous. Shu He cautioned as she handed the bucket to Bai Lu and retrieved a screwdriver, a small knife, and a metal rod from within. Bai Lu gazed at the surging and roaring waves, feeling a twinge of concern. If we're not careful and slip, we could easily fall into the sea and be consumed by the waves, right? Perhaps we should refrain from eating. Not to worry, Shu He assured her, tightening her shoelaces and carefully stepping across the rocks with deliberate caution. Upon reaching the rocky shore, he endeavored to resist the relentless pull of the waves, striking and prying off the dog's paw shells one by one. The viewers fixated intently on the live broadcast, experiencing moments of serene tranquility, occasional smiles, and bouts of anxious anticipation. The barrage of comments fluctuated, their slime, still quite sensitive, smiling. "This establishment is remarkably genuine, unable to spray. Let us move on to the next. Such a colossal flower crab, those plump oysters, and the dog's paw shells. I am enviously weeping. Brother Shu He, are you the legendary Sea King? Ah, a warm embrace. Sweetness abounds. How delightful. I long to visit this uninhabited island. It must be open to the public, right? Oh, Yang Jinli's room has opened. Another guest is rising. Is Hua Hua taking her guitar over? Yay. My Hua Hua is finally going to sing. Wow. Listening to Hua Hua sing by the seaside is simply too romantic. Yang Jinli will undoubtedly be enchanted this time. The production team is fortunate. Just 2 days in, and Hua Hua is already singing. I must timidly suggest that perhaps he is better off not singing. Awkward. Chapter 24. Seal Pup. The three individuals in the observation room beheld a bucket brimming with treasures from the sea, and a collective look of envy graced their faces. Jing, lost in reverie, fantasized about the most delightful ways to indulge in these seafood delights. Such plump oysters must be savored raw. And the orchid crabs. I adore crab meat. Perhaps a gentle steaming? Little Yang, swallowing in anticipation, interjected with a bit of knowledge. The dog-paw snail is actually the gooseneck barnacle, named for its resemblance to a ghastly claw. Its tender, white flesh belies the fearsome exterior. One wonders what the first person to eat it must have thought. He continued. As for the orchid crab, there's no need for elaboration. The differences between male and female crabs are substantial. The male's meat is sweet and succulent, commanding a higher price in the market by over 10 yuan. They were indeed fortunate. My dear friend, Ha, and I are particularly fond of the orchid swimming crab. Yin Lu, smiling, seized the opportunity to interject. So you and your friend, one a fox and the other a dog? Little Yang replied, precisely, indeed. Friends like foxes and dogs. In the scene, Shu He and Bai Lu continued their foraging until their bucket could hold no more. In addition to the treasures they had already found, they unearthed sea urchins, large octopuses, and abalones. Bai Lu, unable to articulate her excitement, repeatedly exclaimed, "Gathering by the sea is such a joy." Determined to carry the heavy bucket herself, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she followed Shu He back. Woof, 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 woof. Woof. Not long into their return, an urgent alert from Godzilla echoed from the other side of the rocks. A special situation. Shu He glanced at Bai Lu, releasing her hand to signal his intent to find Godzilla. I shall accompany you. Bai Lu, her expression serious, tightened her grip once more. Yang Qiaowei had actually risen early, but after successfully evading the camera's gaze, she lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. To her surprise, the slow rhythm of the waves acted like a lullaby, granting her the sweetest slumber she had ever known. If it were possible, she wished the program could continue indefinitely. There were no rules, no enforced schedules, and no need to perform. They simply adapted to the local environment and occasionally conjured moments of entertainment. It proved effortless. As often, her spontaneous musings brought joy to everyone around her. It seemed that sincerity was truly the ultimate charm. Connecting her phone to a portable speaker via Bluetooth, she played previously downloaded songs, brewed a cup of black coffee, and delightfully began her makeup routine. Outside, watching U.S. guitar strumming resonated, though it was entirely drowned by the bustle within the room. As the lanterns flicker to life and the night remains young, the throngs of passers-by hasten with urgency. I yearn not to conform, to remain unperturbed amidst the crowd. Yet, your gaze upon me, with those bright and expressive eyes, has caused me to waver in my resolve, igniting an inferno within my heart. My affection for you is boundless, a love that I can cherish eternally, day after day, month after month, year after year. He, with his eyes closed, immerses himself in the music, his hands deftly strumming the strings, occasionally tapping on the wooden body of the guitar. This rendition of Endless Love has been carefully reimagined by him, for he found no other song could articulate his feelings as poignantly. This very piece encapsulates the sentiments he longs to convey to Yang Jinli. At this moment, Huahua's fans are in a frenzy, exclaiming his remarkable talent in adapting Endless Love so beautifully. However, some dissent, questioning the merit of his performance, claiming that without the chorus lyrics, they would have failed to recognize it as Endless Love. Detractors hush, for it is a privilege to hear Huahua sing. If one cannot appreciate, they ought to leave. Meanwhile, Godzilla, perched behind the screen, emits a deafening roar, as if it has uncovered some revelation. Some individuals, lacking refinement and taste, should direct their attention elsewhere. On another note, Yang Qiaoyue's behavior seems rather rude. A country girl of modest education is undeserving of Huahua's brilliance. Having sung near the entrance for quite some time, she should at least extend a greeting. It appears Yang Qiaowei is too embarrassed to step outside, perhaps feeling mortified within. As Huahua's voice grows hoarse from singing, Yang Qiaowei remains hidden, a situation bordering on the excessive. He recalls having occupied this very room, where the construction was subpar, rendering it nearly impossible to hear the outside world. His frustration mounts as he steps forward, preparing to press his ear against the door, when it suddenly swings open. Yang Jinli emerges, clad in short denim shorts and a loose sleeveless top, holding a speaker blaring, "Burn my calories." The ruckus explains why he could not appreciate the delicate nuances of his guitar's melody. Observing Huahua, guitar in tow and positioned near the threshold, her expression reveals a hint of confusion. What are you doing? Are you rehearsing or eavesdropping? With that, she silences the speaker. Huahua, with a bashful smile, responds, I was singing for you. As he speaks, he bows his head, making Yang Qiaowei strain to hear. Oh, with the speaker on, I couldn't hear anything outside. How awkward. How about you sing? I'll step inside. At this moment, aside from Huahua's fans, the online spectators can no longer contain their amusement. Is Yang Jinli truly single by choice? This is hilarious. Water spews across screens as viewers plead, please, don't go back in. I'm too young to witness your expressionless exit after genuinely listening to Huahua's song. Those who criticize her manners, take note. She would rather enjoy her own music than listen to your Huahua. Yang Jinli retorts, is it only you who can sing? Everyone has released songs at some point. It appears that Yang Jinli's fans are deeply concerned about her lifelong commitment. This girl has had her heartstrings tugged. Watching you gazed at Yang Qiaowei before him, feeling as if he had been struck by a barrage of emotional blows. It would have been better had he not heard. But now that he had seen her, what was the point of going further? Why did the production team present him with such a daunting female guest right from the start? He even questioned whether Yang Qiaowei was truly a woman. Shouldn't he just refrain from proceeding? Ha ha ha. As watching you struggled to maintain his composure, he still felt a sense of reluctance. Right here. Let me sing you another song. Yang Qiaowei pondered, turning to glance at the restaurant. I'm a bit hungry. How about we sing as we walk? Watching you felt a wave of despair. But how could he manage Yang Qiaowei? Where could he hide his face? With a sweet smile plastered on, he said, I apologize, I didn't consider this properly. Actually, I'm a little hungry too. Let us go. We'll sing at the restaurant. All right. Yang Qiaowei walked alongside him. Her anticipation for the song, not particularly high. Instead, her mind was filled with whimsical visions of dancing birds. Once inside the restaurant, It wasn't long before Reba and Huaxiao arrived. Huaxiao intended to prepare a heart-shaped breakfast for Reba, but she waved him off. Never mind. Hua and Xiao Wei can't cook. Let us just whip up something simple for everyone to share. Huaxiao brought out shrimp and greens, while Reba, having learned how to make rice yesterday, set about preparing some congee. She wondered if Bailu and Shu He would need any, even if they had other delicacies. They would still require a staple, wouldn't they? Reba decided to add a bit more rice. Yang Chaoyue was busy arranging bread and washing vegetables, while Huachenyu tuned his guitar, ready to infuse the bustling cooking scene with a touch of atmosphere. The gentle strumming of the guitar filled the air. As Hua cultivated the right mood, the fans in the live broadcast room eagerly awaited his voice, watching as he slowly opened his mouth. An emergency situation arose. Shua had found a baby spotted seal. Chapter 25, Raising Seals? A bit challenging, although several individuals in the room were preoccupied with preparing a meal. The sound of a guitar resonated through the air. Listening to Huachenyu sing was quite delightful. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, an unexpectedly high-pitched, melodious female voice emerged. Hoppa and Yang Chaowei were momentarily taken aback, only to realize that it was the voice of Bailu from outside. Shu He? The spotted seal pup? A few keywords strung together failed to form a coherent message. Driven by a profound curiosity, they rushed to the door, only to witness Bailu shout into the room before hurriedly dashing towards Shu He's chamber. Yang Chaowei stepped out of the dining area, inquiring, "What is going on? What happened to Shu He?" Hoppa asked, "Where is the spotted seal pup?" Huachenyu cast a forlorn glance towards the door, perplexed by how these two young women incessantly spoke of Shu He. Even if he could not perform today, it was unacceptable for him to be overshadowed. He leaned his guitar against the wall, rose, and addressed the group. Bailu's reaction seems rather exaggerated. Is it unusual to find a seal by the seaside? Is this truly an emergency? I would argue that the real emergency at hand is that Huaxiao is still cooking for us while our stomachs are growling. Why don't we eat our fill, and then I'll go take a look? No one paid him any heed, including Huaxiao, as the three of them craned their necks, gazing into the distance. Ultimately, Hoppa and Yang Chaoyue could no longer contain their excitement. Upon seeing Bailu and Godzilla sprinting from Shua's room, they immediately followed closely behind. After a moment of contemplation, Huaxiao decided to join them, while Huachenyu, witnessing everyone depart, wore a sullen expression. Was it merely a seal? He had seen such creatures countless times on television and mobile devices. Could this creature be more valuable than his singing? More significant than love itself? Yet, as he found himself alone in the room, he had no choice but to follow. At that moment, the online audience in the live stream surpassed 15 million, with 13 million viewers shifting their attention to Shu He's stream upon hearing Bailu's exclamation. Meanwhile, Shu He and Bailu located Godzilla, who stood atop a rocky outcrop, intermittently barking as if raising an alarm and then lowering its head to whimper. Its behavior was quite peculiar. At least Shu He had never witnessed it acting this way before. "Wait here for me. I'm not sure if there is any danger. I will go over," Shu He assured. Hearing this, Bailu, fearing she would be a hindrance, slowly released his hand. In a few swift strides, Shu He reached Godzilla. Before he could bend down, a sudden cry echoed. Was there a small dog on the island? Godzilla, sensing Shua's disorientation, leapt down from the rock and dashed away, splashing seawater everywhere. Finally, at the spot where Godzilla halted, Shu He discovered a small, forlorn creature wedged between two rocky walls, covered in gray fur and unable to move. The poor animal was sputtering, seemingly choking on seawater, and upon noticing Godzilla, it responded with a series of sorrowful, plaintive whimpers, as if sending out a distress signal. In the moment of uncertainty, Shu He initially believed it to be merely a small stray dog. However, as memories of wildlife encyclopedias surged through his mind, he soon realized that this rotund creature, plump and covered in dense fur, with a smooth round head, large eyes, a short and broad snout, long and rigid whiskers, absent external ears, and no discernible neck, was indeed a juvenile spotted seal. With utmost urgency, he flipped off the rocky ledge and cautiously approached the creature. As Shu He drew near, the chubby little being blinked its round, grape-like eyes at him, gazing at him with a pitiful expression while emitting soft whines. Chirps. Bailu, witnessing Shu He's descent, was so startled that she rushed back to the spot where Godzilla had just been, searching frantically. Upon discovering a round head adorned with grayish-yellow fur nestled between the rocks, she exclaimed in surprise, "A polar bear." Godzilla, hearing Bailu's exclamation, cast her an admiring glance, as if to say, "What a genius." The live stream's footage shifted with the drone, capturing the spotted seal up close, igniting a frenzy among netizens. What the heck? This is a spotted seal pup. No, wait. Bailu said it's a polar bear. It was hard to believe that anyone would take Bailu's words seriously. Firstly, They were not in the Arctic, and secondly, polar bears have ears. Upon consulting the search engine, it was confirmed to be a spotted seal. The thick fur was the result of maternal fur retained during birth, as they typically give birth in frigid regions, where the fur aids in keeping the pups warm. However, the reason for this particular seal's presence here remained a mystery. Trapped between two rocks, it was in grave danger. If left unnoticed, it could starve. Newly born seals cannot swim, and rising tides could easily drown them. Oh my goodness. The poor little creature is stuck here. Does Shu He know how to rescue it? The observation room's footage shifted back, bewildered by Lu's fixation on the rocks. The camera transitioned from Hua Chenyu and Yang Chaoyue's room back to this scene. As the lens followed Lu's gaze to the rocky outcrop, the three individuals nearly gasped in astonishment. Xiaoliang even forgot about the camera and exclaimed, "Wow. Isn't that a spotted seal?" Yin Lu, realizing an inappropriate exclamation had slipped out during the live stream, quickly interjected, "Is it really a spotted seal? I see that netizens are fervently discussing this little one," and Lu even claimed it was a polar bear. Xiaoliang was entirely absorbed in the live footage. Responding to Yin Lu's comment with a casual dismissal, "It cannot be a polar bear. This is clearly a juvenile spotted seal." He continued, "I'm not entirely sure how it ended up here, but I recently heard in the news that signs of spotted seals have been observed near our coastal waters. I was even contemplating a visit to the area, not expecting to encounter one on a dating reality show." After speaking, Xiaoliang displayed a perplexed expression, furrowing his brows. Spotted seals typically give birth in frigid zones. The fur on this little seal is meant for insulation. I surmise that the mother may have been en route to a frigid region and, unable to endure, gave birth to her child prematurely. What an anxious mother indeed. If it is possible to contact Shu He, it would be advisable for him to seek out the presence of the seal mother. Upon hearing Xiaoliang's words, Yin Lu's expression shifted from initial shock to growing concern. If the mother is not nearby, does Shu He possess the capability to rescue the young seal? Or to raise it? Xiaoliang regretfully shook his head. The pup has not been weaned, which presents a significant challenge. The rehabilitation of marine life is typically managed by specialized organizations. We cannot assert that this situation is entirely impossible, however, on a deserted island. With medical supplies scarce and equipment lacking, Shu He is unlikely to possess the requisite knowledge for the rehabilitation of wildlife. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. They are unable to signal for help on the deserted island, and we are not present. We can report this matter to the relevant authorities, urging them to implement rescue measures, as the spotted seal is a first-class protected species in our nation. As long as Shu He retrieves it from the sea, even if the rescue team is unable to arrive promptly, he should be able to preserve its life. After speaking at length, Xiaoliang let out a deep sigh. Time is indeed of the essence. Chapter 26. Are students of Qing University so self-assured? Upon hearing Xiaoliang's words, Yin Lu glanced back at the assistant director of the program, who nodded vigorously and gave him a thumbs up, indicating that the production team had already established contact with the relevant authorities. Yin Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he addressed the audience in the live stream. Do not worry, the conditions on the deserted island are limited. But our nation's wildlife rescue team has begun preparations. Although the journey may be lengthy, fortunately, the young cub is not in immediate danger. At this moment, the netizens finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, this sense of relaxation did not last long before their hearts were once again seized with concern. Shu He, armed with tools for coastal foraging, was tirelessly digging at the sand trapped around the little creature by the rocks, with Godzilla assisting him. The young cub weakly pawed at Shu He's arm, its eyes conveying a sense of pain and desolation. Being wedged between two rocks must be quite uncomfortable for it. Uncertain of how long it would take to pry the rocks apart, Shu He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he called out to Lu. This is a spotted seal pup, and the situation is rather dire. Have Godzilla open the door. You all go fetch the first aid kit from my room. Godzilla turned and dashed off, while Lu, her mind blank, hurriedly followed in his wake. Shu He continued to pry the rocks, noticing some signs of looseness. He tossed aside his tool and, gritting his teeth, attempted to shift the stones by hand, but to no avail. He picked up the tool once more, alternating between striking and digging. After several repetitions, the roots of the rock finally began to reveal themselves. With his muscles taut, he summoned all his strength for one final heave, and at last, he successfully freed the little creature. Oh, cheep, cheep, cheep. The young seal's tail had been abrasively injured, with fine streaks of blood quickly whisked away by the rolling waves. His wildlife rescue training informed him that the pup would likely flee in fear upon being saved, so he raised both hands, poised to catch the young seal. To his surprise, after a considerable wait, the two of them simply stared at each other, unmoving. This little one seems unafraid of people. In fact, it makes me feel somewhat superfluous. Shu He spoke softly to it before reaching out to cradle the young seal. Wow, wow. The adorable sounds it made were uncertain. Perhaps it was a cry of pain or a gesture of gratitude towards Shu He. This was Shu He's first intimate encounter with a seal, and he was taken aback to find that its fur had a certain firmness to it, and indeed, it was rather heavy. As he rested it on his forearm, the little creature clung tightly with its front flippers, instinctively avoiding contact with its injured tail, arching its body to keep its rear end at a distance from Shu He. The little one certainly valued its life. Shu He gently tapped its head, and the pup, with its endearing innocence, gazed ahead, blinking slowly. Its eyes still held a touch of sorrow, evoking a pang of sympathy. It's all right. The medical kit is on its way, and I will tend to your wounds shortly. Before we proceed, let us first search for your mother. Chirp, chirp. All right, he does not comprehend. So let us assume that as an agreement. As Shu He awaited the return of Bailu and Godzilla, he diligently scrutinized the surrounding environment for any signs of activity from the seal's mother. Shu He climbed to a higher vantage point on the rocks, scanning the vast expanse of the ocean, yet he could not spot a single adult spotted seal. Consulting the wildlife guide, he discovered that the only indication regarding the young seal's arrival was a mere 2 words: lost. It appeared that this little creature's presence was indeed a fortuitous accident. In the absence of its mother, immediate assistance was imperative. He cradled the young seal and made his way towards the camp, soon encountering Bailu and Godzilla along the way. Upon seeing the entirety of the little creature and the injury on its tail up close, both Bailu and Godzilla were struck with dismay, their expressions reflecting concern. Bailu's rosy lips pursed in sympathy. How pitiful. Just look at those innocent eyes. Even a scolding would make it cry for ages. And it's injured too. So he took the first aid kit from Bailu, placing the little one in her arms while stressing the importance of avoiding its tail. The young seal evidently preferred Bailu's gentle touch, making soft cooing sounds. At that moment, Bailu felt as though she had completely melted. Just then, the others caught up, panting heavily. Yang Chaowei exclaimed, Bailu, you are incredible. How could you run as fast as Godzilla? We're exhausted. The exotic allure of Hotba's eyes widened upon seeing the spotted seal in Bailu's embrace. Momentarily forgetting her composure, she gasped in astonishment, reaching out to gently tap the little creature's head. Don't be afraid, little one. Brother Sui will save you. Hua Xiao, impeccably dressed in a suit, rushed in a somewhat haphazard manner. Hearing Hotba's words, he quickly composed himself, expressing disdain. Sui is not a doctor. We should take it back and await the rescue team. With a professional smile, he stood up and addressed the crew. Greetings, production team. I have discovered a wild protected animal. Please dispatch a rescue team immediately. We are merely entertainers, and Shu He has just graduated. He lacks the capability to provide medical assistance. After which, he took a deep breath, poised to direct the scene. Shu He, carry the seal back. We shall follow and assess the situation. Bailu, why are you holding it? You are too weak. What if you accidentally injure it? The group observed Hua Xiao's lack of movement, while Shu He squatted down, opening the first aid kit he had never used before. Removing his sunscreen jacket to create a makeshift bed, Bailu, place it on top. Hua Xiao, witnessing Shu He's determination, could hardly contain his amusement. Isn't it typical for students from Tsinghua to be so self-righteous? Do you genuinely believe that your methods will save the seal? Are you aware of what medication seals can tolerate, or what substances they might be allergic to? Watching you finally arrived, breathless. Although late, he had clearly heard what Hua Xiao had said. Shu He, you are being overly ambitious. You should seek professional assistance immediately. If any errors occur, can you bear the responsibility? We certainly cannot. Shu He diligently examined the medications and equipment in the first aid kit, though they were merely the most basic supplies. Their combination would suffice. Reba and Yang Chaowei observed his unwavering demeanor, feeling uncertain about what to do next. Reba stepped forward, placing her hand on Shu He's shoulder. Otherwise, shall I wait for the rescue team? What if things go awry and danger befalls it? Immersed in his mental treatment plan, Shu He remained silent. At that moment, Bailu emerged, cradling the little creature. Enough of this discussion. From what I know of Shu He, he would never undertake something without confidence. The little seal's skin is already exposed. This is quite perilous. Let Shu He attend to the wound. It is not a significant matter. Gently, she placed the little seal on the sun-protective clothing Shu He had prepared. The little creature, believing Bailu no longer wanted it, stretched its tiny paws in a plea. This sight softened the hearts of the 3 young women. Meanwhile, the observation room and the comment section did not concur with their decision. Chapter 27, The Perfect Treatment of the Wound. Jingjing remained silent. But when she observed Shua preparing to tend to the little seal's injury, she could not help but inquire. Since the commencement of the program, through my observations of Shu He, I truly believe he possesses considerable capabilities. However, The treatment of wild animals surely requires a degree of expertise, does it not? Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, stating, "In our coastal cities, there are numerous specialized rescue organizations. Typically, when such a situation is discovered, one would wait for the rescue team to arrive." Yinlu interjected, "I just confirmed with the production team that the nearest organization to the uninhabited island is in Yuan City, and the earliest they could arrive may take a day and a half to 2 days. If we merely wait for the rescue team, could the little seal be in danger?" Xiaoyang responded, "There is indeed a certain level of risk. We do not know how long the little seal has been trapped in the crevice. Setting aside the risk of infection, it has been without food for an extended period, and we cannot ascertain how long it can endure." He continued, "The fat content in a seal mother's milk is substantial. The ordinary milk we encounter would hardly suffice for its nutritional needs." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, netizens began to question Shua's decision. Experts have stated that an ordinary person cannot effectively rescue a seal. Why can't Shua wait for the rescue team? He studied software. And even if he has acquired some knowledge of wildlife due to being on the uninhabited island, it is an entirely different matter from rescue work. He is still young and overly confident in his abilities. Bailu, having spent a few days with Shu He, felt as though her mind had been cleansed and found it hard to support him at this moment. With only Bailu in his corner, could they not consider the opinions of others? Yet, Xiaoyang insisted that neglecting the wound would still pose a danger, leaving them in a dilemma. At that moment, Shua paid no heed to the discussions around him. He simply turned the little creature over to ensure its wound did not come into contact with the ground. Having familiarized himself with the treatment protocol, he was well aware of the necessary medications and their dosages. Shua first took out hydrogen peroxide and cotton swabs to clean the wound and its surroundings. Then, using a medical sponge soaked in iodine, he wiped the area, ensuring no bacteria that could induce infection remained. Afterward, he sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder on the little seal's wound and bandaged it with sterile gauze. Throughout the process, the seal pup only flinched slightly at the sting, as if it understood that Shu He was there to help, displaying remarkable composure. Wound treatment completed, Shu He rummaged through the first aid kit for suitable anti-inflammatory medication for the little seal. "Shu He, do you know the specific medications it requires? Please do not be obstinate at this moment," Huashao said, rubbing his hands and adjusting his glasses. Unsure whether he was upset by Shu He's disregard for his guidance or genuinely concerned for the seal. "I am aware of the necessary components it requires, rest assured," Shu He replied confidently. Shu He retrieved a box of ciprofloxacin and continued, "Long ago, when treating marine creatures, people primarily utilized quicklime, bleaching powder, sweet flag, and gallnuts. At that time, there was no concept of specialized medications. It was only with the subsequent introduction of pesticides, veterinary drugs, and human medications that specific treatments for marine life emerged. In essence, these are merely the most fundamental components. It is widely believed that these creatures are not as precious as humans, and the production of anti-inflammatory drugs is rather rudimentary. However, ciprofloxacin is not only more rigorous and efficient than those specialized drugs, but also serves to prevent infection, fully meeting the internal treatment needs of a young seal. Its wound is merely a scrape, so there is no need for excessive concern." As he spoke, Shu He smiled at Huashao, who remained unconvinced. "Do you know the dosage?" Huashao inquired. Shu He broke a tablet in half, stating, "Yes, half a tablet will suffice." With remarkable swiftness, he pried open the young seal's mouth and placed the medication deep within its oral cavity. Cough, cough. Woof. The usually docile creature was startled, even letting out a bark. Godzilla paused for a moment before approaching to lovingly groom the seal's fur into a slick-back style for comfort. Seizing the opportunity while the young seal was momentarily dazed by Godzilla's affection, Shu He produced a syringe and administered a rabies vaccine. Several guests were taken aback by his speed, with Wachinyu exclaiming, "Shu He, you are so ruthless. Your actions are too rough." After brushing off the remnants of the medication from his hands, Shu He cradled the young seal. "There's no other way. Can you expect it to willingly receive injections or take medicine? In truth, seawater is beneficial for its wounds. But this little one is too weak to swim and requires this method to expedite its recovery. Every medicine carries some toxicity. This one time will suffice." He then turned to the astonished Bailu, his tone gentle, "Do not worry. We will return and feed it. I assure you, the young seal will be lively by tomorrow." "I believe you," Bailu affirmed with a nod. With a sigh of relief, the young seal's tail wound was now protected, and it no longer strained its tail fin. Its large round eyes regained some vitality. "Why don't you name it?" Shu He suggested, standing up to Bailu. Since it always makes a chirping sound, let us call it Chirpy." Upon naming the little creature, Bailu felt a wave of joy wash over her, further solidifying her trust in Shu He. Picking up Shu He's sun protection jacket, Bailu suddenly recalled, "Wait, I almost forgot about our harvest from the tide pools. With that, she turned and dashed back to the rocks. Shu He instructed the others to return first while he waited for Bai Lu alongside Godzilla. The guests walked back in silence, their unease still lingering. Young Chao Wei remarked, "Is this really sufficient? I don't quite understand, but it's evident that Shu He's rescue technique is remarkably adept." Reba added, "Bai Lu trusts him so much. We should support Shu He as well. He is not the type to feign knowledge. I sincerely hope that little Jiujiu recovers swiftly, allowing me to shower him with affection." At that moment, both male guests shared a sardonic chuckle. Watching you remarked, "Is this what you call proficiency? Did you not notice his utter lack of compassion for the little seal?" Hua Xiao interjected, "As for Shu He, this young man possesses many admirable qualities. Yet he is somewhat arrogant. He relies on his high education, thinking he can act on a whim. I wonder how he intends to care for the little seal." Upon returning to the dining area, Hua Chenyu observed that no one seemed inclined to listen to music, so he resigned himself to patiently await the meal. Hua Xiao prepared the dishes with remarkable speed, while Reba served the well-cooked porridge, giving each person a bowl, leaving the remaining portions for Shu He and Bai Lu in the pot, setting it to keep warm. As the group neared the end of their meal, Shu He entered the dining room cradling little Jiujiu, with Bai Lu trailing behind, accompanied by Godzilla. Yang Chaowei exclaimed, "Your entourage is growing increasingly large. It resembles a family of 4. Reba was the first to rush over, gently touching the seal pup's tiny paws. "How is little Jiujiu doing? I've saved some porridge for you all." Shu He expressed his gratitude. "He is only hungry, nothing else." Yang Chaiwa also approached. "Is he still nursing? May I hold him for a moment?" Shu He carefully placed little Jiujiu into her arms, saying, "You all can play with him for a while. I will fetch him some food." Bai Lu, noticing that everyone's attention was captivated by little Jiujiu, could only pour a bucket of seafood into the sink, watching in bewilderment as the shrimp and crabs engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 28. Training a professional rescue team. Shu He retrieved a medical tube from the first aid kit, disinfected a small knife, and then carefully tapered the end of the tube, rounding its edges. Setting the tube aside, Shu He opened the refrigerator and took out deep-sea fish meat and fish oil prepared for Jiujiu, pouring milk into a mixing bowl before activating the blender. Soon, a suitable meal for Jiujiu was ready. Reba gazed curiously at a bowl of silvery gray paste and asked, "Is this for Jiujiu?" "Indeed," Shu He replied, attaching a funnel to the other end of the tube. The fish oil contains ample fats, lecithin, omega-3, DHA, while the fish and milk provide proteins and calcium. This will supply all the necessary nutrients for our little friend. Reba watched intently as Shu He gently inserted the tube into the small creature's mouth, while Yang Chaiwa held it still, hesitant to move. Suddenly, Hua Chenyu jumped in, exclaiming, "Shu He, is it really okay to treat it so roughly?" Yang Chaiwa, slightly annoyed by Hua Chenyu's interruption, retorted, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see Shu He is being very careful? There must be a reason for his actions." Once Shu He ensured the tube was properly positioned in Jiujiu's stomach, he began to slowly pour the prepared mixture into the funnel. Jiujiu only drinks milk, and even at the rescue center, it will need to be fed through a tube. His movements were exceptionally gentle. Jiujiu lifted its head, its large eyes reflecting a hint of fear, yet its body cooperated obediently. Gradually, the tube was withdrawn, and with a satisfying burp, Jiujiu smacked its lips. "What a good and understanding little one." Yang Chaowei affectionately pressed her face against Jiujiu's head. Jiujiu squinted its eyes and snuggled against her before drifting off to sleep, a bubble of mucus forming as it snored, which elicited laughter from the group. Reba alternated between gently pinching Jiujiu's small front flippers and exchanging delighted glances with Yang Chaiwa. "What shall we do next?" she whispered. Her voice lowered as she observed Jiujiu sleeping. "After 3 to 6 months of artificial rearing, we will let Godzilla train it for wild adaptation. Once it has developed the skills for survival in the wild, we can release it back into the sea," Shu He explained as he approached Bai Lu, who was preoccupied with a sea urchin spine, her attention fixed on feeding the little seal. Shu He patted her slightly frail shoulder. "I'll take over. You help me keep an eye on Jiujiu's condition." Bai Lu nodded in compliance and, along with the other 2 female guests, circled around Jiujiu. Hua Xiao, with a stern expression, addressed the camera. "What has transpired just now was solely Shu He's personal action. If there are any consequences, we cannot bear the responsibility." Turning to the 3 girls, he added, "You 3 should take a break. Do not let a seal hinder your afternoon fishing plans. It's called Jiujiu. We understand." The 3 girls, enchanted by Jiujiu's peaceful slumber, spoke absent-mindedly, their minds elsewhere. Captain Gao Peng of the Blue Velvet Rescue Team was currently seated in a vehicle en route to Haicheng, accompanied by a team member, engrossed in a live broadcast. Initially, he expressed reproach towards Shu He and concern for the little seal, but as the broadcast progressed and the seal fell asleep, a gratifying smile finally graced his face. He was astonished to discover that not only had Shu He adeptly tended to the wound, but the subsequent care plan was meticulously aligned with the protocols of a professional rescue team. In fact, what set Shu He apart was his ability to ascertain the treatment plan for the seal through keen observation, rendering the rescue team's extensive procedures somewhat superfluous. When he observed Shu He preparing to feed the seal himself, a flicker of disdain crossed Gao Peng's mind. He had anticipated that Shu He would resort to amateur methods, perhaps using a spoon to administer milk. However, Shu He employed a professional technique to address the nutritional needs of the seal pup. His companion, who had been closely monitoring the program's developments, could not refrain from questioning, "Boss, has this young man ever worked with a rescue team before? He seems even more proficient than us. Is there really a need for us to go?" This very query had crossed Gao Peng's mind as well. The journey to the uninhabited island required both a vehicle and a boat, and given the seal pup's relatively minor injuries, it was likely that by the time they arrived, the little one would be ready to return to the sea. Gao Peng was not deterred by the inconvenience of the journey. Rather, he recognized that aside from a few DIY tools, Shu He's approach bore little distinction from professional treatment. "No need to go. Just inform the production team to prepare some medical supplies. That individual named Shu He is far more capable than you." The team member chuckled sheepishly, replying, "Boss, I will strive to improve. I will contact the production team right away." Just as the team member lifted the phone, the production team called. And upon hearing that the rescue team did not plan to proceed, Director Wang suggested they connect with the live broadcast to clarify the situation for the disputing netizens. Reluctantly, Gao Peng acquiesced, and shortly thereafter, an invitation to connect with the observation room arrived. "Hello? This is Yin Lu, the host of Heartfelt Space. May I speak with Captain Gao Peng of the Wildlife Rescue Center?" Gao Peng replied, "Indeed, that is I." Yin Lu continued, "Captain Gao, are you on your way to Haicheng?" Gao Peng confirmed, "Yes, we have some cages and emergency treatment supplies in our vehicle, but they are likely of little use now. From the live feed, I can see that the little seal has already fallen asleep. This indicates that its vital signs are stable, its health is improving, and it appears to be in good spirits, calm and content. By the time we arrive, it may very well have already swum away." Upon hearing Gao Peng's response, Yin Lu's face registered a hint of astonishment. "So, what you're saying is that our guest Shu He has executed the treatment protocol flawlessly," Gao Peng affirmed. "Not only flawlessly, but also with remarkable professionalism. The medication was precise, the dosage appropriate, and his techniques for bandaging and feeding far surpassed those of my team members." After a brief pause, Gao Peng added, "Even I would find myself somewhat at a loss in such circumstances." Shu He resourcefully utilized the materials at hand to provide the most suitable care for Jiao, who appeared to be quite fond of the place. During the program, Shu He articulated the forthcoming rescue plans, which align seamlessly with our standards. Their environment is more akin to nature, enabling the young seal to adapt more readily. My recommendation is to refrain from imposing artificial disturbances upon them." Yin Lu smiled and nodded before the camera. "What do you think we still need to do on our end?" Gao Peng replied, "If possible, let's replenish the medical resources that Shu He has utilized. We can provide professional feeding equipment, but the one Shu He crafted himself suffices. Additionally, we should prepare more measles and rabies vaccines. There's nothing else significant needed. By the way, once your program wraps up, could you inquire if Shu He would be willing to join the Velvet Ocean Wildlife Rescue Center? If he is not inclined, could he possibly train my team on how to reach his level in such impromptu rescue situations?" Yin Lu was momentarily taken aback by this question, as the original plan was merely for Captain Gao to explain the reasons behind the absence of the rescue team. Who would have thought this fellow would seize the opportunity to recruit someone online? However, this request undeniably elevated Shu He's stature in Yin Lu's eyes. "Certainly, Captain Gao. If we manage to contact the guests, we will be sure to ask this question on your behalf. Thank you for clarifying our doubts. Goodbye." Gao Peng replied, "Goodbye." Once the connection was severed, the three individuals in the observation room exchanged glances, each harboring numerous thoughts while struggling to grasp any coherent ideas. Chapter 29. Did they raid the home of the Dragon Brother from the East Sea? Whenever the atmosphere becomes awkward, both Yin Lu and Xiao Liang are always in awe of Jin Jing's quick wit. "Jin Jing, I can't help but wonder where our production team managed to find such a treasure of a young man. You all know I'm single. Why didn't you introduce me to such a wonderful lad sooner? What a pity." Just moments ago, Yin Lu, who had been at a loss for words, found inspiration upon hearing Jin Jing's remarks. "Haha, Jin Jing, I think you should just join our dating show next time." Jin Jing, with a feigned expression of exaggerated regret, replied, "It's too late, too late. There won't be any Shu He in the next episode. I'm utterly regretful." Yin Lu chuckled and turned to the camera. "I believe the viewers have heard Captain Gao Peng's response. Little Jiao has received professional care on the deserted island, and Shu He, from the very beginning, took the little seal to find its mother and later fed it, all in accordance with professional rescue standards. Moreover, to respect the seal's natural instincts, both the rescue team and the production crew have decided to refrain from interfering with its recovery. The production team is already preparing fresh milk, deep-sea fish oil, some vaccines, and specialized care equipment as suggested by Captain Gao, and will soon dispatch personnel to deliver these supplies to the deserted island to assist Shu He. Please rest assured, Yen Lu, not forgetting the dating show's essence, initiated a small interaction with the two guests. We have been at this for a full 24 hours. Why don't we speculate which of the three pairs is more likely to succeed in forming a romantic bond? Jingjing interjected eagerly. It must be Bai Lu and Shu He. Bai Lu has eyes only for Shu He. Shu He is also incredibly considerate towards Bai Lu. She paused for a moment. However, Shu He's behavior thus far has been quite polite and normal, showing no obvious signs of being smitten. Xiao Liang shook his head in disagreement. Bai Lu just stood firm against the majority, staunchly defending Shu He, which is crucial for a man. Even if the whole world turns against me, you steadfastly believe in me. Shu He cannot possibly remain indifferent. Upon hearing Xiao Liang's words, both Yen Lu and Jingjing appeared somewhat astonished. Yen Lu, teacher Xiao Liang, this is the first time I've heard you so earnestly comment on the emotional aspects of the show. So, from a male perspective, Bai Lu's determination just now should have deeply moved Shu He, correct? Xiao Liang sheepishly scratched his head. Whether Shu He is moved, I cannot say. But if my wife were to support me like that, I would definitely be touched. Yen Lu chuckled at Xiao Liang's bashful yet sincere remark. What about the other two pairs? Do you think they have a chance of success? Xiao Liang hesitated. Perhaps? Yen Lu shifted his gaze to Jingjing, who knew she could not escape scrutiny. Initially, she did not fully agree with Shu He's approach. But Hua Xiao's condescending tone and Hua Chenyu's dramatic demeanor had truly irked her. She felt that young Chao Wei had nearly erased Hua Chenyu's presence, while Reba was merely striving for the sake of the show. If they were to express their genuine feelings, it would likely not differ much from her own. Yet, how could one articulate this appropriately? I now suspect that Chao Wei has yet to awaken to the nuances of emotional connection, and Reba consistently maintains her distance from Hua Xiao. If their attitudes or behaviors do not undergo any transformation, it appears quite challenging for them to achieve success from my perspective. Jingjing's remarks resonated with the sentiments of the netizens. However, the comments section remained fervently engaged in discussions regarding the rescue team's invitation to Shu He. Qingda does not harbor idlers. Those studying software must also comprehend wildlife rescue? From Captain Gao Peng's words, it seems Shu He not only understands, but possesses ample practical experience. Otherwise, how could he possibly outshine the professionals under his command? Those who criticize the young gentleman for taking himself too seriously, have they rescinded their statements, or have they vanished? They have altered their tune. I am indeed. I apologize. Please forgive my ignorance. I once watched a video of a rescue center feeding seals, which indeed utilized a soft tube. Shu He, with thoughtful consideration, even rounded the tube's edge, something the rescue team might not have anticipated. Otherwise, how could Captain Gao so brazenly attempt to recruit him online in such an informal setting? We simply failed to recognize Shu He's remarkable capabilities. The little one nestled in Yang Chaoyue's arms slept soundly, its weight considerable. The third young lady had prepared a cushion for it, gently placing it on the ground. After settling it down, they all leaned forward, gazing at it with adoring eyes. Hua Chenyu and Hua Xiao were engaged in conversation at the dining table, initially lamenting that Shu He's rescue methods were ineffective, as the little one had already lost consciousness. Uncertain of when the rescue team would arrive, the subsequent topic shifted to the afternoon's fishing plans. Hua Xiao inquired, "Do you know what one fears most while fishing?" Hua Chenyu flashed a grin, scratching his head. Fearing that a big fish drags me into the sea." Hua Xiao scoffed. "Do you think you amateurs could catch anything of significant size? The real fear should be the bites of mosquitoes. Sitting there quietly is akin to being a feast for them. They buzz incessantly, driving one to madness. In such damp areas like deserted islands, there exists a type of beetle. Wherever it crawls, the skin deteriorates." Hua Chenyu's eyes widened in realization, filled with admiration for Hua Xiao. "I hadn't considered that. What should we do?" Hua Xiao nonchalantly replied, "That's easily resolved. I brought some floral water, though it can sometimes be ineffective. Before arriving, I researched some wilderness survival skills. Bear Grylls suggested burning dry grass in a tin can to effectively repel mosquitoes. I plan to prepare one for Reba this afternoon." Hua Chenyu raised his hand enthusiastically. "I want to make one for Sister Chao too." Just then, Shu He completed the lunch preparations. He presented dish after dish onto the table, while the voices of Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu gradually faded into the background. The steamed egg with sea urchin was adorned with delicate sea grapes, freshly picked by Shu He, their golden and emerald hues tantalizing to the eye. The platter of garlic and fresh chili steamed oysters, overflowing, filled the restaurant with an irresistible aroma as soon as it was served. The attention of the third young lady shifted from the adorable, sleepy form of Giorgio. Bailu remarked, "I can smell the food. I'm absolutely famished." Reba added, "With such a lavish seafood spread, I believe I am feeling hungry as well." Shu He then brought forth a dish of braised abalone with pork. Yang Chao exclaimed, "Is there more? Have you raided the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? I just saw a hodgepodge of kelp and seaweed in your bucket. How come there are so many treasures hidden beneath?" She continued, "By the way, can you two manage to consume all this? Should we gentlemen lend a hand?" Bailu waved her chopsticks. "Is this too much? The most substantial dishes have yet to arrive." Chapter 30. The moonlit tearful breakdown. Is there more? Hua Xiao, along with Hua Chenyu, could hardly contain their curiosity as they watched Shu He serve dish after dish. "Tada!" Bailu exclaimed with excitement. "We have blue crabs, giant octopus, cat's-eye and even dog-s paw conch." Yang Chao, in awe, couldn't he help but pout. "You two are so inconsiderate. Why didn't you invite us to go beachcombing?" Reba nudged her with her elbow. "Did you forget what I told you? Are you planning to be a superfluous light bulb? Then I will be." Yang Chao, enticed, abandoned her principles. "Yesterday, I missed the dance of the Elysium bird because I was afraid of being a third wheel. Today, I've missed out on beachcombing. Since coming to the island, aside from seeing Xiao Jiujio, I have not experienced anything fun." As she spoke, her lips began to quiver downward uncontrollably, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. Bailu quickly stepped in to soothe her. "Shu He and I considered that everyone was quite tired on the first day. We agreed to go fishing in the afternoon, and you all seemed to be in agreement. So we didn't want to disturb you this morning." Hearing Bailu's words, Yang Chao remembered that she had indeed enjoyed the sweetest and most restful sleep since her debut last night, and her mood shifted slightly. Noticing Yang Chao's distress, Hua Chenyu rose and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "How can you say you haven't experienced anything fun? I sang a song for you today. You just didn't hear it. How about we host an artistic evening gathering tonight? Everyone can sing and dance together. What do you think?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Yang Chao's previously calmed spirits immediately plummeted. She was inherently terrible at singing and dancing, and this so-called artistic gathering was simply an invitation for her to embarrass herself. She thought participating in a dating show would allow her to be herself, but she never anticipated being forced to perform. Memories of being bullied in her girl group due to her lack of basic skills flooded back. She pretended not to care. But the violent verbal assaults left wounds that only those who have experienced them could understand. Nevertheless, she recognized her own shortcomings as a public figure earning this income. She had to endure the pain. Before she could voice her dissent, Hua Xiao stood up first in agreement. Hua's suggestion is excellent. We will go fishing in the afternoon and host a seafood barbecue party in the evening. Let us all showcase our talents to liven up the atmosphere. After all, we are all artists. I will host. Hua Chenyu added, "I'll sing." The two exchanged high fives and looked towards Bailu, Reba, and Yang Chao. Bailu stammered, "I. Will dance, I suppose?" Reba replied then, "I will dance too?" Yang Chao interjected, "Oh no. I detest artistic gatherings. I only know how to eat." Seeing Yang Chao's suppressed grievances erupt into tears, the others were taken aback, especially Hua Chenyu, who retreated to the side, bewildered by why girls could be so fragile. Bailu suggested, "Perhaps we should forego the artistic gathering and simply enjoy the seafood barbecue and play some games instead." Hua Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. He genuinely wished for Hua Chenyu to showcase his powerful vocal prowess, which could surely overshadow Shu He's presence. Moreover, the cheerful ambience of the seaside barbecue and the performance would undoubtedly foster a warm rapport among them. However, upon witnessing Yang Chao sobbing quietly in the corner, he was compelled to relent. "All right, Chao, try not to be so sensitive. As Bailu suggested, let us forego the artistic showcase. How about we play a game of truth or dare instead?" Still sniffling, Yang Chao endeavored to compose herself. Hua Xiao's fragile disposition saddened her. Yet considering the concessions everyone had made for her sake, she nodded earnestly. "I choose truth. Our Chao is not fragile. She is the universe's strongest and most beautiful girl." Bailu chuckled as she wiped away Chao's tears. "Our game has even begun. There is no need to rush your choice. No more tears." Chao, understanding and compliant, nodded again, casting her gaze towards the dining table. Shu He had already set out an array of delectable dishes, including Thai curry crab, steamed cat's eye snails with a soul-soothing dipping sauce, spicy stir-fried octopus, and cold seaweed salad. He had even transformed the dog claw snail into a seafood porridge with a hint of scallions. With everything prepared, Shu He took a seat at the table. "Chao, don't cry. Eating something delicious can lift your spirits." Bailu also grasped Chao's hand. "Come on. You know Shu He's culinary skills." Yang Chao shyly recoiled. We already ate so much without waiting for you to. We can't take any more of yours. Bai Lu exclaimed in playful frustration, snatching a piece of snail meat, dipping it in sauce, and promptly stuffing it into Qiao Yue's mouth. Reluctantly, she chewed. The texture was springy and tender. The meat succulent. The medley of sour, spicy, salty, and sweet flavors exploded in her mouth. Qiao Yue's tears transformed into laughter, a droplet still glistening on her fair cheek. He he. This is so delicious. Her legs seemed enchanted as she approached the table and devoured 3 cat's eye snails in one go. Seeing her hesitance, Bai Lu offered her another. While the other 2 girls had yet to touch the other dishes, the cat's eye snails had already been depleted, leaving only their shells behind. Hua Xiao surveyed the sumptuous spread before him. Though he was tempted, he couldn't help but murmur his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it is quite lavish. Yet I feel many of the preparations could be improved. For instance, sea urchins and oysters should ideally be consumed raw to preserve their freshest essence. Wouldn't you agree? Shu He? Shu He nodded in affirmation. Precisely. If we had purple sea urchins, consuming them raw would be best. They are sweet, fragrant, and exquisitely smooth. However, today we only have yellow sea urchins, which, when eaten raw, can be fishy and bitter. Many people dislike sea urchins precisely because they are yellow. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu took a spoonful of steamed sea urchin egg and popped it into her mouth, chewing. Not bitter at all. It's absolutely delicious. Shu He handed her a freshly shucked oyster, remarking that he had meticulously cleaned out the undigested algae and black liver, adding his own concoction of cooking wine and ginger. Thank you, Shu He. Bai Lu replied with a sweet smile. Is this another homemade seasoning? You must tell me what you included this time. The system rewarded Shu He for his exceptional culinary skills. The preparation had been instinctive, and he couldn't be bothered to recall the specifics at that moment. Just toss everything into the ordinary cooking wine, he casually stated. Observing the admiration and reverence in the eyes of the 3 young women, Hua Chunyu interjected. Did I just notice that you're eating cat eye snails? When I was a child, I often felt lonely. And my mother told me that if I put my ear to a snail, I could hear the sound of the ocean. I tried it, and it truly worked. I forgot all about my loneliness. I have always considered snails to be among the most beautiful things in this world. Yet you all chose to steam and consume them. Yang Qiaoyue listened intently, pondering whether Hua Chunyu's emotions mirrored her own from moments ago. She quickly handed him a bag filled with collected refuse, containing cat-eye snail shells, oyster shells, and remnants of crab legs. Here are plenty of cat-eye snail shells. Take them home and listen to the sound of the waves one by one. Chapter 31. How solitary invincibility is. A remark from Yang Qiaoyue caused a slight twitch on Hua Chunyu's forehead. He gazed at a bag of trash and the sincere eyes of Qiaoyue, uncertain whether to accept it or not. This scene felt vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the last time when Godzilla had him pick up a ball. The sole distinction being that Godzilla's actions were intentional, while Qiaoyue's were clearly inadvertent. Trembling, Hua Chunyu reached for the bag. Noticing his discomfort, Qiaoyue kindly inquired, "Is one bag sufficient?" "Yes, it is enough." Bai Lu and Shu He exchanged glances, simultaneously lowering their heads to suppress laughter, while Reba contemplated the saddest moments of her life, ultimately covering her forehead with one hand. Though the upward curve of her lips remained visible, Hua Xiao rubbed his face with both hands, contorting his mouth into a small duck shape. Ha ha ha. Is Qiaoyue perhaps Hua Chunyu's nemesis? Did the production team intend for them to hold hands by placing them together? How could it not be intentional? This exquisitely delicate boy, Hua Chunyu, would certainly fall head over heels for a steel-willed girl like Qiaoyue. Hua Chunyu exclaimed, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Qiaoyue revealed to me the epitome of a terminal case of straight male cancer, yet she is a beautiful girl. Frustration ensues. I desperately crave Qiaoyue's forthrightness. I care not. All I see is the sumptuous seafood feast that Shu He has prepared. Truly, Shu He is an exceptional cook. The Thai curry crab utilizes the orchid crab, and to this day, I still yearn for that flavor. I, who have tasted both purple and yellow sea urchins, raise a claw. Shu He the chef was absolutely correct. Handling yellow sea urchins requires a deft touch. Hua Xiao, unable to have grapes, laments about them, suggesting he withdraw from the dating show as his charm diminishes with each episode. Hua Chunyu is rather pretentious, making me cringe. I do not enjoy watching floral displays being overshadowed. Only those who genuinely harbor love can appreciate the minutiae of life. TSK. I find no trace of affection in that at all. I propose a literary soiree. Is it not merely to showcase his singing prowess? Which of the other 3 female guests would be inclined to partake? Qiaoyue was even brought to tears by a sensitive remark. Hua Xiao derided her as having a fragile heart. Among the 3 male guests, Shu He remains my favorite. However, the upcoming arrangements do not bode well for him. Hua Xiao appears quite knowledgeable about angling, and the evening's game, which involves performing for a loss, suits Hua Chunyu perfectly. Yet there is little to be done. They are merely pitting their strengths against Shu He's weaknesses. Such cunning old foxes. The observation room originally aimed to capture highly vocal comments and engage with the audience in the livestream. Who could have anticipated that a simple lunch would yield so many captivating moments, making it difficult for them to pinpoint the highlights amidst the overwhelming barrage of comments? However, Yin Lu did notice a subtle detail during the interactions between male and female guests. Did you all observe that everyone found Xiao Yue's forthrightness amusing? Yet only Bai Lu and Shu He exchanged knowing looks. Upon finishing her words, she looked at Jin Jing and Xiao Liang with delight. The two were still gazing at the table filled with dishes, swallowing their saliva. Hearing her speak, they seemed momentarily taken aback. Yin Lu could only explain. I once encountered a psychological trick. When you are uncertain whether someone has feelings for you, observe their reaction during amusing situations to see if they glance at you. In any given setting, our attention is naturally drawn to those we cherish most, and any emotional fluctuations will inevitably lead us to focus on that individual. Just now, while all the guests were stifling laughter, it was only Shu He and Bai Lu who exchanged glances. Jin Jing suddenly understood. So, Yin Lu, are you suggesting that those two have already developed feelings for each other? Yin Lu nodded vigorously. I believe that is quite likely. Perhaps Shu He has just graduated. Or maybe he lacks romantic experience, hence his subtle expressions. Xiao Yang initially agreed with Yin Lu's statement, but burst into laughter upon hearing the latter part. I think you might be overanalyzing. They're already in the same group. Is there really a need for such subtlety? Could it not simply be that they locked eyes because Bai Lu is sitting directly across from Shu He? Jin Jing, swaying like seaweed in the wind, found some merit in Xiao Liang's argument. Oh, let us not be so hasty. Really, they've only spent a day together. The development of feelings takes time. Initially feeling as though she had uncovered a new world, Yin Lu now felt a twinge of uncertainty. She could not fathom Shu He's current attitude and was unsure how to continue the conversation between the two. Just as she hesitated, a new prompt appeared on the teleprompter below the camera. Yin Lu quickly redirected her focus, introducing to the live audience. I wonder if everyone remembers the liquid Shu He was concocting last night. Our production team has consulted experts and now has an accurate answer. What he made last night was actually DEET. This ingredient might be familiar to those who enjoy the outdoors, compared to the various mosquito repellents available on the market. Those containing DEET are the most effective. It forms a barrier around the human body, rendering one invisible to mosquitoes. However, even the manufacturers of these mosquito repellent products merely purchase DEET to dilute it. Although the raw liquid is not expensive, its production is quite complex, involving extensive chemical knowledge and experimental procedures. Having conveyed all the information from the teleprompter, Xiao Liang also realized DEET is also known as N-diethylmetatoluamide. Those of us who often spend time outdoors certainly understand this. The sprays produced by manufacturers are relatively pricey, so to save costs, my friends and I usually buy the raw liquid and mix it with a bit of alcohol. It's truly astonishing that Shu He can create the raw liquid himself. His ability to merge outdoor survival skills with chemical knowledge is remarkable. What sort of interdisciplinary expertise must one possess to come up with such ingenuity? This individual is truly exceptional. Xiao Liang's tone grew increasingly fervent as he extolled Shu He, his admiration evident. To onlookers, it seemed as though Xiao Liang wished fervently to be female, ready to wed on the spot. Upon seeing Shu He, I felt as though I was merely a bystander in this world. Smile. In this moment, I found myself almost ready to forgive Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu for their perplexing behaviors. Any man placed alongside Shu He would likely desire to prove himself through her. Wouldn't he? Can we refrain from condemning all men indiscriminately? If I were to meet Shu He, I would unreservedly acknowledge her as my elder sibling. Previously, I found it absurd to see Shu He tinkering with those objects, but now I can only say how profoundly lonely invincibility can be. We mere mortals struggle to comprehend her actions, and it seems we must seek out experts for clarity. Has the employment landscape truly become this daunting overnight? The guardian of the island must be a graduate of Tsinghua, skilled in wildlife rescue, adept at concocting chemical solutions on a deserted isle, possess the culinary prowess of a 5-star chef, and be well-versed in various wildlife knowledge. What other surprises does Shu He hold that we remain oblivious to? It seems rather normal for a top scholar to possess such skills. Comparatively, his other talents and artistic inclinations may be somewhat lacking. It is likely that Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu share the same sentiments as the others, which explains the arrangements for fishing and parties. Chapter 32. My belly has grown thanks to Shu He. The table was cleared of the sumptuous seafood feast. Bai Lu gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, contently letting out a satisfied burp. Culinary genius. Shu He is undoubtedly a culinary genius. I have never tasted seafood so exquisite in my life. The curry crab is authentically divine. The spicy squid is incredibly appetizing, and the dog-claw shellfish lives up to its reputation, tender and sweet. Look, My belly has grown, thanks to Shu He. Reba quickly covered by Lu's mouth. Do you hear how inappropriate that sounds? What if someone misinterprets it and tarnishes your reputation? Bai Lu laughed, brushing Reba's hand away, then let Shu He take responsibility for me. Clearly. Bai Lu was so elated from the delicious meal that her blood sugar had skyrocketed, rendering her a bit silly. Seeing that her attempts to intervene were futile, Reba stood up to tidy the dishes. Bai Lu's carefree remark set the comment section ablaze. This lady truly has no inhibitions. The fiercest person in the entertainment industry. I heard Bai Lu isn't afraid of misinterpretations? Perhaps we should help her with some editing, sly grin. Let us just clip these 2 lines. Look. My belly has grown thanks to Shu He. And then let Shu He take responsibility for me. What is there to edit? This is a dating show, and if they end up together, it's just a matter of time. You're so mischievous upstairs. I absolutely love it. You two should pick up the pace. Hard eyes and tongue out. As a member of the entertainment circle, Reba should have been incensed by such teasing. But it was Shu He, after all. I am Bai Lu's assistant. The production team isn't answering calls, and no one is responding to messages. The guests on the island also have no signal. Please convey to the family the company's warning to Bai Lu. Eat less and pay attention to your figure. Additionally, mind your words. Haraha. Bai Lu has frightened the entertainment company. If anyone is to blame, it's Shu He. We want to say more. Let us make sure Lu Bao enjoys herself and has a sweet romance. Indeed, the entertainment company has no authority here. If you expel Bai Lu, she might just become the queen of the deserted island. We want to see Bai Lu as the queen of the deserted island. Shu He guards the deserted island while Bai Lu protects Shu He. The CP fans are going wild. The queen of the deserted island, the dominating lady. Eating melon, quite intriguing. Shu He knew that Godzilla had nearly eaten its fill, so he merely prepared a supplementary meal rich in dietary fiber. The other guests joined in clearing the table. Hua Xiao remarked, you ate so thoroughly. It seems Shu He's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Why not come and be my personal chef? This question seemed rather condescending, and even Reba, who was in the same group as Hua Xiao, disapproved of his repeated belittling of the other guests. Why should Shu He, who is happier than us on this deserted island, serve as your chef? Seeing Reba unusually upset, particularly because of Shu He, Hua Xiao felt quite displeased, yet he still spoke softly to Reba. You're overthinking it. I was merely joking. Shu He is my dear brother. He chuckled softly and began to reassure Reba. In truth, serving as a private chef for Hua Xiao is not without its merits. The standards must be of the utmost caliber to match his esteemed identity. However, it's worth noting that Hua Xiao may not be able to afford my services. Hua Xiao perked up. Oh, you think I can't afford you? Pray tell, what do you consider high standards? Shu He pondered for a moment. Each meal must meet the standards of a banquet, and I could even play the suona to enhance the ambience. Given your age, we must also keep up with medicinal cuisine to promptly replenish your vitality. Plain water may be economical but lacks flavor. I must serve you something with a bit of foam. Under these conditions, requesting $1 million a month seems rather reasonable, does it not? Hua Xiao slammed his hand on the table. Shu He, are you aware of where you are? Can you casually utter such things on air? I was referring to beer. Where did your mind wander? Shu He smirked slightly. Let us agree beforehand. If you have any peculiar preferences, I wouldn't be inclined to accept $1 billion a month. Goodness. Playing these games with me could be your undoing. You may retort, yet each word is a trap. The tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. Though he initially wished to ignore Hua Xiao, this incessant chatterbox persisted. The third lady found great satisfaction watching Hua Xiao being rebutted, sharing amused glances with others. The comment section was filled with applause for Shu He. Hua Xiao managed but a single counter, and Shu He swiftly pushed him into another abyss. He realized that if this continued, Shu He would remain composed while he would only appear more foolish. He could only stifle his frustration and redirect the conversation elsewhere. With a visibly strained expression, Hua Xiao retracted. It was merely a jest. I could never afford my brother Shu He. My intention was, this afternoon, for the two of us to engage in a fishing contest. Per Director Wang's instructions, we must organize some activities. He. What do you say, Shu He? The loser tonight shall take on the role of chef for the barbecue. Do you agree? Shu He was not particularly fond of being enveloped in smoke and grease, and he questioned whether Hua Xiao's culinary skills would suffice. What a shame it would be if he ruined the fish he caught. Observing Shu He's demeanor, everyone sensed his lack of confidence. Bai Lu quickly interjected. Each person should eat what they catch. What is there to compare? Yang Chao chimed in. Shu He has spent the morning rescuing baby seals and cooking. He will surely be tired this afternoon. Fishing requires stamina and strength. I believe the competition is unfair. Seeing that Shu He remained silent, Hua Xiao felt more assured. What are you all worried about? Perhaps I will be the one to lose. What I prepare may be unfamiliar, but seafood barbecue is universally appealing. Very well, I agree. Since he has said as much, I shall reluctantly give it a try. After all, when pressed for time, even compressed biscuits will suffice. Hua Xiao, witnessing Shu He's acquiescence, wore a shrewd smile. Good brother. Splendid. My seafood barbecue is indeed delicious. But I utterly detest the smell of smoke. In a short while, I shall not hold back while fishing. It appears that tonight's chef is destined to be you. At this moment, Bai Lu's disdain for Hua Xiao has reached its zenith. Should Shu He lose, I shall consume all he has prepared, not allowing you a single bite. Hua Xiao scoffed twice. I understand your anxiety, Bai Lu, but do remain composed. It is best for you and Shu He to accept the wager graciously. My new fishing rod, a limited edition, cost a staggering 80,000 yuan. In terms of both skill and equipment, Shu He is unlikely to have much of a chance. Shu He had previously agreed to the rules, so do calm yourself. Shu He stepped in front of Bai Lu. Shall we compete based on quantity or weight? Hua Xiao furrowed his brow. This fellow certainly had a bold demeanor. We shall prioritize your advantage. If your quantity is greater, we will consider that. If your weight is heavier, we shall regard that instead. Surely, no one can accuse me of bullying. Shu He readily consented. Hua Xiao chuckled to himself. As Yang Qiaoyu observed, he too had noticed that Shu He appeared somewhat fatigued. With the flag raised early that morning, it was likely he had risen quite early. The morning's excursion to the sea, gathering dogfoot snails, was indeed a physically demanding task. Following that, there were seals to rescue and meals to prepare. While the stamina of youth should not be underestimated, this level of exertion was considerable. Just moments ago, while mixing dog food for Godzilla, Shu He had yawned twice. Fishing requires one to remain seated for extended periods, and once a catch is made, it demands both strength and technique. What could he possibly use to compare against himself? Suddenly, an odd sound startled Hua Xiao from his reverie, as he felt a tug at his pant leg. A tearing sound echoed, and upon looking down, he was astonished to find that Qiao had awakened. This little creature, who had been so lethargic that morning, had suddenly regained such vigor? It had even managed to ruin his fine trousers. Could it be that Shu He's earlier rescue methods were indeed effective? However, his greater concern lay with his attire. Is this a joke? Hua Xiao erupted in anger. We save you, and you choose to tear my pants. Do you have any idea how much these cost? These wild animals truly are. In the heat of his fury, he momentarily forgot his surroundings. Only to remember he was live-streaming, promptly adjusting his tone. It truly requires some discipline. Qiao, upon witnessing Hua Xiao's fierce countenance, was frightened into scuttling away with its diminutive front flippers, seeking refuge behind Reba, its eyes glistening with tears. Qiao, wah. Chapter 33. Has Reba departed from the deserted island? Two pairs of eyes locked in an astonished gaze, one pair, almond-shaped and filled with shock, and the other, round and glistening with a sense of grievance. Reba could hardly fathom that the once lifeless Jujing had awakened from slumber, now bounding about with exuberance. Even having torn the hem of Hua Xiao's trousers, its recovery was astonishingly swift, as if it had never required aid in the first place. Yang Qiaowei was equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Is it not as if there are two entirely different Jujings? Shu He, you must be a miracle worker. The guests on the show were unaware of Captain Gao Peng's previous remarks regarding Shu He's rescue efforts, yet the lively Jiujing before them spoke volumes. Ding. The seal pup has successfully embarked on its path to recovery. The system expresses its heartfelt appreciation, bestowing upon the host the enduring qualities of a special forces soldier and unparalleled vocal prowess. As the system notification concluded, Shu He immediately felt his previously fatigued body rejuvenating, regaining its optimal state within mere seconds. Moreover, this special forces physique granted him deeper insights into physical abilities, such as climbing and combat. Most enticing was the notion of endurance, signifying he would no longer suffer from fatigue due to physical exertion, a simplified version of a genetic enhancement. Though he paid little heed to the vocal prowess, as it held little significance for a guardian of the island, he had no intentions of venturing into the entertainment industry. Reba gently cradled the Jiujing that had sought refuge behind her, attempting to offer comfort. Yet, the words of consolation felt somewhat inappropriate, given that it had indeed damaged Hua Xiao's trousers, and Hua Xiao's remarks had been rather harsh. Contemplating the situation, she decided to soften her words for the camera, that uncle was startled by you, not scolding you. Who could have predicted that our little Jiujing, once so lethargic, would now exhibit such prowess? With a gentle pat on its head, Jiujing's plump little mouth seemed to curl into a smile. Bai Lu and Yang Qiaowei, having finished washing the dishes, hurried over to inspect Jiujing closely. Yang Qiaowei remarked, Jiujing appears to have fully regained its strength, aside from the injured area. Bai Lu responded, doesn't this prove that both the treatment of the wound and the administration of medication and nourishment by Shu He were entirely correct? As Yang Qiaowei placed a hand on Jiujing's small flipper, it playfully nudged her hand away before pressing it down again. My goodness, this little one still has the energy to play with me. Clearly, Shu He's rescue plan was unequivocally successful. To the production team, you need not send anyone else. Did you hear that? Chow Wei enthusiastically waved at the camera, sincerely explaining, Shu He is truly remarkable. He seems to understand how to rescue small animals. Jiujing is now completely safe. Not only secure but also in high spirits. It woke up and immediately tore Hua Xiao's trousers. In summary, as long as Shu He is here, we need no experts. The netizens had long anticipated that Shu He's rescue plan was sound. Upon witnessing Chow Wei's earnest explanation, they feigned politeness in their responses. Though she herself remained oblivious. Thank you, noted. Well, if it weren't for Chow Wei's clarification, we would have been in the dark, smiling. The experts concur with you. No one cares about Hua Xiao's pantomimes. Chow Wei even used it to demonstrate that Drudgery is in high spirits, laughing and crying. Drudgery is currently small. But as she matures, will she not end up tearing Hua Xiao's pants to shreds? I can't help but sense a hint of cunning in little Drudgery, haha. She nibbles on someone else's trousers and then feigns innocence. Hua Xiao, that oblivious egotist, is just the type to be dealt with by someone like Drudgery. The look on Hua Xiao's face was priceless, turning as pale as lime. It was utterly hilarious. Previously, he was the one hosting and putting others in awkward positions. Now he must experience the discomfort of restraint in front of the camera. I recall Shu He mentioning that Drudgery's wild training was overseen by Godzilla, right? Goodness. If Drudgery grows up, will she not become Nyo Hulu Drudgery? Drudgery is simply adorable. If it were up to me, I could never bring myself to release her into the ocean. Hua Xiao realized that his previous remarks were rather excessive, and fortunately, he managed to recover before revealing his true feelings. Nevertheless, he sensed a subtle shift in everyone's attitude towards him. But can he be blamed? That wretched seal had chewed through the custom trousers he had spent over 20,000 on. He felt a surge of anger, but could only suppress it. The seal had been rescued by Shu He. Should he hold her accountable for this? Hua Xiao quickly contemplated the upcoming fishing competition, since the seal is fine now, Shu He. Let us divide the fishing gear and head out to fish directly. Hua, my fishing equipment is quite specialized. Could you assist me? The three of them approached the restaurant door together to retrieve the fishing gear when Godzilla bolted forward, growling ferociously at Hua Xiao and Hua Chunyu, who were trying to get ahead of Shu He. Drudgery mimicked Godzilla, barking at them until the two retreated 2 steps, allowing Shu He to exit first. Only then did they cease their barking and follow her out. As Hua Xiao stepped out last, he felt an overwhelming urge to scream internally. It is said that social animals have a sense of hierarchy. Does this mean that in the eyes of these two, he ranks lower than mere beasts? The 3 male guests and the 2 small animals departed, leaving only the female guest inside. Bailu slowly approached Ruba and spoke. It seems your mood is not quite right. It's completely different from when you first arrived. What is troubling you? Yang Chow Wei found Bailu's inquiry peculiar. Was Ruba truly feeling down? To her surprise, Ruba nodded. I no longer wish to team up with Hua Xiao. Although he is well prepared and proactive, I cannot shake the feeling that we are not compatible. If it comes to that, I might just leave the deserted island. The words of Reba rendered all who heard them in utter silence. The program employed a grouping method aimed at fostering mutual assistance and understanding among guests stranded on an uninhabited island. However, merely after a day, Reba found herself unable to tolerate Hua Xiao. Bailu and Yang Chaoe, upon hearing her remarks, empathized deeply. The trio had keenly observed Hua Xiao's behavior over the past 2 days, characterized by his penchant for belittling others and flaunting wealth, occasionally indulging in petty schemes that were easily discernible. Although only a day had passed, his bizarre antics had been incessant, compounded by the near absence of signal on the deserted island, leaving everyone oblivious to audience feedback. This lack of awareness allowed Hua Xiao to remain oblivious to his shortcomings, leading him further astray in his misguided persistence. Yang Chaoe let out a heavy sigh. In truth, I harbor no particular feelings for Hua Xiao, but I simply do not wish to leave the island. Reba, in agreement, nodded vigorously at Xiao Yue's words. Were it not for the desire to remain on the island, I would have exited long ago. Realizing the gravity of their sentiments, Chaoe decided to speak candidly to the camera. Dear production team, could we possibly reconsider this mechanism? I cannot fathom how, but at the very least, allow us to stay a bit longer. Please, I implore you. Reba and Xiao Yue clasped their hands together, directing their earnest appeal toward the camera. Upon hearing that the two were considering departure solely due to their discomfort with the male guest, their fans rushed to the program's private messages, fervently expressing their concerns. Director Wang, now aware of Reba and Yang Chaoe's predicament, found himself in a quandary. Chapter 34, A1. 9 million yuan fishing rod. Can money not buy it? Since their arrival on the island, Reba and Supermoon have consistently performed exceptionally well, not only garnering their own fan base, but also significantly boosting the show's popularity. Conversely, the male guests paired with them appear rather peculiar. Initially, one would assume that Hua Chenyu, as a talented musician adored by female fans, would effortlessly showcase his allure towards women on this program. However, it soon became evident that the allure was merely a facade crafted through the screen. In the realm of live broadcasting, many of Huaqinyu's actions have left netizens perplexed. Hua Xiao, a seasoned host, was invited primarily with the hope that he would alleviate any awkward moments during the show. Yet, he seemed more preoccupied with showcasing his own persona and nearly made an inappropriate remark on camera. This is far removed from mere banter. Should he truly display such disrespectful behavior towards animals during a live broadcast, it would undoubtedly lead to a scandal. It is not the female guest who should be departing. Nevertheless, the male guests on the island are thoroughly enjoying themselves, showing no inclination to leave, with the production team needing to send over a batch of medical supplies. After much contemplation, they found themselves compelled to resolve the matter in this manner. Director Wang summoned the planning team. Hua Xiao and Huaqinyu entered the communal dining area with an array of fishing gear, interrupting the heart-to-heart session among the three young ladies. Noticing that Shu He had yet to arrive, Hua Xiao slowed his movements as he opened the fishing tackle bag. Why is Shu He taking so long? I even changed into a different pair of pants. Surely she isn't embarrassed to come over because her fishing rod is too shabby? As he spoke, he began distributing the rods he had in hand. Hua, this one is for you and Supermoon. Although it's old, it's quite user-friendly. Unfamiliar with fishing rods, Huaqinyu curiously opened the bag. Upon seeing the rod in his hands, the fishing enthusiasts in the live stream could not help but flood the comment section. Wow. A Dawa wave pattern level. I was curious about who would buy a fishing rod priced in the 5 digits. Hua Xiao actually gave such an expensive rod to a novice. Was he not concerned about him falling into the river? For those unfamiliar, a 5-digit fishing rod signifies the pinnacle of high-end products. A rod costing in the 5 digits must be meant for catching mermaids. At this moment, one could still witness the allure of an older gentleman. I am now curious about what rod he recently purchased. I caught a glimpse of the bag, and it appears to be a lure rod. One priced over 10,000, the other over 80,000, based on Hua Xiao standards. The entire set indeed amounts to nearly 200,000 yuan. If Reba understood these details, would she regret her earlier comments? Amusing, isn't it? Would Reba truly be swayed by fishing gear worth over 200,000? Does she lack financial means? Yet, a quality older gentleman seems more pragmatic compared to a struggling young man who merely toils away. After all, the daily expenses of a female celebrity are not insignificant. Should they end up together, would she be expected to support him? One unwittingly exposes the gold-digging green tea persona. At that moment, Shu He entered, carrying fishing gear. And Hua Xiao immediately noticed the bamboo on his shoulder. Shu He, you aren't still stuck in the Stone Age, are you? Fishing with bamboo? After saying this, he burst into laughter, wiping away tears from his eyes. Shu He handed a pure black bag to Bailu, while weighing the bamboo in his hands. Since you're the one hosting the barbecue tonight, I'll just catch a few. I'll out to you in quantity, and you can leave the weight to Bailu. This statement left both Hua Xiao and Bailu momentarily stunned. Bailu opened the bag. Can I really catch big fish? Shu He replied, with such a fine rod. How could you not? Hua Xiao paused for a moment, laughing even harder. You think you can win with a bamboo pole? Haven't you heard that taking big steps can lead to trouble? Haraha. However, his laughter began to falter upon seeing the fishing rod in Bailu's hands. Ha. Cough. The rod by Laosidaner was embedded with rubies. He could hardly believe his eyes and slowly approached to examine the rod closely. The smile on his face vanished, and his lips formed the words, wow. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted with a barrage of wow, leaving confused netizens bewildered. What's so special about this rod? Can someone explain it? Laosidaner? What on earth is that? What is Shu He's true identity? What is this Laosidaner? Can someone clarify? Forget it. I'll look it up myself. After a quick search, I could only exclaim, wow, I don't think I've ever seen this model from Laosidaner. Could it be that we're simply not discerning enough? If it's real, then that is astonishing. Indeed, it was real. The designer of Laosidaner personally created this model for entry into Huaxia. The materials are aerospace grade, and there are 18 rubies on it, with the rod's tip made of gold. The reason you might not recognize it is that it belongs to a money can't buy category. Only brand partners and core members can apply for purchase. This is truly a rod for catching mermaids. Compared to Huaxiao's, it's only suitable for catching lowly green tea. Is it really that extraordinary? Can the big shot be more straightforward and state a price? 300,000 USD, smiling, or 1,900,000 RMB, smiling. Wow. Now I understand why you're all exclaiming wow. With such a rod, he gives it to Bailu while he uses bamboo? My head suddenly feels very light. It must be a sign of cognitive decline. Let me express on behalf of fellow fishing enthusiasts. We just want to kneel and watch Shu He fish. How could a freshly graduated student possibly acquire such a rod? This remark prompted everyone to speculate about Shu He's true identity. Could he be an invisible rich second generation? Did he come to this deserted island just for fun? Is it possible that he skipped classes for 4 years just to earn enough to buy this rod? If the sole purpose is to earn money, when would he have the opportunity to cultivate his knowledge of wildlife rescue, his exceptional understanding of chemistry, and his outdoor skills? The only certainty is that he has never truly engaged in his studies at Tsinghua University. Nonsense. Shu He has never skipped a class. It was he who always assisted us with attendance. Furthermore, the entire class is aware that he is an orphan, managing to complete his university education solely through scholarships and financial aid. The logic simply does not hold. I am genuinely at my wit's end. Shu He's fishing rod has rendered all those in the know utterly powerless. And Hua Xiao's ambitious plan to showcase his financial prowess has been ruthlessly crushed by Shu He. Such an expensive and challenging fishing rod. Is that not a bit outrageous? The reason Shu He arrived so late was because he was meticulously examining this rod in his room, even before the production team arrived. He would go fishing daily, and one day he unexpectedly hooked a massive swordfish. After much struggle, just as he was about to bring it ashore, the bamboo rod snapped, and the swordfish launched a fierce attack, almost leading to a catastrophe. He knows nothing of fishing rod brands. He merely feels that with his current strength and the rod provided by the system, successfully reeling in that once arrogant creature should pose no problem. Chapter 35. Is there a fish on the hook? Hua Xiao fondled the exquisite fishing rod belonging to Shu He with great admiration. Even a successful individual like him would feel a pang of regret at the thought of purchasing such an exclusive rod, which was not available for sale. What qualifications could a recently graduated young man, lacking in financial means, possibly have to acquire such a treasure? Reflecting on the fact that many of Lao Si Dan Air's designs were bespoke, Hua Xiao meticulously measured the rod's dimensions to determine its rightful owner. Young Xiaowei, unable to comprehend Hua Xiao's peculiar antics, exclaimed, "Stop comparing. This rod complements Shu He's aura perfectly. I may not know much, but just those few red stones paired with him exude an air of luxury." Through Hua Xiao's comparisons, Shu He discerned that the rod's length and intricate designs resonated harmoniously with his own physique. Had ergonomics truly been taken into consideration? It was no wonder it was a product of the system. Hua Xiao, at a loss for words, ultimately returned the rod to Bai Lu, inquiring, "Shu He, do you have a profound understanding of fishing?" "Somewhat," Shu He replied, uncertain how to articulate his knowledge. To claim ignorance would undermine the system's bestowed skill of the ultimate fisherman, while to assert expertise would be misleading without the system's rewards. He was, after all, a novice. Hua Xiao raised his chin, probing, "How long have you been fishing?" Shu He pondered briefly. "Since the deserted island, perhaps a week?" "Humph." Hua Xiao shook his head in a manner befitting a seasoned veteran, lamenting, "It's typical of young people to be so enamored with vanity. Using such a rod in your hands would be a sheer waste. What if it breaks? Wouldn't that break your heart? Moreover, we disdain those obsessed with equipment." "Ah, yes. Yes." Shu He reassured him, "You needn't worry. I'll only use the bamboo rod to compare with you today. The new rod is meant for Bai Lu." Upon hearing Shu He's words, Hua Xiao's face turned an irate shade of green. He could hardly tolerate Shu He's indifferent and audacious demeanor. The essence of a country bumpkin would render even the finest possessions worthless in his hands. Everyone heard that, so if I get serious later, don't blame me for being a bully. Bai Lu, growing impatient, urged, "Let us move on. Fishing is the main event." As the group gathered their belongings, Shu He reminded them to take precautions against sun exposure. The female participants were well equipped with an array of protective gear ranging from physical to chemical sunscreens, while 2 male artists, concerned about their appearances on camera, refused any form of protection. Hua Xiao seemed to be an avid fisherman. How could he lack such basic knowledge? Or perhaps he had never experienced sea fishing and was unaware of the sun's harshness on the island. Shu He refrained from further admonishing the two, recognizing that they were all adults. Upon exiting the restaurant, Godzilla and Gio trailed closely behind Shu He. He chose a fishing spot near the rocky outcrop on the opposite side, and Bai Lu quickened her pace to join him, asking, "Will there be many fish where we've chosen?" As they walked, Shu He shared, "Of course. During my week on the island, I've fished everywhere and even devised a catchy saying. As the season of Bai Lu approaches, one eagerly implores, 'Please teach me. I too wish to catch the big fish.'" With a calm demeanor, Shu He replies, "Cast your line where the current flows. Fret not about the catch. When the winds rise, fish amidst the waves. In tranquility, seek the calm waters. At the stone dam, the black eagle often visits. In the deep channels amidst hidden reefs, you'll find the schools of bass." In truth, there is much more, but I have simply conjured these thoughts in idle time. Remember these few phrases, and you shall surely catch fish soon. Bai Lu, treating Shu He's words as sacred decrees, diligently recites them, occasionally glancing up to recall forgotten phrases. Shu He finds her earnestness endearing. There's no need for such exertion. With so many to remember, just hold on to this one, where the hooks are wasted. There shall you fish, all right? Bai Lu responds, though the meaning eludes her. She resolves to memorize it nonetheless. Shu He, my friend Ba, and I plan to fish here. Hua Xiao declares, having chosen his fishing spot. Hua Chunyu, believing Hua Xiao to be an expert, decides to set down his gear beside him. May we fish alongside you? Certainly. But do keep the noise to a minimum. At this moment, Hua Xiao's thoughts are consumed by his competition with Shu He, intent on surpassing him in both quantity and weight. It is time to teach him a lesson in humility. We must venture a bit further, Shu He instructs, leading them onward. Although the little fish, with its fin hindrance, moves somewhat slowly, it is now able to keep pace with them. Shu He guides the group to a spot not far from Hua Xiao, first spraying a mosquito repellent made from DEET on himself and Bai Lu. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao prepares a small iron bucket and homemade mosquito coils from dried grass. After igniting the grass stuffed into the bucket, he spins the attached rope a few times, and wisps of smoke rise from the opening. He places it on a nearby rock close to the four of them. Subsequently, he begins to bait the area, scattering feed into the windward crevices of the rocks, perfect for attracting fish. While Hua Xiao's preparations are still underway, Shu He briefly instructs Bai Lu on how to release the line, and they both hold their rods in quiet anticipation for a bite. This unorthodox approach leaves the viewers in the live stream speechless. Though Brother Shu He speaks boldly, his stance appears rather amateurish. Despite Hua Xiao's minor baiting issues, he at least understands the importance of preparing the area. Why is it that Shu He, without any preparation, leads Bai Lu to cast their rods? It seems a shame to waste such a fine rod in Bai Lu's hands. One could understand him using bamboo, but alas, everyone has their own areas of expertise. Nevertheless, as a scholar, he possesses ample theoretical knowledge. The two catchy phrases he imparted to Bai Lu are indeed worthy of practice. Upon seeing the abundance of fish in the fridge, one might have thought him truly skilled, yet it appears to be a product of accumulated efforts. It cannot be that the underachievers have an abundance of stationery, can it? Fishing demands patience. Who would continuously waste time with a bamboo rod without dedication? Boredom on a deserted island surely allows for such prolonged fishing. In the live streaming room, a sharp divergence in opinions has emerged. Some maintain that Shu He is a skilled angler, casting his bamboo rod with an air reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, while others assert that he is nothing more than a complete novice, daring to challenge Hua Xiao only out of frustration. However, this disagreement has not escalated into a heated debate. Rather, it remains a light-hearted discussion among viewers. In the frame, Hua Chunyu is seen casting his line under Hua Xiao's guidance. He stands quietly on the rocks, his focus intently fixed on the bobber floating in the sea. In contrast to Shu He's group, he and Bai Lu present a striking visual, with their figures standing tall. Gajira crouches beside Bai Lu, slightly elevated, while Qiuqiu, straining to raise its plush head, remains constrained by its diminutive stature. This arrangement of sizes is both endearing and somewhat amusing. However, netizens generally agree that as a novice, Hua Chunyu is far more prepared than Shu He. Just as viewers are about to send their comments, they discover that, unexpectedly, the crude wooden bobber from Shu He's side has sunk beneath the water's surface. Could it be? Is a fish biting? Chapter 36. This color is not very friendly to men in the observation room. Xiaoliang explained to Jin Jing and Yin Lu, the bobber sinking and floating does not necessarily indicate a fish biting. It might be caught on something miscellaneous, or the bait could be snatched away. If Shu He's bobber descends so quickly, the likelihood of catching a fish diminishes. Yin Lu found this reasoning plausible. Otherwise, with the bamboo and the operations criticized by netizens, it would be quite strange to actually catch a fish. Does teacher Xiaoliang enjoy fishing? Xiaoliang replied, indeed. I once came across a survey that equated the joy fishing brings to men with the thrill gamblers experience. Jin Jing seemed to grasp the essence. So, it appears I've begun to understand the allure of fishing, that uncertainty and the bliss of escaping reality. Is that why Shu He emphasizes experience? Allowing one to be indifferent to the outcome, thus embracing a more laid-back approach to fishing? Well, Xiaoliang scratched his face. Perhaps Shu He is a member of the Air Force Brigade? Air Force. Yin Lu, not well-versed in fishing, responded, that term sounds rather cool. Is it meant to describe someone like Shu He, who faces both the results and the process of fishing with equanimity? If so, I too hope that all our viewers who love fishing join the Air Force Brigade. Upon hearing this, the fishing enthusiasts in the live stream immediately erupted. Thank you. If you can't speak properly, just don't say anything. A rather pretty girl, yet she has such a big mouth. Xiaoliang's expression froze. The Air Force refers to those of us in the North who return empty-handed from fishing. Do you realize how your blessing has disheartened so many friends? Yin Lu quickly clasped her fists in apology. I simply adore Shu He and thought all terms describing him would be positive. My apologies, everyone. As she spoke, Yin Lu stood and bowed, her eagerness causing her to forget to cover her heart, which endeared her to the viewers in the live stream. Never mind. Loving Shu He can make one act foolishly. I forgive you. This size doesn't he seem very intelligent. Please refrain from using stereotypes to describe women. Bai Lu has a delightful figure and is quite intelligent. Which of your eyes discerned Bai Lu's intelligence? At present, her mind is solely focused on Shu He. Yin Lu's minor slip caused many viewers to momentarily forget about the guest's fishing endeavors. As the commotion subsided, they finally noticed that Shu He's bamboo rod had bent. Is there really a fish? This speed is astonishing. It's as if everyone has been slapped across the face. Shu He's eyes sparkled as he pulled on the bamboo rod, and with increasing vigor, the fish leapt from the water, thrashing about. Bai Lu turned to Shu He. Her catchy rhyme still unfinished, yet Shu He had already managed to reel in a fish. How does this differ from what she had previously heard about fishing? Wasn't it said that one often sits idle for an hour or two without any yield? Could it be that Shu He's fishing skills are truly exceptional? Or perhaps he has selected a fishing spot so abundant that the quality of gear becomes negligible? Bai Lu stared blankly as Shu He effortlessly hoisted the fishing rod, bringing a thrashing silver fish crashing onto the rocky surface with a resounding thud. Godzilla, this is for you. Godzilla, unfazed by the flailing fish, seized it with a fierce bite and swiftly retreated. The speed at which both the fish was caught and the face slapping occurred was astonishing. Before the fellow anglers could even articulate their jest at Shu He, the fish was already whisked away by Godzilla. This is hard to evaluate. The young man left the nearby angler, who wielded a limited edition lure, feeling quite embarrassed. At this moment, it was not just Hua Xiao who should feel ashamed. Indeed, all the anglers using lures ought to share in the sentiment. Was that a large base? It seemed to weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. Logically, a bamboo rod should lack the strength for such a feat. How could it possibly reel in such a hefty base? If the rod's strength falters, does that not imply that Shu He's own strength suffices? Blushing, up on the balcony, Shu He's earlier display had ignited the enthusiasm of his fellow anglers, who began earnestly dissecting the event in the comments. The key lies in selecting the right location. Shore fishing for sea bass depends on the tides. A stagnant current won't do. I believe Shu He's homemade bamboo rod played a significant role, while the reel and float were rather rudimentary. He employed sheer force without hesitation. Ultimately, it all circles back to Shu He's prowess. Shu He truly indulges Godzilla. The wild sea base in Haicheng has seen prices soar to 130 yuan per pound. That last catch, if estimated at 4 pounds, means Godzilla just snatched away over 500 yuan? Goodness, that is more than my daily wage. The commotion was quite lively, and Hua Xiao, not too distant from them, certainly heard it. Irritated, he repeatedly hissed in exasperation, his short sleeves drenched in sweat. The mosquito-repellent device he had fashioned was rendered ineffective by the sea breeze, failing to serve its purpose, as the incessant slapping sounds from Hua Qianyu echoed around him, striking his arms and face. Keep it down. Haven't I told you not to make noise? Hua Xiao said, weakly. Hua Qianyu merely acknowledged with an "oh," resigning himself to fanning instead. Whether due to the blazing sun or his own futile fanning, he felt increasingly lightheaded. Yang Chaowen noticed his pallor and inquired, Hua, are you all right? You should really listen to me and wear a sun hat. Hua Qianyu feigned fortitude. I'm fine. Shu He has already caught a fish. I will surely follow suit soon. We must remain quiet now. Quiet? What a laugh. Xiaoyu disregarded his words and hurried to Shu He and Bai Lu. I sense that Hua is about to faint. Is there any remedy? From a distance, Shu He observed the figure of Hua Qianyu swaying precariously atop the rocks. Should he truly faint and tumble down, it would be no trifling matter. He handed a bottle of water to Yang Chaoyu. Wait here while I fashion a sunshade for him. He ought to cease fishing and sit on the stone to drink some water. All right. Shu He set aside his fishing rod and approached the thicket behind the rocks, beginning to trim the branches. In a short while, he had woven 2 verdant tree rings. He returned and handed them to Yang Chaoyu. Make sure Hua Xiao and Hua Qianyu wear these. Otherwise, I shall have to terminate this fishing expedition in my capacity as the island guardian. It was the first time Yang Chaoyu had seen Shu He so earnest, and she too became serious. She took the tree rings and dashed back to the 2 male guests, persuading and firmly instructing them, until they finally donned the tree rings crafted by Shu He. Hua Qianyu, being pulled by Chaoyu, relinquished his fishing rod and sat against a rock, sipping water. Seeing their condition gradually improve, Yang Chaoyu let out a sigh of relief, swatting away the mosquitoes while saying to Reba, though these tree rings may lack aesthetic appeal, they are quite effective. Reba, initially tense, was amused by Chaoyu's remark. So, you are aware that this color is not particularly flattering for men. Yang Chaoyu tilted her head. What can I say? Those 2 prioritize style over comfort. She glanced at Shu He, who was donned in a fisherman's hat and face protection. Taking care of oneself is essential to avoid inconveniencing others. At that moment, both she and Reba witnessed Shu He haul in a second fish. No way. Another one already? Chapter 37. The fragrance of Bai Lu. The rapid speed of the fishing line took Shu He by surprise. It can only be said that his initial judgment was not mistaken, aside from factors like tides and currents. The spot he had chosen was indeed where Hua Xiao had previously baited. However, Hua Xiao was unaware that the bait he had scattered had drifted to Shu He's side. Once again, Shu He lifted his fishing rod. The splashes from the fish were not particularly large, and he estimated that this fish was not as hefty as the previous one. Sure enough, a small bass, no larger than half the size of the earlier catch, was brought ashore. Another one. Bai Lu glanced at her motionless bobber, feeling somewhat disheartened. Chio, believing it was now her turn, opened her little mouth and mimicked Godzilla, attempting to snap at the fish. So he took the fierce little bass from her mouth and tossed it back into the sea. He comforted Bai Lu, saying, "Don't worry. The bait you chose earlier may not be suitable for bass." He then turned to reassure Chio, still flapping her mouth. "This one is too small, just like you. A little baby. We'll get you a bigger one." Both females felt warmth in their hearts. Bai Lu replied, "All right," while Chio chimed in, "Woof woof." Shu He summoned his core strength to cast the rod, and with a whoosh, the bobber landed in a spot almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. He handed the rod to Bai Lu, changed the bait, and cast the bamboo pole back into the sea. During the wait, Hua Xiao also experienced some action. It must be said that ever since he donned the tree ring, his senses had gradually returned. He reeled in slowly, and a black sea bream was netted. Hua Xiao knocked it unconscious with his stick and showcased the fish by its tail to the three behind him. He and young Xiaowei found it quite fascinating, while Hua Chenyu applauded in approval. In truth, Hua Xiao's speed was commendable. However, with such professional fishing gear, he could not surpass Shu He, leaving me somewhat unimpressed. I sensed that his bait had drifted over to Shu He's side. Shu He was indeed extraordinary, since putting on the tree ring for shade. Hua Xiao's condition had improved. One must say, to live well, one must always carry a touch of green above. Ha ha ha, how mischievous. This remark reminded me of the scene last night when the three female guests visited Shu He. The young ladies merely expressed their gratitude. There is no need for overinterpretation. This competition has only just begun. During the wait, Bai Lu quietly engaged Shu He in conversation. "Can the bass you caught earlier be eaten?" "Of course. The fish head can be used for soup, the flesh can be pan-seared, the bones can be made into pepper salt, and the skin can be served as a cold dish." Gulp. Bai Lu swallowed hard. "So many ways to prepare it?" "Shu He, how come you were so good at cooking? Have you studied for a long time?" "Not particularly, but as an orphan. Mastering such basic survival skills is something ingrained in our subconscious as being essential. Perhaps it's because I've been doing it for so many years. When I was in the orphanage, I sometimes had to help out in the kitchen. It just came naturally." Bai Lu was taken aback and turned her gaze toward Shu He, realizing for the first time that he was an orphan. When they had come to participate in the program, Director Wang had only mentioned that the ordinary guest was a graduate of Tsinghua University and a guardian of the island, providing no further information. No wonder Shu He possessed a myriad of skills. He must be a resilient child striving against adversity. Shu He noticed the look of affection and admiration in Bai Lu's eyes, which rendered him, usually so composed, a bit embarrassed. Ahem. Shu He decided to change the topic. "Now it's my turn to ask you a question." "Ask me?" Bai Lu tilted her head slightly. As a public figure, with her past almost laid bare, what secrets could she possibly have? Shu He pondered. "Why does your scent always smell so delightful?" Bai Lu lowered her head, stifling a smile. Shu He, who usually carried himself with confidence, seemed rather adorably naive in his inquiry. "I don't think I smell like anything special. However, back in school, my deskmate often asked if I wore perfume. But as a student, who has the money for that?" With that, Shu He understood. The fragrance reminiscent of osmanthus and soft as milk must be her natural scent. As they chatted, both of their fishing rods trembled simultaneously. Shu He reeled in a fish, while Bai Lu mimicked his actions. On Shu He's side, he caught a hefty bass weighing around 5 pounds, which he slammed twice before tossing it to Jiujuan, who eagerly pressed down on it with a tiny fin, nibbling at it with her little mouth. On Bai Lu's end, she felt a considerable tug, only to think she had caught a bobber. A pufferfish, about the size of a thumb, was thrashing beneath the line. Upon Shu He removing it with 2 fingers, Bai Lu expressed her disappointment. "Huh? Is this it? This tiny thing wouldn't even fill me up if I ate 10 of them." Shu He chuckled. "It can grow larger." He cradled the pufferfish in his palm, rubbing it before using it to polish his shoes. Before long, the little creature's mouth puffed up comically as it inflated. "Ha ha." Bai Lu laughed heartily. "What a fierce balloon. It's so adorable. Won't you suffocate it by using it to shine your shoes?" "It needs to be provoked to grow," Shu He replied, handing her the pufferfish. "It's fin erect like an ear." Bai Lu held the other side, scrutinizing the irritable little creature under the sunlight. "Nevertheless, I really want to kick it like a shuttlecock." Shu He joined in her laughter. A female star shouldn't overtly display her affection for small animals on camera. One must appear even more adorable than the creature itself when faced with such cuteness. Yet, Bailu was anything but conventional, contemplating kicking a pufferfish. She was refreshingly genuine. Far more entertaining than any top-school beauty he had encountered before. Just as her words faded, the pufferfish shot out a stream of water in exasperation. "You're so annoying. Why don't you just eat me?" This action brought her immense delight. Her gaze was fierce, yet regrettably, it did not convey intelligence. "I recall this little creature is toxic, isn't it?" "Indeed. Let us return it to the sea." "Wait a moment. This is the first fish I have caught. I must take a photograph." Bailu retrieved her mirrorless camera and snapped several shots of the irate pufferfish with satisfaction, signaling to Shu He that she was done. Shu He, smiling, gently tossed the small pufferfish back, causing only a ripple on the surface of the sea. Although the pufferfish Bailu had caught was not large, it sparked her interest to continue. "Shu He, could you help me cast the rod again?" Shu He had already cast her bamboo rod into the sea. So to assist Bailu, she would need to reel it in first. "Just do it like I did earlier." Bailu shook her head. "No. The way you cast is so impressive." With a blend of coaxing and compliments, her girlfriend prowess was surely something few men could withstand. However, Shu He had a bite on her line. "Let me reel this one in first." Amidst their flotation, they continued to catch fish in succession. Fishermen everywhere would be left in despair. Even those unfamiliar with fishing would be rendered speechless upon witnessing the fish bite one after another. Chapter 38. The Aesthetic of Violence in GT Popping. The exhilarating fishing journey of Shu He. How on earth can one contact this deserted island? It makes my hands itch with anticipation. Is it not said that sea fishing is a costly endeavor? Without considering the fishing rod of Bailu, does Shu He's total fishing cost even reach 100? I can only say that Shu He has adopted a rather novel approach. One that I would generally advise against for the average person. Another 4 to 5 pound base? If I had caught it myself, I would be thrilled for quite some time. Yet the speed at which Shu He reels them in renders the spectacle somewhat monotonous. I urge everyone not to be misled by Shu He's portrayal. Fishing is not a trivial pursuit. The previous remarks lack persuasiveness. Shu He scooped up the freshly caught base with a landing net. "Bailu, please bring me the water bucket." Bailu responded promptly, hastily moving the bucket to Shu He's feet, while the dazed base remained relatively calm in the water. Once set, Shu He turned to Bailu and said, "Now our dinner is sorted. Let us fish for some excitement." "What does excitement entail?" Shu He picked up a new fishing rod and attached a large surface lure gifted by the system. There exists a species known as the shallow water tyrant in these waters. Rather aggressive in nature. The method of fishing is equally forceful. Would you care to give it a try? Bailu recalled the fright from the earlier base. Yet the thrill of catching fish spurred her eagerness. "I feel a bit apprehensive. Could you assist me?" Shu He nodded, tightening his core and biceps once more. Casting the line with vigor, and then using the lure to mimic the frantic escape of a small fish. "Come here." He held the rod with one hand, while extending the other to embrace Bailu, who cautiously nestled in, placing her hands gently upon the fishing rod. They quickly attracted a formidable fish, which leapt to seize the lure, sending massive splashes across the surface. Bailu, inexplicably exhilarated, exclaimed, "It's so large." However, at the very moment the fish bit, her balance faltered, and she nearly toppled off the rocks. Shu He, quick-witted and agile, caught her securely from behind with one arm while simultaneously reeling in the line, ensuring Bailu's safety with his body. Chaowei and Rebo were drawn to the commotion, unknowingly approaching to watch the unfolding drama. "Watching you." Seated in the shade and feeling slightly faint, noticed Chaoyue's departure and quickly removed the tree ring that he found distasteful from his head. The color was not even worth mentioning. The wild branches on the island mingled with sand and animal droppings. How filthy it must be. Were it not for Chaoyue's earlier threat to make him return indoors, he would never allow such unsanitary items to mar his pristine locks. As Huaqingyu applauded Hua Xiao for catching yet another black eagle fish, he covertly stole glances at Chaoyue's figure, only to spot Shu He engaged in a tug-of-war with a large fish, cradling Bailu in his arms. That posture. It was precisely what he had envisioned for Chaowei. Alas, his own stamina waned, leaving him to envy others as they fulfilled his aspirations. Sigh. Huaqingyu lamented inwardly, vowing that during the evening's beach party, he would make a grand statement. Hua Xiao gazed at his audience, now resembling wilted flowers, and felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. However, with the competition looming, he could not allow himself to become consumed with smoke and flames, roasting fish for a few individuals. It is well known that the scent of barbecued fare can seep into one's pores, lingering for days despite thorough bathing. Thus, Hua Xiao endeavored to adjust his emotions and continued casting his line. Not far away, Chaoyu and Rebo stood quietly, observing the two as they fished. Shua's expression was one of intense concentration. Had it not been for Bailu retouching her lipstick after a meal, her lips would likely have turned pale. The fish was substantial, engaged in a relentless tug-of-war with the duo. Typically composed, Shu He now exhibited a primal fervor, his movements devoid of hesitation, embodying the raw masculinity to its fullest extent. Bailu managed to grasp a semblance of rhythm. As Shu He leaned back, she too exerted upward force, and as he leaned forward, she relaxed her grip. Yet, despite this, she felt the soreness of her muscles, and from the rigid muscle beneath her fingers, she discerned that Shu He showed no signs of slackening. Had this been an inexperienced young star from the entertainment industry, they would surely have fallen into the sea by now. Bailu silently marveled at Shu He's stamina. The display of violent aesthetics from Shu He left Ri Ba and Chao Yu utterly transfixed, their gazes glued to him. They were experiencing an unprecedented visual delight, a perfect embodiment of skill and strength. After enduring several rounds of resistance from the fish, Shu He could feel its energy waning. He realized that as long as his strength surpassed that of the fish, it would not be long before it surrendered. His movements gradually slowed, and he sensed Bailu relaxing in his embrace. "How's the GT popping?" Shu He inquired while still engaged in the struggle with the fish, yet now able to converse. "What?" Bailu didn't quite catch his words. She leaned her head back, resting it against his shoulder to draw closer to his lips. Shu He leaned in to whisper in her ear, "This is the most exhilarating way to play, called GT popping." Bailu felt a tickling sensation by her ear and instinctively nuzzled closer to him. "I understand. It's fun." I almost cried out. "How much longer until the fish is on shore?" she asked eagerly. "Soon," Shu He replied, refocusing on his task. After a while, he finally managed to reel in a flat-bodied, scissor-tailed fish, both unattractive and fierce, drawing it closer to the shore. Turning to see Ri Ba and Chao Yu with expressions of disbelief, Shu He called out, "Just in time. Help me with the landing net to scoop it up." The two girls wiped their mouths and rushed over, shouting as they covered the fish's head with the net. Shu He stepped forward, completing the task of bringing the creature onto the land. As they watched the fish thrash about on the shore, the three girls exclaimed in excitement. Young Chao Wei compared the fish's size, saying, "This fish must weigh as much as I do." Shu He, slightly disoriented from the lack of oxygen, hoisted the hefty creature and exclaimed, "It must weigh around 60 to 70 pounds. The audience in the live stream was ablaze with excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible. Absolutely ferocious." I could almost feel their exhilaration from across the screen. A 60 to 70 pound GT, without a line break? Shu He certainly isn't short on funds. Over $1 million for a rod to catch GTs, he's truly fearless. With such intensity, why bother with the gym? Speaking of which, after catching such a fish, Shu He must be utterly exhausted, right? The three girls watched, tears streaming from their mouths in awe. Weren't we just saying Shu He couldn't fish? Is this GT something even novices can tackle? To the one upstairs, I advise caution. This beast is renowned as the Ferrari of the sea, a fierce contender. Unless you're a professional, it's best to steer clear. I wonder if Huashao still has the heart to compete? Shu He is far ahead. Bailu, still shaking from the experience, hurriedly retrieved her camera. "Shu He, don't move. This fish is also my accomplishment. I want to take a picture with you all." Ri Ba and Yang Chaiwei gathered around. "We want in too. Let us all take a photo together." Everyone assembled. Bailu adjusted the selfie settings and placed the camera on a rock. The three girls squeezed beside Shu He, all giving a thumbs up as the camera clicked 3 times. Shu He chuckled, "Is that enough? I'm about to toss it back." "What?" Bailu asked, puzzled. After all that effort to catch it, why throw it back? Shu He approached the shore and tossed the fish with force. "GT meat isn't palatable and can be toxic. I merely wanted to ensure you didn't find fishing tedious, so I brought you along for the experience." Ri Ba and Yang Chaiwei exchanged glances and chimed in unison. "Take us for another experience." Shu He feigned a dramatic gasp. Bailu laughed heartily. "I didn't exert much strength while reeling it in. Yet my arms can barely lift now." One can only imagine how exhausted Shu He must be. Chaiwei, unwilling to concede, stepped forward and squeezed Shu He's bicep. "I don't see Shu He is tired. He can still hold the fish for photos. Why can't he hold us while fishing?" Bailu stepped forward and playfully flicked her forehead. "Even if Shu He agrees, I certainly do not." Chapter 39, The Great Battle with the Giant Swordfish. Bailu's wish to be fulfilled. Yang Chaiwei pressed her forehead in astonishment, exclaiming, "Bailu, we've only known each other for a day, and you're already feeling jealous." Ri Ba fanned the flames, saying, "And you're fighting your sisters over a man. How can we continue living like this?" Bailu's ears turned crimson, as if they might bleed from embarrassment. She alternated between covering Chao Yue's mouth and tugging at Ri Ba's hand. "You two, keep it down. Can't you let Shu He hold you for a moment?" Shu He interjected, "Is no one concerned about my opinion?" "All right. Bailu must be tired from that fishing trip. You two can each take a rod while I help you catch some ornamental fish." With that, Shu He replaced the bait on the 2 rods with different lures. Chao Wei leaned closer to Shu He, asking, "Will you hold us?" "Enough, Chao Wei." Ri Ba pulled her back. "Bailu, unable to voice her frustration, muttered quietly to herself, "You little brat. Your intentions are not solely about fishing." After preparing the bait, Shu He busied himself with finding the right spot, casting the lines, and assisting the two girls in reeling in their catches. It was more exhausting than fishing for himself. Fortunately, the haul was impressive. The two girls proudly claimed the vibrant coral fish, which were practically caught by Shu He, as their own, and carried them back to where Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu were. Seeing Bai Lu perched on a rock, playing with her catch, Shu He guessed she was fatigued. "Shall we call it a day?" Bai Lu smiled sweetly and nodded, just as he finished reeling in the bamboo rod. A few circling birds on the surface of the sea caught Shu He's attention. The presence of the birds indicated that small fish were beneath, and the swordfish would be lurking below, ready to strike. Initially thinking that he would have no luck with the swordfish today, it seemed he had concluded too soon. Suddenly, a massive creature leaped out of the water, its length reminiscent of the one that had nearly pierced him before, regardless of whether it was the same fish. How could one resist the urge to fish? Shu He swiftly grabbed a new rod, replacing the hook with a bent one, and affixed a hefty piece of raw fish to it. Bai Lu observed his actions, sensing that he was not quite ready to pack up. "Are you going to continue fishing?" With determination, Shu He cast the rod into the ocean, declaring, "For revenge." Revenge? What could have happened to warrant such animosity? Typically, Shu He was absorbed in his own endeavors, disregarding the noise of the outside world. Why was he suddenly at odds with a fish? Bai Lu set her small catch down, allowing it to continue nibbling, and made her way towards Shu He. "Don't come over. Last time, this creature nearly ruined my leg." Shu He's serious warning sent a shiver of fear through Bai Lu. It was no wonder he sought vengeance. Obediently, Bai Lu returned to her previous spot. Watching Shu He with trepidation, he felt a tug on the rod but remained still, waiting until the swordfish had swallowed the bait before suddenly pulling back 2 steps to lift the rod. Startled, Bai Lu and her little catch retreated, and they both beheld a long fish leaping out of the water. "My goodness, it's even bigger than the last one." Bai Lu could no longer remain seated. Instinctively, she clasped her chest and rose to her feet, while Xiao Jujiao gazed blankly at the sea. Shu He darted back and forth in pursuit of the fish, reeling in the line, his heart racing as he observed the sailfish drawing ever closer. He relished the thrill, yet remained acutely aware of the need for caution. The last time, he had let his guard down as they neared the shore, only to be surprised by that creature leaping from the water to strike. If he hadn't reacted swiftly, being impaled by its long sword-like bill would have been the least of his worries. So he held his breath, his focus unwavering, and noticed that as this fish leapt vertically, a piece of paint flaked off its body. Was this not the same fish that had previously jumped ashore, getting snagged on the rocks? Could it truly be the same one? It seemed this creature, aware of the abundance of fish in the area, was reluctant to depart. Shu He was elated. Last time, it had taken advantage of his inadequate gear. Now it was time to showcase human ingenuity. The fishing rod bent nearly to its limit, and the anglers around him winced in sympathy. Given Shu He's current posture, it was either the sailfish would leap ashore again or the rod would snap. There was no way he would release his grip. Bai Lu stood nearby, repeatedly exclaiming in awe, her excitement blurring the distinction between moments of adrenaline. As the sailfish drew nearer, she spotted its razor-sharp bill and recognized the impending danger, prompting her to clutch Xiao Jujiao and retreat once more. Shu He maneuvered the sailfish toward the shallows, instructing Bai Lu to sit tight and grab the camera. Bewildered, she complied without hesitation. Shu He secured the rod and leaped to the location of the sailfish. Equipped with experience and gel gloves, he grasped the fish's bill firmly and began to pull with all his might. The fish's sharp jaws snapped open and shut, the sound resonating even through the screen. Once ashore, Shu He held the fish by its body with one hand and gripped its bill with the other. Embracing the magnificent creature, confirming its safety, he turned and rushed toward Bai Lu, placing the heavy sailfish securely in her arms. His palm brushed against the shimmering dark fins as he spread them out. A powerful weight pressed down on Bai Lu's legs, her face a mask of fear, yet her hands instinctively clutched the fish's belly and fins. Shu He seized the moment to snap a picture of her, then joined her for a selfie. He then hoisted the bill again, returning it to the sea to replenish its oxygen before finally releasing his grip. Breathing heavily, he settled down beside Bai Lu, removing his gel gloves with excitement, exclaiming, "Revenge accomplished." Observing Bai Lu's stunned expression, he lowered his voice, reassuring her, "Fear not. I am fully aware and will not let you come to harm." Bai Lu leaned against Shu He's shoulder, her face flushed, her voice trembling as she whispered, "This is truly exhilarating." The sunset cast its resplendent glow upon the sea, weaving golden and crimson hues into a tapestry of elusive silk upon the waves. Even the normally austere rocks cradled this gentle palette in their embrace, and Shu He wrapped his arm around Bai Lu's somewhat stiff shoulders. As her heart gradually calmed, She murmured softly in his embrace. Half the river shimmers, half is red. We are half the sea shimmering, half the sea red. The beauty of the sunset over the ocean was simply breathtaking. Shu He echoed her sentiment. Indeed, the sunset at sea encapsulates various forms of beauty, a sight I never tire of witnessing each day. Various forms? Which ones? Bai Lu turned her head to gaze at Shu He. Noticing that his hair was drenched in sweat, Shu He stared into the distance, stating, "It may seem somewhat pretentious, yet it reflects my genuine feelings. There exists a beauty that is profoundly stirring, a grandeur that is imposing, and a tranquility that soothes the soul." Bai Lu wholeheartedly agreed. Feeling that Shu He had articulated her innermost thoughts, she leaned her small head against Shu He's shoulder once more, confessing, "I have always harbored a desire. This wish, in itself, is not difficult to fulfill, yet since embarking on my career, it has drifted further from my reach." "What desire?" Shu He inquired, intrigued. Bai Lu hesitated for a moment before replying. "I have always yearned for a pure romance." With a sigh, she continued, "In my youth, I lacked the courage. And now that I've grown, I find myself even more timid. The environment we artists inhabit renders pure love more precious than the most extravagant luxury." Shu He understood this sentiment. Those who lack the means dare not approach it, while those who possess the means tend to squander it. Yet, it is not solely a struggle for artists. Pure love remains elusive even for ordinary individuals. However, Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Shu He, her youthful face radiating anticipation. "Today, I feel that my wish is on the verge of coming true." Chapter 40. A rewarding sports yacht. Shu He did not respond to Bai Lu's words. His entire focus was captivated by the system notification resonating in his mind. Ding. Successfully defeated 2 colossal creatures. The system is exhilarated, granting the host a Riva 38-foot sports yacht valued at 10 million soft sister coins. It will be delivered punctually the day after tomorrow. Goodness, this reward is quite astonishing. I initially believed that the nearly 1 million for the fishing rod was the pinnacle of material rewards from the system. Yet it seems there is nothing the system cannot accomplish. Owning a sports yacht will undoubtedly make sea fishing both convenient and thrilling. I can sip wine while diving and revel in the life of an island keeper. How delightful. Shu He, why are you in a daze? Bai Lu waved her hand in front of him, unsure if her previous remark had sent Shu He into a reverie. However, the atmosphere was indeed suitable for such a conversation. "Oh, nothing, just pondering." He redirected the topic. "You mentioned your wish is about to be fulfilled?" Bai Lu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Well, it's nothing much. I just believe that the bonds between people are determined at first glance." She stood up and extended her hand towards Shu He. "The sun is about to set. Shall we pack up?" "All right." As Shu He grasped Bai Lu's hand, he noticed the little creature gazing dreamily at the sea. He approached and gently patted the little one's head. "Don't worry, I'll teach you to swim tomorrow, and you'll be able to return home soon." The little creature chirped softly, climbing to Shu He's feet. Meanwhile, the audience in their live streaming room experienced a roller coaster of emotions, with the barrage of comments becoming quite chaotic. Yen Lu and the others were momentarily speechless. It was Xiao Liang who broke the silence first. "Watching Shu He, it feels wonderful to be young. Just one bull mackerel is enough to drain one's strength. Yet he caught a giant swordfish too, not to mention all those sea bass he caught earlier." Jin Jing looked at Xiao Liang incredulously. "Teacher Xiao Liang, is your only focus on fishing? Did you not notice the enchanting sunset over the sea or the intimate conversation between the two?" Xiao Liang blushed slightly. "I did see it. It was quite touching." Jin Jing pressed on. "That's it? What else is there to say?" This time, it was Xiao Liang who seemed perplexed. Jin Jing began to understand why Shu He had shown little reaction to Bai Lu's words. This must be the way a man's mind works. She chose to ignore Xiao Liang and expressed her own thoughts. "I believe Shu He is absolutely right. Pure love is rare regardless of the recipient. As the lyrics say, what is unattainable is forever restless, while the favored are emboldened." Yen Lu was deeply moved by their conversation, yet Bai Lu also articulated an important point. The connections between people are determined at first glance. Love undeniably exists. After today, I feel their bond has deepened significantly. Even the unspoken words from Bai Lu carry a hint of confession. She added, though Shu He seems quite cautious in matters of the heart. Jin Jing nonchalantly remarked, "The more cautious one is, the deeper the affection." The reason for Shu He's slow warmth may indeed be linked to his status as an orphan. Or perhaps he feels somewhat intimidated by Bai Lu, who is undeniably a beloved celebrity. At this moment, Xiao Liang interjects. Shu He possesses remarkable skills and boasts a fishing rod valued at over 1 million. Surely, that surpasses the handbags you women cherish. Yen Lu retorts, "I am not materialistic." However, Shu He is merely a recent graduate. For 2 individuals to find happiness together, a certain material foundation is essential, is it not? A fishing rod worth over $1 million does not necessarily validate anything almost immediately. Some commenters began to criticize Yan Lu for her materialistic views, while others felt her statements were already quite subtle and reflective of a pragmatic concern. Nonetheless, this topic was swiftly overshadowed by discussions admiring Shu He's achievements in shore fishing today, as well as comments on the excessive sweetness shared between the two. Fans of Watching You, seeing that he had caught nothing today and nearly fainted with disappointment, placed all their hopes on the evening's party segment. As the two finished tidying up their fishing gear, the other two groups joined them. Hua Xiao, carrying a bucket filled with 4 black marlins, looked at the solitary sea bass in Shu He's bucket and burst into laughter. I heard you just caught one and let it go with this one. You have only 2. Xiao Jiao quickly used his pectoral fins to roll his own catch over. Hua Xiao exclaimed, so that makes just 3. Bai Lu produced a camera. Didn't you say that regardless of quantity or weight, as long as Shu He leads, we should count on that side? Look. He first caught a bull mackerel weighing around 60 to 70 pounds, and then he hooked a swordfish weighing over 100 pounds. Hua Xiao gazed at Bai Lu's expression. Oh, Bai Lu, just keep blowing his trumpet. Catching a bull mackerel and then a swordfish? You might as well elevate Shu He to superhero status. Evidence is in the photos. See for yourself. Hua Xiao suspected Bai Lu was pulling his leg, carelessly setting down his bucket to grab the camera. As he perused the photos, the smile on his face shifted to that of the viewers watching the live stream. What material is this kid made of? After a long day of fishing, he managed to catch 2 such enormous specimens. The bull mackerel, GT. It is known that there exists a considerable number of enthusiasts on Blue Star who pursue GTs solely for the thrill of the catch. The sense of achievement from landing a swordfish is incomparable to any hosting award he might receive. If these 2 giants had been caught by Hua Xiao, they would have been enough to boast about for a decade. After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiao tossed the camera back to Bai Lu, stammering, well? He did say he intended to surpass me in both quantity and weight. Bai Lu huffed, adjusting her camera. Can't you count? There's 1 sea bass in the bucket, 1 from Jiao, plus the 2 in the photo, making 4. He also gave Godzilla 1, and released a small fish, totaling 6. Both Reba and Yang Chaowei stepped forward. In truth, the ornamental fish we catch are primarily due to Shu He's efforts, aside from holding the fishing rods. We are utterly inept. Hua Xiao's eyelids fluttered. Good. Is it merely a barbecue for everyone? What's the big deal? If it weren't for Hua feeling unwell, I would surely have caught more than Shu He. Chaowei, growing impatient, retorted, Hua Xiao. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge that Shu He surpasses everyone else? Hua, feeling unwell, protested, you both ignored my advice and nearly suffered from heat stroke. And it was Shu He who devised the tree rings for you. Hua's discomfort, how does it inconvenience you? Apologize. Bai Lu, apologize. Reba, apologize. Jiao, woof. The third girl, hands on her hips, vowed not to relent, while Jiao exchanged glances, her small eyes fierce. Hua Xiao, adjusting his glasses, averted his gaze, refusing to concede, yet watching you step forward. I'm sorry, I wish I weren't feeling this way. What is it to you? Young Chaowei, now embodying justice, insisted that Hua Xiao acknowledge Shu He's superiority. Shu He, however, offered Hua Xiao a way out. Let us hurry. I still need to lower the flag. Whether you apologize or not is inconsequential. The 4th girl is not to be trifled with, so you may as well acquiesce. Hua Xiao shot him a glance. Are you taking advantage of the situation? Remembering his earlier disrespect towards Jiao, Reba had already begun to harbor grievances against him. If he were to offend all the girls, he feared he might not be able to remain on this deserted island. Gathering his resolve, Hua Xiao muttered softly, I'm sorry. The 3 girls exclaimed, we can't hear you. Jiao added, woof. Taking a deep breath, his face flushed crimson. He declared loudly, I'm sorry. I should not have lost to Shu He and attempted to shirk responsibility. Please don't be angry, my 4 sisters. That is more like it. So, you're aware of your shortcomings. Chaowei, beaming with delight, picked up the fish bucket, feeling a sense of satisfaction for having avenged the earlier criticism of his fragile heart. Let us return for a seafood barbecue. A group of people, along with the seals, returned to the camp at sunset, filled with laughter as they began preparing for the evening beach party. Chapter 41 Prelude to the Party. The doll is about to be stolen. Upon returning to the camp, Bai Lu accompanied Shu He as they ascended the rocky hill to lower the flag. Shu He instinctively surveyed the surroundings of the island. The view here is truly splendid. Is this the highest point of the uninhabited island? Bai Lu followed the beam of the searchlight, gradually familiarizing herself with this small isle. It should not be. There is a mountain within the rainforest. Did you see it? Shu He pointed ahead. That peak should be the highest. However, I have only ventured to its base and have yet to climb it. Once the typhoon passes, we can embark on that adventure. Bai Lu looked at Shu He. A typhoon? Shu He nodded. Indeed. I heard on the news this morning that Typhoon number 9 has formed in the central Blue Sea, and it is likely that our arrival on the island is just a matter of days. Bai Lu felt that Shu He spoke of this matter with a nonchalance that was unsettling, so she cautiously inquired, "It shouldn't be too destructive, right?" "I would say not insignificant." "Ah?" Bai Lu furrowed her brows. For this was the first time since arriving on the island that she felt concern for the future. "I thought uninhabited islands were always peaceful and serene. If the destruction is considerable, why do you remain so composed? Is it because you have faced even more dire situations before?" Shu He secured the flag and led her into the Guardian's quarters. "No, this is the most powerful typhoon to date. No matter how composed I remain, I cannot contend with nature. The areas we have been active in lately have been tranquil, yet uninhabited islands are not always calm. There are unknown dangers lurking in the depths of the rainforest, hence you must exercise caution in the coming days." Bai Lu nodded in agreement with Shu He but was taken aback by the dilapidation of the Guardian's quarters. "This place is in such disrepair. If it weren't for those abandoned rooms, would you have to stay here?" "That is unimportant." Shu He extended his hand. "We need not stay here now, do we?" Bai Lu nodded, grasping Shu He's hand as they carefully descended the rocky slope. She felt that before Shu He took on this role, he might not have had a comprehensive understanding of the island's conditions, yet despite this uncertainty, he still chose to become a guardian of the island, deepening her admiration for him. Knowing that Shu He was to lower the flag, the others busily transported the barbecue equipment prepared by the production team. Two gentlemen carried the makeshift dining table from the restaurant to the beach, while Heba gathered a few small flowers nearby to place in a vase for decoration, complemented by a small bottle of red wine. Though modest, it still bore a hint of romance under the waning light of the sunset. Yang Chaowei lavished attention on Godzilla, offering it beef jerky and giving it a full-body spa treatment. Little Jiojio imitated Godzilla, rolling over onto its back. As the two of them lounged leisurely on the beach, Yang Chaowei gently pulled on Godzilla's leg. "Is this comfortable, sir? If you stay with me, this will be your daily treatment. Lavish meals and delightful drinks will be the norm, and we shall find you a gentle and lovely spouse." What is so great about being with Shu He? There are so many bugs on this uninhabited island, and no professional pet care facilities. Very well, continue. Godzilla rubbed its body against the beach, turning its head towards the dog and closing its eyes. Yang Chaowei immediately understood the unspoken agreement and began to massage the dog's head gently. "Does this mean you consent? We had an arrangement, remember? When Shu He asks you whom you want to be with, you will stand by my side. Do you understand?" Godzilla responded with a bark. Xiao Jujo barked in agreement. "All right. You both come with me." Laughter erupted as she massaged with even more determination, occasionally rubbing Jiojio's belly. The online spectators were left speechless, noting that for Chaowei, it seemed more important to see birds dance and to charm animals than to engage in romance. One could hardly blame her. With one being powerful and versatile and the other adorably enchanting, one would certainly devise ways to win them over. Could it be that Godzilla was truly entranced by this gentle affection and would follow Chaowei? It was quite plausible, especially since Godzilla had not even made an appearance for the flag-raising ceremony today. "Shu He, if you keep busy with romance, your beloved pet might just be whisked away." As they approached the group, Bai Lu and Reba assisted Hua Xiao in preparing ingredients by the seaside. Besides the freshly caught fish, they also prepared the leftover seafood from the morning's beach combing for grilling. Shu He entered the kitchen to cook for Jiojio, opening the refrigerator to assess the ingredients. The fridge was nearly empty of fresh fruits and vegetables, but fortunately, no one planned to consume them tonight, and the variety was still quite satisfactory. With expert planting skills, Shu He quickly selected several types of vegetables suitable for regrowing: scallions, garlic, lettuce, celery, spinach, sweet potatoes, and carrots. There was a good mix of flavoring options, dietary fibers, and carbohydrates. Only 2 lemons, a handful of strawberries, and half a watermelon remained in the fruit section. Knowing that growing seeds takes time, Shu He felt reassured by her knowledge of various growth-accelerating methods and prioritized gathering some containers. With a plan in mind, Shu He retrieved a box of milk, switched on the blender, and prepared a meal for Jiojio. As night fell, the sky became a canvas of stars, and Hua Xiao had set up the grill, filling the air with the enticing aroma of barbecued seafood. Shu He also administered medication to Jiojio and fed it. The group gathered around the dining table, ready to eat. Though the incessant mosquitoes were a nuisance, Reba swatted at them while complaining. Chaowei scratched her eyelids incessantly, exclaiming, "I think I've been bitten." A spritz of floral repellent proved ineffective. While fishing, Hua Qingyu remained mostly still, already sporting several swollen welts. "Bai Lu, Shu He, why aren't you two getting bitten? Is it because your blood isn't sweet enough?" Bai Lu shot him a cold glare. "Is there a connection between attracting mosquitoes and sweet blood? We merely sprayed the perfume that Chaowei gifted to Shu He." Chao Wei gave Shu a perfume. She S in the same group. So shouldn't she gift herself instead? Watching you looked hurt, feeling that he now matched the hue of tree rings more than ever. Chao Wei, why did you give Shu a perfume? Chao Wei appeared slightly bewildered. It was to thank her for picking coconuts for us. However, I had not heard that the perfume possessed mosquito-repelling properties. Shu He produced a small bottle, stating, I added a bit of mosquito repellent to it. Allow me to spray some for all of you. Watching you picked up the bottle, only to discover it was the exclusive men's version by Hermes. Such a fine perfume, and you have added your own concoction? Are you not squandering Chao Yu's heartfelt gesture? Chao Yu snatched the perfume and sprayed it on her face, exclaiming, it was originally a gift for Shu He. My perfume can also serve as a mosquito repellent? This is far more precious on a deserted island than any Hermes. Shu He. A small bottle is insufficient for so many of us. I have plenty of perfume. Could you possibly create more? Shu He spread her hands. I do not wish to make any more. It is too troublesome. I have a bit in stock, and a single spray lasts for 6 hours. So let us conserve it. TCH. Watching you had fully regained his spirits, tell me the method. I shall make it. Once done, I will gift it all to Sister Chao Yu. Chapter 42. The Culture of Banquets and Truth or Dare. After some contemplation, Shu He deemed it convenient to share the intricate process of crafting mosquito repellent essence. As young Chao Wei listened, her reluctance to continue the discussion grew, while the others felt their mental faculties dwindling. Wait a moment, what are amino acids and sodium carbonate? Are we truly on a dating reality show? Reba interjected, cradling her head in disbelief. Bailu meticulously counted on her fingers, her expression reminiscent of a preschooler. First, it's rotten fish and shrimp, followed by soapy water. And then a fan. This is far too complicated. Although the online audience had been privy to Shu He's homemade mosquito-repellent concoction beforehand, they were nevertheless impressed upon learning the entire procedure, exclaiming that Shu He was indeed talented. Many office workers, observing the group enjoying a leisurely barbecue by the seaside, felt all their pent-up frustrations dissipate. Watching you maintained a contemplative silence. Amidst the chatter, he could only recall Shu He mentioning boiling fish and shrimp, feeling vexed at his own ignorance. Yet, he was undeterred, believing that as a musical prodigy with substantial material wealth, any girl fortunate enough to be with him would experience genuine happiness. This recently graduated young man, no matter how capable, would inevitably have to bow to the realities of life. Furthermore, he possessed no remarkable talents, merely being an academically inclined individual devoid of romantic finesse. With this thought, watching you beamed. This is far too difficult. Perhaps I shall learn it another time. Shall we commence our celebration? Just then, Hua Xiao presented the freshly grilled seafood on the table. 3 large fish, abalone, and baby octopus. Let the festivities begin, he declared, pouring a touch of red wine into each paper cup. Once finished, Hua Xiao raised his glass and placed a hand on his belly. Allow me a moment to speak. Through this heartfelt gathering, I have had the privilege of connecting more deeply with all of you. The fact that we can sit together today is a stroke of fate, wouldn't you agree? I may not be well known to you all yet, but we will have many more opportunities to get to know one another, right? Especially the 3 ladies. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I shall do my utmost to assist. Bailu's smile abruptly faltered. Hua Xiao, have you undergone training in the Northeast? This wine is laden with social nuances. Chai Wei erupted in laughter at Bailu's observation. I feel as though I've forgotten how to drink. It's as if I'm truly in a barbecue joint past 10 p.m. Reba, feeling as if she had been whisked from a romantic beach to a formal gathering, suddenly found herself hesitant to voice her disinterest in drinking. I'd rather not consume alcohol. Would that be inappropriate? As Shu He burst into laughter, imitating Hua Xiao's tone, she rose and exclaimed, no need to fret about not being able to drink. Pour me a beverage, dear friends. As long as there is camaraderie, any drink can be considered wine. Her playful mimicry instantly rekindled the spirits of those around her, who had felt the atmosphere shifting. Bailu stood up, declaring, all right then, let us consider ourselves acquainted. Feel free to visit my home often. I shall prepare delicious meals for you. Spare ribs and sautéed green beans. Chao Yu chimed in, well, I too am quite elated today. Allow me to toast to you all. Hua Chen Yu added, let us indulge in some games afterward to elevate our spirits. I shall partake in this toast as well. Hua Xiao, a bit flustered, found himself at a loss for words. Was it not acceptable for him to propose a drink? How had these young ones managed to alter the mood so dramatically? Observing everyone raising their glasses, he reluctantly followed suit. Viewers witnessing this scene erupted in laughter, with comments such as, oh dear, the dread of being dragged into a drinking session by the boss after work has returned. Haha, Shu He, you're encouraging him. And Shu He, you truly indulge him. I've recorded this. These words are worth studying frame by frame for 20 years. Hua Xiao leads the glory of the ancestors. Someone quipped. Reba, what are you up to? Raising fish? Laughter filled the air, with many exclaiming, so real. Upon Shu He's entrance, some even thought there had been a mix-up. Setting aside all else, the atmosphere was undeniably delightful, since Hua Xiao had apologized and taken action. He appeared more agreeable. After a drink warmed their spirits, Hua Xiao suggested, "Why don't we eat while playing a game? Earlier, we spoke of truth or dare. I believe the simplest option would be pass the parcel. I shall turn my back and strike a pot. When the music stops, whoever holds the flower must choose." "Sounds good." Everyone agreed, while Xiao Jiao lay on the ground, clapping her belly in delight. Reba removed a lace flower from her skirt and said, "Let us use this." "Perfect," Hua Xiao replied, and as he turned, he commanded, "Let us begin." The sound of the pot being struck echoed through the room. In a flurry, Reba tossed the flower towards Xiao Yu, who, caught off guard, threw it back to Reba. The sound ceased abruptly, and Reba stared at Xiao Yu in confusion. "Xiao Yu, did you not understand the rules? It's supposed to go clockwise." "I understand now. For the next round, quickly decide, truth or dare." Xiao Yu leaned forward eagerly. Reba, feeling exasperated, playfully nudged her. "Then I shall choose dare." Hua Yu clapped his hands. "I recall you mentioning you wanted to dance this morning." "Just dance. What misfortune?" Reba grumbled as she stood. And to the rhythm of clapping, she twirled and bent gracefully, performing a captivating dance from the western regions. Her expressive gestures, delicate fingers, and supple waist left the gentleman present utterly spellbound. The comment section erupted in praise. "Reba is stunning. A goddess. Truly beautiful. Is her waist capable of bending that way? She is a professional. This game is exceedingly enjoyable. I wonder if the truth or dare will unearth some secrets of the guests." "Haven't Shu He and Xiao Yu suffered a loss?" Xiao Yu declared she would only choose truth. Shu He, lacking any notable talents, must also opt for truth to avoid embarrassment, right? I am genuinely eager to witness Shu He's talents. With such physique, it would be delightful if he could perform a dance to entertain the sisters. Hard eyes and tongue, but alas, I fear Shu He might end up performing a live demonstration of solving extremely difficult arithmetic problems. The others are all artists, and we have seen plenty of their skills on screen. I simply wish to see Shu He. The sound of the iron basin continued, and Hua Xiao seemed to have calculated perfectly, pausing as the flower pin reached Hua Yu's hands. Hua Yu feigned a look of great dismay. Why is it me?" The crowd rolled their eyes, with Xiao Yu exclaiming, "Stop pretending. Haven't you been clamoring to sing since this morning? The opportunity has arrived." Heh. Hua Yu's face flushed red and pale. "Well, I haven't even brought my guitar, but I shall sing an a cappella rendition of my favorite song. It conveys an exquisite pain. I dedicate this song to my past self, who has endured the darkest moments." After saying this, Hua Yu sniffled a couple of times, closing his eyes to prepare. "Yeah, hiss, sigh. Yeah, hiss, cancer, 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 cancer. Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, 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 wow. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Affection. Hua Yu clutched his slender arms tightly, initially displaying mere facial contortions that gradually evolved into excruciating spasms throughout his body. Eventually, he sank to one knee, his back arching like a shrimp, tears streaming down his cheeks. The others watched with grimaces, alternating between discomfort and laughter, while netizens unleashed their scorn from the very first note he sang. "What on earth is this abominable performance? Hurry and remove this person. My ears cannot endure this. I dare not speak for fear of his curse. No wonder Sister Xiao Yu would rather take a dog than him. This is utterly ghastly. Goodness, this is painfully unbearable. I feel as though I am being sent away. I am utterly dead inside." Yet, Hua Yu's fans reacted with fervor to the song. If you don't understand, please refrain from commenting. The melody is exquisitely crafted, and Hua Yu's rendition is magnificent. I cannot fathom why some are so venomous. I, in contrast, instantly grasp the profound pain that such dark moments inflict. Hua Yu has endured with such strength. Kudos to him. The audacious musician dares to experiment with music. Do you not recognize the contribution this makes to the arts? I advise you to refrain from forced flattery. Art may not always be grounded in reality, but must it delve into the depths of despair? Hua Yu does not respect the older generation of singers, claiming his standing is equal to theirs, failing to protect the talented newcomers, and dismissing their abilities. Yet he sings like this. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Haraha. Teacher Xiao Liang is embodying my state. Inside the observation room, Jin Jing and Yin Lu exchanged awkward smiles, while teacher Xiao Liang covered his ears tightly, a look of despair on his face. It was only when Yin Lu informed him that the performance had concluded that teacher Xiao Liang exhaled in relief and lowered his hands. Phew. I do not lack respect for the arts. I am merely a rough individual. Yin Lu nodded vigorously, a knowing expression on his face. This song nearly sent everyone away. Yin Lu found himself at a loss for words. Our observation segment of the heart's love space is nearing its conclusion. Today, Shu He and Bai Lu have grown closer in their understanding of one another, while Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu's groups appear to be drifting further apart. In a bid to alter the current atmosphere, tomorrow's program will unveil a surprise. The games persist, and the guests continue to showcase their talents. As she spoke, she recalled Hua Qinyu's singing and shivered involuntarily. I wonder how the amateur Shu He will perform. Do either of you guests have anything to add? Jing Jing inquired. I would like to go home and recuperate, replied teacher Xiaoliang. I still have to evaluate a few water monkey videos, he added. All right then. I hope the individuals on the deserted island can enjoy themselves in the upcoming segments. To all the family members in the live stream, good night. In the observation room, the screen went black, and netizens began to voice their complaints. Hua Qinyu's performance is too powerful. It scared all three romance observers away. At that moment, Hua Qinyu had just finished his performance and stood up with a smile, thanking everyone. The applause was sparse, and Reba was so startled that she could hardly look at him. Hua Qinyu had initially believed that this audacious attempt would set him apart from ordinary singers, and that the profound pain he conveyed would elicit a protective instinct from those present. To his surprise, the audience seemed utterly unimpressed. Nevertheless, this was merely the premiere of his song, and he was confident that soon the program's edited video would be circulated widely. His fans and those who appreciated his music would undoubtedly marvel at his talent. In due course, the individuals present would realize how they had underestimated such precious artistry. All right. Let us continue. Hua Xiao turned around and resumed striking the iron pot, mentally cursing Hua Qinyu for his outrageous performance. He had hoped that Hua Qinyu would overshadow Shu He, but now it seemed he could only wait for Hua Qinyu to embarrass himself. Before turning, he exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Qinyu, recalling their earlier agreement to signal a halt to the drumming at the appropriate moment. It was this very method that had allowed them to stop precisely at Hua Qinyu's cue. Understanding Hua Xiao's intention, Hua Qinyu nodded slightly. The sound of the iron pot rang out once more, and the flower pin was passed from Hua Qinyu to Bai Lu. Just as Bai Lu was about to toss it to Shu He, Hua Qinyu cleared his throat, causing the sound to cease prematurely. Bai Lu, still savoring her grilled fish, had slowed down her movements, which inadvertently made it easier for Hua Xiao to manage the next round. I'll choose a daring challenge. Bai Lu stood up, awaiting her companions to present her with a difficult task. After a moment of contemplation, Reba quickly suggested, Did you not post an adorable gesture dance on a short video platform before coming to the show? Perform it for us again. Bai Lu pondered. Is it the little white rabbit? Reba clapped her hands. Yes, yes. So cute. We want to see more. Fortunately, it was not too daunting for Bai Lu, who readily agreed. Thus, she began to sing and dance. Little white rabbit, white and fluffy, 2 ears standing upright. Bai Lu sang this newly adapted children's song with great cheerfulness, accompanying each lyric with playful expressions and simple dance moves. This scene inevitably became a delightful spectacle, attracting a surge of male viewers who had initially shown little interest in romantic variety shows. Bai Lu, forget about dating. Just be my wife, exclaimed one. The goddess brings her own background music. I can't help but dance along. Even though many had grown weary of the song, Bai Lu's rendition felt refreshing. Shu He was indeed fortunate to be paired with such a goddess, versatile in sweetness and sass, inciting genuine envy. Being so close to Bai Lu, Shu He found his focus locked onto a specific aspect of her presence, which ignited countless fantasies within this spirited young man. Her bouncy and lively demeanor was undeniably charming. And if only they could substitute little white rabbit with big white rabbit, it would be even more fitting. Shu He opened her eyes wide, forcibly blocking herself from any physical distractions. Otherwise, she would be unable to stand up today. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, exclaiming how charming and delightful she was. Her spirits were lifted, rescued from the earlier performance by Bai Lu and Hua Qinyu. All right, let us continue. Hua Xiao struck the iron pot once more. The moment the flower pin reached Shu He's hands, the sound immediately ceased. Shu He raised her hands in surrender, locking eyes with Hua Xiao, wondering if this was not a rather blatant trap. Hua Xiao shrugged. Brother, I truly did not anticipate this. Surely, you will choose truth, right? I have a question I have long wanted to ask you. Among the 3 female guests, who do you think possesses the greatest allure to the opposite sex? Upon posing this perilous question, Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu exchanged mischievous glances. It was evident that he should name only one person. To mention more would suggest infidelity, and naming any one of the other 2 would surely displease them. The 3 young ladies directed their eager gazes towards Shu He, expecting him to deliberate carefully over his answer. However, Shu He decisively declared, Bai Lu. This candid response caused Bai Lu to cover her face with her hand, her eyes squinting in surprise at the unexpected affection. She was at a loss for how to respond. The 2 male guests began to beat the table and pot, inciting a ruckus, while Yang Chaoyue and Reba visibly darkened in countenance. Chapter 44. once dreamed of wielding a sword to roam the world. Xiao Yu slammed her hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, Shu He, what do you mean? Am I and Reba not likable? Ha ha ha, Shu He is so straightforward. I can't wait to see how he responds. Xiao Yu's little face was puffed up with anger, while Reba couldn't muster a smile, laughing instead. Bai Lu, on the other hand, was radiant, her spirits soaring high. Oh dear, for the first time I felt the joy of the CP, couple, faction. I'm so invested. What does Shu He mean? Reba is both adorable and gentle. How could she be less appealing than Bai Lu? Xiao Yu is the embodiment of an anime goddess, quirky and charming. Surely, this is a matter of personal taste? Hua Xiao's question was rather pointed, clearly aiming to provoke. I raised my glass to Shu He. Speak your mind without beating around the bush. Truly, a promising youth from Qing University. Not one to play the role of a peacemaker on variety shows, Shu He's honesty is commendable. Seeing Xiao Yu's audacious demeanor, Shu He replied with a smile. Xiao Yu, you are indeed a woman as majestic as an eagle. Why should you care if you attract the attention of the opposite sex? This explanation sent everyone at the table into fits of laughter, with Reba even forgetting that she had not received any praise from Shu He. A woman as majestic as an eagle? There is some truth to that. Hua Xiao clapped his thigh in agreement. Precisely. What a wild comparison. Ahahaha, Shu He's description is so apt. Disinterested in romance, wanting to swoop in and rescue the brave pup, while upholding justice. And shedding tears in a rather ungraceful manner. It feels like Xiao Yu is about to take flight. Sound effect. Swoosh. Xiao Yu's persona as the straight-talking girl has now evolved into a woman as majestic as an eagle. Upon hearing this title, Xiao Yu immediately broke into laughter. Shu He, how can you describe me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll cry for you? Shu He tossed a piece of abalone into his mouth and replied, What? A woman as majestic as an eagle ends up shedding tears? Bai Lu wiped away tears of laughter, saying, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Xiao Yu charged over, shaking her fist, while Hua Xiao maintained order. All right. We still have a game to continue. Once everyone settled down, he struck the iron basin again, this time for a prolonged period, until Hua Yu cleared his throat, prompting Hua Xiao to hastily stop. Turning around, he found it was indeed Shu He, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. You can't blame me this time. I've been banging for so long. Shu He was skeptical, but didn't mind standing up again. Hua Xiao gave him a thumbs up. I have another question for you. With such handsome looks, you must be quite popular among the girls at school, right? Which girl claimed your first kiss? Well, a few of them gasped softly. They were diving into emotional histories now. Xiao Yu hadn't anticipated the heartfelt questions to be so incisive, and she was relieved that the corsage had not been claimed by her. Bai Lu bit her lip, her expression somewhat tense, uncertain if Shu He had any exes. She wondered if he had moved on from his past relationships, if he can truly recount the memory of his first kiss. Does it not signify that the kiss remains vividly etched in his mind? Hua Xiao, observing Shu He's hesitation, confidently remarked, You mustn't tell me you're still a novice in that department. Graduating from university without such an experience would be utterly implausible. Shu He chuckled and replied, I never claimed I would choose truth, did I? Hua Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Oh, what do you mean? Are you opting for a dare? He thought to embarrass Shu He through questioning, only to find that Shu He had willingly walked into the trap. I understand you are not a performer, and I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. However, since you've chosen a dare, why not showcase a talent of yours? How about singing? It's the simplest of tasks. All right, Shu He acquiesced, settling down, resting his elbows on the dining table as he prepared. His formidable singing prowess rendered the act of singing as effortless as breathing. The third girl remained utterly silent, uncertain of Shu He's vocal abilities. After all, he was no artist. At best, he might be tolerable. Watching you held a dismissive attitude. Shu He singing before him? It was akin to a mere novice showcasing their skills before a master. Presumably, the previous song was too profound for the average listener, and Hua Xiao sought to highlight his own talents by contrasting them with Shu He's. It was also an opportunity for everyone to discern the disparities in their abilities. As Hua Yu sipped his drink, waiting for Shu He to begin, the night gradually enveloped the landscape, stars twinkling ever more brightly. The crescent moon of the first day of the month ascended into the sky, shrouded by translucent gray clouds, while the silver beach was caressed by the rhythmic waves. Once dreamed of traversing the world with a sword in hand, to behold the splendor of life, the youthful heart often harbors a certain recklessness. Yet now you call the world your home. Though merely in a cappella performance, Shu He's voice seemed to resonate with an echoing effect, harmonizing flawlessly with the crashing waves and his deep, clear tones, captivating his audience from the very first note, drifting away with the sea breeze. Hua Xiao and Hua Yu exchanged their previously amused expressions for one of earnestness, while the third girl appeared momentarily stunned. As if struck by a jolt of electricity the instant Shu He began to sing. In moments of sorrow, I often gaze upon the vast ocean. reminiscing about friends who walk beside me, many of whom are healing. As Shu He reached the chorus, the live audience erupted in excitement. Is this not the very voice of Shu He's heart? He has only just graduated. How does he possess such profound insights into life? Confirming that Shu He graduated from Tsinghua University, not a music academy, they exclaimed, let us raise a toast. A true man's heart mirrors the ocean, having endured the myriad experiences of life. His smile remains warm and innocent. These lyrics cut deep. Is he singing about me? I once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, yet here I am, burdened with a debt of 38,000. For days I've hesitated to resign and venture to the plateau, and this song has suddenly bestowed upon me the courage. I shall act without delay. This afternoon, while watching the serene fishing scene at Heian, I was struck by the idea of pursuing a full-time career as an angler. Encouraged by a song I heard later that evening, I thought to myself, why not? I too shall resign and explore the wonders of the world. But I must caution you regarding this notion. Is the song truly a resignation letter? Especially for those contemplating a life as a fisherman. The afternoon's catch that Shu He experienced is not a fortune shared by all. Fishing is no simple endeavor. How could he sing so beautifully? Striking a chord within my very soul? Shu He's voice is pure and tranquil, embodying emotion and technique to perfection. It resonates deeply within me. Does anyone know who the original artist is? It is simply enchanting. I too have been searching for the original version, yet I cannot seem to find it. By the time Shu He finished the entire song, he turned to the stunned audience and asked, is that sufficient? For a moment, everyone remained entranced by the melody. And when he posed his question, they were rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, it was Hua Chenyu who finally broke the tension, unable to contain his curiosity. Shu He, are you deceiving us? Did you really graduate from Tsinghua? Surely, you must have had some expert guidance? Shu He, perplexed by the inquiry, simply replied, no. Hua Xiao then shifted his approach. What do your parents do? They must have invested a considerable amount in your education, correct? Shu He responded, I am an orphan. The atmosphere grew somber, prompting Qiao Wei to interject. Why are you asking such things? Shu He, sing another song. Chapter 45, lifting a stone to crush one's own foot. Qiao Yu, did Shu He's singing bring you to tears? Why are your eyelids so swollen? Bailu stood up and approached Qiao Yu, gently tapping her eyelid with her finger. The others, intrigued, turned their gazes toward her. Discovering that the right eyelid of Qiao Yu was exceedingly red and swollen, as if she had been struck by a fist. Qiao Yu pushed Bailu away with both hands, saying, I was indeed moved, but my eyelid is swollen from a mosquito bite I got while fishing. I sprayed the mosquito repellent that Shu He made earlier, so we'll be fine soon. I want to hear Shu He sing again. As she spoke, she ran over to Shu He, shaking his arm playfully. Shu He, please sing one more song. It was so beautiful. You know, when I was listening to you just now, vivid images flooded my mind. As if I were transported back to the time when I left home to venture into the bustling metropolis alone. I truly yearned to roam the world with a sword in hand. Though I have gained much, there were still many sorrows that I had to digest alone. I haven't heard such an emotionally stirring melody in ages. Please, sing one more. Watching you remarked, what does it matter that I sang for you all day? Shu He glanced at her, relieved that he had concocted the mosquito repellent. If the female guests continued to get bitten like this, the difficulty of the live broadcast would undoubtedly increase. While the act of a girl being coquettish is often enjoyable, Qiao Yu's current demeanor was rather hard to bear. Although the others knew they shouldn't, they couldn't help but stifle their laughter. The online audience, too, lamented that the moment's sincerity had been lost to laughter. I want to sing, Shu He stated firmly. You want to sing? Then don't blame me for using your weakness to coerce you, Qiao Yu declared, clapping her hands. Godzilla, the dog, trotted over with a huff. Humph. Did you see that, Shu He? Your loyal companion has turned against you. If you sing another song, I might allow you to see it in the next few days. If you refuse, Shu He replied, I want to sing. Qiao Yu feigned a sob, quickly regaining her composure. Then don't blame me, Godzilla. Who will you choose to follow from now on? Godzilla looked up at Qiao Yu, wagging his tongue as if asking for a reward before answering the question. Qiao Yu glanced at the dining table, spotting some freshly washed strawberries. She grabbed a few and tossed them into Godzilla's mouth, just as Shu He was about to intervene. It was too late. Godzilla munched on the strawberries, bobbing his head as he sauntered over to Shu He, even spitting one out towards him. I want to eat it. In a few days, there will be no fruits left. You understand we can't have fresh ones anymore, right? Woof. Qiao Yu, exasperated, pointed at Shu He and then at Godzilla. Godzilla, are you playing me? You deceived me into giving you a massage, and now you're tricking me out of fruit. Shu He won't even let you eat strawberries. Why are you siding with him? At last, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Reba approached and took Qiao Yu's hand, saying, all right, Qiao Yu, don't be upset. Godzilla is free and enjoying himself on the deserted island, and he shares a good bond with Shu He. How could he possibly choose to follow you? You only wanted to hear Shu He sing. This time, it's your turn to strike the iron pot. How does that sound? Chaiwe's swollen little eyes shifted toward Ruba, who immediately held back. Indeed. After saying this, she even cleared her throat lightly in Chaiwe's direction. Chaiwe, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Oh, another one of those tricks." Shu He felt utterly exhausted. Had they not noticed the collaborative approach between Huashao and Huachenyu just moments ago? Observing Shu He's remarkable singing, Huashao realized that clinging to him was of little consequence. As Chaiwe approached, he willingly relinquished the iron pot and settled beside Shu He. Chaiwe, brimming with excitement, began to rhythmically clatter the ladle in her hand. At the instant Ruba coughed, Shu He tossed the corsage onto Huashao. And disappointment instantly filled the expressions of the three girls. Huashao, taken aback, held the corsage in his hands, murmuring, "Shu He, your hand speed is astonishing." This was the second time someone had commented on his swiftness. It seemed indeed a tad excessive. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Huashao stood up, twisting the wrist of his watch while declaring, "I shall opt for a daring adventure. However, I truly lack the courage to sing or dance. You may, however, allow me to kiss a female guest. This I can do." He found his remark rather humorous and chuckled behind his clenched fist, while the three girls simultaneously rolled their eyes. Such a base just to make. Since you are the host, why not compose a poem? Shu He suggested from the side. Huashao nodded, "No problem." He turned to Ruba and began slowly. "Heat like the midsummer sun. Banana leaves respond to the rain's sound. Cherish the heart that blooms. Your feelings surpass mine profound." Godzilla once again emitted an untimely gag, prompting the little chirp to mimic its elder sibling. Shu He scolded them to consume less fruit. Yet inwardly she felt it was genuinely not their fault this time. A hidden acrostic poem expressing affection for Ruba, concluding with a declaration that her feelings were stronger than his. Is this what they refer to as emotional intelligence? Truly, it leaves much to be desired. Huachenyu applauded enthusiastically. "Huashao, you are exceptionally talented. For my next song, I wonder if I am fortunate enough to have you pen the lyrics." Ruba turned her head away, pretending to gnaw on fish, having not quite comprehended the poem. She had intended to team up with Chaiwe to coax Shu He into singing another piece, but Shu He had swiftly cast the corsage to Huashao, leaving her to endure such a lackluster poem. Truly, she had shot herself in the foot. Balu awkwardly clapped. "This seems to be an acrostic poem, doesn't it?" Only then did Chaiwe realize. "Ruba loves you?" "Ah," she exclaimed, hugging her arms tightly, goosebumps rising on her skin. "Ruba, why are you gnawing on fish?" Just a moment ago, Shu He stated that Bailu was the most captivating, and Bailu was so beautiful she seemed to forget her surname. You had no reaction whatsoever. Did you not understand? Should we have Huashao explain it to you? No need. Reba extended her hand to halt the conversation. It is getting late. Shouldn't we rest? Tomorrow we still have. Shu He interjected. What are your plans for tomorrow? Shu He glanced around the dining area and added, if you have no other engagements, why not join me in cultivating some vegetables? Fresh produce is dwindling, and with a typhoon approaching in a couple of days, it seems that Captain Lee's supply boat won't be able to reach us for a while. Upon hearing Shu He's words, the group lost interest in their merriment. The program's agreement, written in black and white, stipulated that supplies would be delivered only once, and Captain Lee's vessel for delivering provisions to the island's guardians would also be delayed. Meanwhile, the previous food supplies had been nearly exhausted, leaving them with the stark realization that self-sufficiency was their only viable path forward. What kind of typhoon is approaching? Shu He. Chaiwe set aside a metal basin, no longer insisting that Shu He sing. Perhaps you might witness the spectacle of Godzilla soaring through the skies, Shu He replied as she began to tidy the table. By the way, please refrain from consuming the remaining fresh fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator for now. Once I have prepared the roots and seeds for planting, it will be appropriate to partake. At that moment, Chaiwe understood why Shu He had previously prohibited Godzilla from indulging in fresh strawberries. He had assumed it was merely strict discipline, but it was, in fact, to preserve seeds. Huashao, however, dismissed Shu He's concerns. Who knows when the typhoon will actually arrive? By the time the fruits and vegetables are ripe, we might have already left the island. Are you hoping to feast on the supplies sent by the production team for your own future indulgence? Chapter 46. Director Wang's frustration by Lu squeezed in front of Huashao with a plate of dishes in hand, advising everyone, I recommend following Shu He's instructions. In this day and a half, my experience tells me that listening to Shu He is always right. Reba expressed her agreement. Previously, we were concerned about Jiojio's treatment, but after adhering to Shu He's guidance, little Jiojio is now lively and robust. Moreover, I find the idea of planting rather intriguing. I will assist you tomorrow. Chayu raised her hand, exclaiming, I want to grow vegetables too. No one is allowed to eat if they don't participate. Huashao gazed at the three young women, shaking his head unconsciously. Have they been bewitched by Shu He? He mused. If we don't eat, then we want to eat. I intend to go fishing tomorrow, even if we engage in hydroponics. It will take at least a month before we can savor the harvest. I'm just concerned that after toiling all morning, you may end up with nothing to show for it. Xiao Yu and Reba attempted to argue with Hua Xiao, but Bai Lu restrained them. We can arrange our plans freely. Hua, what about you? To everyone's surprise, Hua Chunyu did not choose Hua Xiao this time, as his stamina was ill-suited for fishing. I will accompany Xiao Yu and help her with the planting. Choosing to side with the girls over his own exhaustion, he resolutely declared his decision. Shu He stated, then it is settled. Let us all retire early tonight. Tomorrow, let us see what plastic items we can gather from our rooms, like mineral water bottles. Everything can be collected. They tidied up the remnants of the evening's festivities, and the guests returned to their respective quarters. Shu He took out his toolkit and stepped outside. What experiments was Shu He conducting late at night? Was he planning to concoct some mosquito repellent? His homemade repellent had proven remarkably effective. Ever since its application, several guests had not been bitten by mosquitoes. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu had sprayed it too late, resulting in swollen eyelets. Watching the variety show had elevated my spirits, and I now clearly understood that these tools were not intended for making mosquito repellent. What was Shu He doing up on the restaurant's roof? After a long day, how could he leap up there so effortlessly? Was there some sort of special forces training involved? It turned out he was reinforcing the solar power generator and water purification system. Was he preparing for a potential typhoon? This time, I sided with Hua Xiao. The arrival of a typhoon was uncertain, and the growing cycle of crops is lengthy. It seemed unnecessary to scrape for ingredients from everyone's teeth. Besides, why reinforce the solar panels and water purifier at such a late hour? I believed he was overthinking the situation. However, Shu He's singing was truly delightful. I searched the entire internet for the song Wandering with a Sword and found no trace. It seemed to be an original composition by Shu He. An original? He wrote both the lyrics and the music? How remarkable. Indeed, that song, much like Shu He himself, left no mark on the internet. Certainly a true original. Even a body of iron could not withstand such exertion. After repairing the restaurant's roof, the generator, and the purification system, Shu He, while not feeling fatigued, finally began to sense a hint of weariness. It seems that the enduring physique pales in comparison to the thrill of genetic enhancements. Fortunately, with this newfound reward, even without intensifying my exercise regimen, my figure shall remain intact, and my constitution shall not wane. This indeed contributes to a life free from excessive competition. He called Godzilla back to the room and discovered that the little bird had nestled into Godzilla's favorite cushion and fallen asleep. Godzilla circled it twice, yet could not bear to disturb the peaceful scene, resting his head gently upon the little bird's belly and gradually drifting into slumber. Observing such a heartwarming tableau, Shu He was reminded of the system's notification. Ding. The family is harmonious, and the system is immensely pleased. It rewards the host with a substantial plant growth agent. When planted correctly, a single drop can accelerate growth by 3 to 4 times. A large barrel of growth agent materialized on the table in the room, and Shu He lifted it with some effort. Surely it weighed at least 30 pounds. With such a volume, it is likely that he could cultivate until the age of 80 without exhausting it. However, the efficacy of this reward hinges on the correctness of the planting method, which poses no challenge for him, given his expertise in cultivation. Even if he were to wish for failure, his capabilities would not permit it. The various fruits and vegetables remained relatively intact, and with the system's rewards, ensuring a steady supply of fresh produce on the island was merely a trivial matter. Perhaps the deserted isle could even evolve into a modest farm. Contemplating these future plans, Shu He gradually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Director Wong tossed and turned, unable to find rest, not from insomnia but rather due to the incessant vibrations of his mobile phone, which aggravated his already frayed nerves. He hesitated to silence it, fearing any unforeseen emergencies from the guests would disrupt proceedings, yet keeping it on mid during the noise late into the night. How could these individuals lack such awareness? Initially, he symbolically answered a few calls from entertainment moguls, all of whom expressed an interest in signing Shu He, with Boss Young leading the charge. Reba, the most resource-rich artist in her company, and also a dear friend, was participating in the reality show on the deserted island alongside Hua Xiao. She had been quite concerned for him. Fortunately, Reba was not overly sentimental, and the ordinary guest on the show proved quite dependable. Her attention was first captured by Shu He the moment he removed his short sleeves to assist Godzilla with the coconut tree. The top muscles and the distinctive aura he exuded, unlike the current gentle persona, captivated Boss Young entirely, coupled with Shu He's subsequent astonishing performances. The thought of signing him had been brewing in Boss Yang's mind. Yet, Shu He had no aspirations to enter the entertainment industry, and as a top scholar, Boss Yang worried that his talents might not shine through. However, tonight, Shu He serenaded with an original composition titled Wandering with the Sword, not only showcasing a melodious voice filled with emotion, but also revealing his creative prowess. Even the seasoned lyricists in the company who specialized in crafting songs for artists were effusive in their praise for Shu He. At this juncture, if she hesitated any longer, she would lose her claim to being Boss Yang. Regardless of Shu He's willingness, what she desired must be seized. Boss Yang clutched the phone, entangling Director Wang for nearly an hour. Initially, she suspected that Director Wang harbored ulterior motives, concealing Shu He for some undisclosed introduction, weaving tales of hardship while broaching collaborations. Eventually, it became evident to Boss Yang that Director Wang was genuinely unable to make a decision on the matter. Seeking his favor seemed less reliable than turning to the steadfast Reba. With a heavy heart, she hung up the call, just as she finished with one elderly lady. Director Wang received a call from General Manager Shin of D Entertainment Media. Without preamble, Shin unleashed a tirade, accusing Wang of breaching contract terms and tarnishing the reputation of Watching You, leading to a backlash from netizens following the performance at a party. Initially, Director Wang maintained a respectful demeanor, attempting to clarify that it was Watching You's personal choice, unaware that this gentleman had brought along his experimental music to a dating reality show. As the conversation wore on, Wang's patience waned. He expressed that Watching You's performance had not met his expectations, suggesting that if he was unwilling to participate, he could simply walk away. At this juncture, Shin softened his tone, claiming to understand the challenges Wang faced in producing the show, yet expressing his strong desire to sign Shu He. Internally cursing, Wang feigned poor reception and abruptly terminated the call. These cunning old foxes always seemed to play their games, while Shu He, the guardian of the island, required his utmost attention and care. He had no spare time to assist them in signing talent. Ultimately, these so-called executives paled in comparison to the straightforwardness of Boss Yang. Chapter 47. Breaking the Circle of Popularity. After receiving 2 phone calls, Director Du made a 3rd call. Director Wang had witnessed the prowess of these individuals and resolutely decided not to take any further calls. At present, he was unable to even answer the calls from his financial backers, let alone have the inclination to assist these individuals in signing Shu He. Nevertheless, he could understand the urgency of these executives. After all, creative singers were exceedingly rare these days. Shu He's charisma and background placed him in the ranks of dark horses, and coupled with his extraordinary performances, any company that failed to act swiftly would indeed be foolish. His program benefited immensely from Shu He, as the live stream audience consistently hovered around 10 million. Even outside peak hours, and during prime time, the numbers soared beyond 30 million. Such figures surpassed even those of the Central Television-S programs. The official account of Heart Love Space garnered over 20 million fans within a day due to the clips highlighting Shu He's performances. This rate of growth was so extraordinary that even the legendary DFAS entry into Douyin would not yield such remarkable results. Before concluding his workday and heading home, the director's assistant showcased several videos from the fastest-growing influencers, all of whom had capitalized on Shu He's popularity. Billy Science Communicator, Potato. Everyone is curious about the difficulty of making homemade mosquito repellent. Today, I will explain it in conjunction with Shu He's method. If one has access to professional equipment, the process is not overly challenging. However, creating it on the beach, as Shu He did, requires a degree of creative thinking and solid interdisciplinary knowledge. My suggestion is that those who can should opt for purchasing like teacher Xiaoyang. Multi-platform food influencer, Lao Luo. Today, Ping Jie plans to challenge Shu He by preparing a seafood feast in 20 minutes. Hey, Ping Jie, why is your technique different from Shu He's? He is considerably more adept than you. Ping Jie, just shut your mouth. If you keep talking, I might join a dating show to find a young man like Shu He to bring home. Who would want to see your famished face? Lao Luo, He, Ping Jie. You took 30 minutes, and those were pre-prepared ingredients. You can't compare to Shu He. Let me taste it. Honestly, I doubt it could be as delectable as what Shu He prepared. I saw those 3 starlets. Their expressions after tasting Shu He's seafood were astonishing. My expression didn't change like that, so your dish surely pales in comparison. Douyin fishing influencer, Lao Ding. I have been inspired by Shu He and am planning to go deep-sea fishing for marlin. One day, I hope to visit that uninhabited island where Shu He is and enjoy a delightful shore fishing experience like he did. Many friends have privately messaged me asking if Shu He can fish. I can confidently tell everyone that not only can he fish, but he has also developed his own unique style, adjusting the float, preparing the bait, and lifting the rod. Shu He exhibited remarkable professionalism, particularly with his casting technique, which even captivated me, a grown man. No wonder Bai Lu resorted to playful charms just to catch another glimpse of him. What truly astounds me is his stamina. If I were to fish from the shore and hope for a catch, I would start conserving energy the night before. Yet, there he was, conducting experiments at night, rescuing baby seals by day, and fishing in the afternoon, effortlessly reeling in fish while engaging in GT popping and catching massive swordfish. I feel unworthy of even envying him. Beyond these feats, he also engages in wildlife education, meticulously demonstrating the proper techniques for rescuing creatures like Jujio. Beachcombing enthusiasts emulate Shu He's method of catching orchid crabs, while emotional bloggers analyze the depths of Bailu's infatuation. Various communities have inexplicably interwoven through Shu He, whose popularity has surged to such heights that many fans, frustrated by the lack of access to their idol, created a fictitious account using his image from the show. Amassing over 500,000 followers, the blogger gleefully shares edited clips, only to be met with a barrage of comments branding them a fraud. Even Qing University has unearthed old footage of Shu He at various award ceremonies, urging students to apply vigorously. Netizens quip, laughing. Do you think I don't want to apply? It's just that my abilities won't allow it. I admire Bailu, but she adores Shu He. So I've decided against applying to Qing University. Thank you. I wonder which institution will rise to the occasion against the wave created by Shu He at Qing University? I disapprove of Qing University's educational philosophy. Young Shu He seems perpetually aware of impending challenges, unable to fully indulge in romance. His thoughts are consumed by what to eat next or the uncertainty of an approaching typhoon. This diminishes Qing University's prestige somewhat. Must they cling to the fleeting fame of the youthful stars from variety shows? I am not fond of dating shows and have no idea who this young man is. With intelligence and strength evident, he can fish, rescue wildlife, and sing. How can one label him merely as a pretty boy? I have not watched him, but upon recent inquiry, I find him rather self-absorbed, prohibiting guests from eating before the typhoon arrives and engaging in farming for his own future benefit. Perhaps it stems from a sense of unworthiness, as if good fortune will slip away in an instant, leaving him lacking in confidence. Thus, he hesitates to enjoy the ingredients, yearning to cultivate more. He dares not express his feelings towards Bailu too openly. In contrast, Hua Xiao is far more generous, his affections unmistakably clear. It is indeed true that lacking funds creates significant obstacles. Wow, can you really criticize him for this? I'm genuinely impressed. Another video that gained widespread attention from the show features Hua Chenyu performing his new song at a party. Numerous content creators have transformed it into various humorous parodies, such as Madness Live, the spell-casting warm-up is too long, and the singer continues despite equipment malfunction, moving everyone to tears. A barrage of witty comments flooded in, while Hua Chenyu's public relations team worked tirelessly through the night to manage the reviews, albeit unsuccessfully against the tide of genuine reactions. Shu He experienced a dreamless night and awoke feeling invigorated. He set off for the flag-raising ceremony accompanied by Godzilla and Xiao Jiujiao, first following tradition by surveying the uninhabited island from the rocky summit. To his surprise, aside from Hua Xiao, the others were already awake. Upon seeing Shu He emerge, they too left their rooms, eager to join him for the ceremony. Why are you all up so early? Shu He inquired as he greeted each of them. I went to bed early and slept soundly. I was up by 5:30. Hua exclaimed with a beaming smile, seemingly seeking praise from the group. Xiao Yu noticed Hua's growth, recognizing that she understood the importance of rising early in such a setting to support everyone. Hua is truly commendable. She earnestly complimented. Hee. Hua scratched her head. Actually, I was awakened by hunger since I didn't eat any staple food last night. During the flag-raising ceremony, the group stood solemnly, paying their respects to the red flag. Let us head to the dining hall. I'll prepare some food for you, Shu He suggested after the ceremony concluded, prompting cheers of excitement from the three girls and Hua Chenyu. However, as anticipated, an unexpected turn of events awaited them. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Shu He opened the refrigerator only to discover that aside from a solitary lemon, all the fruits were mysteriously missing. Chapter 48. The third method of seed dissemination. Upon witnessing the abrupt disappearance of the fruits she had been reluctant to consume, Reba felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Who could be responsible for this? Just yesterday, they had agreed to wait until the roots and seeds were processed before indulging. Hua Chenyu's voice was as faint as a whisper. I was so hungry. When I arrived at the dining hall this morning, Hua Xiao said we could eat the fruits. Xiao Yu's burgeoning fondness for Hua Chenyu evaporated in an instant. So you simply devoured everything just because Hua Xiao permitted it? What shall we use to cultivate? Shu sighed in resignation. When I checked the refrigerator yesterday, there were still some strawberries and half a watermelon left, along with a whole lemon. Did you consume them all? Hua Chenyu nodded. Hua Xiao said that it was impossible to grow anything, so it was better to address immediate needs first. I used the lemon to make water for skin whitening. At this point, Shu He was at a loss. A clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. Were they truly destined to be without fruits for the next few days? His memory of the wild plant compendium reminded him that there were some edible wild fruits in the rainforest, but those options were exceedingly limited. Moreover, following the typhoon. How many resilient fruits could possibly remain on the trees? The third girl had unwavering faith in Shu He. She believed that if he said they could cultivate seeds, there must be a way, yet now, without seeds, they were all at an impasse. Reba reminisced about the tart sweetness of strawberries and the juicy delight of watermelons, only to find them gone. She sank onto a stool, resting her chin in her hands, enveloped in frustration. Hua Chunyu, witnessing her distress, felt uncertain about how to respond. He resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, retreating into silence, yet he couldn't help but think it was a trivial matter. Was it not merely fruit? If Chao Wei could provide for Godzilla, why could he not partake? In truth, if one considered Hua Xiao's words carefully, he was not entirely incorrect. Hua Chunyu began to justify himself. Seeds take a week or two to sprout and mature into fruit. We could have been home enjoying food by now. Chao Wei, exasperated, interrupted. Even if we returned, what of Shu He? Moreover, we have consumed the fruits over the past few days. The remainder rightfully belongs to Shu He. Watching you cease to respond, pondering what his hunger had to do with her. He was not a celebrity. It was perfectly normal for a rugged man to experience hunger intermittently. As the atmosphere grew tense, the prompt for planting skills sparked a thought in Shua's mind. Hua Chunyu, after consuming so many cold fruits on an empty stomach, isn't your stomach feeling unwell? Hua Chunyu placed a hand on his abdomen. Indeed, it feels rather uncomfortable. I've been rather restless since I finished. Shu He smiled. In truth, there is a way to enjoy the fruits of our own cultivation. The third girl's eyes lit up as they all turned to Shu He. Chao Wei exclaimed, but we have no seeds left. Do you possess some magic to conjure them? At this moment, Shu He settled down. In nature, there are numerous methods for seed dispersal. Some are carried away by the wind, others by water, and yet another method involves transmission through the feces of animals. Hua indulged in strawberries and watermelons, both of which contained seeds laced with anti-digestive enzymes. Coupled with his discomfort, he was likely on the verge of diarrhea. In such a scenario, the seeds in Hua's stomach would probably not have the time to be eroded by gastric acid before being expelled. The third girl and the two others simultaneously retched, and upon hearing Shu He's explanation, Hua Chunyu's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Shu He, are you implying that I should sift through excrement for seeds? Shu He shrugged nonchalantly. The decision ultimately rests with you. After all, enduring a month without fruit will eventually come to an end. There's no need to force it. I merely shared what I know. Early in the morning, viewers, filled with joy, tuned into the live broadcast. However, upon hearing Hua Chunyu's words, they all lost their composure. What? Playing such a grotesque game at the crack of dawn. How bizarre. I can almost smell it. Ugh. The hamburger I just bought suddenly lost its appeal. Meanwhile, I was munching on corn on the cob. Wretch. I recall that corn kernels can also be expelled intact. Hua, just give in. After all, you devoured everyone else's fruit. Hua Xiao was scheming behind the scenes, and Hua mindlessly complied. They should both be tasked with finding the seeds. Hua, don't go. It's not the end of the world if you forego fruit. Is it? Shu He is truly wicked. How can one say that? Had it not been for the third girl's evident disappointment, Shu He would not have divulged his knowledge. Besides, he never coerced Hua into sifting through the refuse. Ha. Shu He, sometimes your wealth of knowledge need not be so vast. Fat D, after much contemplation, ultimately succumbed to the cravings of a foodie. Life without fruit starkly contrasts with life replete with it. Speaking of which, the fruits we consume also require fertilizers for their growth, don't they? I recall cow dung can be used for fuel, panda droppings can be transformed into tissues. And then there is cat poop coffee. Excrement isn't as repulsive as we imagine, right? Hua's stomach churned. Reba, you wish to coerce me too? Reba quickly waved his hands. I didn't mean to pressure you. I merely thought, since you consumed the fruit, the seeds being expelled would be of no consequence, and could indeed benefit everyone. Bai Lu, who had been fuming since she first entered and saw the fruit devoured by Hua, finally spoke up. The fruit rightfully belonged to Shu He. He refrained from eating it, intending to leave it for everyone to plant. Yet you, on the other hand, since Hua Xiao was awake as well, why didn't you simply ask him for something to eat? Compensate us with seeds. At that moment, Hua Xiao yawned and strolled into the room. What's all this commotion so early in the morning? Hua Chunyu, like a moth to a flame, rushed to Hua Xiao and recounted the entire saga. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao's forehead creased with veins. Goodness, these people are truly relentless. Believing that after consuming the fruits, they would cease their cultivation, they were taken aback to discover a method of sourcing seeds from excrement. Is it truly necessary to take matters to such extremes? Yang Chaoyue crossed her arms, stating, you made him eat it. You should assist him in the search. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao quickly retracted his statement. Well, after all, this is Hua's personal belonging. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to intrude. In truth, Hua Hua was merely tasked with locating some seeds for everyone, so there was no need for undue stress. Furthermore, I only suggested you consume a little less this morning. You shouldn't have left nothing behind. At that moment, Hua Qinyu felt an overwhelming urge to kick Hua Xiao aside. How absurd. He had clearly stated that eating all the fruits would ensure no one went hungry. And now he was not only denying it but also fanning the flames. Observing Hua Hua on the verge of tears, Hua Xiao shifted his tone towards Shu He. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. Even if we manage to find seeds, can you guarantee that the girls will have a feast soon? That seems highly improbable. Shu He replied with confidence, I assure you. Hua Xiao, noticing the boy's newfound enthusiasm, thought to himself that at most, he could merely plant the seeds and water them. How could he possibly expedite the plant growth cycle? Fine. I shall take Hua Hua to seek out the seeds. What will you do if they fail to sprout? Chapter 49. Jiujiu's first swim. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Shu He proposed a wager. Hua Xiao smacked the table decisively. All right. If the fruit does not bear before we depart the island, you shall withdraw from the show. Shu He nodded, even if she exited the program. Her existence on the deserted isle would remain unchanged. Daily life would not be significantly affected. Previously, she had perceived Hua Xiao as somewhat malicious. But now it seemed he was merely naive. What if I successfully cultivate it? She mused. Hua Xiao grasped Hua Hua's arm. If it bears fruit, we shall resolutely abstain from consuming it. Shu He shook her head. I've already been ousted from the program. This wager is hardly equitable. Hua Xiao, flustered, retorted. Then what would you propose? Should we also withdraw from the show? Once more, Shu He shook her head. There are plenty of small creatures on the island. Their droppings may contain wild fruit seeds. If you lose, why not search through the island's various droppings with Hua Hua to see if there are any viable seeds? This way, our fruit varieties won't be too monotonous. At that moment, Xiao Yu recalled something. Should we perhaps inspect Godzilla's droppings first? I fed it strawberries yesterday. Shu He stroked her chin thoughtfully. Indeed, we must. Hua Qinyu cast a worried glance at Hua Xiao, feeling betrayed. I have always regarded you as my elder brother. Are you truly so nonchalant in selling me out? This is outrageous. Now, the others were urging him and Hua Hua to sift through more droppings, leaving him to ponder how this would conclude. I find this wager questionable. Hua Qinyu protested. However, the three girls deemed this arrangement fair. Bailu remarked. Hua Xiao once said not to feel burdened by such tasks. I believe he spoke wisely. Hua Xiao, internally reluctant, contemplated that even if Shu He proved to be a competent cultivator, she was no agricultural expert. It would be remarkable if seeds flowered before their departure, let alone bear fruit. Moreover, having reached this juncture, he could not back down. His reluctance would merely indicate his faith in Shu He's success. Thus, he begrudgingly acquiesced. I accept the wager. Was this matter settled without consulting the parties involved? The outcome of the wager was uncertain. Yet Hua Qinyu was the first to face the grim task. He craned his neck, eager to argue, but in his anxiety, the growling of his stomach was audible to all. He felt an urge to relieve himself but instinctively clenched. A word of wisdom. When one is on the verge of a bout of diarrhea, never trust any flatulence. Seeing this, Hua Xiao hastily pulled Hua Qinyu outside. Feeling it now? Let's go. Hand the seeds to Shu He. I wish to see if she can indeed cultivate a flower. Shu He scoffed. I might very well cultivate a flower. You two should prepare for a debate on the island. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in the live stream early in the morning, fervently placing their bets. This wager is significant. To have Shu He exit the program? How is that fair? What is there to be unfair about? If Shu He truly succeeds, Hua Hua and Hua Xiao will inevitably become the scavengers of the deserted island. Everyone, place your bets. Shu He is filled with confidence, yet I harbor doubts about his chances of success. This time, I bet on Hua Xiao. Be cautious above, for Shu He is capable of concocting chemical solutions himself. His planting skills may not be trivial. I placed my bet on Shu He. I have cultivated garlic at home through hydroponics, and it takes a full 3 weeks for the sprouts to be edible. Achieving results in a month is exceedingly difficult. I bet on Hua Xiao. Can I place a wager for Hua Hua? My mind is currently filled with the image of him squatting there, anxiously preparing for the defense. It truly is pitiful. Hua Xiao, how could you? The other guests initially offered Hua Hua the freedom to choose, but Hua Xiao promptly sent him to the guillotine. He usually pretends to care in various ways, yet in critical moments, he turns out to be a mere plastic brother. If Shu He loses and departs from the show, I shall cease to watch. Unconditionally supporting Shu He. Hua Xiao usually parades around, and Shu He doesn't hold it against him. This round of payback for the two of them is truly satisfying. I hope Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu can lower their proud heads and take a good look at our yellow earth. Hua Xiao hurriedly led Hua Qinyu away from the restaurant. As of now, the issue of seeds has been resolved. Shu He said to the three young ladies, let us divide our tasks this way. Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu will search for seeds. Reba and Xiaoyue, you two look for usable vessels. I shall prepare breakfast for you, and then I will go with Bai Lu to find soil. Reba and Chaiwa shook their heads vigorously. We are not in the mood for breakfast. Let us get straight to work. We'll eat when we feel hungry. Shu He nodded. Very well. Since there's no rush for breakfast, I'll feed Jujuan and Godzilla, and then we'll teach little Jujuan how to swim. Upon hearing this, Reba immediately picked up little Jujuan. Is Jujuan's tail fin ready? Can it swim now? Shu He gently unwrapped the gauze, although there was still a wound. It was evidently beginning to heal. It's nothing serious. Jujuan is different from us. Its wound heals quickly, and with the seawater's anti-inflammatory and disinfectant properties, it should be fine soon. Bai Lu also approached, joyfully patting the little creature's head. Jujuan, you must do your best later. Only by learning to swim can you return to the ocean. Jujuan, the little gray creature, did not quite grasp the concept of swimming. It merely felt happy each time surrounded by the three young ladies. Among them, it particularly favored Bai Lu, whose fair complexion reminded it of its own cleanliness after a wash. Her eyes sparkled with innocence, and her soft demeanor made Jujuan wonder if it could also grow up to be as beautiful. Jujuan flapped its small forefins, playfully nudging Bai Lu, who took it from Reba and pressed her face against Jujuan's round little head. Seeing that the three young ladies had successfully controlled little Jujuan, Shu He poured a bottle of nutritional milk into its mouth, which happened to be the last bottle of fresh cow's milk. While fruit seeds may be found, there is truly no way to procure more milk. Shu He sighed, contemplating the necessity of substituting the nutrients of fresh cow's milk with other ingredients. Though none seemed quite adequate. After tending to Godzilla, Shu He instructed the third young lady to take the curious little Jojo to the seaside and wait for him, while he returned to his room to retrieve a plastic basin he had previously used for Godzilla's baths. Although he had not brought many personal belongings, he had adequately prepared supplies for Godzilla upon his arrival on the island. To his surprise, this creature had arrived with a genetic serum, rendering its existence entirely independent, leaving many items idle, which could now serve a purpose for little Jojo. The waters of the uninhabited island were a pristine blue, so clear that the sunlight danced upon the seabed. Shu He filled the basin with a generous amount of seawater and instructed the third young lady to gently place the exceedingly curious Jojo on the ground. They were all eager to witness Jojo's inaugural plunge into the water, their excitement tinged with a hint of apprehension. Shu He gently submerged Jojo's body in the basin, cradling its fleshy neck with one hand. Jojo squinted its eyes, swishing its tail fin in the water, and let out a delighted gasp. This sensation was utterly delightful. Cool and soothing, a marvelous experience. Chapter 50, Godzilla's Instruction. My dear sister, you must embody the spirit of a warrior. Shu He gently released the small seal, whose head was being dragged along, as it suddenly widened its round, black eyes like grapes. After exhaling a series of large bubbles through its nose, it blinked slowly with a look of terror. Shu He quickly pulled its head out of the water again. Haraha! How adorable! Supermoon couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the seal spluttering, while Hot Ba furrowed her brow slightly, yet a smile adorned her face. Must we really do this? Bai Lu, perhaps feeling a bit anxious, clutched Shu He tightly. After much effort, Shu He managed to free his other arm and rinse the seal with seawater a couple of times before lifting it out of the water. As Shu He dried its body with a towel, the frightened seal burrowed its head into the towel, eventually leaving only its little rear sticking out, truly a case of prioritizing the head over the tail. The young seal could only learn to swim gradually, much like how the mother seal drags them through the ocean until they adapt completely before letting go. However, since the little one was scared, it was necessary to take a gentle approach to avoid instilling resistance. While Shu He wiped the seal's fur from gray to white, he explained to the three young ladies. Whimpering softly, the seal buried its head in the towel, expressing its distress in a manner no one could comprehend. The three young ladies tenderly stroked the little creature until it ceased trembling, slowly peeking its round head out from the towel. This scene melted the hearts of all the viewers in the live broadcast. The seal pup is getting cleaned up, so healing, so adorable. The once pitiful little creature now looks so pristine and fluffy. I wish I could hold it and shower it with affection. Shu He is truly remarkable. He successfully rescued a little seal. His merits are boundless. Not listening to Hua Xiao back then was definitely the right choice. Shu He must strive to bear fruit and hasten his defense presentation. Is there anyone who shares my thoughts? Those two seem quite suited to seek out seats. In such a healing moment, let us not dwell on that matter. Each task has its designated person. We shall focus solely on Shu He's live broadcast without fretting over trivialities. Godzilla watched the entire process of the little seal learning to swim, and upon seeing its timid demeanor, he could not accept it in his heart. My dear sister, you must be fearless like me. You must approach challenges like a warrior, ready to face the trials ahead. A mere sip of water has left you so startled. When it comes time for your wilderness training, will you not bring the Great Wall to tears? Godzilla, with a vigorous nudge, propelled the small creature until it tumbled out of Shu He's embrace, landing belly up on the beach. Only then did it bark twice, urging the little one to keep an eye out, before diving headfirst into the sea. With leaps, bounds, and dives it emerged, triumphantly carrying a flopping fish. The little creature's eyes widened in awe, sparkling with admiration as it gazed at Godzilla, its tiny fins clapping in delight. Godzilla tossed the fish before the little one, exuding an air of superiority. The small creature flipped over, imitating its mentor as it wiggled its tail and made its way toward the ocean. Godzilla, in a show of support, rushed into the water, lifting the little one with its back. The small creature splashed joyfully, yapping in excitement. The three young women, who had previously witnessed the adorable little creature, now gazed in astonishment. Bailu exclaimed, "This Godzilla is both father and mother. What a fortune it must have taken to have such a splendid companion." Heba playfully nudged her arm. "If you marry Shu He, won't Godzilla become yours too?" Young Chaoe, silent on the side, radiated a cold light in her eyes, contemplating how she might claim Godzilla for herself. Shu He assisted Bailu to her feet. "Well, with such an excellent teacher in Godzilla, I suppose we need not worry about the little one learning to swim. Are you all in the mood for breakfast?" The three young women nodded eagerly, their spirits lifted by the two companions. They all headed toward the dining area, with Chaoe chasing after Shu He. "Shu He, you've been picking coconuts for us and making mosquito repellent. I'd like to contribute as well. I've often watched cooking back in the countryside, so I have some knowledge, though I've never tried it myself. Could you teach me breakfast today?" Of course, Shu He readily agreed. Upon returning to the dining room, they prepared the ingredients together. Shu He took the opportunity to trim some vegetable roots. "We can stir-fry these lettuce leaves with oyster sauce. There is still plenty of dough. Let me teach you to make shrimp paste fritters." After pondering what to drink with breakfast, Shu He swiftly arrived at a solution. "Directorly previously gave me some yellow beans. I've used part of them to make fermented black beans. We can grind the rest into soy milk. Does that sound good?" "Absolutely," Bailu exclaimed, her appetite piqued, clapping her hands and looking at Shu He with a cheerful smile, filled with warmth and subtle affection. Recalling his interactions with everyone, Shu He maintained a composed demeanor in the presence of stars. Even amidst the beauty of Heba and Chaoe, he upheld his boundaries, exhibiting a grand perspective, not stooping to the level of jesters and decisively distancing himself from those he disliked. It was clever of him to suggest that Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu seek out seeds. As thoughts raced through her mind, Bailu pressed her lips together, fighting the urge to smile, yet quickly shook her head to banish those two unpleasant figures from her thoughts. Shu He was far better, handsome, and possessing a multitude of skills. Ever since she had met him, the memories of other males, aside from her father, had faded into obscurity. Observing Shu He as he guided Xiaoyu through the delicate processes of kneading dough and grinding soybeans, Bailu stepped forward to gently wipe the sweat from his brow, subsequently offering him a sip of water. "Thank you," Shu He smiled at Bailu, while Xiaoyu and Reba felt a sudden emptiness in their hearts upon witnessing the scene. Participating in a romantic variety show, Bailu's partner was simply perfection, while their own experiences seemed to be riddled with embarrassment. Were they destined to be forever devoid of love? Or was it merely Bailu's fortune that shone a little brighter? Xiaoyu resolved to completely let go of her feelings for Hua Chenyu, deciding to regard him as just an acquaintance from now on. Reba had long sensed her incompatibility with Hua Xiao, uncertain if their previous pleas to the production team had even been heard. "Hey, you two, no need to flaunt your affection. Don't forget, my proud and fierce spirit can be brought to tears," Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face dusted with flour as she pouted, all the while obediently following Shu He's instructions. "Do we really need to add salt to the youtiao?" Shu He nodded affirmatively. "Yes. The salt not only enhances the flavor and enriches the texture, but also contributes to the elasticity, making the youtiao more springy." Having prepared the dough well, Shu He retrieved the shrimp he had previously frozen, combined it with chopped green onions and an egg, then mince it into a paste to fill the youtiao. He added, "We can use the leftover shrimp roe to make soy sauce, which will come in handy for stir-frying the lettuce later." Reba could barely contain her excitement, rushing to assist Xiaoyu in preparing the shrimp, while Shu He took out the fermented black beans he had made earlier to start crafting the shrimp roe soy sauce. Chapter 51. Traditional brewing of shrimp roe soy sauce. For those viewers who rose late, their stomachs grumble with hunger, irresistibly tempted by Shu He's shrimp paste fried dough sticks. Upon hearing that he would prepare shrimp roe soy sauce live, everyone's interest was piqued. Soy sauce is a daily staple, yet few know how it is crafted. Today, on this Saturday, I am determined to learn the art of soy sauce making from Shu He. Later, I shall also prepare a simple bowl of spring noodles to astonish my dear wife. Truly, a master at work, with fried dough sticks filled with shrimp paste, complemented by the fragrance of scallions. Just imagining it makes my mouth water. The culinary maestro is about to commence a live demonstration of soy sauce preparation. I must join in. After watching Shu He cook over the past few days, my appetite has been thoroughly whetted. This time, I shall keep pace and indulge in the delicious fare they enjoy. I envy you all. Here I am in the dormitory, left to satisfy my cravings with mere fried dough sticks. By the way, does everyone have fermented black soybeans and shrimp roe at home? Fermented black soybeans can be readily purchased at the supermarket, and for shrimp roe, perhaps shrimp paste will suffice. There is a seafood market right beneath my apartment. I shall venture down now to procure shrimp roe. I seem to recall there is another ingredient, but it eludes my memory. No matter. Before Shu He lies only fermented black soybeans, the shrimp roe will arrive shortly. Let us hasten and not waste the precious teaching time. For the first time, the audience count in Shu He's live stream has diminished, yet the production team remains unfazed. Aware that these viewers wish to partake in the island life experience and are off gathering ingredients, it won't be long before they return. After all, the viewers in Shu He's stream exhibit remarkable loyalty. They often find it hard to tear themselves away once they join. Observing those who either lack the means or hesitate to leave the show, the production crew feels a subtle sense of accomplishment, as if they themselves are the ones being watched. One by one, those who are swift with their shopping return to the live stream, witnessing Shu He and Bai Lu engaging in casual conversation as they prepare to make soy sauce. Bai Lu delicately pinches a dark fermented black soybean with her tender fingers. Is this originally yellow soybean? How did it transform into this? Shu He chops the fermented black soybeans into smaller pieces for later use while stirring the salt in the pan, explaining, yellow soybeans soaked overnight, cooked, combined with wheat, coated in flour, sauteed to cultivate the mold, then soaked in water, turning them daily. The longer the duration, the richer the flavor. However, I am employing a 4-day quick method, which is adequate for now. Bai Lu listens intently, grasping each word, yet finds herself slightly bewildered when they are strung together into sentences. The expressions of the viewers in the live stream mirror hers. I do not comprehend, but I greatly admire Shu He. I have learned that the fermented black soybeans we consume daily are derived from such a process. It seems rather intricate. Goodness. Shu He is indeed practicing the ancient method of brewing. Without any additives, it is undoubtedly far safer and more flavorful than the hex technology of certain soy sauces. For days? A quick method? Were it not for the availability of ready-made fermented black soybeans, I fear I would never taste shrimp roe soy sauce. Can the store-bought fermented black soybeans truly compare to those handcrafted by Shu He? I am beginning to feel somewhat disheartened. Hold on, dear family. We have already traversed the most tedious phase, and victory is within our grasp. However, the words that Shu He subsequently spoke to Bai Lu fell upon the netizens like a bucket of cold water. Bai Lu, please fetch the refrigerated black truffle for me. Only when using black truffles can the soy sauce attain that rich aroma, unmatched by any other. Those who were learning to saute salt, upon hearing this, cast their spatulas aside in despair. What family uses black truffles to make soy sauce? I give up. I am unworthy. Some lamented. Didn't I mention we seem to have forgotten something? Yet you all refuse to heed my advice. But fear not, everyone. In the absence of black truffles, I believe shiitake mushrooms will suffice. After all, we have some left from our hot pot. Let us mimic the process, dear family. Regardless, we are still learning to make our own additive-free soy sauce alongside Shu He, which is surely superior to any store-bought variety. Although the gap may be insurmountable, the clever netizens continued to replicate Shu He's methods with alternative ingredients. They prepared the sauteed salt and caramelized sugar until it turned a deep reddish hue. During this process, Chow Yu and Reba also prepared the shrimp roe. Shu He combined the shrimp roe and black truffles with the syrup, sizzling it to perfection, before adding water, star anise, bay leaves, fermented black beans, and salt, covering the pot and allowing it to simmer over high heat. The three girls could not resist wafting the enticing aroma towards their noses. Reba exclaimed, "This is absolutely delightful. The soy sauce available on the market pales in comparison." Yang Xiaoyu remarked, "Once I toss the lettuce I sauteed in this soy sauce, the flavor will surely soar to new heights." Those following Shu He's lead began to stretch their limbs, as they anticipated that this batch of homemade, additive-free soy sauce would soon be complete. Although it could not rival Shu He's meticulous choice of ingredients, the fragrance wafting from the pot was genuinely delightful. Bai Lu, thinking along the same lines, looked at Shu He and asked, "Once it's cooked, will that be it?" Shu He shook his head. "Not quite. After removing the residue, we must filter it a second time with cheesecloth. Only then will the soy sauce be clear and its shelf life extended." As the flames roared, steam billowed from the pot, and the rich aroma of soy sauce spread from the restaurant at the center of the deserted island. Bai Lu placed the cheesecloth that Shu He had prepared over a basin, and as Shu He poured out the residue for filtering, they beheld the beautifully clear and vibrant soy sauce being poured into the bowl. The three girls truly experienced the joy of crafting their own ingredients. Yang Xiaoyu eagerly scooped a small spoonful of the freshly made shrimp roe soy sauce to prepare her oyster sauce lettuce. Once the crisp, vibrant lettuce was ready, they could finally relish breakfast together. Reba took a hearty bite out of a shrimp oil stick. I can't believe you made this, Xiaoyu. It's absolutely phenomenal. Her cheeks puffed like a little hamster, yet she couldn't help but murmur her praises. Bai Lu handed her a cup of soy milk. The soy milk you made is also delightful. Xiaoyu, do take a sip before you choke. Yang Xiaoyu, with a bashful laugh, exclaimed, Teacher Shu He truly teaches exceptionally well. Perhaps it's due to my participation in the cooking process, but today's breakfast tastes particularly delightful. Indeed. Bai Lu and Reba nodded vigorously in agreement. Shu He picked up a piece of the stir-fried lettuce that Xiao Wei had prepared and took a bite. It seemed the two young ladies were not merely flattering her. The flavor was genuinely commendable, even though it was stir-fried with oyster sauce. It did not compromise the crispness of the vegetables, unlike the greasy dishes often found in upscale restaurants. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Yue's rural upbringing. Having witnessed the art of cooking from a young age, in any case, she possesses an undeniable talent for culinary creation. Such an intelligent and resourceful little chef left Shu He puzzled as to how Hua Xiao had previously failed in his teaching endeavors. Meanwhile, viewers were captivated, watching the four enjoy a leisurely and blissful breakfast, yet they were perplexed by one aspect, with the soft, savory shrimp paste and crispy fried dough sticks, along with the creamy, fragrant, freshly ground soy milk adorning the table. Why did the four prioritize devouring the oyster sauce lettuce first? It was merely a bowl of leafy greens. Even with the addition of shrimp roe and soy sauce, could it truly be that popular? Eventually, someone in the comments posed this very question. Chapter 52. The affair between teacher and student upstairs. It was evident that you had not followed Chef Shu He in his culinary techniques. Just a moment ago, I savored the exquisite soy sauce with egg, and the flavor was simply divine. I could hardly restrain myself from tasting it. It was an experience that transcended the ordinary. The ingredients Shu He used surpassed our own. That plate of lettuce was tantalizing beyond imagination. When I poured it out to compare with our household's technologically advanced soy sauce, the color was distinctly brighter and more vibrant, finally allowing me to relish food as it was meant to be experienced. In an instant, I was transported back to my childhood. Is homemade soy sauce truly this remarkable? It seems I must give it a try. Let us get to work, dear family. The process is simple, cost-effective, and the flavor is something that money cannot buy. I can hardly fathom how delightful it must be to brew using ancient methods and black truffles. After breakfast, Hiba voluntarily took on the responsibility of cleaning up, and none of us resisted too much. Washing dishes and tidying up the table were hardly daunting tasks. Hiba continually insisted that she had tea contributed much and that letting her clean would offer her some comfort. Subsequently, Shu He instructed young Xiao Wei to gather and organize planting containers, plastic bottles, foam boxes, and various small containers left over from snacks. He meticulously reminded young Xiao Wei to save each item while he took a few woven bags to find suitable soil with Bai Lu. As they re-entered the small grove, joyous memories with Shu He flooded back, uplifting Bai Lu's spirits. I had anticipated a deluge on the island, yet every day has been nothing but clear skies. Even the distant hills are laid bare before us. Bai Lu's remark instantly heightened Shu He's vigilance. He had scarcely paid attention to the weather over the past few days. A stretch of clear skies for 2 or 3 consecutive days felt somewhat unusual. We must hasten to find soil. Upon our return, we need to reinforce all the windows and such. Bai Lu was puzzled. Do you really believe a typhoon will come? Is it possible that some mysterious force could whisk it away to another place? Shu He chuckled softly. What you describe is known as the subtropical high-pressure system. The typhoon operates beneath it. The subtropical high behaves like a spinning top, guiding the typhoon along its periphery. Indeed, the subtropical high is notoriously capricious and enjoys wandering about. It is conceivable that it could be swept elsewhere. However, given the uninterrupted sunny weather of the past few days, it seems likely that it is on the verge of making landfall. As Bai Lu nodded, her expression grew a touch anxious. Is this what they say about the inevitability of retribution? What should we do then? Shu He was amused by Bai Lu's characterization. Do not fret. The uninhabited island is not extensive, and landfall typically lasts only a day or two. Typhoons are quite selective, feasting solely on tropical moisture. Once they make landfall, they can only consume the earth and will soon perish from hunger. Such a destructive force, the typhoon, sounded rather tragic when described by Shu He. Bai Lu candidly expressed her newfound wisdom. If my geography teacher had been you, I surely would not have settled for merely a diploma. After speaking, she pondered carefully and realized that her words were somewhat inappropriate. If Shu He were truly her teacher, the tender-hearted young girl would likely be preoccupied with thoughts of a teacher-student romance, leaving her little time for her studies. Shu He halted before a patch of soil with Bai Lu. The soil here is rich in organic matter, making it suitable for planting. Let us fill 2 bags. Bai Lu's mind momentarily faltered. Isn't soil just soil? Is there really a difference? Shu He crouched down, filling the bags as he explained, indeed. This soil contains nearly half organic matter, which is nutrient-rich. The solution content should exceed 30%, while the air content is relatively low. In such cases, we typically use perlite or clay pellets to enhance aeration. However, we can simply find some larger gravel. Bai Lu also knelt down, earnestly kneading the soil in her hands. Still feeling it resembled the mud she played with as a child, unable to comprehend how Shu He could distinguish such subtleties. Noticing her look of confusion, Shu He inquired, "Do you know why I chose ordinary large gravel to improve aeration?" Bai Lu, with a scrunched nose and a frown, replied deliberately, "Isn't it because you're poor?" Shu He froze in place, her actions momentarily halted. Wasn't that a bit too blunt? While the reasoning held some truth, such honesty could be quite jarring. The comments section erupted with laughter. Haha, oh my. Bai Lu really pulls no punches. This straightforwardness was precisely why she admired her. It was endearing. Shu He felt as though she had been put on pause. Was it truly acceptable to be so direct? The explanation was remarkably professional and heartfelt. In Shu He and Bai Lu's live stream, there always existed a profound sense of comfort. Who knew that soil mixing could be so intricate? My ailing plantation might just be saved. Shu He truly understood planting. She felt that the duo of Hua Xiao and Hua Qinyu's manure brothers could be announced right then and there. After a brief pause, Shu He awkwardly chuckled twice. Poverty is just one reason. Another is that gravel contains a wealth of minerals, which is essential for soil mixing. Bai Lu looked on in awe. Shu He, how is your knowledge so vast? Do you have to undergo rigorous assessments to be a guardian of the island? Shu He finished filling 2 bags of soil, setting them aside, and continued searching for larger gravel with Bai Lu. Not really. Guardians of the island have no formal positions. They are merely contracted workers. Many are reluctant to come due to harsh conditions. Some do undergo training before starting. However, my position is in high demand. I began work on my first day of reporting. In terms of management, guardians must also adhere to their superiors' directives. Bai Lu nodded earnestly, realizing why Director Wang had been so busy with various procedures the day before the program aired. It was indeed worthwhile for a treasure like Shu He. In the heart of the rainforest, the 2 individuals filled 2 bags with soil. Bai Lu merely lifted one momentarily, only to feel as though her arm might dislocate from the weight. It's so heavy. Should I call for them to help us? She suggested. Shu He, squatting down, replied, "No need. That would waste too much time. Once we finish planting, we still need to reinforce the doors and windows. If you can lift 1 bag, place it on my back." As he spoke, his hands extended backward, indicating where she could position the load. Time was indeed of the essence if a typhoon was truly approaching. Bai Lu exerted all her strength, stacking the bags of soil onto Shu He's back. Once she finished, her back ached to the point of being unable to straighten, and the wave she had meticulously styled that morning now lay in disarray. Ignoring the dirt, she plopped down onto the ground, reflecting on how each bag felt as heavy as a lifeless body. 4 bags? How could Shu He possibly carry that? After catching her breath, she stood up once more, determined that such a burden should not be borne solely by him. With her small hands gripping the bottom of the bags, she anxiously remarked, "It's too heavy. Please give me 2 bags." Shu He, unfazed, stood upright with ease. His physique, akin to that of a special forces soldier, rendered such strenuous tasks trivial. "Step back. Your presence alone is a form of assistance," he stated. Bai Lu obediently took a couple of steps back. Despite the masculine tone of Shu He's words, she felt a pang of concern and reached out, wanting to protect him, yet after contemplating for a while, she remained uncertain how best to assist him. Observing Shu He's impassive expression and effortless strides, even the onlookers found it challenging to discern the weight of the bags. Chapter 53. Are you certain this is all the seeds? Why are the 2 individuals exhibiting such disparate reactions to the weight of the bags? I am utterly confounded. Could Bai Lu be an experienced variety show participant, exaggerating her performance for the sake of entertainment? And what of Shu He, who effortlessly carries 4 bags without a hint of struggle? You believe my sister Bai Lu is acting for the sake of the show? Clearly, you do not know her well. Would she disregard her disheveled hair for mere theatrics? I have grave doubts that Shu He is of flesh and blood. For bags of soil, one can only imagine their weight. Perhaps they are not excessively heavy, after all. Bai Lu was laboring so hard, as she is a girl not particularly adept at physical tasks. As everyone observed Shu He steadily making his way back to the dining area, no one seemed to perceive the considerable weight of the 4 bags of soil. Bai Lu rushed into the dining hall, seeking assistance, and her gaze immediately fell upon the brothers seated at the table. Hua Qinyue appeared pale and exhausted, while Hua Xiao retained a semblance of vitality. At their feet lay a plastic bag filled with tissues, and Bai Lu quickly deduced its contents. However, She had no time for contemplation and shouted to the two remaining gentlemen, "Quick, go help Shu He. He is carrying 4 bags of soil. It's exceedingly heavy." The group dashed out of the dining area, only to find Shu He striding in with the bags slung over his back. Hua Xiao offered a reassuring smile to Bai Lu. "Do not fret. Shu He can manage it on his own, and it likely isn't that heavy. Let us unload together." Hua Yu, swaying unsteadily, stepped forward, utterly drained of energy. The earlier search for seeds had been indescribably taxing, leaving him nauseous. His sluggishness stemmed from Hua Xiao insisting he rest for a while. Yet there was Shu He, seemingly vibrant while bearing 4 hefty bags. He could not afford to be outdone. As Shu He leaned slightly, gradually crouching down, Hua Yu, with trembling hands, placed them on the burlap sack. He exerted force. Yet the bag remained unmoved. Again he strained, and stars danced before his eyes. Observing this, Hua Xiao promptly shoved him aside. "Hua, your strength is truly lacking. It's merely a matter of retrieving a few seeds from excrement. This is something farmers do daily. After such an extended rest, you still cannot recover. How feeble." "Allow me." Hua Xiao rolled up his sleeves, a crooked smile playing on his lips, and lifted 1 bag. WOC. He nearly succumbed to an expletive before the camera. What manner of soil is this, that it feels so burdensome? Shu He gently turned his head. Moist soil is undoubtedly heavier than dry soil. But fret not. Bai Lu placed them one by one. Bai Lu? Initially intending to rally everyone to assist, she could not allow herself to appear less capable, especially since she had already lifted a bag. Hua Xiao, with renewed vigor, hoisted another bag, but as it hit the ground, he struggled to control his strength and nearly strained his back. "Bai Lu, are you some kind of superhuman?" Hua Xiao gritted his teeth, perspiration trickling down. Bai Lu pouted. "I merely lifted them one by one." Shu He, however, carried 4 bags all by himself. Ria and Xiaonhua, both filled with curiosity, clumsily approached and, with a united effort, managed to set down a heavy bag. Yang Qiaowei placed her hands on her hips, panting heavily. "You two are simply extraordinary. Such a heavy bag. It can only be said that the power of love is truly magnificent." At that moment, netizens echoed the sentiment in their hearts. What kind of boyfriend strength is this? There is an overwhelming sense of security in his presence. This lad is forged from titanium black gold. His physical and mental prowess surpasses human limits. Bai Lu, single-handedly lifting a bag that no one else could budge, was undoubtedly intoxicated by love. Shu He and Bai Lu were showering an odd kind of affection. Shu He casually rolled the last bag to the ground, dusting off his clothes, and looked at Qiaowei. "Are the vessels ready?" Qiaowei stood at attention, saluting. "Report, Captain. I have scoured the entire island for all the vessels you requested, and the mission has been successfully completed." Shu He nodded in approval, recognizing Qiaowei as an exceptionally capable assistant. He then turned his gaze toward his comrade. "Have you found the seeds?" Hua Yu emitted a weary hum through clenched teeth. Hua Xiao, having done nothing yet still wearing a proud expression, remarked. Hua nearly lost his stomach searching for those few seeds. "I confirmed with him that all the strawberry and watermelon seeds are inside. If you can't grow any fruits, it would be a great disservice to Hua. Are you certain it's all the seeds?" Shu He countered. Hua Yu, frustrated, replied. "What do you mean, Shu He?" He whistled for Godzilla, who was busy teaching Jojo to swim. Godzilla returned, somewhat impatient. "What's up?" "My little sister is still waiting over there. You left the strawberry seeds from yesterday behind. Take these 2 seed heroes to find them." Shu He instructed, adding, "I need to plant soon. We must hurry." Upon hearing this, Hua Yu collapsed onto the sandy ground. "Brother Hua Xiao, I truly can't do it anymore. This time, it's your turn." Hua Xiao looked at Shu He, his face filled with embarrassment. "Isn't this enough?" Shu He shook his head. "Seeds also have a survival rate, so the more, the better. We are short on time." He placed a reassuring hand on Hua Xiao's shoulder. "Don't feel pressured about this. It's just a matter of finding a few seeds. This is something farmers do every day." Hua Xiao felt a sting from Shu He's words, realizing his own advice was being used against him, which was quite ruthless. Godzilla tugged impatiently at Hua Xiao's pants, and fearing for his other fine trousers, Hua Xiao reluctantly followed Godzilla as they left. The live stream audience found it utterly hilarious. Can't bear to watch Hua Xiao and Hua Yu anymore. Those 2 brothers are a riot. Hua Xiao was getting a taste of his own medicine. It was high time he faced this reckoning. Would Godzilla think that Hua Xiao enjoyed this? We shall see what Godzilla's realization will be. With all this activity, wasn't it time to start the broadcast in the observation room? Yin Lu mentioned that the program team has a surprise today. There is still half an hour left, so there is no need to rush. The valiant Hua Xiao has yet to finish finding the seeds. In an effort to maximize their time, Shu He began to transfer bags of soil to the restaurant's balcony, carrying 1 bag himself while a few others helped with another. Bai Lu opened the refrigerator and assisted Shu He by carrying all the fruits and vegetables over. While rummaging through, she discovered 3 exquisite boxes, all adorned with inscriptions in bear language. Curiously, she inquired, "What are these?" Reba stepped forward for a closer look. "They appear to belong to Hua Xiao. Do not touch them." Bailu acknowledged and continued with her tasks. Shu He first heated a metal rod until it glowed red and punctured small holes in some plastic products, then proceeded to handle the roots and stems of various vegetables. After mixing the soil in a foam box, he handed a box with a small hole dug out to Hua Chenyu, instructing, "Simply place the seeds you have found into the hole." Chapter 54, The Grand Blueprint of the Deserted Island Farm. As Hua Chenyu contemplated the fact that no one else would likely dare to handle these seeds besides himself, he reluctantly began to place them, one by one, into a plastic bag. Once upon a time, he had deemed even the shaded tree rings too dirty for his touch. Now, he was preparing to sow seeds unearthed during the defense. Could this be considered a form of growth? With this thought in mind, Hua Chenyu found himself invigorated. This was merely a psychological barrier, and overcoming it was not as monumental as it seemed. If farmers could accomplish such tasks, then so could he. He believed this statement would surely garner him favorable impressions, and the long-lost innocent smile returned to his face, soon. "When I retrieve the seeds from Godzilla, I can assist Hua Xiao in planting them too." The third girl awkwardly applauded Hua Hua. "You are amazing." This newfound resolve was indeed praiseworthy. Otherwise, no one would be able to handle the task of seed gathering in the future. Netizens also commented on his remarks. Who would have thought this child is actually suited for this work? After all, his once prized singing career has faced numerous setbacks. He might as well find some productive endeavors. Hua Chenyu, who had previously contributed little, unexpectedly discovered his own worth amidst the muck, bringing tears to his eyes. Meanwhile, Shu He recalled Hua Chenyu's mention of Hua Xiao. "Oh right, Hua Hua, once you finish with your seeds, please inform Hua Xiao that he need not search anymore. I just remembered, unlike you, Godzilla doesn't have diarrhea, so the seeds found in its excrement are likely few and far between, rendering the effort unworthy." "What?" Hua Chenyu's smile faltered. "Why did you only remember this now?" Hua Xiao must have nearly completed his search. "I forgot," Shu He replied simply before continuing his work. Hua Chenyu, left speechless, could only watch as Shu He diligently toiled away. How could he nonchalantly dismiss such a matter with a mere "I forgot"? Though often perceived as non-confrontational, it appeared that Shu He was quite the cunning individual after all. Hua Chenyu could hardly fathom the expression on Hua Xiao's face upon receiving this news. However, recalling that he too had been coerced by Hua Xiao, a sudden thrill of satisfaction surged within him. Good brothers share both joy and hardship. After finishing with the seeds, Hua Chenyu joyfully dashed out to find Hua Xiao. Meanwhile, Shu He utilized a small container of leftover snacks for hydroponics involving scallions and garlic. While the foam boxes were primarily designated for cultivating root vegetables such as lettuce, celery, spinach, potatoes, and carrots, as well as seeds for strawberries, watermelons, and lemons. Naturally, the soil ratios varied according to the different species. Although his superior planting skills allowed him to instinctively avoid critical errors, he remained quite meticulous in his work. After all, for the plant-based growth agents to function effectively, the procedure must be flawless. This earnest dedication captivated the attention of the third girl and the female netizens alike. "Men are incredibly handsome when they are serious," one exclaimed. "My husband only knows how to play video games and sleep in." Anger, comparisons between people can be infuriating. The two male guests are still engaged in their playful antics, while Shu He exudes the demeanor of an agricultural expert, which explains why the third young lady's eyes have transformed into hearts. Could the production team consider organizing a reality dating show featuring ordinary individuals? It would be delightful to invite more charming young men like Shu He to contribute to the matrimonial market in Huaxia. Ladies, let us not set our expectations too high. Although Shu He possesses a multitude of skills, we are not lacking either. Beyond indulging in gaming and slumber, we are also adept at carelessly tossing items, burping, passing gas, and even spitting indiscriminately. Enough already. In truth, Shu He is quite remarkable. Every step of his planting process is meticulously executed, without a single misstep. This is an extraordinary feat. He has cultivated nearly every possible plant, and with utmost precision, he diluted a drop of growth agent, subsequently pouring it into a mineral water bottle that had been skillfully perforated at the bottom. Bailu hurriedly extended her delicate, rosy palms, exclaiming, "If the bottom is perforated and water is poured in, won't it just spill out?" Observing her curiosity, Shu He swiftly twisted the bottle cap, and immediately the water ceased its flow from the tiny opening. This is a demonstration of atmospheric pressure, a principle you all surely comprehend. He continued, "With the impending arrival of a typhoon, I devised a simple automatic drip irrigation system to prevent the plants from suffering a lack of water during their early growth stages when we may not be present." After stating this, he inserted the small opening into the soil, and a series of tiny bubbles emerged from the water container. How marvelous! The three young ladies exclaimed in unison. Yet Shu He remained unfazed, dismissing the wonder. What is so astonishing about this? Initially, we rely on growth agents, but later, we will wait for Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu, our free laborers, to procure more seeds. With my planting skills, I can introduce and cultivate more varieties, thereby creating a tropical fruit paradise in this pristine island environment. Just imagine, caviar of the fruit world, finger limes, bird's nest fruit, and ice cream fruit. Perhaps I could even cultivate them all. Gazing at the currently barren balcony, Shu He envisioned the blueprint for his island farm, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Ultimately, the only dilemma may be that he cannot consume all that bounty alone. However, this is hardly an insurmountable challenge. Finding a beautiful wife and raising a brood of children could potentially establish a self-sustaining cycle of production, distribution, and consumption on this island. The pressing issue at hand is the absence of a spouse, and Shu He considers Bai Lu to be an excellent candidate. Yet, given her flourishing career in the entertainment industry, would she be willing to abandon her pursuits to remain on the deserted island? Such thoughts seem a bit far-fetched. Why dwell on them? At that moment, the broadcast time for the observation room arrived. In the elegantly decorated recording studio, Yen Lu smiled as she introduced two new relationship observers. Hello everyone, the Heartfelt Space Observation Room is back with you. Today, we are joined by two new observers, the talented and popular actress, teacher Zhao Xiaoying, and also a fellow academic high achiever like Shu He, Pan Zhoudan. Welcome to both of you. Would you like to greet everyone? Zhao Xiaoying adorned herself in a delicate lavender sundress, her warm smile breaking the ice as she greeted. Hello, dear viewers of Heartfelt Space. I am Zhao Xiaoying. I have been an avid follower of this program, for beyond the themes of love and the enchanting islands, the visuals presented by Shu He always evoke a profound sense of healing within me. Yen Lu nodded in agreement. So, like most viewers, you too relish the moments spent in the live broadcasts of Shu He and Bai Lu? Indeed, Zhao Xiaoying replied with a shy smile. I have never encountered a dog capable of finding black truffles, nor have I seen a seal pup. Moreover, witnessing Shu He's fishing escapades for the first time ignited a thrilling passion within me. Even when he simply cooks, I find myself captivated. Additionally, Bai Lu can be quite humorous. Their interactions invariably resonate with a deep emotional chord within me. At this juncture, she abruptly paused. Yen Lu understood the reason behind her hesitation, recognizing that overly expressing oneself on the show might not be entirely appropriate. Thus, she shifted her gaze towards Pan Zhoudan. Welcome, Pan Zhoudan. At 29 years old, a master's graduate from the Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. We are delighted to have you on our program. Pan Zhoudan stood up with a wave, his expression serious as he took 2 steps forward and earnestly bowed to the camera. Chapter 55, From Headboard to Footboard. The greeting was somewhat tense. However, Senior Pan spoke with remarkable eloquence. Greetings to the audience of Heartfelt Space. Thanks to Junior Shu He's exceptional academic prowess, a fortunate twist of fate has granted me the opportunity to participate in this romantic variety show. Upon seeing the two newly arrived love observers, netizens began to fervently discuss. Zhao Xiaoying, I adoring Bao, but having just gone through a divorce, won't she find this tormenting? Indeed, one could sense her discomfort as she struggled to finish her thoughts, likely reflecting on the interactions between Shu He and Bai Lu. Isn't Pan Zhoudan the one from the strongest brain? Did they invite him to lend his intellectual weight because of Shu He? Senior Pan's earlier greeting had me in stitches. It was somewhat pretentious, wasn't it? Pretentious? You must not be aware that he is an alumnus of Einstein. Seriously, is that considered pretentious? If I had his credentials, I would make a grand entrance. Does he view the knowledge that Shu He showcases, which we cannot comprehend, as mere child's play? Shu He encountered a rival off the show, yet he remained oblivious. Yen Lu and Zhao Xiaoying were initially startled by Pan Zhoudan's greeting method, but upon hearing his refined voice, they breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Yen Lu remarked, Senior Pan, you mentioned Shu He earlier. Have you been following him? Pan Zhoudan nodded, saying, I am indeed quite interested in him. My mind is filled with theoretical knowledge that often fails to take root, while he applies these concepts in practice, showcasing the wisdom of life. I have drawn much inspiration from him, for instance. His method of liquid separation using fan blades made me ponder why I must rely on the limitations of foundational equipment in my research on automated system control theory. Pan Zhoudan gazed earnestly at Zhao Xiaoying, who felt increasingly flustered under his scrutiny. Her head nodded hesitantly, and her hands fidgeted nervously. In her mind, she cried for help, thinking, what is this liquid separation and system talk? Perhaps we should just send him directly into the show to meet Shu He. Spare this innocent woman from further torment. Yen Lu promptly interjected, we actually find it a bit challenging to grasp the specifics of what Senior Pan is referring to. but we certainly appreciate your recognition of Shu He. This is quite surprising, considering Shu He merely graduated from Tsinghua University, which places him slightly below you in terms of academic credentials. Pan Zhou shook his finger side to side, proclaiming, "This assertion is misguided. I was able to attend the University of Southern Federal, thanks to substantial support from my parents. While I recall Shu He mentioning he is an orphan, his journey through education was likely far more arduous than mine. One must admit, Pan Zhou is quite humble." And his words are laced with admiration for Shu He. His statements ring with truth. It is indeed no small feat for someone of Shu He's background to gain admission to Tsinghua University. The actions of Shu He could potentially provide insights for Pan Zhou's research. If these two intellectuals were to participate in a romantic variety show together, one wonders what delightful scenes would unfold. I can only say that I, at the age of 21, am capable of taking care of my own needs and know to rush indoors when it rains. At this moment, discordant voices emerged in the comments section. Xiaoxian remarked, "Senior Pan is merely being courteous. He is indeed our role model. The nation cultivates talents from Tsinghua University not to send us to deserted islands to produce mosquito repellent. Oh, isn't this a jest at the low income of Tsinghua alumni? When it comes to the dissemination of knowledge regarding mosquito repellent, you fail to show up. Yet you appear now to criticize Shu He? I have reason to believe that during your student years, you were quite envious of Shu He. Xiaoxian is truly foolish. Isn't the role of an island guardian a contribution to the nation?" Although Xiaoxian was harshly criticized, some still found merit in his words, believing that Shu He, being praised by Pan Zhou, was indeed somewhat overqualified for the tasks on the deserted island. At this moment, Yin Lu, influenced by Pan Zhou's comments, recognized that her previous comparisons based on academic qualifications were rather narrow-minded. After some self-reflection, she began to discuss the suspense left for the audience by the production team in the previous episode. Last time we mentioned that we had a small surprise for our viewers. I wonder if everyone remembers? One of these surprises is that 2 new guests are about to arrive on the deserted island, bringing along some essential supplies. Additionally, given Shu He's rising popularity, everyone wishes to deepen their understanding of him. On the one hand, it is difficult for us to contact the guests. And on the other hand, Shu He has left no trace on the internet, so once we arrive on the island, we will conduct an exclusive interview with him to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Xiaoying, if it were you, what would you like to ask Shu He? Zhao Xiaoying scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. I would like to ask what kind of girl he likes and whether he minds the age of girls. Yin Lu inquired, "What about Senior Pan Zhou?" Pan Zhou replied, "I want to ask him why he chose the profession of an island guardian." Yin Lu cheerfully informed the two, "Our production team is about to reach the deserted island. Currently, their communication devices have no signal. However, fortunately, we have prepared answers to both of your questions." Upon hearing that new guests were joining and that there would be an exclusive interview with Shu He, the audience eagerly anticipated the upcoming live broadcast. In the live stream, Shu He had completed his planting tasks and was urging everyone to clean out the refrigerator. For if a typhoon were indeed approaching, sunlight on the island might be insufficient. In such a case, the storage capacity of the solar power generation equipment could likely be depleted, uncertain of how long the typhoon would last. The only course of action to prevent food spoilage was to take these precautions. Young Chaowei volunteered to take on the role of chef for lunch. According to her, the breakfast tutorial had opened her meridians, and while her culinary skills might not be refined, she had managed to connect the dots of her cooking memories, achieving a remarkable effect. Bai Lu found this quite intriguing. I've noticed that those whom Shu He has trained seem to progress rapidly. How did I end up this way? Shu He, why don't you train me too? Shu He, with a bemused smile, replied, "Perhaps one day we shall see. What would you like to learn?" Bai Lu's eyes sparkled. "Do you know martial arts? When I am filming action scenes, I often feel that my performance falls short. I have indeed encountered a knowledge gap in my craft. Although, given my current physical condition, I could easily best most opponents in a casual sparring match. I fear that mastering professional martial arts skills may hinge on the whims of the system granting me some small rewards on a fortunate day." However, when Hotba heard Bai Lu's words, she inappropriately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Bai Lu, which kind of action scene are you referring to? The kind that starts at the head of the bed and ends at the foot?" Bai Lu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she raised her small fist to hammer Hotba playfully. "Say, you, how could you have learned such mischief from Boss Yang?" Shu He, standing nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. These 3 girls, have they become so comfortable on the deserted island that they have forgotten they are in the midst of filming a show? Viewers online were equally amused, exclaiming, covering face with laughter, "Drive safely, hey, there are still people watching. No time to explain, quick, get in the car." From the head of the bed to the foot, learning mischief from Boss Yang, slyly. "Make way, the marriage registration office is moving in." Shu He, the male bodhisattva, Let us see how you train Bai Lu. Hands clasped together. Shu He, that scoundrel, is truly fortunate. I also wish to film action scenes with Bai Lu. As the group continued their playful antics in the dining hall, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Chapter 56. The arrival of two new guests on the island. Outside, the cacophony began with Godzilla's fierce barking, followed closely by mechanical whirring. As Shu He and the others stepped out of the dining hall, they noticed a speedboat docking at the shore, its passengers too frightened by Godzilla to disembark. Before they could discern who the newcomers were, a sharp female voice rang out. Whose dog is this? It's so fierce. Oh, is that fluffy creature behind it a puppy? It's quite intimidating too. Shu He sternly called Godzilla back, allowing the passengers to cautiously step ashore. Bai Lu, puzzled, trailed behind Shu He, speculating. It seems to be the crew of the show. But why have they suddenly arrived on the island? At that moment, Reba pointed excitedly at a woman clad in a pink, form-fitting strapless dress, exclaiming, Isn't that Sister Yuchi? Is she here to see us? Xiao Yu squinted and took a couple of steps forward, asking, Yang Yang, what brings you here? Amidst the crew stood two glamorous stars, and upon closer inspection, it was confirmed that they were Zhang Yuqi and Yang Yang. These must be the new guests the observation room mentioned earlier, the renowned human loudspeaker Yuqi and the rather unremarkable Yang Yang. I am overwhelmed with emotion. Yuqi is not just a sister, she is an esteemed aunt. Did the production team send her to rein in the male guests? Inviting these two is bound to stir up drama. I feel both anger and anticipation. Are they a team? Or will there be a reshuffle? Reba and Xiao Yu had previously petitioned the production team to address the grouping issues, and it seemed their request had been granted. Please don't separate Bai Lu and Shu He. I beg you. Selecting partners had just become a daunting task. The young host of the show greeted the live camera. Hello, dear viewers. Today we bring you a delightful surprise, the two new guests joining our heartfelt space. Please welcome the acclaimed actress Zhang Yuqi, Chi Zi. Zhang Yuqi straightened her posture, clasped her hands together, and bowed gracefully to the camera. And also, the popular actor Yang Yang. Yang Yang flashed a profound yet enigmatic smile, playfully tapping his temple with two fingers before winking at the camera. The three girls, adorned with professional smiles, applauded, though they remained puzzled about the production team's intentions. The host then addressed the guests on the island. We have new members joining our deserted island. I wonder what new ideas you all have regarding the group arrangements? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu felt a jolt of anxiety. Did this mean they would be reshuffling the groups? She immediately clung tightly to Shu He's arm, exclaiming, I want to be in the same group as Shu He. We get along splendidly, don't we? With a gaze full of longing, she looked at Shu He, who, recognizing the emotional plea in her eyes, promptly affirmed, Yes. I wish to remain in the same group as Bai Lu. Zhang Yuqi, having overheard, sauntered over with a sway of her hips, scrutinizing Shu He. You must be the ordinary guest, right? I haven't watched the show before and had no idea you were so handsome. I usually prioritize looks. But given the hardships of living on a deserted island, perhaps I should choose Hua Xiao instead. By the way, where is Hua Xiao? I recall that he was indeed on the list. Hua Xiao, come forth. Share your treasures with me. Ha ha. At this moment, Yang Yang lowered his head. Resting a hand on her shoulder, Sister Yuqi, if you're merely judging by appearances, shouldn't you choose me? Zhang Yuqi gazed into his eyes, filled with affection, and swiftly swatted his hand away. It seems you are looking at me, but in reality, you are not. You are merely gazing at your own reflection in my eyes. Yang Yang scoffed, his adoring gaze shifting towards Reba. If Sister Yuqi wishes to claim your male guest, then why not join me? Reba felt a twinge of anguish. Having just bid farewell to a troublesome spirit, another performer had now arrived to disrupt her peace. Couldn't she simply enjoy her solitude on the deserted island? Reba cast a wistful glance at Bai Lu, whose fair complexion bloomed like a flower, laughing at Shu He. How wonderful it would be if the new guest resembled Shu He. Yet, comparing Yang Yang to Hua Xiao, Reba concluded it would be best to choose Yang Yang. At least he wouldn't speak so harshly. Since Sister Yuqi wishes to team up with Hua Xiao, I shall partner with Yang Yang, she decided. Zhang Yuqi, the clumsy sister, felt a tinge of remorse. Oh dear. Look at me being so careless. If you prefer to team up with Hua Xiao, I have no objections. Reba hastily waved her hands. No, I will partner with Yang Yang. If it became unbearable, she could always fabricate an excuse to distance herself from him or have Shu He assign Hua Xiao a task like finding seeds, ensuring her own peace of mind. Yang Xiaoyue realized that the matter of switching groups bore little relevance to her, and thus resignedly accepted the situation. Fortunately, since Hua had taken on the seed-finding task, he had somewhat contributed to the group. The host, smiling, addressed the group. All right. Let us await Hua Xiao and Hua Chenyu's arrival to ascertain whether they agree with this arrangement. If they consent, then we shall not change. Apart from Bai Lu and Zhang Yuqi, who nodded cheerfully, the other two young women wore expressions of mild resignation. The host glanced around. How curious. Where have Hua Xiao and Hua Qingyu wandered off to? No sooner had she spoken than they spotted the somewhat fatigued Hua Qingyu and the scowling Hua Xiao approaching. Before they reached the group, Hua Xiao called out to Shu He. Shu He, why didn't you inform me that Godzilla's seeds were unusable? I've already selected them all. Before Shu He could respond, Zhang Yuqi joyfully bounded over to Hua Xiao, snatching the plastic bag from his hand. What seeds are you talking about? From today onward. We are a team. Show me what you have. With excitement, she tugged at the plastic bag. Oh my goodness. What on earth is this? Hua Xiao, are you so committed to environmental protection that even your waste must be bagged? How revolting. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, playfully informing Zhang Yuqi that it was a welcoming gift from Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's attention was diverted by the unfolding scene. Has the production team arrived? What do you mean I am teaming up with Zhang Yuqi? Am I not grouped with Reba? Hua was equally bewildered by the sudden influx of people. What? Is the production team rearranging the groups? Can I still be paired with Xiaowei? The host finally seized an opportunity to speak. Yes, as for Hua Xiao. Reba has successfully partnered with Yang Yang, and would you be agreeable to team up with Sister Yuqi? Before Hua Xiao could respond, Zhang Yuqi seized his wrist. I possess wealth and a figure, and those who pursue me could form a line stretching to France. You must acquiesce. Furthermore, Reba and Yang Yang have already made their decision. You cannot come between a loving couple, can you? Just after tidying up the mess, another complication arose. And Hua Xiao sighed dramatically, the injustice of fate. Under these circumstances, if I refuse, I shall have to withdraw from the show, won't I? Reba's consent to swap male guests stung Hua Xiao deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that as long as he remained in the program, he could still win the affections of the ladies. This was merely a tactical retreat. Once Hua Xiao agreed to the new group arrangement, the host exhaled with relief. Last time. While assisting the little chirping bird, Captain Gao Peng of the Velvet Rescue Team advised us to provide everyone with additional medical supplies, along with the vaccines, nutritional supplements, and feeding equipment used for the little chirping bird. We also brought more medications for you. The staff intends to organize the rooms for the two new guests. And during this process, we would like to conduct a brief interview with Shu He, if that is acceptable. Chapter 57. Becoming the kind of person who never compromises their soul. Shu He nodded nonchalantly. All right, but you must hurry. The typhoon may be approaching. And I still need to reinforce the doors and windows. The host girl patted her empty chest. You needn't worry about that. Our production team will take care of everything while tidying up the rooms. Speaking of the rooms, Hua Xiao looked puzzled as he addressed the crew. There are only 8 rooms on the island, one of which is designated as a communal dining area. Is someone really expected to stay in the dining room? Or is it reserved for the island keeper? Or perhaps, can they share accommodations? Upon this thought, Hua Xiao wore an indescribable expression. Although Yuqi could be quite a handful, her figure was undeniably striking. The host girl looked at him as if he were a pervert. The plan is to prepare the island keeper's room for Yang Yang. Huh? Bai Lu's mind immediately conjured an image of the island keeper's quarters. It likely wasn't suitable at all. The windows were broken, and the interior was damp with standing water. How about I share a room with Reba? She glanced at the two girls, who readily agreed. No problem. After spending a few days together, the trio had developed a good rapport. This also resolved a significant dilemma for the production team. They merely needed to assist Reba and Xiaoyu with moving their belongings, sparing them the arduous task of clearing the area. With ample time remaining, they could further fortify the doors and windows. The staff dispersed to commence their tasks, while Shu He and the host girl made their way to the communal dining area. Hua Xiao jogged behind them. Are we only interviewing Shu He? Since I arrived on the island, I've had many insights, such as the importance of unity and cooperation, along with the island's natural beauty. The host girl was at a loss for how to respond to his musings, ultimately turning back to apologize. Our prepared questions are primarily focused on Shu He. If there is nothing pressing, everyone is welcome to join us. Then let us go. Hua Xiao, Zhang Yuqi, and Yang Yang gathered everyone together. One must never miss an opportunity for a close-up shot. This is the essence of being an entertainer. Xiaoyu was just about to prepare lunch, and the group entered the dining room in a line. Shu He and the host girl sat facing each other at the table, while the remaining guests assisted Xiaoyu and observed the exclusive interview. The host girl cut to the chase, addressing Shu He. Since the show began, your popularity has surged, and many are curious about the profession of the island keeper. Let me first inquire on behalf of several individuals who have entrusted us with their questions. Numerous entertainment companies are eager to know if you have any intentions of entering the entertainment industry in the future. Shu He simply replied, no. His forthrightness visibly astonished the host girl. While life on a deserted island might be appealing, who doesn't aspire for fame and fortune? Shu He had become quite a sensation. After participating in a dating reality show, the potential earnings could be significant. Yet, he appeared entirely disinterested. Shua's response was so straightforward that it left many who learned of his thoughts perplexed. Bailu, too, entertained the notion that perhaps one day she could explore the world beyond the deserted island alongside him. However, he had no intention of even stepping into the entertainment industry, the most accessible starting point. Lowering her head, Bailu wore a look of profound disappointment. Would the conclusion of the recording mean she would never have another opportunity to connect with Shu He? Perhaps one solution was to remain on the deserted island herself. At that moment, netizens, while commenting, expressed their belief that Shua lacked honesty. After all, with quick financial gains, numerous beautiful women, and countless entertainment companies vying for his attention, was this not the epitome of an effortless ascent to success? Who would refuse a golden opportunity presented at their doorstep? At this juncture, the younger sister posed a second question. Captain Gaopeng of the Blue Velvet Rescue Team has entrusted us to inquire if you have any intentions of joining the rescue team? To which Shua replied, not at all. There are animals on the deserted island that require my protection. There is no necessity for me to join the rescue team. The host, the younger sister, continued, he wishes to commission you to train everyone in emergency wildlife rescue knowledge. Would that be possible? Shua responded, that is feasible. But it would depend on the specific circumstances. The younger sister expressed her understanding and then posed several questions that had garnered considerable interest. As an outstanding student from Tsinghua University, we have observed your remarkable performance on the show. However, we are curious as to why, after diligently completing your studies, you chose to directly pursue the profession of an island guardian? Because I want to. What more is there to say? Shu He retorted. Why venture into the entertainment industry or rescue team? If I do not clarify this question, it seems the subsequent inquiries will inevitably revolve around the same theme. I have experienced a life molded by invisible hands into a predetermined shape. There are times when, despite my efforts, the rapidly advancing times do not pause to accommodate ordinary individuals like myself. Thus, I wish to embrace a way of living that discards all societal evaluations. And fortuitously, I came across the recruitment notice for Island Guardians. His words left the attendees momentarily speechless, and the younger sister, who was diligently working, felt as if her heart had been seized by something intangible. The notion of being shaped by invisible hands and the relentless pace of progress that leaves ordinary people behind resonated deeply with her. Was this not a reflection of her own life? Shua's few remarks flooded the comments section with a flurry of responses. This simple reason struck a chord with me. So genuine. It seems Shu He has long since seen through the standards we have always upheld. No wonder he always appears so nonchalant. Initially, I thought being an island guardian was quite arduous. Now I realize I am the one who is truly suffering. I once believed his refusal to enter the entertainment industry was merely an act, but hearing him speak, it seems there is indeed little worth pursuing. It's merely a shift to a different environment of judgment. Shu He, on a deserted island, indulges in the company of animals, revels in the scenic beauty, engages in fishing, and explores the shore. Which of these is not a cherished desire of mine that time eludes me from pursuing? Alas, Shu He's words lingered in the recesses of the younger sister's mind for an extended period. She suddenly found herself envious of him, yet lacked the courage to become him. Do you not feel lonely? She inquired. Shu He chuckled softly. With Godzilla, who entertains himself daily for the sake of his master. With the daft little bird who lost its way with its mother, and an array of peculiar creatures and diverse plants on the island, along with ever-changing wonders. I surely do not feel lonely. The island's charm is a testament to the guardianship of generations of island keepers, and for them, the greater the solitude, the better the deserted island flourishes. The communal dining hall fell into silence. The host, the younger sister, was perplexed, feeling a slight constriction in her throat. In the live broadcast room, the observation area, and among those standing behind, hearts were profoundly stirred. Shu He is a student of Qing University, defying the times, enduring loneliness for the sake of safeguarding such a splendid deserted island. He is no less worthy than those contributing to society, who dare to label Shu He as shameful. Step forth, so we keyboard warriors may dismantle you. A surge of energy infused her spirit. Shu He's choices are simple, sincere, and beneficial to society. He has truly become the person I aspire to be, one who does not compromise the essence of his soul. By breaking free from convention, one realizes that Shu He experiences the highest level of happiness. Envy has become a well-worn sentiment. The younger sister sniffled, regaining her composure, and with a piercing gaze, posed a question she yearned to have answered. Do you not think this is overly idealistic? Chapter 58. Long live idealism. Reward for mastering combat skills. Hua Xiao silently gave a thumbs up to his younger sister. Though still young, she had already mastered the art of probing deeply during interviews. Yet she still needed to refine her assertiveness through continued learning from him. Shu He smiled softly, remarking, Perhaps I am a relic of a bygone era. For my heart yearns for those idealists, the content creators diligently sharing knowledge, the underappreciated web authors, the devoted cartoonists, and the artisans who have honed their craft over decades. I think of the young woman who stands against the tide for the one she cherishes, and the netizens seeking solace while watching the streams. When some question idealism, let them voice their criticisms. After all, the very term idealism represents a summit that they may never hope to reach in their lifetimes. At that moment, the host's sister gazed at Shu He in a daze, having completely forgotten the prepared questions. Lu bit her lip, clutching her chest, firmly believing that the girl who stands against the crowd for love was indeed herself. From that instant, she contemplated the idea of remaining on a deserted island, longing to be the individual unshaped by society, to become the idealist that Shu He reminisces about, a free spirit unbound by convention. Zhang Yuqi's mind had utterly malfunctioned. She muttered to herself, repeating Shu He's words. The lonelier one is, the better the deserted island can flourish, for it is solitude that signifies safety, devoid of artificial pollution and destruction, right? Hua Xiao, I apologize for calling you disgusting for having defecated in a plastic bag earlier. During my time on this program, I too shall cherish the ecology of the deserted island like you all. Hua Xiao, bewildered, thought, sister, your reflexes have taken far too long. Besides, when did you bring up the plastic bag? That certainly isn't mine. Despite his lingering hostility towards Shu He, he found himself genuinely acknowledging the merit in Shu He's words. He considered himself a realist, yet who among us is devoid of ideals? Realizing how challenging it is to achieve those ideals, he thought it wiser to flaunt his material advantages in the present. Otherwise, what would remain in his life? The silence in the comments section was shattered by Zhang Yuqi's exclamation. Shu He is truly remarkable. It's just that Chi has a delayed reaction. The viewers expressed their admiration, saying, this is the best sentiment we've heard this year. Here's to idealism. I visit Shu He's livestream daily, considering it my sanctuary, and he even mentioned missing me. Covers mouth, crying, no wonder he hails from Tsinghua. His words are simply extraordinary. This is true perspective. In the observation room, Pan Zhou Dan sat up straighter as he listened to Shu He. Upon hearing that idealism represents a summit unattainable in a lifetime, he clenched his fists in exhilaration, declaring, Shu He's words are utterly inspiring. Not everyone possesses such an open-minded outlook, you know? He glanced at Zhao Xiaoying beside him, only to realize her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. From the poignant moment when Shu He first expressed his desire to abandon that way of life, to his profound transformation into a guardian of the island, and subsequently to his quest to vindicate idealism, Zhao Xiaoying, after watching the program for so long, finally felt as though she was beginning to understand Shu He. She blinked several times, striving to hold back her tears. This interview was indeed a resounding success. A tremor stirred within her heart. Shu He recounted that he once was like the girl who bravely stood against the crowd for the one she loved. He believed that steadfastly holding on to love also embodies an element of idealism. If that courageous girl were to encounter an idealist like Shu He, how beautiful their love would be. They, too, would be fortunate. Deep down, she sincerely hoped that by Lu and Shu He could be together. As for Yin Lu's journey in love and career, has it not been fraught with challenges? Were it not for idealism, who would endure such cruel tempests? Shu He is someone who has genuinely contemplated deeply in this restless society. Previously, she had always perceived him as an exceptionally capable individual. But now it seems he possesses a uniquely captivating soul. The younger sister, having reached this point in the interview, found herself devoid of further questions for her. It was already sufficient. As for the director's satisfaction, she was no longer concerned. Her aspiration was to become a travel blogger. She had always thought this notion to be naive and laughable. Yet, moved by Shu He's words, she now yearned to become a defender of ideals. Perhaps the path would be arduous, but with Shu He already forging ahead, she believed she could persist as well. Observing the younger sister's dazed expression, Shu He rose directly. If there are no further inquiries, I shall go inspect the fortifications on the island, allowing you to return sooner and avoid the typhoon. The host. The younger sister hastily stood up and instinctively grasped Shu He's hand. Shu He, thank you. Ding. The host's remarks provoke profound contemplation. The system proclaims, long live idealism, granting the host mastery over the 8 extremes fist combat skills. Hey, just what I needed. This could teach Lu how to perform fight scenes. However, Shu He preferred to instruct her in a private setting, not for any other reason than fear of accidental injury. After all, this was a mastery level 8 extremes fist. With such potent martial arts, what a predicament it would be if he inadvertently harmed someone. After the interview concluded, several guests fell into a contemplative silence. Each engaged in their own tasks, some cooking, others moving rooms, and some organizing their belongings. all silently reflecting on Shu He's words. Watching you lean closer to Hua Xiao. I've discovered that planting can bring peace to the heart. Let us go find some seeds. Hua Xiao, initially ready to retort, reconsidered, realizing that indeed, it was the only thing he could engage in. Thus, he patted Hua Yu on the back. Finding seeds can wait until tomorrow. For today, let us eat something and tidy up the island's rooms. Suddenly, he recalled something. Since the production team was present, they must have brought an abundance of supplies, right? In that case, there would be no need to search for seeds so laboriously. He hurriedly approached the staff. What supplies have you brought us? The staff pondered for a moment and replied, medical supplies and some materials for reinforcing the rooms. Hua Xiao, upon hearing this response, was incredulous. You didn't bring us any food? Vegetables, fruits, meat, or grains? The staff paused their work, considered again, and then resolutely shook their head. No. Well done. Program team. You certainly are ruthless. Hua Xiao felt a chill in his heart. If a typhoon truly arrives as Shu He mentioned, they would be left with nothing but a comfortable room and basic utilities, facing utter depletion. The freshwater supply on the deserted island was scant. And although the electricity remained relatively stable, it was largely thanks to the recent sunny weather. What should they do next? At that moment, he recognized the significance of Shu He's frugality and foresight. The initial wager no longer held importance for him. He now merely prayed that the typhoon would not come. In fact, if the fruits and vegetables that Shu He planted were to thrive, he would even consider calling him grandfather. Chapter 59. The island of Bikini's Yang Chao prepared a spicy hot pot rice dish with the perishable items from the refrigerator, enveloping seafood and vegetables in a glistening red oil, resting atop a bed of steamed white and brown rice. She recalled Shu He's words about the scarcity of quality grains, thus opting for a frugal approach. The crew members and two newly arrived guests had already feasted before, so they continued their tasks without joining in for lunch. A few remaining individuals indulged in a lavish plate. Hua Xiao and Hua Yu, having not eaten since morning, voraciously devoured the meal. Chaiwa, didn't you claim you couldn't cook? Last time, you burnt the fried rice I taught you. Hua Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing lingering surprise. Yang Chao felt a swell of accomplishment seeing others relish her creation. This morning, Shu He taught me several dishes, and suddenly, I grasped it all. What is this? When I teach you, it doesn't work, but when Shu He does, you get it. Reba remarked, rolling her eyes. People are different. All right. I'll tidy the kitchen while you all continue with your tasks. After the crew completed significant work on transporting furniture and reinforcing doors and windows, they were urged by Shu He to leave the island. The guests attended to some minor tasks until the sun bathed the sky in a breathtaking evening glow. Unlike the usual romantic ambience, today's sunset radiated a vivid brilliance, evoking an epic grandeur. Hua Xiao, Hua Yu, and Yang retreated to their rooms for rest, while the three ladies and a sister stood by the shore, lost in reverie. Viewers, simultaneously listening to the chat among Yin Lu and her companions, switched between live broadcast rooms, awaiting the completion of tasks by the guests. Upon witnessing today's sunset, they were utterly captivated. How magnificent! I wonder how beautiful it must be in person. Zhang Yuqi and Yang were incredibly fortunate to arrive on the island just in time to witness such a spectacle. Was this the ever-changing beauty that Shu He spoke of? The sunsets on the deserted island were distinct each day, leaving one yearning for more. The female guests, adorned in hues of red, created an enchanting atmosphere, though they were somewhat overdressed. Zhang Yuqi, witnessing such a sunset for the first time in her life, felt tears of excitement welling up. The sunset over the sea is simply exquisite. My limited education can only express how amazing it is. Bai Lu, illuminated by the sunset's glow, slowly removed her shoes, her delicate feet sinking into the fine sand as she stepped into the warm, inviting water. The ocean feels almost warm under the sunlight. It's so comforting. Reba, Yang Chao, and Zhang Yuqi were drawn to her, promptly shedding their shoes and dashing into the sea. Bai Lu playfully splashed water towards them with her feet, and they retaliated by cupping seawater and tossing it back, soon becoming soaked. Weevee spent the past few days adjusting to island life without truly enjoying the sea, Bai Lu remarked, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her smile radiant. Zhang Yuqi, bewildered, replied, What? You all embrace the ocean without ever going in? That is absurd. Heba lowered her head, playfully nudging the reflection of the sunset in the sea with her foot. It's really nothing. We always encounter various events. Zhang Yuqi clapped her hands and exclaimed, What are we waiting for? Let us change into our swimsuits and truly enjoy ourselves in the sea. Let's go? The three young women, filled with excitement, were stirred by Zhang Yuqi's words. After all, their work was nearly finished, and the sunset was simply exquisite. If not now, when would they play? After reaching a consensus, they laughed and made their way back to their room. On the way, they encountered Shu He, who was still patrolling the island. Observing how their gauzy skirts and cotton short sleeves clung to their bodies, he surmised that the four girls had gone for a swim. Shu He, Lu called out, waving as she jogged toward him, droplets of water cascading along her form, freshly tousled hair sticking to her face, and her two little rabbits bouncing about. We're about to go swimming. Would you join us? Unsure if he should engage in conversation with her, Shu He scratched his face. I still have some areas that require inspection. The clouds and the sunset appear off. You girls should enjoy yourselves, but return promptly. Understood. Lu wished to swim with Shu He but recognized that he had more pressing duties, so she did not insist further. The three young women, living together, were as exhilarated as children who had deceived their families into staying out late during school. Their chatter about changing into swimsuits could be heard even by the sea. The online audience was in for a treat. Wow, Lu, your figure is absolutely stunning. Don't touch, it's so ticklish. Yu, are you quite clever? Why do you say that? Because your proportions don't seem to have reached the point of being mindless. I'll spank you. Should we keep our voices down? Can anyone hear us outside? They hadn't heard any noise from the room in recent days, so it should be fine. The production team hurriedly muted the audio behind the scenes, but it was already too late. The online viewers were in fits of laughter, and Shu He, overhearing their conversation, felt helpless. Was this not a form of torment? He turned and climbed up the rocky slope to lower the flag. Godzilla and Giorgio, perhaps sensing something, stayed holed up in their room after dinner. The clouds above resembled slender needles, turning increasingly crimson as the sun set. The four ladies donned their swimsuits and began frolicking in the water. With a higher vantage point, Shu He admired their radiant figures, thinking to himself that, as expected of celebrities, their quality was indeed remarkable. After lowering the flag, he began tidying up the island keeper's quarters. The online audience was thoroughly entertained. The production team is quite generous. This deserted island adventure has been long overdue for such benefits. He biased long legs. Yu's slender waist and Zhang Yuqi's overall charm were commendable, yet Lu, with her equally captivating physique, was truly a sight to behold. Lu is a treasure. She is slim where she ought to be, and pleasantly plump where it counts. I cannot take my eyes off her. Her swimsuit is stunning and so white. Her swimsuit is undeniably red, isn't it? I have heard that Wugong Mountain is filled with sundresses. Yet who could have anticipated that the deserted island would be adorned with bikinis? Shu He truly possesses remarkable composure. I had previously made a vow to accompany him daily in hoisting and lowering the flag, and now it seems the monk is ready to return to secular life. Shu He, after lowering the flag, might you also indulge in a moment of leisure in swim trunks? It seems a boon for our male companions, but what of us women? The other three male guests are grinning on the balcony, yet Shu He still hasn't descended. Shu He diligently fortified the island keeper's quarters, contemplating the advantageous view from this spot. Today, he left some building materials with the crew, hoping to renovate the room when time permits, making the daily flag rituals more convenient. As he stepped outside, he continued to ponder how to reinforce the flagpole, only to be startled by the sound of young women shrieking from the shore below. Chapter 60. Lu's Poisoning. Shu He hurriedly peered down from the rocky slope and saw the fourth young lady playing near the rocky outcrops. At that moment, Lu lay on the ground, clutching her leg in excruciating pain, while the three male guests rushed towards them in a flurry of panic. What has happened? It seems Lu has sustained an injury. Oh no, there is blood oozing from the back of her thigh. Has she been cut by the rocks? No, she was merely crouching in the water moments ago. Suddenly, she screamed and collapsed on the shore. Could it be that she was hurt by something in the sea? Why is she in such agony? Her lips have turned pale. How terrifying. Just a moment ago, she was screaming, and now it seems she lacks the strength to call out. Shu He, come quickly. There is danger. At that moment, Shu He had already dashed down from the rocky slope. He rushed to Lu's side and lifted her into his arms. Lu moaned in his embrace, her words incoherent, only fragments escaping her lips. It hurts. It hurts so much. Shu He shouted to Yang, who was leading the way. Hurry to my room and bring the first aid kit the production team provided. Do not take the small one. Yang did not have time to respond, immediately turning and sprinting towards Shu He's room. Shu He set Lu down at a safe distance from the water. She had lost all her strength, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, surrendering her body to Shu He. He noticed a slender, thumb-sized wound at the base of her leg. Bright red blood seeping from it, gradually trickling down. This did not appear to be a mere abrasion. His outdoor survival training indicated that this was a wound inflicted by a toxic marine creature. However, he had no precise answer as to what had caused it. The only certainty was that it was poisonous. Shu He swiftly tore a strip of fabric from his sleeve, attempting to tie it around Lu's leg to prevent more venom from spreading through her bloodstream. He then pressed his hand against her leg, intending to extract the venom. Hua Xiao, observing from the side, raised his voice in protest. Shu He, do not suck out the poison blood. That is unscientific. We should wait for the production team. At this moment, so he could not afford to consider such matters without knowing what had poisoned her. Waiting for the team could mean Bai Lu's demise. Ignoring Hua Xiao's warnings, Shu He instinctively placed his mouth over the wound and began to suck out the venom. In the observation room, Pan Shoudan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shu He has truly made a grave mistake this time. Bai Lu's wound does not appear to be a mere scrape. She must have come into contact with a venomous marine organism. While his bandaging was quite professional, using his mouth poses a risk of infection if he has any wounds in his own mouth. Zhao Xiaoying stubbornly shook her head. Shu He knows how to rescue even a baby seal. He must understand the principles of saving lives. Yin Lu expressed his concern. At this point, we have no idea what is caused by Lu's injury. Let us try to contact the staff who just arrived on the island to see if they can return. Pan Zhou Dan turned to Yin Lu and inquired, were there any individuals with medical knowledge among those who just arrived on the island? Yin Lu, feeling disheartened, replied, no, there were not. Sending them back would be futile. Deep in thought, Pan Shoudan rested her chin on her hand and suggested, perhaps we should contact medical personnel now and have them wait by the shore for the program's boat to arrive, allowing for a direct return to the uninhabited island. However, she noted, a typhoon is approaching. It would be perilous to return now. Yin Lu, unwilling to accept such grim prospects, remarked, Shu He has been saying a typhoon is coming, yet the weather today is splendid. Perhaps we are not so unfortunate. With a sigh, Pan Shoudan observed, the unusual sunset cast a radiant display of red and blue hues, a phenomenon known as the anti-twilight, coupled with the appearance of needle-like cirrus clouds. Furthermore, I recall that visibility has been excellent over the past 2 days. These are all signs preceding a typhoon. Is the occurrence of such phenomena an absolute indicator of an impending typhoon? Pan Zhou pondered that Yin Lu's stubbornness likely stemmed from concern for the production team, and thus continued to elucidate. It is indeed certain. Even if you do not trust my and Shu He's judgment, you must heed the weather warnings. This year's 9th typhoon, Shanba, has already formed in the central Blue Sea. Under such circumstances, it is inadvisable for the production team to return. Upon hearing Pan Zhoudan's words, everyone comprehended that evading the typhoon was no longer an option, and it became evident that Shu He's treatment methods were also inadequate. Anxiety spread among them regarding Bai Lu's condition. Shu He expelled the first mouthful of blood, sensing the presence of something akin to a sharp foreign object still lodged within his mouth. After several more retches, he finally expelled a subtle, thin spine, accompanied by a faint black residue. He began to piece together the situation and turned to the trembling female guest behind him, confirming, did you see what injured Bai Lu? He and Yuqi shook their heads vigorously, rendered speechless. At that moment, Chao Yu recalled something and urgently replied to Shu He, Bai Lu and I spotted a fish. It was stunning, like a hedgehog, but by the time we approached, it had vanished. It was a lionfish. Shu He concluded with clarity. The lionfish is adept at ambush, capable of changing color, and its spines are venomous. A sting from it can cause excruciating pain and dizziness, and in severe cases, lead to shock or even pose a threat to life. At present, Bai Lu had not fully succumbed to shock. The venomous spines had been extracted, and the flow of poison was under control, suggesting that she was no longer in imminent danger. Could someone fetch a basin of hot water? Flower Chin Yu's room was the closest to their current location, prompting her to exclaim, I will, before swiftly departing. At that moment, Yang Yang also rushed over with the medical kit provided by the production team. So he located hydrogen peroxide within, commencing the cleansing of the wound. While Bai Lu remained in agony, resembling a lifeless patient, Shu He awaited Flower Chin Yu's return with the hot water, her gaze fixed upon Bai Lu's injury throughout the process. Why are you not moving? Can you think of any other solution? Zhang Yuqi cried out in desperation from the side. She felt that if Shu He could just do something, she would feel more at ease. Observing Shu He's stillness, she feared that Bai Lu might be beyond help. I should have known better. You all haven't gone into the water for several days. And yet I came and encouraged everyone. There's no need to panic, Shu He reassured Zhang Yuqi, her eyes never leaving Bai Lu. There is currently no immediate threat to life. The venom from the lionfish's spines has been extracted, and the wound has been cleaned. Soon, we will use warm water to disrupt the peptide and protein structures of the venom, alleviating Bai Lu's pain significantly, allowing her to regain normal function. Zhang Yuqi gazed intently at Shu He. Are you truly this capable? She then turned to Yang Xiaoyu beside her. Have you always known Shu He was this impressive? Yang Xiaoyu, her small face expressionless, nodded vigorously. This is nothing new. Noticing no changes in Bai Lu's wound, Shu He finally exhaled in relief and untied the cloth strip bound around her thigh. When Flower Chin Yu returned with the basin, Shu He cautiously lifted Bai Lu once more, helping her into the warm water. Chapter 61. Group plan come over and support her. I will check the sea. Shu He called out to the others, and the 3 girls immediately surrounded Bai Lu, providing her with support. Zhang Yuqi raised her face and implored Shu He. Please don't go back. The poisonous fish are extremely dangerous. I already feel guilty enough. If you get hurt too, we won't be able to save you. Shu He found 2 long branches from the shore and took a pair of scissors from the first aid kit. This is not your fault. Lionfish are adept at ambush and prefer to inhabit shallow waters of less than 100 meters. The nearby rocks make them difficult to spot. Since it has come to us, it would be illogical to let it go. After speaking, he turned to Qiao Yu. Where was Bai Lu injured? Once Qiao Yu ensured Bai Lu's balance, she pointed to the rocks behind her. We saw it there. The water was very clear, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. She then directed her finger to the side of the rocks. Bai Lu was sitting against the rocks when she suddenly screamed. Shu He nodded and waded into the sea. He is incredibly handsome. I regret not watching the show earlier. It seems he is determined to avenge Bai Lu. Zhang Yuqi exclaimed, her voice ringing clear and true, reaching Shu He's ears, truly the loudspeaker of the human realm. He arrived at the spot indicated by Qiao Yu, using the long branches to poke around, but found nothing. When he reached the location where Bai Lu had been stung, he finally spotted a striking lionfish, its spines poised threateningly. With a swift motion, he forcefully jabbed the 2 branches into the fish's fin, lifting it before expertly cutting off all its poisonous spines with the scissors and tossing it towards the shore, continuing his search. Yang turned his head, following the arc traced by the lionfish, and saw it land with a splash on the shore. He called out to the others, this little guy is quite strong. And bold too. Noticing the lack of response from the others aside from Yuchi's nod, Yang was puzzled. Why are you all so unreactive? Reba scratched her head. We're used to it. Besides, I was a bit startled earlier. As they spoke, another lionfish was thrown ashore. Hua Xiao excitedly rushed over to crouch down and observe. Hesitating to reach out, is Shu He planning to have all these for dinner tonight? Watching Shu He's skillful catch, Bai Lu felt her pain gradually diminish, and her strength slowly returned. You no longer need to support me. I feel much better. Upon hearing her speak, the others instinctively let out a nervous chuckle. The tension easing. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this scene, also relaxed, commenting, wow, that scared me. Fortunately, there's Shu He. Phew. Sucking out the poison with his mouth is still quite dangerous. Everyone should refrain from trying that. Luckily, the poison of the lionfish is not as terrifying as snake venom. And he managed to extract the spines. Could it be that he intended to suck out the spines? It is inconceivable that Shu He would be unaware of such common knowledge. His ability to act was solely due to his overwhelming concern for Bai Lu, completely disregarding his own well-being. How is it that he possesses such multifaceted skills? The technique he employed to bind the cloth strips was remarkably ingenious, and he even managed to extract the venomous stinger with his mouth, displaying an impressive proficiency in treating wounds. Now, as I relax and reflect on the binding and the act of sucking out the stinger, I begin to envy Shu He. That position was indeed quite delicate. Ha. Ultimately, my beloved Bai Lu has been claimed by Shu He. Yet, why do I feel such jealousy towards Bai Lu? Shu He is both anxious for her and seeking vengeance on her behalf. How is it that such fortunate circumstances do not befall me? He ba. Upon hearing Bai Lu speak, joyfully embraced her from behind. You scared us to death. It is a relief to see you unharmed. Bai Lu gently patted her head. It is all my fault for being so careless, causing everyone to worry. Just moments ago, the pain was so intense that I felt as if I might perish on a deserted island. Qiao Yu, intrigued by Bai Lu's words, asked, what does one contemplate when they believe they are about to die? Zhang Yuqi playfully nudged Qiao Yu. You silly girl, such a question is rather ominous. Bai Lu, her lips still slightly pale, managed a smile. It's all right. In truth, I thought to myself that if I were to meet my end on that deserted island, it would not be so bad. You are not speaking the truth. Zhang Yuqi exclaimed, startling the others. You were clearly in Shu He's arms. So surely you were thinking that it would be quite acceptable to meet your end there? She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lu. Do tell. What is it like to be held by Shu He? Being held is one thing. Qiao Yu chimed in with enthusiasm. We ought to inquire about the sensation of being kissed on the thigh by Shu He. Bai Lu's face flushed crimson as she whispered to her companions. Please, do not say such things. Shu He saved me just now. There was so much contact. So much. Seeing her truly mortified, He ba offered reassurance. It is all right. I noticed that Shu He was entirely focused on your treatment, displaying no strange expressions or wandering gaze. Moreover, he was initially unaware of what had poisoned you, and he directly used his mouth to extract it. That was rather perilous. Thankfully, Shu He is unharmed and managed to extract the stinger. Now he is off to seek vengeance for you. If I were in your position, I would be utterly moved. Bai Lu then smiled, gently resting her hand on Iba's shoulder as she slowly rose from the basin. The water has grown cold, and I am feeling much better now. Do not worry. Qiao Yu observed as Shu He tossed back a bare lionfish. This fellow appeared so formidable in the water. Yet, after having its stinger removed, it is quite diminutive. Yuqi, feeling a bit apprehensive, remarked, "There are so many of them. No wonder we were stung. Shall we have these for dinner?" Heba glanced at the not-so-large lionfish on the shore and then at the setting sun. "I have been contemplating that as our numbers increase, the task of gathering ingredients and preparing meals becomes quite burdensome for a single person. Should we consider forming groups for such activities in the future? Each group possesses its own provisions, and each individual shall partake in what is available. At appropriate moments, mutual assistance among the participants is encouraged. Should the ingredients be scarce, a certain degree of reciprocity will be required for exchanges." Reba's words plunged several into contemplation. In truth, such an approach should have been adopted long ago. Otherwise, the food supplied by the production team would not be squandered so swiftly. Furthermore, if certain tasks are solely assigned to a select few, conflicts are bound to arise over time. Hua Xiao, skilled in both fishing and cooking, was the first to endorse Reba's suggestion. Hua Chunyu, lacking any culinary skills, fidgeted uncertainly. Unsure of whether to agree, Reba approached him, proposing, "As two who are inept at cooking, shall we allow Shu He to lead us in searching for ingredients?" At that moment, Zhang Yuqi raised her hand, exclaiming, "I wish to accompany Shu He in the quest for ingredients as well." Reba nodded and turned to Yang Ong, inquiring, "Can you cook?" Yang Ong, with his head bowed and a mysterious smile gracing his lips, replied, "Oh, such trivial matters pose no challenge for me." With that, he bit his lower lip and flashed a wink at Reba. Chapter 62, 100 Rounds of Battle, Steady Aim. As Bai Lu's complexion gradually regained its color, only the fourth young lady remained by her side, tending to her, while the other three gentlemen adhered to their group agreement and proceeded to the dining hall to prepare dinner. After reaching the shore, Shu He fashioned a makeshift bundle from the tattered half-sleeve, placing 4 lionfish within before slinging it across his back. He turned to Bai Lu and inquired, "How are you? Can you walk?" Bai Lu attempted to take a step with her injured leg, but the pain upon contact nearly caused her to stumble. Shu He swiftly caught her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Embarrassed, Bai Lu wrapped her arms around his neck. The third young lady, feeling concerned, followed closely behind. Yuqi asked, "What can we do now?" Shu He, holding Bai Lu securely, replied, "Nothing much. She exerted a great deal of energy earlier. I plan to prepare the lionfish for her tonight to help her recover." Hotba expressed her concern, "Can we actually eat lionfish? Aren't they poisonous?" "Of course we can." Shu He's tone lightened at the thought of the lionfish's exquisite flavor. Though the lionfish bears vibrant warning colors, its flesh is tender and pristine, devoid of any impurities. The toxicity lies solely in its spines. The flesh remains unaffected. Xiao Yu recalled the lionfish's appearance with a hint of disdain, but while it's quite beautiful, its visage still seems perilous. "What do you intend to do with it?" Shu He smiled. "In the realm of culinary delights, the more fearsome and unsightly the creature, the more delectable it is. Fresh lionfish, prepared as authentic sashimi, is my first choice. Today, fortune smiled upon us with an abundant catch. I intend to prepare 2 more as golden lionfish." Upon hearing Shu He's words, the 4 young ladies began to shed their initial trepidation regarding the lionfish, their minds now yearning for its meat, but they understood it was a delicacy intended for Bai Lu. Some fishermen present nodded in agreement with Shu He's assertion. The fiercer and more active the fish, the more delicious it is. The flesh is indeed tender. Last time I couldn't catch one and had to satisfy my craving at a restaurant. The bill came to 8,000, crying, "Is this fish really that expensive? I don't know if it's pricey, but it's absolutely delicious." Another chimed in, "With loose skin, no phosphorus, and small spines. Incredible!" Typically, golden lionfish are made with carp, yet this culinary master uses genuine lionfish. What skill? What is golden lionfish? Someone inquired. It is a renowned dish in the Ji cuisine. If the golden lionfish were to claim the second spot in the culinary hierarchy of the Jitsai cuisine, no dish would dare to assert itself as the first. However, it must be executed with finesse, otherwise, an overly sweet and greasy rendition would ruin the fish entirely. Once again, it is a day of envy for the bountiful fish species of uninhabited islands. Another day of salivating over live broadcasts. As for the palatability, one can only glean insights from Bai Lu's expressions, as the rest lack such fortune. Upon returning to the restaurant, Shu He skillfully sliced the lionfish into uniformly thick sashimi, arranging it artfully on the plate. Subsequently, he began to prepare the batter and sauce required for the golden lionfish. Once the meticulously cut fish was evenly coated with the batter, it was tossed into the hot oil, where it sizzled and the delicate strands erupted instantly. After plating, Shu He drizzled a vibrant sauce over the dish, causing everyone in the room to pause their tasks, their eyes fixated on his culinary prowess. "Come, everyone, do try it. I appreciate your help today," he called out. Bai Lu felt somewhat embarrassed to indulge at the dining table, for the first time considering others in the exquisite meal prepared by Shu He. Several shook their heads in refusal, yet their glances frequently darted towards him. Please. Do have a taste, Shu He urged, helplessly. Satisfying their curiosity would likely deter their gazes from lingering on him as he ate. Yuqing and Reba could no longer resist. They approached and each picked up a small piece of fish with their chopsticks. First the sashimi, then the golden lionfish. Reba closed her eyes in sheer ecstasy, her cherry lips constantly moving as she savored the flavors. Shu He's skills are, as always, exceptional. Yuqing, experiencing Shu He's culinary creation for the first time, exclaimed with astonishment. My goodness! Reba, how could you suggest splitting up when Shu He is such a talented chef? I take it back. Shu He, how much do you want for the ingredients? Keep track, and once I have signal, I'll transfer my savings to you. This is heavenly cuisine. At that moment, Yang also picked up his chopsticks to taste, yearning for more, but seeing the two girls not take a second bite, he felt shy and could only close his eyes and pinch his fingers to express his feelings. It's ridiculously delicious. The sashimi has an unparalleled sweetness that lingers on the palate, and the golden lionfish is simply satisfying with each bite. Shu He, name your price. Reba interjected on behalf of Shu He. He cannot cook for everyone. He is the busiest among us. Besides participating in the show, he has many responsibilities as an island guardian. Upon hearing Heba's words, Zhang Yuqi shook her head in regret, lamenting, what a pity, such a pity. The other three male guests merely prepared a simple bowl of noodles, and despite utilizing Shua's shrimp soy sauce, their culinary skills fell woefully short. Zhang Yuqi, filled with complaints, remained somewhat hopeful about the idea of inviting Shu He to cook for them, yet as she noticed the other two girls silent, she eventually quieted down, obediently finishing her bowl of noodles. While tidying up the dining area, Shu He instructed them, Heba, Xiaoyu, you both should keep an eye on Bailu's wound for any changes. In a bit, please fetch a thermometer from my room. Let me know if anything arises. The typhoon is expected to arrive soon, so it would be wise for everyone to prepare food to take back to your respective rooms tonight, and avoid going out tomorrow, especially near the coastline. After speaking, he prepared meals for Godzilla and Jiao before retreating to his room. The two creatures, lacking enthusiasm, huddled together in a corner. And upon noticing Shu He entering, they approached him with soft whimpers. It was then that Shu He discovered, in addition to a substantial supply of medical provisions, the production team had provided a cardboard box. Upon opening it, he found an array of colorful cards atop a collection of fresh milk, fish oil, and various nutrients, all presumably intended for little Jiao. The colorful cards bore heartfelt messages from Jiao's fans, including Jiao's own words. Jiao, GG. Wang Wu. Shu He, scratching his head in exasperation, tossed the cards back into the box, reflecting on how, despite being a nationally protected species, it was the pet of the group, receiving more affection than any star. Once the two had eaten their fill, Shu He turned off the lights, preparing to rest early. To his surprise, Godzilla suddenly leaped onto the bed, snuggling closely by his feet. Wang Wu, little Jiao. With one short forelimb resting on the edge of the bed, waved vigorously with the other, straining to lift its upper body, clearly wanting to join him on the bed. Their unusual behavior led Shu He to surmise that the typhoon would either arrive tonight or the following day. He gently lifted Jiao onto the bed, where it crawled over to Godzilla, playfully flipping onto its back, encouraging Godzilla to rest its head atop it. Warm and cozy at Shu's feet, the two drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he was instructing Bailu in combat techniques, employing various moves and weapons. In the dream, Shu He unleashed a flurry of skill, engaging in 100 rounds of battle with impeccable marksmanship, until he was abruptly awakened by the thunderous sounds outside. Chapter 63, The Onslaught of the Storm. Thunder rumbled ominously, casting the house into darkness. Shu He initially thought the typhoon had struck in the early hours, but a glance at the clock revealed it was already past 9 the following morning. He hastily leapt out of bed, prepared some food for his two eager companions, and donned the military green raincoat bestowed upon him by Director Lee before opening the door. The audience in the live stream watched with bated breath as torrents of rain cascaded from the dense, dark clouds, uncertain whether the program could proceed smoothly. It was then that an advertisement for the formidable giant drone interrupted, displaying subtitles. Challenged the most durable drone on the internet, the M40 series giant drone, Cosmic Edition. With exceptional endurance, it defies tempestuous winds and torrential rains, extreme cold and heat, and corrosive salt mist. Giant drone, making technology invaluable. Viewers commented, this oppressive darkness means the guests cannot emerge. Even if the drone operates normally, there is nothing for us to see. The production team must be overwhelmed. No wonder the previous developers fled. A deserted island can be magnificent, but it can also be terrifying. The sound of rain and thunder makes me feel as if the apocalypse has arrived. The waves crashing against the reef are truly spectacular. Fortunately, Shu He had the foresight to reinforce the house and equipment. Otherwise, the tempestuous rain and wind would surely have shattered the windows. Wait, did Shu He just emerge from his room? Why is he allowed to come out while others are confined? Boom, boom. A series of colossal waves engulfed the beach, the deafening thunder reverberating ominously, as if to intimidate someone. Shu He squinted against the rain and wind, navigating his path through the gaps between his arms. Thankfully, the typhoon's characteristic humidity and dispersed winds made the torrential downpour more bearable. Otherwise, the combination of heavy rain and concentrated gales would have been overwhelming. At last, he reached the base of the rocky slope. With both hands firmly gripping the stones, he struggled to maintain his balance while climbing. Before he could reach the summit, he heard the flagpole creaking under the strain of the tempest. The previous day, he had suffered a sting from a lionfish, causing him to forget to complete the reinforcement of the flagpole. This was the only flagpole on the island, and if it were to break under the fierce winds, it would be some time before he could procure the necessary repair parts. Upon reaching the top of the slope, Shu He stumbled into the island keeper's chamber, where he finally found a moment of quiet. Wiping his face, he prepared to search for suitable materials when a familiar mechanical sound caught his attention. Turning around, he discovered the drone, and he instinctively praised it. Impressive. Gathering the leftover wooden planks, plastic sheeting, and ropes from the previous day, Shu He began to wrap them around the flagpole, layer by layer. The drone took refuge in the island keeper's designated room, recording his every move from the doorway. With no spare hands, Shu He's raincoat hood was blown off, and the relentless downpour struck his face, making it difficult for him to breathe. Is that really Shu He? It seems he is reinforcing the flagpole. Yang Chaoyue, feeling utterly bored, pulled back the curtains to glimpse the weather outside. As her gaze shifted to one side, she spotted Shu He laboring amidst the torrential rain. Bai Lu and Ba, filled with curiosity, rushed to the window. It truly was Shu He. With such heavy downpour, must he really work? Bai Lu furrowed her brow, expressing concern. In such weather, he still has to toil. I wish to lend him a hand. Just as she prepared to fetch a raincoat, Ba swiftly seized her, exclaiming, such concern only leads to chaos. At this moment, our presence indoors is the best way to assist him. Remember, he dashed down from the rocky slope yesterday to rescue you. He must have been intent on reinforcing the flagpole, but in his haste, he forgot. Your body still needs to recuperate, and if you go now, he wants to be able to work peacefully. Bai Lu bit her lip and nodded. Ba was indeed correct. Yet, witnessing Shu He laboring in the tempest was profoundly heart-wrenching. She resolutely turned away to engage in other activities to divert her attention. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream urged Shu He to abandon his post. Forget about the flagpole. If necessary, a wooden stick will suffice. In this weather, catching a chill and falling ill would be dreadful. Bai Lu, having just seen the third girl peek through the curtains, felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't bear to look at him. Drones were safely sheltered in the designated quarters for the island guardians, yet Shu He, that foolish lad, persisted in reinforcing the flagpole. Alas, perhaps the flagpole held significant importance for him. Shu He remained oblivious to the viewers' concerns. Finding solace in his belief that this was among the treasures of the island he ought to protect. Moments later, the flagpole, tightly bound with wooden strips and plastic sheets, began to sway less violently. Shu He then proceeded to gather scattered rocks to pile beneath the flagpole. In such weather, one could only wonder if the adjacent lighthouse would be affected. He staggered towards the farthest edge of the rocky outcrop. The drones reluctantly followed. While viewers grew increasingly anxious, why hasn't he returned indoors? Is he checking on the lighthouse again? The lighthouse is fine. Wasn't he inspected yesterday? This worrywart ought to care for himself a bit. Though Shu He was in peril, it was my first time witnessing such a breathtakingly dramatic scene. Nature truly commands reverence. The lighthouse stood perilously close to the edge. If a fierce gust were to topple Shu He, how terrifying that would be. I'd rather not witness the scenery. Ugh, hush your ominous words. Upon reaching the edge of the rocky slope, Shu He ascended the concrete steps to the entrance of the lighthouse. In the live stream, everyone beheld the magnificent sight of towering waves, as Shu He transformed into a mere moving dot, trudging through the relentless downpour. The cacophony of wind was so overwhelming that it felt as if they were experiencing a bout of tinnitus. None could fathom the trials Shu He faced at that moment. He stepped into the lighthouse, ushering the drones inside before squinting his eyes and shaking off the wet hair clinging to his face. This long-awaited tranquility, coupled with the struggle against nature, brought him a certain exhilaration. Shu He, who had always ignored the camera, unexpectedly engaged in conversation with the viewers in the live stream. Today, it seems, there are no stars for you to watch. Since you have arrived at the lighthouse, allow me, the island keeper, to introduce it to you. This lighthouse is named the Semingio Lighthouse. Initially, he pondered the peculiar name, suspecting it might stem from the fact that this uninhabited island is surrounded by the sea on all sides. So he continued, parting his raincoat to retrieve a flashlight and began inspecting the lighthouse's switching equipment. Perhaps this uninhabited island is situated on the very edge of our continental shelf. And this lighthouse truly embodies the concept of the ends of the earth? However, later on, I discovered from an ebook I downloaded that the lighthouse's full name was originally Shasamingyo Lighthouse, with interpretations related to Buddhism. The meaning of Shasaman suggests that in the pursuit of worldly success, one must endure 4 trials that only extraordinary individuals can withstand, suffering the torment of malevolent spirits. Ultimately, those who enter the Shasaman, having accumulated excessive grievances and bitterness, may achieve success, yet have transformed into malevolent beings, becoming a calamity for others. It resembles a cycle of cause and effect, does it not? Do you know anyone who has walked into the Shasaman around you? One wonders whether the individual who bestowed this name gleaned some insight here, or if a practitioner of Buddhism intended to use this scene to dissuade sentient beings from their obsessions. Nonetheless, at times, standing upon the rocky outcrop, gazing at the vast sky and rolling sea, there emerges a feeling of transcendence within. It seems that this name indeed resonates profoundly with this place. Chapter 64, Posture, Catharsis, Stress Relief. The online audience remained nearly silent, attentively listening to Shu He's exposition. As he began to introduce the lighthouse, every viewer raised their hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement. The young man's voice is simply enchanting, coupled with his appearance. Weathered by storms, he exudes a rugged masculinity. Oh, the production team must remember to reward Shu He with a chicken leg. While other guests remained indoors, he not only emerged but also regaled us with tales of the lighthouse. Although the tempest posed great danger, the grandeur of it all was remarkably liberating. Listening to Shu He speak is an exquisite pleasure. Isn't this lighthouse a human creation? What stories could it possibly hold? When Shu He revealed the origin of the Four Corners Lighthouse's name, the barrage of comments intensified as usual. So that's how it is. I had no idea a lighthouse's name could be so profound. Indeed, with such a name, it feels even more poetic. At a place where the waves crash the hardest, urging all beings to see through everything. How wonderful it is to possess culture. If I were to go, simply remembering the full name would be an achievement. I thought today's live stream would be lackluster, yet Shu He's presentation is so rich and profound. It's captivating. My desire to visit this deserted island grows, yearning to experience that healing and transcendent sensation. I too wish to go, but solely for Shu He, Godzilla, and Giorgio. When Shu He inquired if anyone around had encountered a person who embodies the Four Corners, the live stream transformed into a grand scene of complaints. Of course not. I see my boss is that. He tortures me daily. My supervisor is the same, undoubtedly a demon. My brother. We used to play together every day. But after achieving success, he morphed completely, and his temperament is now monumental. I see so many people whose videos garner thousands of likes only to succumb to the Four Corners. They forget who they are now. I thought of someone, once smilingly addressing all girls. Now he harshly asks me, "So poor, have you worked hard?" Covering my mouth in tears, suddenly, I find the name bestowed upon it remarkably wise. Can I interpret it as, after wrestling with a dragon for too long, one becomes a dragon themselves? I never expected Shu He's solo livestream to be so captivating, enriching knowledge, catharsis, stress relief. After inspecting the lighthouse's equipment and finding no issues, Shu He planned to ascend to the top of the lighthouse. This lighthouse stands approximately 6 or 7 stories high. Since we're here, let us go up and have a look. The purpose of the lighthouse is to provide signals to passing ships, enhancing maritime safety. At the summit during the night, a special lamp with powerful penetration spins back and forth, serving as a spotlight lens, distinct from the searchlight beside the island keeper's room. However, this lighthouse does not require constant supervision. I merely need to perform occasional maintenance on the equipment, and that suffices. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the lighthouse, Shu He was slightly breathless. The lights within the lighthouse, each color representing different signals, are also regarded as symbols of hope. He pointed toward the distance through the glass. Over there, approximately 1,000 kilometers away, lies the southernmost tip of our nation's territory. Though this small island is seldom visited, the maritime patrol vessels have never ceased their daily surveillance. On occasion, when passing by, I can catch a distant glimpse of the guardians of this azure sea, who have not returned home in over 20 years. This area is not only a strategic asset for our country, but also a treasure trove of natural resources that entices neighboring nations. On this stormy day, viewers watching the live broadcast could see nothing but a hazy expanse where the sea meets the sky. Yet, the words spoken by Shu He commanded a profound respect. Seeing our coastline always evokes a sense of dominance, but I cherish this assertiveness. This legacy was bestowed upon us by our ancestors. We cannot yield it to anyone. Under the sunlight and along the Han River, all is Han territory. I once stood as a soldier over there, and when I video call my mother, I have to maximize the beautification filter. Otherwise, upon seeing my sun-kissed complexion, she would surely weep. Alas, I was moved by the sentiments expressed above. Let us salute the heroes guarding our borders. Though Shu He is not a soldier, he engages in similar endeavors. Yet, he stands alone. Shu He seems to be quite close to that area, doesn't he? With guardians present, what would happen if he encountered peril? He is under the protection of the most admirable individuals. Thus, he should be quite safe. Oh, that is hard to say. Those rascals can employ all sorts of strange tactics. It's just that we, residing in the secure interior, remain blissfully unaware. Being cooped up indoors during a typhoon is rather dull, but chatting with everyone brings Shu He much joy, even if he cannot see the barrage of comments. He is oblivious to the current feedback in the live stream. There is little more to discuss from the lighthouse, and after surveying the deserted island once more, Shu He decided to return to his room. Another bout of relentless rain greeted him, and he sheltered the drone, bringing it inside. He harbored no secrets worth concealing. The equipment was evidently sophisticated, and it would be a pity if it were damaged by the storm. As Shu He stepped indoors and removed his raincoat, the air was pierced by the thunderous roar and blinding flashes of lightning. Little Gio trembled in the corner, while Godzilla comforted it with gentle nudges from his paw and head. For the first time, viewers glimpsed Shu He's room, and the number of people in the live stream surged. Wow. Shu He allowed the drone inside. They had thought there would be nothing to see today. Yet they had inadvertently entered the sanctuary of their idol. Nothing to see? You have missed so much. The room was clean and simple. Unlike that of a bachelor without a partner. Clean? The walls with patches of yellow and black are rather alarming. It seems Shu He had managed to tidy up decently. It appears that the guests have had quite a challenging time these past few days, caught in the torrential rain, and it remains uncertain whether they heeded Shu He's advice to prepare provisions. Shu He approached the two companions, while Godzilla continued to emit a low growl, urging Chio to be brave. Yet, Chio stared at him with wide, terrified eyes, refusing to heed his encouragement. Each time the dog nudged him into a corner, he would swiftly retreat with his front fins. Shu He lifted Chio, whose little body trembled so much that even his whiskers quivered. Do not fear, my little Chio. It is merely thunder outside, and it shall not intrude upon our home. No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped the room. It seemed that solar power faltered on a cloudy day. With a whimper, Chio gazed at the pitch-black surroundings, growing increasingly frightened, and nestled closer to Shu He. Attempting to hide his head, Shu He, unable to open the zipper of his garment, carefully tucked Chio inside, leaving only his two eyes visible above and allowing his tail to dangle below. Is this better? He inquired, gently stroking Chio's round head, gradually calming him down. Ah, both Chio and Godzilla were at home. How I longed for you both. I had scarcely seen you since yesterday afternoon. My cloud-nurtured seal, dear Chio. I even wrote you a letter. Did you receive it? Shu He felt a warm glow within. He had shown such patience in soothing Chio. Little Chio. Do not be disheartened. Just look at my idol, Godzilla, so mighty and unafraid of thunder. The female goose Chio need only focus on being adorable. May you never grow up. Chapter 65. Shu He will not be able to handle it, observing that Gio had stabilized somewhat. Shu He took it out from his clothing and hoisted it onto his shoulder, liberating his hands to procure something to eat for himself. Ultimately, he opted for the vacuum-sealed fried rice noodles that Teba had given him. The little creature clung tightly to his shoulder with its four fins, its dark, round eyes winking at the camera, the corners of its mouth adorned with a smug, subtle smile. Godzilla was self-draining within the room, filling the air with the cacophonous thuds of its erratic flailing. As the observation room clock signaled the start of work hours, Yin Lu, Zhao Xiaoying, and Pan Zhoudan greeted the camera with cheerful smiles. Yin Lu remarked, last night, Bai Lu was injured, startling all the crew members. We hastily convened an emergency plan, and didn't he get the chance to bid everyone a proper farewell. Let me share a little secret. When Director Wang learned of Bai Lu's poisoning, he instantly developed a large blister on his lip. Zhao Xiaoying and Pan Zhoudan exchanged amused glances at Yin Lu, who mistook their reaction for disbelief. I swear it's true. I watched as Director Wang's face turned pale, and the blister on his upper lip grew larger by the second. Fortunately, Shu He was present. After he ensured Bai Lu's safety, it seemed like Director Wang nearly fainted from the relief. Zhao Xiaoying empathized with Director Wang's predicament on a deserted island. Whether you are an artist or a guardian, the pressure must be immense. Without Shu He, Bai Lu's situation yesterday would have been far more critical. Pan Zhoudan nodded in agreement. Shu He remained remarkably composed during Bai Lu's treatment, which greatly helped in preventing her from panicking and thereby accelerated the circulation of the venom in her body. However, I must emphasize the necessity of caution. In the event of encountering a venomous situation, one should never attempt to suck out the poison with their mouth. Shu He was likely too concerned for Bai Lu and neglected his own safety. If it had been snake venom, it could have been extremely perilous. Also, while Shu He is skilled in bandaging techniques, those without proper training should refrain from attempting such methods. Impeding blood circulation could lead to necrosis. Yin Lu and Zhao Xiaoying listened attentively to Pan Zhou-dan's informative insights. Zhao Xiaoying curiously posed a question. If you were sent to a deserted island, would you be able to perform as excellently as Shu He? Pan Zhou-dan sincerely shook his head. Shu He possesses exceptional overall qualities. He not only understands animal rescue, but also possesses ample outdoor survival skills, including knowledge of planting, fishing abilities, and even physical endurance and culinary skills, all of which I cannot compare to. I wonder if he has trained specifically to be a guardian of the island. Just consider this morning. When he braved the typhoon to reach the lighthouse, if it were me, I would have been swept into the sea by the wind. Yin Lu chuckled at Pan Zhou-dan's humble self-deprecation. Yesterday, Tay Ba suggested forming groups. I wonder which group you think would fare the most comfortably on the deserted island? Zhao Xiaoying quickly answered, that would undoubtedly be Shu He. With his extensive knowledge and capabilities, while others struggle for survival, he and Bai Lu would surely be enjoying themselves. Yin Lu reminded her, but Bai Lu currently cannot do anything. In other groups, the division of labor between men and women may indeed result in a more balanced dynamic. Pan Zhou-dan remarked that one cannot blame Bai Lu. As Shu He possesses remarkable strength, it is no easy feat to surpass him. The online audience, following the lead from the observation room, pondered this matter. Is a successful relationship not one of equal standing? Previously, Bai Lu was perceived as a celebrity, while Shu He was seen as an ordinary person. However, in the aftermath of the typhoon, the celebrity status seems of little utility in survival on a deserted island. Xiao Yu has learned to cook, and Ri Ba along with Zhang Yuqi intends to forage for ingredients with Shu He. Bai Lu appears to lack the skills possessed by Shu He, raising the question of whether this prolonged dependency might become burdensome. Upstairs, someone interjected, asserting that Shu He's capabilities are not a fault of Bai Lu, who has also been diligently enhancing her skills. Personally, I find that the pairing of Hua Xiao and Zhang Yuqi is quite fitting. Hua Xiao is adept at various tasks, while Yuqi, though somewhat dramatic compared to the other three girls, is quite independent. I am utterly exasperated. Bai Lu is remarkably independent as well. Ri Ba and Yang Yang also make a good team. Yang Yang's indulgent tendencies are balanced by Ri Ba's growth and understanding. Together, they might cultivate a flourishing life. The trio in the observation room continued to voice their opinions and speculations. Yin Lu believed that Shu He's formidable skills might lead to Bai Lu feeling inadequate, which could hinder the development of their relationship. Zhao Xiaoying, however, staunchly supported the couple, refusing to concede that their connection would stagnate. Pan Zhou-dan, being somewhat less attuned to matters of the heart, rationally speculated that the interactions among other groups might improve in the future. Amidst the heated discussion, Yin Lu suddenly recalled something. By the way, Senior Pan, are you familiar with the 4 killings that Shu He mentioned? Since joining the program, Pan Zhou-dan has likely been asked this question more than any other. This is quite an obscure topic. I only know about the 4 killings in theatrical works. It was through Shu He that he learned about it, and his description allowed Pan Zhou-dan to perceive certain individuals around him with newfound clarity. Yin Lu wholeheartedly endorsed Pan Zhou-dan's insights. Before the morning broadcast commenced, the three had gathered to watch Shu He. When he spoke of the 4 killings, each felt a tremor within. They had encountered experiences of being belittled and bullied by successful authorities. And now they understood that such individuals had indeed succumbed to the 4 killings. Thankfully, not all successful people have succumbed. Otherwise, life would be truly unbearable, Yin Lu remarked. Now Shu He has brought the drone directly into his room, and we, as a production team, are immensely grateful for his actions. Zhao Xiaoying expressed her eagerness to witness what the island guardian does when confined to his room. At that moment, Shu He was preparing a pot of stir-fried rice noodles, truly a delicacy from Ri Ba's hometown. It was spicy yet gentle on the stomach, leaving one craving more. Little Jiao clung to his shoulder, unwilling to budge, as Shu He ambled about, sweating profusely while enjoying his meal. Woof, woof. Godzilla let out 2 roars towards the window, the glass rattling as it was buffeted by the wind, and the view was completely obscured by the rain. What could it possibly see? With a sense of curiosity, Shu He approached the window, chewing his food. He noticed a flickering beam of light emanating from the neighboring room of the 3 young ladies. Puzzled by the situation, he turned on his flashlight and drew a question mark towards the darkness across from him. After a moment of stillness, a faint white light flickered back to life, swaying gently from side to side, seemingly conveying a message that all was well, merely a matter of boredom. While he could not discern who was on the other side, he understood the suffocating emptiness of being cooped up indoors. They often claimed to be homebodies, yet that was only possible with the companionship of the internet. In a deserted island scenario devoid of both connectivity and power, one would surely go mad if unable to escape. Shu He, with rice noodles adorning his lips, illuminated a large check mark with his flashlight, hoping to express that all was well, uncertain if his message would be comprehended. The white light across paused for a moment before flickering 3 times, forming a large heart. This left Shu He utterly perplexed. Chapter 66, not trading genuine hearts for genuine hearts, but exchanging speed for sound. The third young lady was joyfully engrossed in her activities within the room. After drawing a heart, she eagerly sought to inscribe another character, while Bai Lu, with exuberance, snatched away the flashlight, abruptly bringing the game to a halt. Anxiously, she glanced towards Shu He, awaiting a response. After a prolonged wait, a simple tick mark appeared in return. Bai Lu couldn't help but chuckle to herself, pondering what Shu He might be thinking. Perhaps there was a tinge of bashfulness? The online viewers, witnessing this interaction through the lens of Shu He's room, were equally captivated. Wow, who is confessing over there? It must be Bai Lu. If he Ba or Chow you dared to send such signals to Shu He, Bai Lu would surely tear them apart. Haha, communicating in this manner is rather romantic. Shu He is absolutely adorable. After seeing the heart, she was at a loss for words. Does the 3 taps before the heart signify I love you? Let us not overinterpret. Perhaps the third young lady is merely playing. I'm curious about the situation on the third young lady's side. I don't think it's just play. Bai Lu, is that you? Since the third young lady seemed unoccupied, Shu He, having finished his rice noodles, resolved to retrieve Godzilla's bathing tub to assess the swimming lessons. He filled it with water and gently cradled the little Jiao, who for the first time seemed to develop a phobia of the tub. With its round head, front flippers, and tail fin all engaged, it remained stiffly suspended above the water, refusing to descend. Jiao. It chirped while casting pleading glances at Shu He. This little display thoroughly amused the viewers in the live stream. Yet, Shu He remained unfazed. Jiao, no shirking. Be a good one and get in the water. As he spoke, he nudged one of Jiao's front flippers aside and supported it gently. Jiao lost its balance and with a splash, its body toppled into the tub. Bubbles began to emerge from its nostrils as Shu He hastily pulled its head above water. Both the viewers and Shu He were perplexed. With such a devoted teacher as Godzilla, how had Jiao still failed to learn to swim? Shu He's gaze darkened as he turned to Godzilla. Have you been too preoccupied with play? Godzilla, observing Jiao, wore an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing Shu He's inquiry, it let out a resounding roar. Ong. How can I bear such injustice? To teach it to swim? I've drenched my own fur. Godzilla twirled around its tail, showcasing its gleaming golden fur. Could I be this clean just for play? With frustration, it spun a couple of times before barking loudly at Jiao, who stubbornly clung to the edge of the tub. Its eyes filled with a pitiful expression. You know I've been away from my mother since I was little, all right. Shu He seemed to grasp the situation. Jiao. You're still young. Even if you learn to swim, you cannot stray from our sight. There remains much for you to learn. Take a deep breath. As he spoke, he gradually lowered his hand, and the little seal, Jiao, seemed to find solace in his words, ceasing its calls. As Shu He withdrew his hand, it gently floated on the water's surface. The basin was too small for Jiao to stretch out, so it continuously paddled with its front flippers, its tail fin swaying gracefully, perfectly coordinated to keep its body afloat. How remarkable! It can tread water now. A flicker of joy crossed Shu He's face. Indeed, a seal raised by Godzilla. Oh, how exhilarating! Jiao has learned to swim. It was akin to witnessing one's child take their first steps. Such delight. So adorable. I long to embrace this seal. The fluidity of its movements, a true testament to Godzilla's teachings. I almost misjudged the little one. Is Jiao a cunning creature, pretending to struggle even though it can swim? Do not refer to me as a mere goose. Did you not hear Shu He? It fears that mastering swimming means it must leave. Alas. Yet Jiao must someday return to the sea, to live the life of a seal. My heart aches. Jiao even breathed underwater, releasing tiny bubbles from its nostrils before surfacing. Its chubby little waist twisting as it submerged its head once more, the nostrils that had flared wide now tightly closed. Haraha. Jiao is truly exceptional. Godzilla has imparted wisdom well. At this moment, Shu He felt an overwhelming joy. He had previously worried that Jiao, separated from its mother, would struggle to learn the ways of a seal. Yet, unexpectedly, what was anticipated to take a month for Jiao to acclimate to the water had been accomplished in just a few days. The rhythmic opening and closing of its nostrils revealed the essence of a seal's ability to store oxygen. Even the vastness of its nostrils would leave others in awe. Upon hearing Shu He's praise, the little pup squinted its eyes, wagging its tail vigorously, and leapt from the water's surface, its front flippers gripping the edge of the basin. Playfully sticking out its little tongue at Shu He, its tail fin joyfully splashing, clearly reveling in the sensation of being in the water. The earlier pretenses of distress were merely a concern of being cast away. As Shu He gazed at it, his smile began to fade. A fleeting pang of sadness struck him at the thought that Qiuzhu would one day depart, akin to a cherished maiden destined to marry. Sigh. Seeing Qiuzhu attempting to climb out of the basin, he hastily retrieved a less damp towel and gently wrapped the little one, diligently drying it off. The three observers in the lab exhaled a collective sigh. Yen Lu remarked, initially delighted to see Shu He so overjoyed. Yet he could not overlook the twinge of reluctance in his demeanor. Zhao Xiaoying pouted slightly. After all, hearts are made of flesh. Qiuzhu, both adorable and astute, brought a sense of melancholy to their hearts at the thought of its inevitable departure, not to mention Shu He's feelings. She turned to Pan Zhoudan beside her. Do you think it's possible for Qiuzhu to remain by Shu He's side, never to leave? Pan Zhoudan sighed once more. It is truly difficult to articulate. Aside from giving birth, molting, and resting on beaches or rocky shores, seals spend the majority of their time frolicking and fishing in the sea. Perhaps Jiu may come ashore near Shu He, but as she matures, her time in the ocean will inevitably increase. Jiu is a female seal, correct? According to her habits, she may venture towards the glaciers to bear her own offspring. Zhao Xiaoying emitted a soft sound of realization, implying that regardless of the circumstances, as Jiu grows, their time together will diminish. The three young women remained cloistered within their dwelling, devoid of outsiders or cameras, living a primitive existence. They lay entangled on the bed in disarray. Yang Xiaoyu rested her head upon Bai Lu's shoulder, exclaiming, Bai Lu, you are truly timid. You hesitate to confess your feelings, and even when I offer assistance, you refuse. Bai Lu twirled her fingers around Yang's strands of hair, responding. Shu He is my younger brother. He typically works quietly, and I fear I might startle him. Upon hearing this, Riba leaned in closer, asking, So, you admit that you have feelings for him? Bai Lu pouted and murmured an affirmative, anticipating the reactions of her companions. To her surprise, the two remained remarkably composed. I acknowledge my affection for Shu He. Why is there no response from you both? Riba scoffed. Draping her long legs over, the entire Blue Star is aware of your feelings for him. Bai Lu replied, Oh, is it that evident? I have learned quite a bit from Boss Yang. Sometimes, a girl must adopt a male mindset and take the initiative. Bai Lu, feeling discomfort from the pressure on her abdomen, pushed back gently. I understand that, but executing it is quite challenging. How can one truly exchange sincerity for sincerity? Riba eagerly propped herself up to impart wisdom to Bai Lu. Your notion of exchanging sincerity for sincerity reveals a distinctly feminine perspective. Do you comprehend how men think? What do men think? Both Qiaoyu and Bai Lu inquired curiously, directing their attention toward Riba. With an air of mystery, Riba whispered. It's not about exchanging sincerity for sincerity. It's about trading speed for sound. Chapter 67. The storm brings caviar. Upon hearing Riba's words, Yang Xiaoyue rolled her eyes and lay back with her tongue out, while Bai Lu covered her ears in disbelief. Riba, I never imagined you would be like this off camera. Just listen to what you've learned. Riba laughed heartily as she reclined back on the bed. It's just idle chatter. Honestly, I haven't encountered anyone who truly captivates me yet. If it weren't for your evident affection for Shu He, I might have been tempted to snatch him away. Xiao Wei clasped her hands together. I feel the same. However, your suggestion lacks practicality. We can't have Bai Lu directly do that. Of course not. Riba replied with a hint of exasperation. I was merely joking, and besides, Shu He is not that kind of person. Given a brother like him, it's only natural to take the initiative, but one mustn't be hasty. The trio engaged in lively banter, exchanging advice and gossip, finding joy in each other's company despite the raging storm outside and the harsh conditions within. Yet, Bai Lu remained preoccupied with thoughts of when she would see Shu He again. Meanwhile, Shu He looked at the two creatures before him, his expression one of resignation. He offered a piece of chicken breast jerky to Godzilla, who managed to grasp half of it just as little Jiu snatched the other end. The two were locked in a tug-of-war, neither willing to relent, while Godzilla drooled in distress. Jiu, that's not something you can eat. Jiu ignored him, convinced of its prowess, believing that if Godzilla could eat it, so could it. The two spun in circles, and Shu He scratched his head, searching for another piece of jerky. However, for both creatures, the allure of what was in another's mouth was always more enticing, and they completely disregarded the new piece Shu He presented. The stalemate continued. Viewers in the live stream were entertained. Jiu has grown bold, daring to compete with its elder brother for food. Only because Shu He is here does it feel so emboldened. When Godzilla was teaching it to swim, it was as obedient as could be. Clearly, Godzilla is going easy on it. If it truly wanted to compete, could Jiu stand a chance? I see now. This isn't merely a battle for food, but a contest of affection. They must ascertain who Shu He favors more. That charming Shu He. How delightful it would be to witness these two creatures vying for my affection. I'm eager to see whom Shu He will choose. It must be little Giorgio. It's a baby that needs care. Surely, it must be Godzilla. He exudes such charisma and strength. Shu He, Godzilla has been by your side for so long. You wouldn't forget your old friend for the sake of a green tea, Giorgio, would you? Shu He brandished a pair of scissors. You two are making it difficult for me. I can only divide this based on the area you're holding on to. With that, he carefully cut the chicken jerky along Giorgio's mouth, granting Godzilla the lion's share. Godzilla, elated, tilted his head back and began to munch away. With a chirp, Giorgio expelled the morsel from his mouth, determined to find the skipping rope he had hung up before meeting Shu He. Today, I shall hang myself. Let you taste the bitterness of losing a family member. This sentiment incited a flurry of complaints from Giorgio's fans in the comments. Shu He, why not just cut off Giorgio's mouth and feed it to Godzilla? Come on, next time start from the neck. The bias was quite evident. Was Giorgio truly so enraged as to consider hanging? Ha ha ha, Giorgio exclaimed, give it all. I have never seen such blatant favoritism. Ha ha ha. Another material for my homemade meme. Little Giorgio hanging. I've peeled the garlic. If someone upstairs could kindly share, may good fortune bless you for life. Don't blame Shu He for his favoritism. After all, Giorgio still drinks milk. How could he eat jerky? Observing Giorgio's antics, Shu He chuckled. Realizing it was time for both to have lunch, he prepared fresh milk mixed with various nutrients. Here you go. This is meant for you. Giorgio wiggled over, eyeing the long feeding tube, persistently nudging it with his foreflippers. Shu He found it peculiar, although the sensation of the feeding tube was unpleasant. Giorgio usually endured it obediently. Was he truly so upset over competing with Godzilla for food that he refused even milk? After a couple of attempts, Giorgio still would not open his mouth, only occasionally extending his little tongue to lick the bottle. Suddenly, realization struck Shu He. Was Giorgio hinting that he could drink from a bottle? He dismantled the cumbersome apparatus of the feeding device and replaced it with the nipple provided by the production team, inserting it into little Giorgio's mouth. To his delight, Giorgio gulped eagerly, with milk spilling from the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Giorgio was growing up. Shu He marveled at her rapid development, wondering if it was all thanks to Godzilla. Giorgio drank 2 bottles of milk in one go, at this rate of growth, before the baby fur had even shed. This little one might soon be catching small fish to play with. Ding! Teaching Giorgio basic survival skills, the system felt a sense of accomplishment, rewarding the host with mastery of yacht driving skills. Meanwhile, the other guests inside the house were feeling a bit stifled. Everyone had prepared for the lack of internet, but having a typhoon prevent them from going out, combined with the unstable power supply, was truly unforeseen. Huashao sat before several boxes of caviar, gazing forlornly at the torrential rain battering the windows. The refrigerator was out of order. This was premium imported delicacy from the land of grizzly bears. And what could he do with it going to waste? Initially, he had hoped to showcase it in front of the ladies, but having neglected to eat it over the last couple of days, it would surely spoil by morning. He attempted to crack the door open slightly, but a fierce gust of wind choked him, and rainwater poured in, soaking his clothes. Hastily shutting the door, the furrow on Huashao's forehead could have squashed a mosquito. Everything possesses duality. In such inclement weather, everyone struggles to find decent nourishment. If he braves the torrential rain to deliver caviar to the ladies, such sincerity and boldness could certainly enhance his own standing. Who knows, perhaps a delighted Reba might reconsider her stance. The thought of the alluring Mrs. Zhang Yiqi and the enchanting Reba vying for his attention stirred Huashao, compelling him to leave the confines of his room. He hastily retrieved the raincoat provided by the production team, stowed the caviar in a plastic bag, took a deep breath, and flung open the door. Within the live broadcast, 2 male guest doors swung open simultaneously. The one clad in military green rainwear was already recognized as Shu He, whereas the identity of the one in black remained obscured. However, a glance at the room's location led the audience to surmise it was Huashao. What business did these two have venturing out in such downpour? Shu He was equally puzzled. Having just fed the little creature, he dashed out upon hearing Godzilla's calls without any prior indication. Huashao's plastic bag contained several boxes, reminiscent of a peculiar item he had seen in the refrigerator earlier, a delicacy from the land of the gray bear. It was likely something edible. As memory served him right, it seemed to be caviar. Delivering caviar to the female guest in this weather? Quite the effort in pursuit of romance. Yet, wasn't he Ichi the one in his group? Why had he ventured to the room of the third lady? His mischievous intentions were undeniable. If Ichi were to discover this, he would certainly face her wrath. Nevertheless, sharing what he brought with everyone was not entirely misguided. At least he had made an earnest effort. But why not start with the male guest nearest to his own room? Shu He showed little concern for Bailu and sprinted alone towards the rainforest's coastline. What could his intentions possibly be? Chapter 68. The massive object hidden beneath the rain cover. Bailu vaguely glimpsed a dark figure emerge from Shu He's abode through the blurred window shadows. Could it be Shu He stepping out for some task? Unable to discern his direction, Bailu absent-mindedly listened to the chatter of the two young ladies beside her. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking resonated from within the room, and a fleeting expression of joy crossed her face. Could it be Shu He seeking them out? With a sudden burst of energy, Bailu leaped from her bed, hurriedly dressing and arranging her appearance. I believe I just saw Shu He leave the house. I wonder if the one at the door is him. Upon hearing that it was indeed Shu He knocking, the two ladies rushed to tidy themselves up as well. Bailu, adorned with an expectant smile, swiftly opened the door, only to find Huashao, drenched in the torrential rain, grinning at her. Come in, she urged, though her effort to mask her disappointment was evident. To her surprise, it was not Shu He. Where could he possibly be? Behind Huashao trailed a drone. And as Bailu surveyed the relatively tidy room, she nodded in acquiescence for it to enter. Once inside, Huashao chuckled, removed the hood of his raincoat, and raised a plastic bag in his hand. I brought you 2 boxes of caviar. With the storm raging, there's little else to eat. The 3 ladies were not particularly enamored with caviar, yet out of courtesy for Huashao braving the storm to deliver it, they graciously accepted the offering and smiled their thanks. Yang Chaoyue placed the caviar on the table and poured Huashao a glass of water. Thank you so much for bringing us food in such downpour. Do have a sip of water and return soon. If the winds intensify, you might get caught. Getting caught would be quite delightful, Huashao replied, relishing the fragrant ambience of the young lady's room, which was far more pleasant than his own musty quarters. He thanked Chaoyue, made himself comfortable, and sipped from the cup. You 3 should indulge now. This has been sitting for 2 days. I fear it may not be fresh. Seeing Huashao show no intention of leaving, the 3 ladies reluctantly complied and opened the packaging. As Chaoyue took a spoonful of the tiny black pearls, Huashao jumped up in alarm. Chaoyue, do you even know how to eat this? This caviar is a luxurious delicacy worth 18,000 per kilogram. Do you think it's merely sunflower seeds? Shall I prepare a bowl of rice for you? Haraha. Chaoyue's face momentarily reflected bewilderment. As a girl from the countryside, she had never tasted such delicacies. Besides, regardless of its value, food is food, isn't it? What other way is there to consume it besides directly putting it in one's mouth? Pouting, she retorted, what? Must I bow 3 times to the caviar before I eat it? Bailu, irked by Huashao's remarks, scooped a generous portion with her spoon. What does it matter to you how we eat? Originally, the viewers were excited to enter the 3 ladies' room. But upon witnessing Huashao's condescending demeanor, their enthusiasm swiftly waned. Huashao has become quite arrogant. Just a mere caviar, and he flaunts his superiority. At first, I found him somewhat considerate, but now I feel nothing but disgust. He shows a blatant lack of respect. He knows how to eat caviar, yet remains oblivious to the essence of humanity. Bailu and Chaoyue's confrontation is commendable. Such individuals have no regard for their dignity. I hope that once the typhoon passes, Shu He can set him straight. It's infuriating. Huashao has hosted numerous immensely popular shows, and I used to admire him. However, after participating in this dating show, I have come to realize how utterly detestable he is. In the observation room, Yin Lu witnessed Huashao tarnishing his reputation through his involvement in the program, his face etched with embarrassment. To be honest, I too am unsure of the correct way to eat caviar, he admitted. Zhao Xiaoying scratched her head. I once watched a culinary show where they simply wrapped caviar in a small pancake and devoured it whole. I believe the issue lies not in the method of consumption, but rather in Huashao's inappropriate remarks towards Chaoyue. Yin Lu turned to Pan Zhoudan. Pan, during your studies abroad, did you ever try caviar? Pan Zhoudan smiled. My mentor once took me to indulge in it, and I savored it rather liberally, much like Chaoyue. The restaurant manager promptly interjected, insisting I was eating it incorrectly and should first sip some champagne. It was quite awkward, but my mentor, being a gracious person, reprimanded the manager for his rudeness, asserting that food is meant to serve people, and compelled him to serve caviar to all 3 tables present. Therefore, I believe caviar should be enjoyed liberally, to one's heart's content. Yin Lu nodded. In comparison, your mentor truly was a wonderful person, devoid of any condescension. Although a host should ideally refrain from overtly expressing personal opinions, it was evident that Huashao managed to offend nearly everyone with a single statement. Pan Zhoudan even cited an example of upholding others' dignity to juxtapose Huashao's behavior, resulting in an outpouring of outrage against him online. Some have even compiled clips showcasing Huashao's abrasive interviews and his various embarrassing antics since joining the show, suggesting that his downfall is imminent. Unaware of the backlash, Huashao continued to proudly demonstrate the caviar-eating technique to the 3 ladies. At that moment, Reba, massaging her temples and drenched by the rain, opened the door. We have just eaten, and currently lack appetite. We plan to rest. If there is nothing particularly urgent, perhaps you should take your leave. Huashao hesitated to depart, yet Reba's drenched appearance clearly indicated her intent to usher him out. Reluctantly, He approached the door to bid farewell to the ladies. Contemplating his next visit to Zhang Yuqi, for surely not all female guests could be so uncultured. The ladies ignored him, instead directing their thoughts to the camera, expressing their desire to avoid being broadcasted in the room. Once Hua Xiao and the drone had exited, Xiao Yu rolled her eyes in discontent. How amusing. He really is putting on an act, as if I were yearning for caviar. Bai Lu struggled to swallow a mouthful of the small, salty pearls. It's both fishy and salty. In comparison to the meal Shu He prepares, it doesn't even measure up to a myrtle. Under the torrential rain, Hua Xiao hurried towards Zhang Yuqi's room. Along the way, he noticed Shu He sprinting towards the shore behind the rainforest. Hua Xiao smirked and shook his head. This epitomized the disparity between individuals. While some indulged in caviar on a stormy day, Shu He, as a guardian of the island, was compelled to persevere in his duties amidst such inclement weather. Each person has their own fate. Hua Xiao paid him no mind and resolutely knocked on Zhang Yuqi's door. Meanwhile, Shu He finally located a colossal object obscured by a large rain cover, following the direction of Godzilla's furious howling. Had it not been for the system's recent bestowal of advanced yacht navigation skills, he might have forgotten that the yacht was scheduled for delivery today. It must be said, the timing of the yacht's arrival was impeccable. In such weather, no one would perceive this massive object materializing out of thin air. Docked at the leeward harbor, it provided shelter from the wind and occupied a location that had seen no prior activity in recent days. The green rain cover seamlessly blended with its surroundings, rendering it virtually undetectable even from above. At that moment, the live broadcast room and observation chamber were both fixated on the enormous object through Shu He's perspective. With the barrage of comments filled with inquiries of what is this? Chapter 69, Chiyu gets scolded. The primary reason for Shu He to emerge promptly was his concern over the typhoon weather potentially whisking away his rewards. However, upon closer inspection, he realized his worries were unfounded. The yacht was securely anchored in a sheltered area, and the surrounding ropes were firmly tied. The yacht handling skills swirling in his mind made his hands itch, yet it was clear that navigation was prohibited in such weather. For now, he could only feast his eyes upon it. Shu He switched on his flashlight and, feeling his way along the ropes, slipped beneath the rain cover. His vision was obstructed, and his body could not stand straight. As soon as he jumped in, he could feel the boat swaying gently with the waves. Following the beam of light, he glimpsed the sleek black hull and the brown deck, truly a display of aristocratic elegance. Just then, he found himself in the cockpit, where he comfortably settled into the leather driver's seat. Grasping the key next to the dashboard, he started the yacht. To his surprise, this yacht was equipped with a fish-finding radar. Through its 3D display, so he could see a few fish lurking near the shore in the vertical expanse of the radar. Given the inclement weather, they were likely having a tough time as well. This feature would undoubtedly prove invaluable for future sea fishing endeavors. After all, sonar could outline the contours of the seabed, with orange graphics illuminating the screen. Who knows, beyond fish, he might even salvage other intriguing treasures. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered, watching the swaying imagery, only able to discern from the light peeking through the rain cover that Shu He was still inside. It appeared to be a boat, perhaps safeguarded from the typhoon. So, there was a vessel on the deserted island. Yet, Shu He evidently favored life on the island. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, he would not have piloted it back to the city. Was this boat perhaps his own? If it were a government-issued craft, it should have been taken away, right? The rain cover was tightly wrapped, concealing everything. It was probably just an old fishing boat, not of much use. Nonetheless, it was quite delightful to imagine unwinding on the sea during clear weather. This swaying image was making me nauseous. Shu He, dear brother, you should return to your child. It seemed the little one had come to fetch him. Shu He, still reveling in the new yacht, suddenly heard the roar of Godzilla outside. That little rascal. He had clearly instructed it not to dash out through the doggy door in such weather. Why had it become disobedient? Yet, on second thought, it was understandable. With such a large creature appearing unexpectedly, and him having played for so long without returning, Godzilla must have been worried about him. Shu He emerged from the rain cover and saw Chiyu trailing behind Godzilla, wind-tousled and snuffling around on the ground. Upon noticing him, it squinted and let out a reproachful woof. Was this the feeling of being missed? Shu He felt a warmth blossom within. Let us go. It's safe here. Home. He shouted against the wind, struggling to make himself heard. Godzilla eyed the giant before him with suspicion but obediently followed Shu He. As the commotion faded, Qiu seized the opportunity to stealthily conceal an unknown object within its mouth, subsequently scurrying behind the two with a determined wiggle. Observing its sluggish pace, Shua had no choice but to turn and scoop up the little creature, resuming a fervent sprint. Along the way, they encountered Hua Xiao once more amidst the tempest, each silently acknowledging the other's presence without lingering. Hua Xiao, burdened by a particularly foul mood, found it hard to engage. Initially, Zhang Yuqi had been elated upon discovering caviar. exclaiming her satisfaction with her team selection. However, she, too, refrained from sampling the delicacy, prompting Huashao to jest at her expense for the sake of entertainment. To his dismay, the venerable lady retaliated with 2 swift strikes, leaving his head buzzing even now. Once regarding Qiao Yu and her companions as petty and inexperienced, he now considered them gentle angels in stark contrast to Zhang Yuqi's formidable presence. Having found himself paired with such a formidable sister, he realized he must temper his demeanor in the future. Huashao's quarters had always been rather empty, but after receiving those 2 punches from Yuqi, onlookers began to gather in increasing numbers. Upon returning to his doorstep, Huashao noticed a drone hovering behind him, and the thought of being captured in the act of being thumped by Yuqi added to his embarrassment. In a bid to salvage his image, he graciously opened his arms, inviting the drone into his abode. As the host, he saw this as an opportunity to create a segment of his own, perhaps showcasing his watch and belt, items that elevate a man's status. Who knows, this live broadcast might attract more commercial endorsements and help the audience forget the earlier mishap. Inwardly, Huashao hailed himself as a genius. After closing the door and shedding his raincoat, he presented his watch to the camera, engagingly stating, "Like many of you, I find myself somewhat bored on a day like today. Why not take this opportunity to introduce the products that male celebrities typically utilize? I believe you might find this quite intriguing." He began with his watch, expressing that it was a personal hobby. Some might remark that such a hobby is rather extravagant. He chuckled, "But without such items, it becomes quite challenging to convey my status, wouldn't you agree? After all, I am no longer in the same league as a boy of little means. I require objects that reflect my identity. This watch, for instance, is reasonably priced at just over 100,000. At this moment, the production team was visibly distressed, acutely aware of the drawbacks of a guest who could not see the audience's reactions. Huashao's live stream was rife with ostentatious displays, provoking the ire of those who felt he was flaunting newfound wealth, while his public relations team frantically sought strategies to address the situation. Yet the production team found themselves at a loss. Satellite phones are not merely at their disposal, nor would it be feasible to journey to a deserted island solely to remind Huashao to be mindful of his personal conduct. After all, he is not an endangered species. Moreover, the actions of Huashao have already been broadcasted live, and how to amend the situation falls squarely upon the shoulders of the public relations team. Who could have anticipated that he is, in truth, such a person? The production team would relish the prospect of Huashao's complete downfall, thus liberating them from the financial burden of compensating him for each day of live broadcasting. However, both parties are bound by a contract. With Huashao's reputation in tatters, his future profitability remains uncertain. Fortunately, the costs associated with his heart-love space are guaranteed to be paid. His team remains tight-lipped about the possibility of withdrawing from the show. While the production team grapples with a penalty of up to 10 million, they too wish to avoid incurring significant losses due to such an individual. Meanwhile, Shu He has also returned with the drone. The joy of acquiring a yacht has not yet dissipated. He sheds his raincoat and joyfully pats the dog's head, playfully pinching the plump front fins of the little fish. From now on, we shall have plenty of fun. The 2 creatures are oblivious to what Shu He means, but they are delighted by his happiness. Godzilla vigorously swishes its massive tail, while the little fish makes soft sounds, playfully slapping its body with its front fins. At this moment, Shu He notices the little fish's unusual behavior. "Little fish, why aren't you opening your mouth? Are you unwell?" He grips the little fish's front fins with both hands, pulling it closer, intent on prying open its mouth, while the little fish protests by turning its head away. As Shu He's expression grows increasingly serious, Godzilla lets out an indignant bark at the little fish. Chapter 70, The Discovery of Amber. A sudden shock from Godzilla's roar. Startled by Godzilla's thunderous roar, Xiao Jiozhou's eyes brimmed with tears. Godzilla, feeling a twinge of compassion, glanced at Shu He, only to find him maintaining a stern demeanor. One foot planted on Jiozhou's back, while one hand restrained its not-so-obvious nape, and the other struggled to pry open its mouth. Godzilla, in a moment of desperation, let out another bellow at Jiozhou. Woof! Although the roar was directed at Jiozhou, the online audience felt their hearts shatter. Why so fierce? Can't we communicate gently? Scold me if you must. If my little goose truly erred, it's a failure on my part as its mother. If Jiozhou were in your care, and something went awry, you wouldn't have a clue. It's perilous for such a small creature to indiscriminately consume food. It was indeed peculiar that at such a tender age, Jiozhou showed any interest in food. Never had Shu He exhibited such anxiety. His concern for Jiozhou was palpable. In the observation room, Panzhou Dan scratched his head. I did see Jiozhou burrowing into the ground with its beak, but the footage was too shaky to be certain. It seems it consumed a stone. A stone? Both Yin Lu and Zhao Xiaoying questioned in unison. Panzhou Dan nodded. I'm uncertain if there are other objects on the shore, but what I could discern was indeed a stone. Seals are known to consume stones. Some scholars speculate they do so for digestion or to alleviate stomach parasites. However, both reasons do not apply to Jiujio. It is simply too young. Such behavior could be hazardous if it gets lodged. Upon hearing Pan Zhoudan's words, Yin Lu's expression mirrored that of Shu He. It was no wonder he appeared so serious. Yet, we still did not know what Jiujio had truly ingested. Realizing it was besieged by two robust figures, Jiujio understood that failure to relinquish the object in its mouth could lead to dire consequences. With tearful eyes, it looked toward Shu He, who extended his hand toward its mouth, his tone resolute. Spit it out. A glance at Godzilla revealed a menacing demeanor. Woof. Jiujio, with its pink tongue, tentatively began to extract the object from its mouth. With a plop, a translucent brownish-yellow stone tumbled into Shu He's palm, astonishingly large, about the size of half his hand. Had it inadvertently swallowed that, the repercussions would have been unimaginable. One could only wonder how Jiujio managed to fit such a thing into its tiny mouth. Upon closer inspection, Shu He noted that the stone bore a resemblance to amber. Unsure, he sought a better look. Unfortunately, the room was dimly lit. The overcast sky outside offered little illumination, and there was no electricity within. He had no choice but to light a candle. Holding the stone before the flickering flame for a meticulous examination, the viewers in the live stream were equally intrigued, each one pressing their phones closer to their faces to discern what Jiujio had consumed. Indeed, it is a stone. But how beautiful and translucent. Huh. What girl doesn't adore something that sparkles? Our Jiujio merely made a mistake that every woman is prone to committing. It's no wonder Jiujio is treated like a treasure. Amidst a heap of murky black pebbles, there lay a singular piece that I would eagerly collect to take home. Could this truly be amber? The hue unmistakably resembles that of amber, yet it appears more intricate. As I discern something within, if it were a small insect, it could very well be amber containing inclusions. Amber with inclusions? Is this akin to the type of amber found at my uncle's house that houses a giraffe? Quiet upstairs. If this is indeed amber with inclusions, and if the tiny creature inside is intact, it could fetch no less than 600,000 yuan on the market. Good heavens. Meanwhile, the neighbor boasts about his 100,000 yuan watch, making him appear more like a jester in comparison. Do we truly need to designate Shu He as the guardian of this island? With such abilities, and by selling the island's treasures, his worth could easily surpass 100 million. Through the flickering candlelight, Shu He glimpsed a creature resembling a small sea anemone within the stone. Could this not be the fabled amber with inclusions? He addressed the live-streaming camera, exclaiming, "Little Chiu seems to have stumbled upon a piece of amber with inclusions." Shu He positioned the stone before the lens, enhancing visibility for the audience. This substance originates from ancient, towering trees within vibrant subtropical forests. Due to a warm climate, trees that have suffered natural trauma continuously exude resin. You are all likely familiar with what follows. These tiny creatures become encased in resin, undergoing a petrification process over millions of years. Thus nature crafts these remarkable specimens. However, like many, I have frequently encountered amber with small insects. Encountering an anemone is indeed a first. The comments section erupted in awe at Shu He's explanation. Wow. Little Chiu has clearly succeeded. Why scare the child? Shu He, Godzilla is merely concerned for it. Who knew it would consume such a thing? Wow. Amber with inclusions is quite valuable, isn't it? And the little sea anemone appears intact. How much is this worth? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can enlighten us? While we are uncertain of the exact value, I have seen a piece only 1/5 this size, with an incomplete anemone, priced at 300,000 yuan. If 1/5 is 300,000, then this must be worth over 1 million. Shu He has struck gold. Shu He seems to be quite affluent. Such an expensive fishing rod and engaging in both GT popping and swordfish fishing. Shu He scrutinized the amber with inclusions for a considerable time, admiring its beauty. As a sense of historical depth appeared to emanate from it, he then glanced down at Chiu. Noticing the little creature's anxious eyes fixated on the object in his hand, its front fins restlessly shifting, he chuckled. Crouching down to pat its round head, "I startled you earlier. Just promise not to put such things in your mouth next time. It's very dangerous. This is something you adore. No one will take it from you." With that, he placed the amber before Chiu, who delicately embraced it with its front fins, swaying and playing with it off to the side. Seeing that it would no longer attempt to consume it, Shu He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Godzilla curiously lingered near the amber, sniffing it for quite some time before disdainfully walking away. Observing that Shu He showed no intention of claiming the amber as his own, many netizens expressed their disappointment. I wonder if Shu He is wealthy. How can he remain so indifferent to such a precious treasure? This magnificent gem is being played with by a seal. The seal is not even worth as much as the amber. Yet, the amber can be sold, while the seal cannot. Cruel humans, wishing to sell the seal. Regardless, the seal belongs to Shu He when it grows up and loses interest in the amber. The amber will still be Shu's. Outside, the typhoon raged on, and in such weather, it was unlikely that anything unusual would occur on the island. Shu He lit more candles in the increasingly dark room and, after dinner, settled down to watch a movie he had downloaded in advance before retiring for the night. The storm persisted until the following evening. Even after the typhoon had passed, the rain continued to patter softly. It was not until the third day that the deserted island was completely bathed in sunlight. Rising early, Shu He stepped outside to raise the flag, only to discover that Yang Yang could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed out of the room. Chapter 71. Beauty earned through thought. Yang Yang's complexion was fair and fresh, with droplets of water clinging to his cascading strands, suggesting he had just washed his face. As Shu He emerged from his room, he found Yang Yang leaning against the doorframe of the third young lady's room, clearing his throat to adjust his vocal pitch, practicing a flirtatious gaze while holding an unknown plate in his hand. Shu He cast a cursory glance at him, feeling no inclination to engage, and proceeded directly towards the rocky slope to raise the flag. "Hey, Shu He. Hey, Godzilla, chirp chirp. Good morning, you two little ones." Upon hearing Yang Yang call out to him, Shu He turned to wave, while the two continued their forward march without a backward glance. "How do I look?" Yang Yang asked, gesturing dramatically from top to bottom with one hand. "Isn't it just a simple white t-shirt and jeans? The pants seem a bit thick, it might get warm." Shu He replied candidly, "Oh, that is not what I meant. I'm talking about whether it has that fresh, ethereal, youthful vibe. The kind that feels even more youthful than you." Shu He couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. "Yes, indeed. The droplets in your hair are the finishing touch. Hurry and knock on the door. Otherwise, they'll dry up, and the effect will be greatly diminished." Yang Yang's face lit up with delight as he poked Shu He playfully. "You're right. I also made heart-shaped fried eggs for Reba, if I don't hurry. They'll get cold." Knock, knock, knock. Yang Yang tapped on the door of the third young lady's room, while Shu He shook his head and departed. After being cooped up in the room for 2 days, Yang Yang's thoughts were likely consumed with how to unleash his pent-up charm. Yet after 2 days, this was the best he could devise? And to wear jeans on a deserted island? Shu He was unsure whether to deem him clever or simply perplexing. During these 2 days, aside from sleeping, the third young lady had also risen early. Upon hearing the knocking, Reba, closest to the door, dashed over. "Who's there?" "Little fool, guess." The third young lady remained frozen inside, while Bailu watched her mouth form the name Yagang. Reba, no longer curious about the identity, yanked the door open. There stood Yang Yang, half leaning against the door frame, eyelids slowly lifting, a playful smile gracing his lips as he chirped, "Little lazy bug, are you awake?" Reba nodded expressionlessly. He extended the plate in his hand towards her. "I made you breakfast." Reba, with an eyeliner pencil in one hand, numbly accepted it. "Thank you. Why be so polite with me? Eat up quickly, or it'll get cold." After speaking, he scrunched up his nose and pouted, playfully nudging Reba from a distance. Bang! Reba slammed the door shut with a swift kick. The third young lady and Bailu exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, until a moment later. A collective scream erupted from within the room. "Ah!" The sound. Yang Yang, with her arms crossed over her chest, let out a hum. A mere plate of eggs had stirred such excitement in them. After nearly a month, it seemed that the 4 ladies on the island would ultimately succumb to her charm. Early risers, upon witnessing the clear skies, were initially thrilled to join Shu He in raising the flag. However, before they could fully relish the pristine, untouched island, they were met with an utterly shocking sight. Help. A close-range assault. I thought, at that moment, my sins were finally absolved. Smile. It was as if he were a downtrodden individual who had suddenly found himself enveloped in a handsome exterior, reveling in all that he now possessed. Did I rise early just to endure this torment? Awkward. Hot Bob probably couldn't stomach that plate of fried eggs anymore. My heart aches for the third girl. Shu He stifled a laugh and, with utmost seriousness, informed him that the droplet on his head was the finishing touch. You spoil him. After delivering a heartfelt breakfast, Yang Yang chased after Shu He, climbing the rocky slope, and playfully rubbed the faces of Godzilla and Gio from a distance. The two, straining to retreat, simultaneously yelped. He then turned his gaze back to Shu He, lifting his chin slightly. I'm here to assist you. Shu He sighed in silence. Thinking how this lad spared no one, he continued to disassemble the protective barrier of the flagpole without lifting his head. Yang Yang stood tall, eager to help. When do we start gathering ingredients? I've decided, on the first day, I'll help find more, so I can prepare the meals in advance for the second day. While a bit oily, he certainly had a heart of gold. Yang Yang's words rang true. After 2 days of confinement due to the typhoon, it was likely that their supplies had dwindled significantly. Other food had been completely scavenged before the storm, so an early departure might just allow them to gather provisions for the following day. Let's see if they're up. We should set off early. After dismantling the barrier, Shu He hoisted the flag. Yang Yang suddenly stomped his foot and gave a formal salute, startling the two creatures. While a salute was appropriate, such exaggerated theatrics were unnecessary. Nevertheless, it was a gesture of goodwill, and Shu He said nothing as he slowly raised the flag. Descending the rocky slope, Yang Yang remained glued to Shu He's side. Shu He glanced back at him, resigned to assign him some tasks. I'll check on the plants we planted a couple of days ago in the restaurant. Can you gather those who are awake? Roger that. Perhaps influenced by the flag raising, Yang Yang's persona had shifted from that of a youthful boyfriend to a valiant warrior. Once they parted ways, Shu He and the two creatures let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed Yang Yang had traded intellect for charm. Upon reaching the restaurant balcony, Shu He stared in disbelief at the plants before him. The hydroponically grown vegetables had sprouted new leaves, thriving splendidly, and the seeds planted had also begun to germinate. It's worth noting that there had been little sunlight on the island these past 2 days. Now that the skies had cleared, the growth of the plants would surely accelerate in the days to come. If this trend continues, it won't be long before we can indulge in fresh vegetables. Shu He is eager to gather more seeds to prepare for the future farm. However, to establish the farm, it seems imperative to first address the irrigation issue. With merely a few distillation water purifiers, the current supply suffices for personal use, but it is utterly inadequate for the watering needs of the farm. He replenishes the water in the automatic drip irrigation system he previously constructed and tends to the plants with simple care. When he hears several others entering the dining hall to report in, Yang Yang leads Hua Chenyu and Hua Xiao inside. Well, Shu He, are these the plants we sowed a couple of days ago? Hua Chenyu, having rested for 2 days and received some food from others, appears somewhat revitalized, although he still lacks the robustness of the others. Indeed, Shu He points to a foam box. Those are the strawberry and watermelon seeds you discovered. Hua Chenyu crouches down to examine them closely. Despite the painful memories of the past, the sight of their growth brings him a sense of satisfaction. Hua Xiao, slightly taken aback, remarks on how, despite the 2 days of stormy weather without sunlight, these plants have thrived remarkably well. Must he truly resign himself to a fate of menial labor? He clears his throat and shifts the topic. Shall we divide into groups for today's activities? Chapter 72. While others only care about how high you fly, Hua Chenyu observed that since their first meeting, Hua Xiao had been holding his neck awkwardly. Hua Xiao, have you perhaps slept in an odd position? Initially, Hua Xiao struggled to articulate the peculiar discomfort he experienced after Zhang Yuqi playfully struck him twice, resulting in an immobile neck upon waking. Hua Chenyu's suggestion provided him a convenient excuse. Indeed, it began yesterday, but it has improved considerably today. Oh, Hua Chenyu replied nonchalantly, returning his focus to the strawberry seedlings. In the meantime, the 4 ladies arrived at the dining area, engaged in cheerful conversation, having anticipated the quest for food. Yang Chaoyue and Zhang Yuqi donned loose-fitting athletic outfits, while Reba and Bailu opted for form-fitting yoga pants and sneakers. The vibrant presence of the starlets added a splash of color to the deserted island, and the way their leggings accentuated their figures was truly eye-catching. Although Reba boasted long legs, her curves paled in comparison to Bailu's. Aside from Yang Yang, who inappropriately wore denim, the guests were well prepared for today's culinary expedition. Upon entering the room, some interacted playfully with the seals, while others delightedly examined the flourishing little botanical garden. Only Zhang Yuqi wore a scowl. Casting a piercing glance at Hua Xiao, he refrained from speaking, fearing the revelation of his domestic troubles, and instead busily flitted around Zhang Yuqi with a cheerful demeanor. Now that everyone is gathered, let us proceed according to the program's grouping, Shu He announced, brushing off the dirt from his hands. I intend to venture into the rainforest with Bailu to explore the mountains. Others may choose their destinations at will, but please refrain from touching unfamiliar flora and fauna, as our medical supplies are limited. Everyone listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Hua Xiao interjected, Shu He, you mentioned exploring mountains in the rainforest, which implies you have not been there before. Shu He turned to him, affirming, that is correct. Then I believe it would be prudent for me to accompany Yuqi to the seaside for a quiet fishing expedition. Upon hearing that the mountains were uncharted territory for Shu He, Yang Yang's curiosity was piqued. I shall ascend the mountain. It feels like an adventure. What do you think, Reba? Reba expressed her agreement, her interest in adventure being mild. She felt a greater sense of security knowing Shu He would also be on the mountain. Chaowa stepped forward, grasping Reba's hand. Then Hua and I shall join you. Perhaps we might witness dancing birds and even discover black truffles. At the mention of black truffles, Hua Chenyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been feeling rather depleted lately and yearned for a hearty meal. If they could find black truffles for lunch, it might just restore his vitality. Last time, Shu He and Bailu brought back in abundance, so surely they would be easy to locate again. With a bag in hand, Shu He took hold of Bailu's hand, ready to embark on their adventure. The others gathered the remaining water and provisions, and shortly thereafter, They donned the necessary gear and set off toward their respective destinations. In the live broadcast, netizens speculated on who would reap the most rewards today. It must be Shu He. No doubt about it. Shu He won. Shu He had not ventured to the mountain. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should undoubtedly secure first place. However, if there are surprises, the outcome becomes uncertain. What kind of unexpected events could possibly occur on such a tranquil island? Can HuaHua truly manage? It seems he has yet to fully recover from his previous bout of diarrhea. As long as HuaHua can persevere smoothly until the end, there should be no mishaps. TSK. It's quite laughable how this man can be so delicate. He is even more fragile than the female guests. I am eagerly anticipating what awaits on the mountain. It feels as though I am embarking on an adventure alongside the guests. The way Hua Xiao craned his neck is utterly amusing. He even hesitated to reveal that it was Yuqi who struck him, covering face with laughter. One might even say that today's victor could very well be Hua Xiao. After all, the mountainous conditions are unknown, but typically, post-typhoon, fish emerge in search of food. Given his skills, catching 4 or 5 should pose no challenge. Godzilla, initially thrilled at the prospect of climbing the mountain, found himself assigned to stay home and care for the baby seal, Jujio, as such a physically demanding activity was ill-suited for the little one. While he cursed under his breath, he was reluctant to leave Jojo alone. So he devised a compromise, training Jojo to climb. Bailu assisted Shu He in settling the 2 children, taking his hand once again. Perhaps it was the joy of being reunited with Shu He that finally eased her previously restless heart. Shu He, I brought 2 loaves of bread. Let us eat something before we head up the mountain. Shu He nodded and was about to turn to retrieve it when Bailu had already unwrapped the bread and placed it directly into his mouth. With his hands occupied, Shu He could not refuse, alternating between bites of bread and sips of water as they continued on. Let us conserve our water. Climbing can be quite exhausting. All right. Bailu obediently stowed the water away. I can manage with less. If you're thirsty, don't hesitate to drink. Anticipating that she would be busy and unable to assist much today, she made it her primary task to care for Shu He. I had thought that female celebrities typically do not tend to others. After traveling together a few times, Bailu had often been the one in need of care. I never imagined she would be so thoughtful today. It's unfair to generalize all female celebrities. Bailu hastily defended herself, fearing Shu He might harbor any biases regarding her status. In truth, female celebrities have their own struggles. Being the sole representative of the family means all the relatives are watching. Shu He nodded in agreement. Her words rang true. Though they appear glamorous, once one attains success, the burden of supporting various relatives and friends is inescapable. I understand. Just as is often said online, others only care about how high you can soar. A single phrase struck a chord with Bailu. Conversing with an astute individual is truly invigorating. Shu He possesses an uncanny ability to pinpoint precisely what he wishes to convey. However, this statement had a subsequent clause, and with eager anticipation, Bailu inquired, "And what about you? What do you care about regarding me?" Shu He pondered for a moment, realizing that Bailu likely sought to complete the unfinished thought. Unfortunately, the original phrase eluded him, and he silently murmured, "Others only concern themselves with how high you soar. While I. He gazed into Bailu's twinkling eyes and concluded, "I only care about how high I soar." The entire sentiment crumbled. Bailu's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon, and Shu He sensed he had misspoken. Yet, unable to recall the original phrase, he believed his words to be quite reasonable. Online spectators erupted in laughter. Goodness, I've learned something new. Shu He's words are so incisive. I only care about how high I soar, laughing and crying. Just as he was about to assert that Bailu was far from the ineffectual figure others presumed, devotedly tending to Shu He, the realization dawned that, ultimately, my goddess had misplaced her affections. The latter part of the statement should have been, "Only I care about whether you are weary." Haraha. In comparison to Shu He's remark, it appeared rather pedestrian. Shu He, the young gentleman, must be a master of anti-inspirational quotes, right? Bailu's reaction had me in stitches. Shu He observed how Bailu, once radiant, had now become listless. Indeed, women are capricious. In an effort to redirect Bailu's attention, he pointed to a tree and exclaimed, "Look, a snot fruit." Chapter 73. Should we hold the wedding first? Bailu, rather naive, immediately shifted her focus from the previous conversation upon hearing Shu He's words. Her attention entirely captured by the tree before her. A cascade of fruits adorned its branches, some greenish yellow, others of vibrant red, while the ground was littered with many fallen fruits dislodged by the recent typhoon. True to their name, each fruit bore a striking resemblance to a droplet of mucus. Bailu's initially despondent expression transformed into one of delightful surprise. What a repulsive name for these fruits. Are they even edible? As she spoke, she carefully navigated the muddy path, gradually approaching the tree. Shu He followed suit, plucking a bright red fruit, wiping it clean, and offering it to her. Give it a try. It's quite sweet. Curiosity piqued. Bai Lu split the mucus-like fruit open, revealing its tender white flesh and the sticky seeds nestled within. It resembles an extraordinarily large figure. Shu He, having also picked one for himself, remarked, "It's essentially a wild fig, though the locals here in Nanjing prefer to call it mucus fruit." He took a bite, savoring the rich, sweet flesh that filled his mouth, while the translucent, gooey substance within resembled jelly, leaving him satisfied for quite some time. Bai Lu eagerly devoured 2 fruits in quick succession, smacking her lips in delight. "This is absolutely delicious. It's so refreshing. I must bring some back for Reba and Xiaoyue." With that, she squatted down to gather more from the ground. Had she not been with Shu He, she would never have recognized such fruits, let alone dared to taste them. What a shame it would have been to miss out on such delectable treats. As she filled her hands, Bai Lu suddenly paused, pondering how their group's foraging had fared. If she returned with an abundance of these exotic finds, would it incite jealousy? Recalling the envious yet forlorn expressions of Reba and Xiaoyue when she shared her novel experiences, along with the male contestants' competitive glances toward Shu He, she seemed to grasp the virtue of humility. Bai Lu resumed her gathering with a tinge of reluctance. "Why are you taking out more?" Shu He inquired, puzzled. With a gentle sigh, Bai Lu replied, "I meant well, but if the others haven't found any food, wouldn't it seem like I'm showing off?" Shu He understood her concerns, yet acknowledged the nature of humanity. The current situation diverges significantly from that of a few days prior. Previously, the provisions provided by the production team were ample, shielding them from the harsh reality of hunger. However, should food become scarce today, enduring hunger for a single meal may be bearable, but prolonged deprivation would inevitably reveal their true natures. He and Bai Lu fear that if they continue to offer free sustenance, they may inadvertently cultivate a sense of entitlement. Although Ba and Xiaoyu maintain a close relationship with Bai Lu and often consider others, such bonds necessitate a careful delineation of boundaries. Your concerns are not unwarranted. Shu He assisted Bai Lu in retrieving the snot fruit from her bag. Bai Lu felt a surge of gratitude upon realizing that Shu He understood her plight. She had previously worried that he might perceive her as lacking in kindness, given that even Ba and Xiaoyu had expressed doubts. However, after helping her with the snot fruit, Shu He hoisted a branch laden with fruit onto his shoulder, asserting that free offerings could easily be misinterpreted, bringing forth the less savory aspects of human nature. Yet if they contributed in kind, it would foster a sense of deservingness rather than entitlement. Bai Lu did not fully grasp his meaning, prompting Shu He to elaborate. "Didn't Ba suggest that, for fairness, we could exchange items?" With a clap of her hands, Bai Lu exclaimed, "So, we can sell these fruits for money?" Shu He nodded affirmatively. "You may trade as you wish." Bai Lu's excitement was palpable. She had initially thought of sharing with everyone but had overlooked the notion of exchange, forgetting Ba's earlier suggestion. Selling the fruits would not only allow her to earn money but also ensure that others participated in the exchange, thus avoiding any ensuing complications. "Shu He, how much do you think we should charge?" she inquired eagerly. "It depends on the mood. After all, we are all stars, and none are lacking in funds," he replied, continuing to walk ahead. Upon hearing that prices could be flexible, Bai Lu's imagination soared, picturing herself joyfully tossing money in the air while leaping on her bed. Caught up in her daydream, she threw her arms around Shu He's neck, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, Shu He. We have delicious food and can earn a fortune. Living with you is such a delight." Shu He turned to her with a smile. "Is this what living together looks like? Should we perhaps consider a wedding first?" At that moment, Bai Lu realized that she had become so enamored with the prospect of wealth that she had chosen her words poorly, sheepishly scratching her face. I misspoke. Who thinks of weddings before even dating?" She laughed. Shu He countered, "Isn't it the case that one cannot live together without a wedding? At the very least, one must first enter the bridal chamber." Bai Lu felt her face flush with embarrassment. Ba was indeed correct. Men always seem preoccupied with such matters. With a hint of resentment, she followed Shu He, occasionally brushing against tree branches as she tried to get closer. "Shu He, can't we just carry the fruits? Isn't this large branch rather cumbersome?" she remarked. "It is, but I intend to plant some snot fruit cuttings when I return," he replied. Bai Lu squinted against the light, observing Shu He's silhouette. "But there's an entire tree right here. Do we really need to plant more? There are numerous animals here, and they too partake in sustenance. Our fortunate discovery this time is indeed serendipitous. Furthermore, if we bring some back for research, we might cultivate a new variety." "Wow," Bai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. "It is already remarkable that you can grow a small orchard, and now you aspire to breed new species?" Shu He was uncertain of the outcome. "Let us give it a try. After all, with you all gone, I have little else to occupy my time. Alas, so much to ponder and yet so much romantic entanglement." Bai Lu, lacking ambition, has undoubtedly even thought of names for the children. Can the wedding chamber be live-streamed? The upstairs chatter is ridiculous. However, I have a feeling that the mucus fruit is quite delectable. These two should be able to profit handsomely. Speaking of which, is this edible? I passed right by it last time, feeling as though I missed a fortune. Their luck is astonishing. They just came from the live streams of several other groups, all of which yielded nothing. Watching you performed admirably today. He just mentioned feeling thirsty and, in an effort to conserve water, didn't he mind the dirt and drank straight from the stream. It seems he is gradually discovering how to survive on this deserted island. Truly reckless. Shu He has previously warned against carelessly touching things on the island. Does he think he is as capable as Shu He? Would anyone care to see my idol Yang Yang? He truly embodies the vigor of a military arts background. Not interested. 100 Yang Yangs cannot compare to Shu He. He would undoubtedly flaunt himself like a peacock, slick and ostentatious. After Yang Yang and Reba randomly selected an entrance into the rainforest, they were instantly captivated by the lush greenery surrounding them. The air here is both humid and refreshing, prompting them to inhale deeply in unison. I wonder if we can find anything edible in this chosen spot. Reba was scanning the surroundings. Chapter 74, knocked out by a giant squirrel. Yang Yang patted his chest vigorously. I can do it. The two of them searched high and low, spotting wild fruits and mushrooms along the way, yet uncertain of their edibility. Reba decided to gather everything to consult with Shu He, as they must not take chances with their meals. Yang Yang agreed, darting up to the tree branches to pluck wild fruits and crouching down to dig for mushrooms, proving to be a diligent young lad. A wave of comfort washed over Reba. However, clad in denim, Yang Yang soon found himself drenched in sweat from the vigorous activity, his lips beginning to pale. Reba had no choice but to continually offer him water. Don't tire yourself too much. We only brought 2 bottles. I'm fine. Yang Yang confidently flicked the beads of sweat from his fingertips, gazing into the distance. The human body consists of 90% water. This little exercise won't daunt me. It won't daunt you, but do conserve your water. Reba watched anxiously as the 2 bottles dwindled to barely a sip. And the surrounding environment offered no fresh water sources apart from muddy puddles left by the rain. Even if there were, it would be unwise to drink indiscriminately, right? Noticing Yang Yang still energetically bounding about, a sense of foreboding crept into her mind. Just as she was worrying, Yang Yang suddenly dashed off like an arrow, shouting back to Reba, I see a big squirrel. You must understand, in the wild, this is a source of meat. Stay here and don't wander off. Be obedient. Reba, feeling anxious, took a couple of steps forward to follow him, but halted at his call. Indeed, food was scarce, and if there was any edible wildlife, they had to seize the opportunity. Yet, Yang Yang seemed to be showing signs of dehydration. Could he truly handle it? Reba, filled with concern, sought a place to sit down. Realizing that with Yang Yang expending so much energy, she too needed to conserve her strength to avoid both of them being in dire straits later. She closed her beautiful eyes, tilting her head to attentively listen to the chirping of insects and the songs of birds. Such a serene moment of solitude had not graced her for many years. As her mind quieted, Reba felt the subtle sounds around her becoming remarkably clear. Was this what it meant to savor the present? A faint smile curled upon her lips. However, the tranquil scene was short-lived. Perhaps due to her heightened senses, she suddenly thought she heard Yang Yang scream in the distance. She opened her eyes wide, panic setting in as she raced toward the sound. Yang Yang, is that you? Where are you? Ah! The cry was utterly harrowing. Reba quickened her pace, diligently searching for Yang Yang's figure in the direction of the sound, but no matter how loudly she called, there was no response. Even his screams had ceased. Biting her lip, she felt tears welling up, yet finding him took precedence. At last, Reba spotted a hint of white in the grass. Was that Yang Yang's white short sleeve? Heatedba rushed over and crouched beside him, noticing his face was marred with scratches, his body motionless on the ground, lips pale and cracked. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never witnessed such a scene before. Testing Yang Yang's breath with her fingers, she sighed in relief. He was alive. Looking up, she spotted a gigantic squirrel perched in a tree, staring at them both with apparent fear. Frightened, Heatedba hugged herself and sat on the ground. The squirrel, sensing her fear, swiftly vanished. Regaining her composure, she wiped away her tears and cried out for help. Shu He, help! Something has happened. Is anyone there? In between her frantic calls, she did not forget to perform chest compressions on Yang Yang. The online spectators were equally alarmed by Yang Yang's fainting. The camera didn't capture it. What happened to Yang Yang? Is that giant squirrel up there? It doesn't look menacing. How could it have done this to him? Goodness. His face is covered in red marks and scratches. Could he really have been knocked out by a squirrel? Poor Heatedba. What should we do? Someone help her. My goddess is trembling in fear. Yang Yang remained unresponsive. In desperation, Heatedba poured the last drop of water from her bottle into his mouth. But her trembling hands only allowed a couple of drops to trickle in. After receiving the water, she noticed Yang Yang's lips move slightly, yet he fell silent again. Filled with a mix of hope and anxiety, she raised her voice to continue calling for help. Do I hear a woman's voice? Shu He frowned and glanced at Bailu. Not having noticed anything herself, Bailu perked up her ears at Shu He's suggestion and listened intently. Indeed, a faint female voice seemed to resonate from afar. Her expression turned serious. I can't make out what she's shouting. We should go and check. What if something's wrong? Shu He nodded in agreement. To hasten their search, they discarded all unnecessary belongings and sprinted forward. At last, they followed the sound and arrived before Heated Ba and Yang Ang. Bailu was taken aback by the sight before her, and, glancing at Heated Ba, exclaimed, Did you harm Yang Yang? Heated Ba stood up, stamping her foot in frustration. What? What are you talking about? He was knocked out by the squirrel. Seeing Shu He and Bailu approach, Heated Ba finally felt reassured. After a heartfelt sob, she began to explain the situation between her tears. Two young ladies were engaged in a disjointed conversation, while Shu He sat attentively beside Yang Yang, diligently examining the situation. You two need not fret unnecessarily. This has nothing to do with the squirrel. He is merely dehydrated. Stretching out his hand towards Bailu, he inquired, Do we have any water? Bailu patted her body and replied, Just now, in my haste to run faster, I noticed you dropped the branches. So I discarded my backpack as well. Shu He sighed and turned to Reba. What about your water? Reba grinned. It's all gone. Boo-hoo. Shu He scratched his head, realizing that they had chosen a spot in the rainforest that, while relatively sunny, lacked any freshwater resources. He cupped his hand to gather muddy water from a nearby puddle, only to shake his head and discard it. Drinking that without filtration would surely wreak havoc on Yang Yang's insides. How did you two consume your water so quickly? Bailu, exasperated, cast a faint reproachful glance at Reba. Between the two of us, we barely finished half a bottle. Upon hearing this, Reba began to whimper. Yang Yang was searching for food, climbing trees and scurrying about, and he dressed so warmly. We couldn't deny him water. Shu He looked at Reba with curiosity. Climbing trees? Did you find any fruits? Extracting juice from fruits could alleviate some of their problems. Reba nodded and picked up the bag from the ground to show him. However, the flicker of hope in Shu He's eyes was extinguished the moment he opened the bag. It contained a deadly fruit known as the ghost mango. One bite of this, and the whole village is in peril. He sighed with relief that they had not consumed this wretched thing. Tossing the bag aside, he lamented, Now, we are left with only one last method to procure water swiftly. Reba and Bailu's eyes sparkled in unison. What? Chapter 75, Stacking in the Rainforest. Shu He gazed at the muddy puddle before him and pondered. We need to find something that can filter the dirt to extract water for Yang Yang. Bailu and Reba scratched their heads in confusion. What could possibly filter it? Shu He suggested, Do girls typically carry towels with them? The two young women exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. We're so accustomed to using tissues and wipes. Who carries a towel anymore? Indeed, girls do not sweat that much. Even in gyms in his previous life, he rarely observed females using towels to wipe their perspiration. Given Yang Yang's fluid loss, we should move him to the shade of a tree. The trio worked together to drag Yang Yang beneath a broadleaf tree. During the process, Reba accidentally brushed against his arm, exclaiming, Heavens, he is burning hot. How could dehydration lead to such a state? Shu He looked up at the low-hanging branches above, reflecting on the recent rain and the current morning. Who among you can climb a tree? Go up and shake off some water from the leaves to cool him down. Bailu stepped forward eagerly, raising her hand. I can. Excellent. Shu He glanced at Yang Yang and recalled something. In this sweltering heat, wearing denim and battling squirrels is quite absurd. We must also remove his clothing to facilitate heat dissipation. The two girls felt a bit embarrassed by this suggestion. This seems inappropriate, Reba murmured softly. Yang Yang is quite particular about his appearance. If he wakes up to find himself half naked, he might be heartbroken. Shu He facepalmed at this juncture. Preserving his image is the least of our concerns. Given his current condition, he likely had a fever prior and was simply unaware. Such a high temperature coupled with dehydration can be fatal if prolonged. Bailu, flustered, twirled her fingers nervously. Is it really that serious? I thought as long as he was injured by the squirrel, hydration would be manageable. I didn't realize the urgency. Reba bit her lip, steeling herself, and stepped forward to loosen Yang Yang's belt. Shu He took the opportunity to pull down his pants, sighing, brown boxers, nothing remarkable. He swiftly removed Yang Yang's short sleeves, noting the paleness, yet still lacking in distinction. The two girls, witnessing this, averted their gazes towards the sky in bewilderment. While online spectators might have critiqued Yang Yang's physique, discussing such matters at this moment felt rather unkind. After all, if they didn't act quickly, he could be in dire straits. Shu He examined the short sleeves, realizing they were not made of pure cotton and lacked sufficient thickness. Reba leaned in, asking, "Can we filter with the short sleeves?" Not enough. Though an additional layer is beneficial, we still require something akin to towel material. After speaking, he noticed his own socks and hurriedly removed a shoe and sock from one foot, stuffing part of the short sleeve into the sock. Shu He, you intend to use your sock for filtering? Bai Lu ventured to inquire. Brilliant. Shu He praised, not missing a beat. What about yours? Reba chimed in, leaning closer. Well, do you still want me to grab your stinky socks? Shu He said, not waiting for a response from the two, and promptly filled a sock with dirt and muddy water, twisting it forcefully over Yang Yang's mouth. Indeed, the water that emerged was significantly clearer. What an unusual method. It was quite a sight to behold. Yang Yang's parched lips quivered, his Adam's apple bobbing in response, and though the taste of the water remained a mystery, he appeared to relish it. After squeezing out a sock's worth of water, so he turned to the dazed Bai Lu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and shake off the water. Oh, Bai Lu replied, scrambling to comply, awkwardly squatting on a branch, her hands gripping the trunk tightly. Shu He, how do I shake it off? Shu He placed the second bag of water near Yang Yang's mouth. Stand up and hold on tight. Jump. Understood. Bai Lu clenched her fist for encouragement, cautiously rising to her feet and beginning to bounce as she shook off the water. To her surprise, there was so much accumulated water on the leaves. In no time, Yang Yang was nearly drenched in droplets. Seeing that she was finally assisting Shu He, Bai Lu exerted even more effort, reminding herself not to look at anything inappropriate. Shu He shook her head and continued to extract the last bit of water from Yang Yang. At last, Yang Yang emitted a faint sound, prompting Shu He and Reba to lean in closer, catching his hoarse voice. Thirsty. Reba joyfully shouted to Bai Lu. It worked. Yang Yang spoke. How wonderful. Bai Lu, filled with excitement, responded from her perch in the tree. Don't stop. Let us keep going. Hearing Yang Yang's instinctive admission of thirst, Shu He worried that this amount would still not suffice. She hesitantly asked the two girls. This won't sufficiently replenish his fluids. If it comes to it, we'll have to use. Use what? Reba anxiously shook Shu He's arm. You're a straightforward person. Just tell us what to do. Shu He cleared her throat. Which of you two can hold it? Crack. Perhaps startled by Shu He's words, Bai Lu stepped down hard, breaking the branch beneath her. Shu He looked up in response to the noise, only to see a shadow hurtling towards her accompanied by a shriek. The anticipated coincidental kiss that the viewers had hoped for did not occur. Instead, Shu He was met with an overwhelming splash of facial cleanser. Ah, you scared me to death. Bai Lu, wobbling above, struggled to find her footing. Shu He, feeling breathless beneath her, grasped Bai Lu's waist in an attempt to lift her, but instead, his hands found her ticklish spots, causing Bai Lu to lose her balance and squirm uncontrollably. Ha! I can't take it. I'm so ticklish. Observing the chaotic scene, Reba felt a wave of frustration. Did you two hurt yourselves? Bai Lu paused for a moment. It doesn't actually hurt. Shu He muttered. I'm fine. A warm sensation surged through Shu He's chest as Bai Lu erupted into uncontrollable laughter. You two are all right. Shouldn't we check on Yang Yang down below? As Reba embraced Bai Lu from behind, the latter was suddenly enveloped in a cacophony of sounds emanating from below. Amidst this chaos, Chao and Huachenyu rushed over, only to witness a peculiar scene where several individuals were precariously piled upon one another, with Bai Lu perched atop, alternating between calls and laughter. Upon approaching, they were startled to discover that Yang Yang was completely undraped, staring vacantly at the sky. Goodness! 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 Chao, breathless and at a loss for words to convey her astonishment, stood with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the group, repeatedly exclaiming, Goodness! Huachenyu, whose expression was already grim, grew even more dismal, questioning. What on earth are you all doing? Yang Yang looks utterly devoid of spirit. And why is he not wearing any clothes? Only then did they realize that Yang Yang had been roused from his stupor. One by one, they rushed over to him, shaking him as they exclaimed, Are you awake? I'm so thirsty. It hurts so much. Chapter 76. The Inescapable Fate of the Dung Boy. Upon seeing Yang Chao and Huachenyu rushing over, Shu He swiftly sat up. Do you have any water? Yes. Chao curiously pulled out 2 full bottles from her small bag. Is that much? Bai Lu exclaimed, stretching her neck in astonishment. Chao, still perplexed about what everyone was doing, replied absent-mindedly. It's quite shaded where we are, with a small stream. Hua drank from it. I wasn't thirsty. Can you please tell me what happened here? We heard some commotion from afar, and came over to find you all tangled up. Engaging in mischief, are we? Bai Lu, amused yet irritated, proceeded to explain everything in detail. Upon hearing that Yang Yang had dehydrated and fainted, coupled with a fever and a nasty scratch from a squirrel, their expressions shifted dramatically. However, it seems to be all right now since you brought water, Bai Lu said, patting Chao's shoulder, finally feeling at ease. Such a heroic rescue process. And yet Chow had the audacity to label it as mischief. One could only wonder what was going on in that girl's mind. Then it struck Bai Lu that she might have accidentally hit Shu He in the face when she fell, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Shu He, are you all right after I fell? Shu He was occupied with feeding Yang water. I'm fine. Both above and below are soft. Upon hearing this, Reba stifled a laugh, while Bai Lu quietly retreated to a corner, her face covered in confusion. Yang truly lacked experience in outdoor survival. How could she neglect the issue of water? I even drank from the stream to conserve water. Shu He glanced up at the grim-faced Huachenyu. Why do you look so pale? Didn't I mention not to touch the island's flora and fauna? Huachenyu responded with conviction. You never said we couldn't drink the water. Besides, it was crystal clear. Cleaner than the tap water at my home. So stop worrying. Shu He held her tongue, silently cursing the ineptitude of her companions. Did they not understand the basic principle that even the clearest wild water should not be consumed directly? Looking at Huachenyu's sallow complexion, it wouldn't be long before he was once again embroiled in a love-hate relationship with the impending challenge. Truly, he was destined to embrace the fate of the dung boy. It seemed Shu He had grown weary of reprimanding him. I saw Hua drinking the water. It was indeed very clear. Shu He thought there was no need for such anxiety. Anxiety, my foot. Shu He merely found the situation burdensome. These male contestants were overly eager to prove themselves, only to end up creating complications. How much better it would be if they listened obediently, like the female contestants. While her words rang true, which man wouldn't want to shine in such moments? They were both inexperienced and overly playful. Without Shu He, these individuals would surely find themselves perishing on the deserted island. Yet, why did Shu He say everything above and below her was soft? Did she not see clearly upstairs? Bai Lu's hand landed squarely on Shu He's cheek. With a mischievous grin, the camera angle was rather high, and I truly could not see clearly. How enviable! In such a situation, I would willingly accept being photographed in such a manner. The water in the bottle had diminished significantly. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Yang began to cough violently, the water he had just consumed splattering from his mouth. Shu He handed the bottle to Chow, assisting him to sit against the tree trunk as the others hurried to help. Reba and Chow fanned him gently with their small hands. A groan escaped from Yang's lungs. I feel much better now. Aside from some discomfort in my face and stomach, Shu He touched Yang's forehead, which no longer felt as feverish as before, indicating that his dehydration was alleviating. Have you experienced any unusual symptoms lately? Yang slowly shifted his gaze towards Shu He. Nothing much, just a scratchy throat. Has this begun since we arrived on the deserted island? Yang weakly nodded. That's good. It seems you may have caught a cold due to the typhoon weather. It's not a viral infection, so it won't spread. Observing the gradual improvement in his complexion, Shu He estimated that with some rest, Yang would be completely fine. Reba was nearly exasperated. Can't you be a bit more honest if you're unwell? You're frightening us all. Yang lowered his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. I have watched many wilderness survival programs and, coming from a military background, I was quite intrigued. I merely overestimated my abilities. At that moment, he noticed his lack of pants. By the way, why am I undressed? And being observed, despite his physical discomfort. Yang could hardly endure his state, so he quietly took the water bottle from Shu He, using it to cover himself adequately. Well, it sufficed for modesty. Everyone tacitly averted their gaze, except for Reba, who continued to scold him. It's to help you cool down. What were you thinking wearing denim in this weather? If it weren't for Shu He, you wouldn't even know how close you were to danger. Yang laboriously placed his hand on Shu He's. Shu He, thank you. How did you save me? Could you teach me? Shu He glanced at his other hand, still holding a sock, and felt it wiser not to disclose too much. It was nothing serious, just dehydration, and luckily, Chow had some reserves. You should express your gratitude to Reba. Reba, I understand your anger stems from concern for me. Yang's expression turned somber. I wanted to catch a squirrel for you, but when I finally grasped its tail, it went berserk and clawed at my face. In a moment of panic, I fainted. I'm not disfigured, am I? No, Shu He reassured him, patting his shoulder as he stood. These scratches will heal within a week. You should rest here while I scout the area for anything edible. Even if you aren't disfigured, your appearance is hardly commendable. The two of you should keep an eye on him for a while, once he fully recovers. We can leave, Chow remarked to Shu He. As Shu He was about to depart, Huachenyu, drenched in sweat, pulled him back urgently, exclaiming, Shu He, it seems you were right. That water is undrinkable. Where's the nearest restroom? Restroom? What are you thinking? There's no time. Quickly find a secluded spot to take care of it. Observing Huachenyu running away, hunched over, Shu He sighed repeatedly, I can't manage this, truly can't. Do you have any paper? Huachenyu had already vanished from sight, and Shu He did not receive a response. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao had yet to catch a fish. and Zhang Yuqi's gaze towards him grew increasingly disdainful. It's quite peculiar. After a typhoon, the fish should be out foraging. He stretched his waist, bewildered by the situation. Zhang Yuqi scoffed, glancing at the crystal-clear waters. Isn't that a fish? What a joke. Hua Xiao, unimpressed, retorted, the bait is in the water. It won't bite and then swim to the shore for you to see. I'm not sure if you need to think more clearly or if the fish do. Zhang Yuqi clenched her fist. Are you one to forget a beating after a meal? You're a host, yet you speak so harshly. It's no wonder the fish look down on you and mock you. Hua Xiao instinctively dodged as Zhang Yuqi waved her hand. Unconvinced by her claim that there were indeed fish in the water, he leaned over to take a look, only to discover that Zhang Yuqi was not lying. A black fish was curiously staring back at him with its mouth agape. Fuming, Hua Xiao dropped his fishing rod and slapped the water in frustration. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to fish here. At the very least, show me some respect. Zhang Yuqi's sharp laughter pierced the sky. Oh, Hua Xiao. A man like you has truly reached a new low. Watch this. Chapter 77. The red umbrella and the white pole. Could you please refrain from causing a ruckus? Hua Xiao pushed Zhang Yuqi's hand away. Do you have any idea how challenging fishing can be? It isn't something an amateur like you can simply jump into. Furthermore, the circumstances have changed drastically. If we fail to catch any fish, we shall have nothing to eat all day. Zhang Yuqi shot him a disdainful glance and, without a moment's hesitation, seized the fishing rod. Do you wonder why that fish isn't biting, but merely watching you? It's because you're incapable. How dare you say a man is incapable? That is the utmost insult. Hua Xiao's face darkened in an instant, and in a fit of pique, he relinquished the fishing rod entirely to Yuqi. Go ahead, try it yourself. You will soon discover how difficult fishing truly is. And then you won't be so quick to mock me. I don't care anymore. I'd rather starve today. The awkward atmosphere did not escape the notice of the online viewers, who felt quite uncomfortable. Have these two wandered into the wrong show? They ought to be on goodbye. My love, I actually think they make quite the pair. One is outrageously domineering, and the other is utterly shameless. However, Yuqi's comment on Hua Xiao's incompetence was indeed excessive. I must say, well said. I have never seen such a petty man as Hua Xiao. When he tossed the fishing rod to Yuqi, it was with such force that she nearly lost her balance. Let the two of them engage in their little duel. Neither of them will have a meal today. I'm off. The atmosphere over at Shu He's place is far more entertaining, with Yang drinking sock water and stacking humans. What? I thought there would be excitement here, but I misjudged. I must hurry back. Shu He's live stream is the true gathering place for our family. Initially, with Yuqi's arrival, Hua Xiao's live stream had garnered some attention, not due to popularity, but because the bickering between these two was genuinely entertaining for the audience. However, upon hearing that Shu He's stream promised more amusement, most viewers opted to return. Zhang Yuqi ignored the sulking Hua Xiao sitting nearby and clumsily tossed the fishing rod into the water. Hua Xiao glanced at her and scoffed. If you manage to catch a fish today, I'll bow to you twice. Yuqi, pretending to focus intently on the surface of the sea, retorted. Your cunning is even less than that of a fledgling swallow. Just be quiet. Hua Xiao, infuriated, felt his hair almost stand on end. Yet he found himself powerless against Yuqi. To everyone's surprise, not long after, she indeed had a fish on the line. In a flurry, she attempted to reel it in. But her inexperience nearly let the fish escape. Seeing this, Hua Xiao's face lit up with excitement. Forgetting their previous quarrels, he rushed over to assist. With a strong tug, a fish of considerable size leapt from the water. Yuqi squealed in delight. I really caught one. This is so much fun. Oh my goodness. Haha. When Hua Xiao scooped it up with the net, he was astonished to find it was a black rockfish. Yuqi squatted beside him, her face aglow with excitement. Well? What do you think, old dang? Now bow to me. Hua Xiao looked at Zhang Yuqi in disbelief. How utterly absurd. A complete novice, who could barely hold the rod steady, had caught a sea fish in less than 10 minutes. Truly, the world had turned upside down. Zhang Yuqi rose to her feet and forcefully pressed Hua Xiao's head down twice, exclaiming, the esteemed lady has graciously accepted this. Take a good look at this fish. This is what one calls character. Hua Xiao, fumbling and irate, straightened his posture and retorted, if I hadn't helped you, would you have succeeded in reeling it in? The fact that there's a fish biting is merely a novice's grace period. What nonsense about character. Observing Hua Xiao's flustered demeanor as he spoke indiscriminately before the camera, Zhang Yuqi chuckled triumphantly, intending to continue fishing. How amusing. But fret not. I shall not stoop to your level. As long as I have something to eat, you shall not be neglected. After all, it's not my fault you're lacking. Hua Xiao exhaled in exasperation. This female boxer. How brazen. Meanwhile, Shu He continued to forage for ingredients in the rainforest, while Hua Chenyu sought a suitable spot for relief. On Yang side, only the three young ladies remained to tend to his barely conscious state. At this point, There was little to be done aside from occasionally providing Yang with water and fanning him, as he was a robust young man, and his condition visibly improved. The three young ladies resumed their chatter. Bai Lu remarked, "Reba, I see you've gathered quite a haul. Aside from the inedible ghost mangoes, are there any other edible finds?" Reba retrieved the bag Shu He had set aside and disdainfully tossed out the ghost mangoes one by one. "Aside from these toxic fruits, we also found mushrooms. Unsure if they are edible, I plan to have Shu He examine them." Bai Lu leaned in closer, peering into the bag. "These are not poisonous. I recognize them. They are ordinary porcini. When I was young, I had relatives in Dianqing who often took us foraging." She concluded with enthusiasm. "If these are sawed with a bit of meat, they are incredibly delicious." Having said that, she extracted one from the bag and scrutinized it under the sunlight. Yang Chaowei joined Bai Lu in her examination, expressing skepticism. "I don't believe it. These mushrooms all look the same. There is no way to distinguish them." Bai Lu patiently illustrated the details of the porcini to Chaowei, stating, "Look at it. The cap is large, the flesh is thick, and the stem is robust. Not only is it flavorful, but it is also highly nutritious. Reba, you are fortunate. Ever since I left Dianqing, I've rarely encountered such delectable mushrooms." Reba chuckled at Bai Lu's words, acknowledging that despite her group facing dangerous situations, there was still a silver lining. "Bai Lu, you're impressive. Being with Shu He has certainly sharpened your ability to identify wild plants." Bai Lu humbly waved her hand. "This is merely childhood experience. I cannot compare to Shu He." Yang Chaowei, still doubtful, scoffed, "I still don't believe it." Bai Lu hissed in frustration, "Why are you so obstinate? Even someone like me, who has spent considerable time among mushrooms, cannot convince you. If they were poisonous, why didn't Shu He mention it upon seeing them?" Chaowei, with a skeptical gaze, replied, "I wasn't present at the time either, but considering Yang's condition, it seems Shu He was merely seeking something to procure water. Within the fruit lies juice. Yet it is also laced with poison. There is no longer any need for him to examine the mushrooms." Reba, with a finger resting on her chin, nodded slightly. "Indeed. That was the situation at that time. It was rather urgent, so he might have been too preoccupied to pay attention to the matter of the mushrooms." Upon seeing Reba doubt herself, Bai Lu grew anxious. "Why do you not believe me either? Shu He is so cautious. Could it be that she wouldn't inform us these mushrooms are toxic? The reality is that this mushroom is, in fact, an edible porcini. If you doubt me, I shall eat one before you. You can witness my well-being." At the mention of Bai Lu's demonstration, even Yang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them wide. "No." The three of them reached out their hands in unison, while Bai Lu casually brushed off the dirt from the mushroom and popped it directly into her mouth. Observing the astonished expressions of the trio, Bai Lu gulped down the mushroom. "This is the flavor. There is absolutely nothing wrong. In our childhood, we would eat them raw, though they are not as succulent as when cooked. So, how about it? Do you see that I am unharmed? Chuwei, do you concede this time?" Chuwei chuckled awkwardly. "Heh, I concede. Internally, she lamented her decision to challenge Bai Lu, though her intentions were merely to raise awareness among her friends. Who could have anticipated that Bai Lu would eat the raw mushroom to prove her point? The three of them cautiously observed Bai Lu, and after 10 minutes, seeing that she remained perfectly fine, they gradually relaxed. It appears that Bai Lu possesses a significant degree of experience in mushroom identification. At that moment, Wachunya returned, his complexion having turned from pale to a sickly yellow once again, holding a substantial bundle of broad leaves in his hands. Chapter 78, Gathering Wild Beehives? Unpleasant memories. Yang Chaowei gazed at him with palpable concern. "Hua, how are you feeling? Are you any better?" Hua Chunyu's complexion was far from ideal, yet he wore a smile. "I'm all right. Drinking from the stream did indeed cause some stomach trouble, but it's likely due to my weak constitution these past couple of days. Thankfully, my condition isn't as severe as when I had cold fruits on an empty stomach. My stomach is already improving." Chaowei sighed in relief. "I'm glad to hear that. However, in your current state, it would be unwise to forage for food. Let us return and see if anyone has any surplus to exchange." Hua Chunyu squatted beside Chaowei, a look of remorse on his face. "Sister Chaowei, I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured by following me. Today, I shall bear all the cost of our exchanges. Still, we have not returned empty-handed. Look at these broad leaves I've gathered. Our tissues are non-renewable resources, and we can utilize these leaves when the opportunity arises." Chaowei scrutinized the large leaves in Hua Chunyu's hands, and then his face. "Did you just use them to?" Hua Chunyu scratched his head sheepishly. "Indeed. However, the texture of these leaves surpasses that of tissues. They are smooth and cool. When we have the chance, we can use them to save a considerable amount of tissues. I am gradually discovering the secrets to surviving on a deserted island. One must learn to use local resources. Much like Shu He, this is how we achieve a harmonious coexistence with nature. We must conserve the supplies given by the production team and Director Li. Look at how many large leaves I've gathered. I'll share them with everyone when we return. His assertion held some truth. Yet his description of the leaves' texture left several feeling uneasy. To give themselves time to acclimate to a lifestyle reminiscent of primitive existence. None of them reached for the broad leaves immediately. Hua nonchalantly placed them into a bag. Considering that tissues were a necessity, perhaps they could exchange these leaves later. Bailu observed that everyone was quite receptive to the idea of exchanging goods, realizing she had been overly cautious earlier. Given that everyone's foraging results had been lackluster, and Shu He had collected a substantial amount of noseberry fruit, it seemed this venture would yield a profit. Speaking of which, Shu He should be returning soon. Right? She stood up, scanning the area for his silhouette. The more time they spent together, the more she wished to remain by his side. As viewers watched Bailu searching the distance, the earlier tension began to dissipate. When Bailu, in a moment of defiance, popped a mushroom into her mouth. Nearly everyone in the chat urged her to stop. However, none present could intervene, leaving the barrage of comments feeling futile. Some claimed it was a bolete, something they had consumed since childhood, while others warned that while some boletes could be eaten raw, others were toxic. There were also those who noted the resemblance between boletes and the toxic green hand, cautioning that it was quite dangerous. Bailu appeared to be in no immediate danger. She seemed unfazed. This girl was incredibly bold, tossing it straight into her mouth. In a flurry of words, Bailu felt an urgent need to validate her experience. And it must be said that she is indeed capable of such feats. The girl possesses a certain stubbornness that startled everyone. However, do not be overly optimistic. Human digestion and absorption typically span a period of 20 to 40 minutes, making it premature to draw any conclusions at this stage. Let us refrain from uttering such ominous thoughts. Hua has genuinely matured considerably. Perhaps the task of sourcing seeds has prompted a renewed understanding of life. He even seems to have taken steps to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, there will come a day when tissues run out. So seeking renewable alternatives from nature aligns with the values advocated by the state. What if these leaves are toxic? Surely, there aren't that many poisonous substances. What Shu He found must be safe for use and consumption. At this moment, Shu He was gazing blankly at a vast wild beehive before him. Should he bring it back, not only would there be sweet and delectable honey, but also be larvae packed with protein far surpassing that of beef. Yet, the dense swarm of wasps left him feeling bewildered. From past experiences, extracting such wild honeycombs typically necessitated professional protective gear. Although the production team and Director Lee had thoughtfully prepared some equipment, they had regrettably overlooked bee protective suits. The survival skills provided by the system suggested using smoke. But if the wild bees were agitated, could he truly escape unscathed? At that moment, the observation room commenced its session, with the host, Yin Lu, still at the helm. The love observers this time were the ethereal Lu Yifei and outdoor survival expert Bear Grylls. Yin Lu greeted warmly, "Hello, everyone. The two esteemed love observers we have invited today need no introduction. I wonder if either of you has had the chance to watch our live broadcast before." The celestial sister offered a serene smile. No. Bear Grylls nodded politely and, in fluent English, expressed, "I regret not having the opportunity to watch this program abroad. But I did some research prior to today's broadcast. It appears to be a rather novel dating reality show, devoid of rules or scripts, offering comprehensive care to the guests. Yet their situations seem to deteriorate, especially upon witnessing Yang faint. I, alongside the entire production team, broke into a cold sweat. However, this young man named Shu He is remarkably clever. Who would have thought to use a sock? At this, Bear Grylls could not help but chuckle, ahem. My apologies. That was truly ingenious. We ought to learn from his adaptability. As in the great outdoors, unseen dangers may lurk at any moment. Upon seeing the new observers, the online audience erupted in cheers. Celestial sister. Truly so aloof. She is breathtakingly beautiful, aside from her somewhat peculiar pairing of trumpet jeans and a cartoon shirt. She is flawless from every angle. Her fashion sense is outrageous, but it is her beauty that carries it. Were I to don such an outfit, my mother would likely call me a country bumpkin. Bear Grylls, Bear Grylls, Bear Grylls. I only recognize Bear Grylls in the survival series. The man at the pinnacle of the food chain has arrived, with a hand over his mouth, crying, "How wonderful!" With Bear Grylls around, I no longer fear the incomprehensible survival tactics of Shu He. He surprisingly endorses the method of purifying water using socks. Yin Lu gazed at Bear Grylls with the expression of one who has discovered a new world and inquired warmly, "Do you believe that using socks to purify water is a viable method?" Bear Grylls shrugged with open hands. Why wouldn't it be? It has even broadened my perspective. When faced with symptoms of dehydration, I now have numerous solutions. You see, many items can extract moisture. The key lies in filtration. One pair of socks can indeed conquer the world. Having watched the program for so long, Lu began to take an interest in outdoor survival. I wonder if, after the show concludes, I might have the fortune to join you in experiencing outdoor survival? Bear Grylls clapped his hands. You are most welcome. I shall demonstrate how to drink water using socks. Beside them, the typically aloof Lu Yifei revealed a faint smile. Lu turned to her. Yifei, you have never watched our program. Do you have any expectations regarding our performances? Yifei replied coolly, in terms of emotions, I am. Like you, quite intrigued by the survival segments. However, the idea of drinking water from socks is rather difficult to accept. If Shu He were to offer me water from his socks, I might feel inclined to harm him. Lu disagreed with Yifei's sentiment. When the choice is between life and a sip of sock water, I believe the answer will become clear in a survival situation. Bear Grylls, it seems Shu He is about to retrieve the beehive. Do you have any good strategies? Bear Grylls sorrowfully shook his head. Some memories are too painful to revisit. Chapter 79. The Poison of the Calla Lily. Survival skills informed Shu He that even the most ferocious wild bees feared the smoke. Faced with such a bounty of delectable offerings, he decided to take a bold step. Shu He turned and began to gather hay and fresh branches, placing the hay in the center as fuel and arranging the fresh branches around it. This method would not only produce smoke but also provide a degree of protection. Once a suitable bundle of twigs and hay was prepared, he bound them tightly with vines and ignited a small clump of hay with a lighter, swiftly stuffing it into the branches, blowing gently to ignite the drywood within. The smoke began to billow forth. For safety, Shu He approached the edge of the beehive, testing the waters with a few scattered wild bees. Wherever the smoke wafted, the bees retreated in disarray. Observing the situation, Shu He made a beeline for the base of the large beehive. Countless wild bees clung to the surface. And as the smoke dispersed, the once calm bees went into a frenzy, darting chaotically in every direction. Shu He stood nearest to the smoke, occasionally swirling the branches around himself and directing them towards the hive. Noticing that no bees dared approach, he stood confidently, unperturbed. In the observation room, Bear Grylls was equally astonished, rubbing his face with his hands. This man is more reckless than the wild bees. How did I not think to approach the hive with a burning branch like this? Lu Yifei, unfamiliar with Bear Grylls' shows, politely inquired, how did you handle it back then? Bear Grylls chuckled wryly. I merely used large amounts of hay to smoke the entrance, providing little protection for myself. Consequently, a bee landed on my forehead. I had no intention of harming it, but as the saying goes in your culture, that wild bee had no sense of honor. When it flew away, it left a stinger embedded in my skin. Later, when I reviewed the footage, my forehead was swollen to the point of resembling Doctor Strange. Yifei imagined the scene and stifled a laugh. Bear Grylls shrugged. If only I had known Shu He sooner. I wouldn't have tarnished my illustrious reputation in front of wild bees. Before long, the number of bees on the hive had diminished significantly. After a brief period of additional smoking, Shu He approached to pilfer their home. The poor wild bees were left to seek new shelter. But such is the nature of societal humanitarian laws, as well as the inherent rules of the jungle. Shu He carefully peeled away a large portion of the beehive, casually collecting a few banana leaves and vines to wrap it up, returning triumphantly. He beamed with joy, grinning widely while blinking away tears caused by the smoke. On the way back, he also gathered a handful of thunder mushrooms, which typically thrive in stormy weather. The sight of such high-quality greens must surely be a gift from the recently abated typhoon. Returning home, Lei Gong's son was stir-fried with minced garlic, resulting in a dish that was both crisp and sweet, brimming with plant fibers. The honeycomb could be combined with coconut meat and the mucus fruit to create a simple dessert, providing carbohydrates, vitamins, and energy. As for protein, one could only rely on bee pupae. Considering that Bai Lu might not be able to tolerate such a robust delicacy, he pondered ways to conceal the dish from her. As he was scheming for this wild feast, so he noticed Bai Lu standing at a distance, gazing at him. Both wore broad smiles, drawing closer with identical expressions. The netizens couldn't help but comment, how sweet and awkward these two look. The husband hunts while the wife waits at the door, a bountiful return. Not only will this couple feast well, but they can also trade the surplus. Their smiles radiate genuine joy. It's beautiful. I believe in love again. Bai Lu seemed on the verge of bursting into laughter, embodying the essence of a naive village beauty, just as everyone reveled in their intimate reunion. Bai Lu's next words sent the live stream into chaos. Daddy. Shu He's smile froze on his face. What on earth? He turned to search behind him, half expecting a surprise parent meeting segment, but there was no one in sight. As he looked back at Bai Lu, who was slowly leaning closer, he sensed something was amiss, as if her spirit had been drained. What's wrong? Bai Lu leaned forward, softly resting her head on Shu He's shoulder, murmuring, Daddy. Shu He, holding the wild honeycomb and Lei Gong's son, instinctively cleared a space on his chest, bewildered. What's the matter? Upon asking again, he suddenly recalled the hot pad and the trendy porcini mushrooms in Yang Yang's bag. Had Bai Lu eaten them raw? Surely not. After consuming so much mucus fruit, She couldn't possibly be hungry. With this thought, he swiftly lifted her, clutching the handful of Lei Gong's san, and carried her step by step to where the others were resting. Yang Yang was slowly rising with their assistance, seemingly recovering well. The edge of his shorts was stuffed with a broad leaf, hanging down to cover any unsightly bits. Shu He scrutinized the leaf, making Yang Yang uncomfortable. Shu He, stop staring at that. We're both men here. Look at you, holding Bai Lu like that. So close. It's inappropriate. What kind of twisted logic was this? Shu He shouted, take that damned leaf off. Shu He, if you strip me bare in front of the camera and make me drink sock water, I won't complain. I know you're trying to save me. But please, let me retain a shred of my manly dignity. With a sense of exasperation, Shu He decided to cease further conversation with him. She gently leaned Bai Lu against a tree stump and carefully placed their recent finds aside. Turning back, she swiftly tore the leaves off his body. Yang Yang instinctively covered himself, his lips trembling slightly. Both Ba and Xiao Yu observed his predicament with a hint of trepidation. They did not perceive any issue with Yang Yang's modesty, especially given the presence of cameras all around. After discarding the leaves, Shu He immediately began rinsing off with water, hastily rubbing 2 fingers together to shake off the sand. These are the leaves of the Dieffenbachia, a veritable toxic plant. Contact with the skin can result in itching and rashes. Upon hearing this, Yang Yang's face paled in alarm, prompting him to seek a discreet spot to inspect himself. Meanwhile, the others instinctively shifted their gaze towards Hua Chenyu. They noted that his face had turned crimson. He had initially intended to discreetly scratch himself while the attention was elsewhere. But the collective gaze upon his unseemly action left him utterly flustered. Shu He. Xiao Yu prodded him with a finger. The issue here is not with Yang Yang. He has only just encountered it. Hua's situation might be far more complicated. This Dieffenbachia leaf was what he resorted to after realizing he had no paper available. What should we do? Shu He exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Chapter 80. I am not your father. I shall first attend to Bai Lu. Hua Chenyu, you must endure for a moment. The pleasant mood that Shu He had just experienced was swiftly dashed as he returned to Bai Lu's side. What was the matter with her? Reba, having not yet detected her unusual state, assumed that the two had merely been affectionate after Shu He had assisted her back, and felt it was best not to intrude. However, upon hearing Shu He express his intention to check on Bai Lu, and recalling her earlier consumption of mushrooms, Reba's expression changed dramatically. Xiao Yu and Reba hurriedly knelt beside Bai Lu, who murmured softly, Xiao Yu, Reba, I see many mouths on the ground. Is this real? Xiao Yu widened her eyes, glanced at the ground. Then back at Bai Lu. This isn't real. What else can you see? Bai Lu remained limp. I see many little people running about. Reba covered her mouth in shock. Oh my goodness. Shu He approached the 3 young ladies, and Bai Lu looked at him, forcing a smile. Father, did the program team invite you? Dad. Xiao Yu pointed at Shu He, then at Bai Lu. I am not your father. I am Shu He. Xiao Yu, where is your water? Hurry and give it to her to dilute the poison, and then we must induce vomiting. As Shu He spoke, he gently brushed aside Bai Lu's hair to assess her complexion. Xiao Yu handed him the remaining bottle of water, and Shu He supported Bai Lu's back. Drink this bottle of water. I want tea. Bai Lu retorted, covering her mouth. You are clearly my father. Why won't you admit it? Are you a little person turned into a monster? Shu He wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating that if Bai Lu refused to drink the water willingly, he might have to resort to more forceful measures. Just as he was about to take drastic action, Reba gently nudged him. Why not just go along with her? Isn't it simply being a father to Bai Lu for a moment? This indeed sounded like a gentle solution. With a resigned tone, Shu He said, All right, my dear, drink the water for father. It is quite warm here. Bai Lu managed a weak smile. I knew it. Then she grasped the bottle with both hands and gulped down a couple of swigs. Father, I am no longer thirsty. Does Bai Lu not feel weak? Shu He inquired gently, his patience unwavering as he patted Bai Lu's head. You saw how Yang Yang was when he was dehydrated. Once you drink, you will regain your strength. Be a good girl. Bai Lu, taking this seriously, recalled a rather alarming incident involving a half-naked man fainting. Oh, I remember. Fainting is quite frightening. She finished the entire bottle with a series of gulps. Let her kneel and induce vomiting. I will check on Hua Chenyu. Shu He entrusted Bai Lu to the 2 young ladies, taking the empty bottles with him as he sought a secluded spot to relieve himself away from prying eyes. From the morning until now, I have not visited the restroom. This should suffice. Upon returning, he abruptly seized the contorted body of Hua Chenyu and exclaimed, Here, find a place to cleanse yourself with this. As he washed, he felt the intensity of the itch, pondering about Yang Yang's condition, hoping there would be a little left for him. Hua Chenyu gazed at the somewhat discolored water bottle, feeling a deep reluctance within. Shu He, is this your urine? I cannot bring myself to do it. Why did I have to give Yang Yang the fresh water while I must resort to urine? These 2 bottles of water are ours. Shu He directly yanked at his collar, shouting furiously, I have no time for your useless chatter. Haven't you heard of that person abroad who, after suffering intolerable itching from taro poisoning, ended up taking his own life? The only way to thoroughly cleanse the toxins from taro is with saline water. And what else can be considered saline besides urine? If you still desire a healthy rear, you must do as I say this instant. Huachenyu was sufficiently frightened by Shu He's demeanor, his hands incessantly scratching at the itchy spots. He realized Shu He was not lying. As he too felt an overwhelming impulse to end it all, there was no time for hesitation. He gritted his teeth and took the 2 water bottles from Shu He and walked away. Shu He turned to see the 2 girls coaxing and patting, while Bai Lu knelt on the ground, alternating between laughter and tears. Wah. Shu He dislikes me. I can't throw up. Hey, do you see? The little one is moving. This time, pretending to be a parent might not work. Shu He stood behind Bai Lu, placing a finger in her mouth and pressing firmly at the base of her tongue. According to skill enhancement advice, when the tongue is forcefully curled backward, it can expedite the vomiting process. Indeed, it wasn't long before Bai Lu began to retch violently. Fortunately, he had returned early. The porcini mushrooms had hardly been absorbed. It was only when Bal began to surface that Bai Lu slowly lifted her head. Reba, feeling sympathetic, took out a tissue to wipe her face. Just let it out. Don't be afraid, Lulu. Bai Lu leaned her head against Reba's embrace. Mama. Yang Chaowei plopped down onto the ground, exhaling heavily. This morning has been utterly terrifying. Watching Shu He navigate the rainforest with ease. How did it turn our paradise into hell? Shu He supported Bai Lu with one arm, effortlessly lifting her onto his back. Now is not the time for sentiments. She has always been obedient. Why did she suddenly consume the mushrooms from the bag? Yang Chaowei immediately straightened up, lowering her head to apologize timidly. It's all my fault. Bai Lu said she often ate this when she was young, and I didn't believe her. As a result, in her panic, she demonstrated it for us. She seemed to know that this was porcini, and since she had no adverse reactions after eating it, I let my guard down. Shu He, it's all my mistake. Shu He jostled Bai Lu gently on his back. This is not your fault. There are over 450 species of porcini mushrooms, and this one is known as the Lanmao porcini, also referred to as Jian Shou Qing. How much has Bai Lu consumed? Reba extended a finger. Just one. Shu He nodded. That's fortunate. The amount was small and she has already expelled it. After a while, she will completely return to normal. The symptoms are merely some hallucinations. Her body will not suffer any serious harm, so do not worry. Shu He surveyed the surroundings. You two wait for Huachenyu and Yang Ang. Please bring me the items on the ground. I need to take Bai Lu back first. Chaiwe quickly stood up and handed over the pile of items that Shu He had gathered. You're having difficulty carrying them. Allow me to help you take them back. No need. Managing to get those 2 men back is already quite taxing for you. Just as they were deliberating on how to transport the items, Huachenyu and Yang Ang returned. Huachenyu had used up more than half a bottle of urine, and his movements had noticeably diminished, though he still swayed slightly while walking. Yang Ang pouted, mentioning that a certain area of his skin had indeed turned a bit red and was starting to itch. Shu He grimaced, unwilling to linger on the matter, and took the remaining small half bottle of urine from Huachenyu, splashing a couple of drops onto Yang Yang's shorts. Yang Ang jumped in exasperation but could not evade it. Huachenyu approached and patted him on the shoulder. Do not struggle. This substance can save your life. Yang Ang pointed at the remaining bottle of urine in his hand. You too? Yes. Huachenyu remarkably lowered his head in seriousness, seeing that everyone had calmed down. Reba spoke. Let us return together. The group nodded and followed Shu He. Just as they were about to exit the rainforest, they spotted Hua Xiao sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, while Zhang Yuqi stood beside him, hands on her hips, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 81. To maintain dignity or to preserve life. Their fishing gear was strewn across the ground. Hua Xiao sat on the ground, grasping his glasses, gritting his teeth, and fanning himself with his hand, appearing utterly drained. Zhang Yuqi, noticing several individuals emerging from the rainforest, was about to seize this lifeline, only to realize that they too seemed rather unwell. The most striking among them was the half-clad Yang Ang, followed by Shu He, who was laden with bags and carrying Bai Lu on his back. Bai Lu muttered something indistinctly, while Huachenyu wore his customary grim expression, though now he fidgeted restlessly, occasionally tugging at his shirt from behind. In contrast, the only seemingly normal individuals were Reba, Chaowei, and Shu He. What on earth is going on with you all? Oh my goodness, Yang, please put on your trousers. With that physique, you shouldn't be flaunting it. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Yuqi wrinkled her nose. And what is that unpleasant odor? Did you go foraging for food or building a toilet? Chaowei released her grip on Huachenyu's shirt and stepped forward to Zhang Yuqi. Weren't you supposed to be fishing? How did you end up here in the rainforest? Zhang Yuqi rolled her eyes at the prostrate Hua Xiao on the ground. Ask him. He couldn't catch a single fish himself, so when I managed to catch 2, He insisted on coming to the rainforest to show off his skills. But just as he was about to set down the gear, he squatted down and couldn't get back up. Zhang Yuqi crossed her arms defiantly. Humph. If he could stand up and return to the camp with me, I would be eternally grateful. It seemed that Hua Xiao's condition was rather dire. Chai Wei inquired tentatively, have you given him any water? Yuqi pointed at the empty bottle on the ground. He drank a whole bottle, but it was of no avail. She glanced at the drone overhead and chided, hey, production team, what kind of male contestants do you have here besides Shu He? Just take a look. That one is half naked, that one is fidgeting, and this one looks like he's on the brink of death. The three male contestants felt somewhat embarrassed by her remarks, and Yang Yang shyly pushed away the supportive Reba. Shu He adjusted Bailu on his back and inquired, when fishing, was Hua Xiao's head fully exposed to the sun? Zhang Yuqi fell silent, but quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed. He may have suffered a bit of heat stroke. Hua Xiao, can you stand up now? Through his peripheral vision, he saw Hua Xiao shaking his head weakly, beads of sweat cascading down to the ground. Sighing, Shu He turned his gaze to Huaqinyu. Hua, please bring that remaining bottle over here. Yuqi, do you have a handkerchief or something similar? Huaqinyu handed over the remaining substantial portion of urine to Shu He. Zhang Yuqi stared blankly at the bottle in his hand, the color, the scent. Could it be that what she detected was indeed? As Yuqi's mind struggled to comprehend, it became evident that discerning the origin of the bottle was a laborious task. Yang Yang then offered his half-sleeve to Shu He, saying, Brother, use this. Shu He nodded in agreement, requesting him to hold it for a moment. He then proceeded to soak the half-sleeve with the liquid from the bottle. Once the bottle was emptied, he took the garment from Yang Yang, who was nearly unable to hold onto it, and with a resounding slap, he smacked it onto Hua Xiao's head. Hua Xiao, taken aback and momentarily bewildered by the sudden draping of a damp cloth over his head, was startled, but soon felt a refreshing breeze that alleviated his dizziness. Zhang Yuqi gazed disdainfully at the half-sleeve. When it landed atop Hua Xiao's head, her mind nearly shrank in disbelief. Instinctively, Yuqi let out a scream and jumped back a few steps. Shu He, with an impassive expression, remarked, once Hua Xiao feels better, take him back immediately. Hua Xiao, upon your return, take a cool shower and replenish your fluids. Keep me updated on your condition. Hua Xiao, still adorned with the half-sleeve, found the peculiar scent oddly comforting and was reluctant to remove it. Shu He could only see a head bobbing under the damp fabric and chose not to intervene further. Carrying Bailu back to the camp. Reba, Xiaoyu, one of you come and assist me in caring for her. Was Shu He being a bit excessive? I suspect he was deliberate in his actions, offering them sock water and urine under the pretense of healing. Apologies, I just checked, and Shu He was indeed correct. Saline can neutralize the toxins from calla lilies. Isn't seawater saline? For the sake of others' dignity and health, why not retreat a little further away? Yet, returning from a distance, Yang Yang became dehydrated, Huaqinyu was afflicted with itching, and Hua Xiao fainted from heat stroke. Where did all these little fairies in the comments section come from? Of course, aside from those who speak without feeling the pain, many netizens rallied, exclaiming, wow, the audacious trio, a tale of a life-saving urine. The three in the observation room fell into a contemplative silence. Belle scrutinized Shu He's actions with earnest consideration. Louis Fei had never witnessed such an authentic variety show. Forget about scripts. The celebrity auras were extinguished one by urine. Her previously composed demeanor occasionally broke into expressions of surprise at Shu He's antics, and ultimately, when he slapped the half-sleeve onto Hua Xiao's head, she could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Although Yin Lu is the host, she has never encountered such a vigorous dating reality show. She scratched her head and said, well, Mr. Bell, the method of using urine to alleviate symptoms, as suggested by Shu He, has indeed shocked our audience in the live stream. As an outdoor survival expert, do you have any better recommendations? Bell scoffed disdainfully. A better suggestion? Do you think you are merely browsing a pharmacy? I find this remedy rather uncomfortable. Is there a more suitable alternative? Let me tell you, when outdoors, any life-saving method is the best. There is no room for negotiation. The more techniques you master, the higher your chances of survival. I believe our discussion should not revolve around finding better alternatives, but rather on how these male celebrities should express their gratitude to Shu He. His approach has provided me with numerous insights, and I would like to remind everyone that when you decide to survive in the wild, do not transpose your urban lifestyle into it. Bell's tone was quite assertive, and the pretentious comments in the chat, criticizing Shu He for his lack of hygiene, began to dwindle. Yin Lu handed Belle a glass of water and said, Belle, please calm down. Why do you seem so upset when this topic arises? After a moment of reflection, Belle sighed and softened his tone. I apologize. I may have taken it too personally. Many doctors once came forward to denounce the dangers of my survival techniques, even threatening to cancel my show. All I want to convey is that their medical expertise is about living well, while my methods are solely about surviving. Witnessing Shu He face a similar predicament today is truly difficult to remain composed. Yin Lu, let me ask you, in such a situation, would you prioritize dignity or life? Chapter 82. Chao Yu must team up with Shu He. Surely, life takes precedence. Yin Lu's response was resolute, and buyer nodded in satisfaction. You are a remarkably brave and authentic woman. I eagerly anticipate your participation in my program. The perilous predicament of Yang Yang is beyond question. While Huachin Yu might afford to wait a little longer, his compliance with Shu He's guidance, despite being aware of the nature of the liquid, indicates he can no longer bear the affliction of the toxins. Perhaps there is still time to fetch water from the seaside while cooling down Hua Xiao, or, akin to the earlier instance with Yang Yang, enlist someone to ascend a tree to gather water. However, I believe Shu He has expended much of his stamina after a morning of such exertions and possesses little energy remaining. Furthermore, his patience has been thoroughly depleted, and Bai Lu's treatment remains incomplete. Upon hearing Bayer's remarks, Yin Lu and Lu Yifei gained a deeper understanding of Shu He. Yin Lu recalled a particular incident. Indeed, it was only fitting for Hua Xiao to have his head covered with such fabric. Lu Yifei's expression shifted to one of discomfort at her words. After all, this is a variety show with countless viewers observing. Even though Hua Xiao's reputation has taken a hit, it is hardly prudent for the host to publicly lead the narrative. Just as she contemplated a question to steer Yin Lu away from this topic, Yin Lu continued. During a previous fishing excursion, Hua Xiao and Huachin Yu, lacking any protective measures, nearly succumbed to heatstroke. Shu He had even fashioned tree rings for them, yet Hua Xiao's memory appears as fleeting as ever. Now it makes sense. If an individual persistently engages in folly, there is little reason to concern oneself excessively for their welfare. Lu Yifei remarked coolly, then he deserves it. Both Yin Lu and Bayer nodded in agreement. Shu He carried Bai Lu into the room, with Yang Chaowei trailing behind them. Reba chose to observe the conditions of Huachin Yu and Yang Yang while also assisting Yu Qi in watching over Hua Xiao. Upon their return, Godzilla immediately ceased its stair-climbing training, and after a great sigh of relief, began to chase after Shu He to voice its grievances. Jiao Jiao Jiao. Wu Shu He bent down and gently patted Jiao Jiao's belly with his foot, noting how the fine hair on its belly was nearly worn away. Godzilla, evidently determined to take Jiao Jiao mountain climbing next time, was indeed quite harsh. Don't feel aggrieved. I'll add extra meals for you too shortly. Jiao Jiao. The two jubilantly followed Shu He, dashing back and forth. Godzilla stood up to sniff Bai Lu's legs and, upon recognizing the person behind, excitedly dashed away, only to turn tail and scurry back into the room upon realizing it was Chao Yu. Godzilla darling, why are you so afraid of me? I've merely put you in a bag a few times. I promise not to do that again. Let us reconcile. Godzilla ignored her. Shu He entered the room, sat at the edge of the bed, and tossed Bai Lu onto the mattress. Daddy, what happened? Bai Lu, with her soft and delicate voice, touched her head. Bewildered by the unfolding events, Shu arose from beside the bed and addressed Chao Wei. I shall fetch some medicine and milk. Please keep an eye on her. After a somewhat improper salute, Chao Wei curiously scrutinized Bai Lu and inquired, Shu He is your father, and you call Reba your mother. What am I to you? Bai Lu extended her hands as if grasping something in the air. You are simply Chao Wei, aren't you? Look, there are so many threads here. What kind of threads? Thin ones. I shall catch one for you. He. Furrowing her brow, Bai Lu pretended to pull a thread from the air, expertly tracing it with her fingertips, continuously showing it to Chao Wei. Upon returning, Shu He handed the milk to Chao Wei. Let her drink some milk to counteract the poison. He then mixed montmorillonite powder with warm water, stirring it persistently. Chao Wei coaxed Bai Lu to drink the milk and asked Shu He, is this effective? Indeed, milk and egg whites can have detoxifying effects, while montmorillonite forms a protective barrier in the stomach to prevent further absorption of toxins. Chao Wei nodded. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Without you, we might have all been doomed today. However, Bai Lu's condition was peculiar. She could discern reality, yet occasionally experienced hallucinations. Shu He stirred the spoon in his hand. That's correct. Toxins affect the brain, creating a blend of truth and illusion. Having vomited earlier, Bai Lu felt discomfort in her stomach, and after a few sips of milk, she no longer wished to continue. Chao Wei, with a mischievous grin, remarked, you are the one refusing to drink. If you become too unwell to continue streaming, I will team up with Shu He. Don't say I'm being unkind then. It's your fault for being disobedient. Bai Lu's expression darkened in an instant. You little adversary. Chao Wei tilted her head defiantly. What of it? You wouldn't dare confess your feelings, would you? In simple terms, are you not two sides of the same coin? Reba could also swap her team members. Why can't I? Unless you tell me right now that you like Shu He. Bai Lu glanced at Shu He, feeling embarrassed, and replied, no. My father is still here. Is it not enough for me to drink the milk? Chao Wei, not yet satisfied, sought to provoke Bai Lu further. while Shu He mixed salt and sugar into the electrolyte water and gently discouraged her. That's enough. Shu He. Her mental state is quite unstable. Don't provoke her further. Fine. Shu He pouted, watching Bailu drink the milk in boredom. After one bottle, Shu He presented 3 bottles of prepared electrolyte solution to Shu He. I will retrieve the items that fell earlier in the rainforest. Keep an eye on Bailu. After a few minutes for her to digest the milk, let her take the montmorillonite. If she feels thirsty afterward, allow her to drink this electrolyte water. Shu He stared quizzically at the bottles in Shu He's hand. So, this so-called electrolyte water is merely water with a bit of sugar and salt added? Shu He called forth the Godzilla hidden under the bed and patted the little bird. Precisely. If Wawa feels better, he might even be able to prepare it himself. After all, if he has an upset stomach and his discomfort persists, he should continue rinsing with saline solution. Upon hearing Shu He mention watching you, Shu He immediately pouted her lips, expressing her impatience. I know already. Shu He exited the room and spotted Hua Xiao being assisted to stand by a few individuals. He chose not to engage in conversation, instead leading his 2 companions into the rainforest, searching for the wild figs and backpack they had discarded earlier with Bailu. Godzilla, drawn by a familiar scent, trotted ahead. While the training results of Chio Chio were evidently commendable, as it effortlessly ascended the slopes encountered along the way, Shu He followed closely behind, keenly exploring the surroundings, contemplating the possibility of discovering other delectable treats. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed birds nesting in the trees. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shu He resolved to climb up for a closer inspection, primarily to learn about the avian species inhabiting the rainforest. Certainly not to see if there were any edible bird eggs. As he grasped the trunk and prepared to exert himself, an unusual cacophony of bizarre calls echoed nearby. Chirp, 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 chatter, chatter. Shu He exclaimed in disbelief. What the heck? Chapter 83. The Profane Parrot. Upon hearing this string of curses, Shu He was utterly bewildered. The voice did not resemble that of any guest. Neither Godzilla nor Jujuyumio could articulate words. Was he hallucinating? He released his grip on the tree trunk and began searching frantically around him. The 2 creatures had long since vanished, leaving only the vast emptiness of the rainforest, filled solely with trees. The earlier outburst of invectives had dissipated, and all that remained were the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Shu He squinted, scrutinizing the minutiae of his surroundings, fantasizing that if there were indeed a spirit present, it might not escape his keen observation. What a fool. Shu He. This is utterly audacious. If he could locate this creature, he would surely rend it asunder. He had yet to unleash the martial prowess of the 8 extremes fist bestowed by the system, and this would be the perfect opportunity to hone his skills. He directed his gaze toward the source of the voice, yet found only emptiness. Not far off, however, perched a peculiar bird on a low branch, which appeared to be a myna. It was plucking the feathers from its own chest with its sharp beak. This bizarre behavior left Shu He even more perplexed. The local fauna had developed various skills for self-preservation, but why had this bird only learned to pluck its own feathers? Was it uncomfortable with the heat of the island? Consulting his field guide on wild birds, he confirmed that it was indeed a myna. As is widely known, mynas can mimic human speech, which meant that the previous profanities had emanated from it. Shu He observed the little bird incessantly pecking at its own plumage after a failed attempt to pluck a feather. It exasperatedly stretched its neck and exclaimed, "Damn it. It certainly was the culprit. This creature was unrepentantly profane. Do mynas not simply echo what they hear from humans?" Yet, there were no individuals on the island who spoke so coarsely. Moreover, it seemed as though the bird's ire was directed not at Shu He but rather at itself. The clenched fists of Shu He gradually loosened as he endeavored to discern the bird's mental state, employing his wildlife rehabilitation skills to assess the myna. Upon grasping the general situation, Shu He could not help but sigh. This myna, truth be told, had endured quite a misfortune. Its former owner was a volatile individual who peppered his speech with profanities at an alarming rate. The myna had been perpetually terrified by his uncontrolled rage, until one day it seized an opportunity to escape. After a series of escapades, it found itself on this island, brimming with hope to begin a new avian life. Alas, it encountered a tempest, narrowly escaping death, only to succumb to depression. Shu He attempted to approach it, occasionally emitting soothing coos to alleviate the myna's panic. However, the bird merely glanced at him before returning to its obsessive feather plucking, seemingly resigned to its fate. Shu He cautiously extended a finger, gently maneuvering it beneath the myna's claws, attempting to replace the branch it clung to with his own digit. The myna offered no resistance, but instead gazed vacantly into the distance. Its self-destructive behavior ceased, and it appeared to await its own consumption by Shu He. Shu He gently traced the smooth head of the bird with the tip of his index finger. His healing skills indicated that this creature was malnourished and required immediate sustenance to restore its bodily functions. To alleviate its depression, it would be prudent to first engage with its interests. Observing the lark in his hand, he noted its predominantly black plumage, which shimmered with hints of blue and purple in the light. However, the lack of proper nutrition diminished its luster. The bird's wings bore large white patches. Its beak and feet were a vibrant orange-yellow, and the sides of its head revealed patches of exposed yellow skin. Had it not been for the large swathes of feathers it had plucked from its own belly, the bird would have appeared quite majestic. Why, oh why? Had it subjected itself to such self-inflicted torment? Clearly, it was the adverse conditions of its environment that were to blame. As Shu He continued to stroke its head, he offered words of comfort. Noticing how the lark's talons gripped his finger tightly, showing no desire to escape, he carefully cradled it in his arms, intent on bringing it home for further treatment. Suddenly, two figures approached, panting from their journey. Godzilla, with a branch of fig in its mouth, and Shu He, rolling a dual-laden backpack with its front flippers. The two young creatures had matured, proving themselves capable of assisting with household tasks. Shu He felt a swell of pride as he observed them, wondering if the lark would also find a purpose upon its recovery. However, he had no intention of training the animals. He preferred to let them flourish in their natural state. As they drew closer, Godzilla discarded the branch, and Shu He ceased its antics with the backpack. Both creatures tilted their heads, scrutinizing the little black bird nestled in Shu He's arms. When they sensed that he had no intention of harming it, the lark began to pluck at its own feathers with its sharp beak, exclaiming, "I've peeled it." What a curious turn of phrase. As it continued, the lark lost more feathers from its belly, prompting Godzilla and Shu He to gasp in unison. "Hiss," Godzilla remarked. "This creature must be seriously ill." Cradling the lark with both hands, Shu He introduced it, saying, "This little rascal is named Godzilla." In an unexpected response, the lark blurted out, "Grass mud horse." "Woof." Coughed Godzilla, infuriated by the insult, bared its sharp teeth, while Shu He seethed beside its elder brother. "Woof. How dare you insult my brother? Just wait until I unleash my fury upon you." Shu He felt a pang of headache as he intervened with his foot, restraining the two. Would the lark's newfound recovery from depression also entail a penchant for foul language? Seeing the two in a fit of anger, he could only explain, "It is unwell. Do not take offense." "Here." Shu He pointed to his own head. "There is something amiss." Godzilla let out a sigh, followed by a scoff, while Xiao Jiao shot a glance of disdain at the parrot. Shu He continued to introduce to the parrot, "This fluffy little seal is named Jiao. I am Shu He." To his surprise, the parrot quickly learned to call out his name. A smile crept across his face, as he sensed a glimmer of hope in lifting the parrot from its melancholic state. "From now on, as we live together, I shall ensure you no longer endure such oppressive surroundings and tempestuous storms. Therefore, please refrain from plucking your own feathers, all right?" The once majestic parrot might end up with only a few left. He placed the parrot before him. "Now, how about you introduce yourself? What is your name?" The parrot replied, "Not a few." "What? Not a few? Wasn't he that what he just said?" Unable to decipher whether the parrot had genuinely adopted that name or was merely mimicking his tone, he resolved to grant it the dignity of choice. "Very well, Godzilla, Jiao. Our friend shall henceforth be known as Not a Few. From this moment on, we are all comrades." Godzilla, without lifting his head, seized a wild fig and continued forward, while Xiao Jiao wiggled his rear, trailing behind his elder brother without casting a glance at Not a Few. The two visibly welcomed the new member with disdain. Yet Not a Few refused to be outdone, muttering insults as it followed behind. "Fool. Grass mud horse. What are you pretending for?" Chapter 84. A promising future awaits. "Young man." The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. "I could live until the universe explodes, yet I never imagined a mina could learn such a plethora of profanities." Watching this live broadcast had me in stitches. The current situation is that Shu He has picked up a rather deranged mina, and due to its foul mouth, no one seems to fancy it. I recall a video I watched where a foreigner's parrot suffered from depression, plucking out its own feathers. Huh? Is this mina also depressed? That's rather pitiable. Given its fluent cursing, it must have been taught by its previous owner. What kind of owner would train it to be like this? How audacious of this mina to curse at the master. It truly seems to be courting trouble. Without Shu He's protection, it better be cautious from now on. The mina of my neighbor took 2 years to learn only hello and wishing you prosperity, while this one is remarkably intelligent, cursing with a unique flair. It learned Shu He's name after just 1 lesson. A promising future indeed, young man. Not to mention, both I and this mina have picked up quite a few colorful phrases. I used to only curse fool, but now I can call someone a great fool. Another patient has joined the ranks. Upon returning to the camp, Shu He gathered several snot fruits from the ground and entered the room with 3 of them. Balu was still lying in bed, chuckling heartily, while Xiao Yu boredly rummaged through the items on Shu He's desk. Upon their return, she swiftly squatted beside Godzilla and embraced its head. "Little darling, you're back. How can you be so handsome?" Shu He, what do you have in your hand? Bai Lu's condition had improved significantly, with longer periods of normalcy, though her complexion remained slightly off. Help me wash these snot fruits, would you? Have some for yourself. And let Bai Lu have a bit too. I want to check on the mina first, Shu He said, laying the snot fruits alongside the mina on the table. Yang Xiaoyu curiously stood up from beside Godzilla, resting her hands on the edge of the table, revealing only her eyes as she peered at the blackbird. Is it one of those talking minas? Its name is Bujijin? Indeed. I just found it in the rainforest, and it's not in the best condition. I'll feed it something first. Shu He fetched a bottle cap and filled it with water, but Bujijin, ever vigilant, turned its head away and stubbornly refused to drink. Shu He had no choice but to retrieve a syringe from the first aid kit, drew up some water, and swiftly pried open its beak, administering the water drop by drop. Grass, glug glug, clunk clunk. Bujijin was reluctantly swallowing the water. Wang Wu, Jiao, dissatisfied with its performance, scolded Bujijin from the side. Yang Xiaoyu turned to look at Jiao on the ground. Are you still scolding it? Remember, you were once force-fed like that too? Jiao rolled its eyes and chirped. Jiao. I was a good little one back then. Just too young to eat properly. I'm nothing like this foul-mouthed ruffian. Little Jiao recalled the uncomfortable sensation of being fed and could not bear to watch, turning its attention to its precious amber insect toy. Shu He, if I heard correctly, did it just say grass? Shu He gazed into Yang Xiaoyu's eyes and remarked, Indeed. What is wrong with grass? It is merely a sprawling expanse of emerald green flora. Xiao Wei pouted and lifted a snot fruit from the table, retorting, You know that's not what I meant. After washing the snot fruit, Xiao Wei curiously split it open and asked, Can this be eaten? It can, Shu He replied. She took half of the fruit Xiao Wei had opened, extracted a morsel of its flesh, and deftly rolled it into a small ball between her fingers before tossing it into the throat of the little bird. Bujijin, the bird, unable to escape, flapped its large wings vigorously while its eyes remained tightly shut, forced to swallow. One could only wonder how its original owner had treated it, as they had done an admirable job of keeping its feathers intact, albeit inadvertently laying the groundwork for its future escape. After feeding Bujijin half of the snot fruit, Shu He felt it was sufficient and gently released the bird's head, saying, When you're feeling down, a sweet treat can lift your spirits. When the sky falls, let someone else bear the brunt. Don't be too hard on yourself. Uncertain if Shu He's words had any effect, Bujijin ceased its struggles and instead wandered aimlessly across the table, its beak opening and closing as it savored the remnants of the snot fruit. Xiao Wei raised her hand, wishing to pet it like Shu He had done, but before she could make contact, Bujijin suddenly turned and exclaimed, Oh, a beauty. This was followed by a cheeky whistle. Xiao Yue's mouth fell open in astonishment. What? Am I hearing this correctly? Is this bird flirting with me? Shu He, still unfamiliar with the bird, was equally baffled by its audacity. Before she could respond to Xiao Wei, Bujijin chimed in again. Flirting? Hilarious. What a fade. Xiao Wei pointed at her own nose, indignantly asking, What fade am I putting on? This little bird, named Bujijin, was suffering from depression. Shu He picked up a clean snot fruit and approached Bai Lu, saying, When you encounter others later, please inform them that if they see Bujijin in the coming days, they should avoid using foul language and maintain a friendly demeanor. Xiao Wei sighed in exasperation, So I have to endure being insulted. She poked Bujijin with her finger. You have depression, so you think you're justified? Bujijin replied, Whoever breaks first loses. Xiao Yue's hair bristled with frustration, yet she found no outlet for her anger, resorting to puffing up her own locks. Who taught you all this? It's not amusing. Shu He, thank you for the fruit. This is my reward for looking after your wife. I won't tally it up just yet. With that, she popped half of the fruit into her mouth and snatched another from the table, mumbling, I'm leaving Bai Lu in your care. I'll go see them. Kali bought to take over soon. In a flash, Xiao Wei dashed out of the room. Shu He sat by the bed, observing Bai Lu, pondering what she would call her. With a sigh of relief, it seemed Bai Lu had made significant progress. Go ahead and eat. Do you remember the snot fruit? Shu He inquired, as she split it open for her. Yes. Do you remember that the seeds of the snot fruit dance? Bai Lu indeed seemed to have improved, though not extensively. From now on, regardless of how familiar you are with the fungi, you must never eat anything without asking me first. Understood? The pale complexion of Bai Lu resembled that of a sheet of paper as she obediently nodded her head, gradually savoring the fruit in her hand. Unless you can achieve the 3, Bai Lu curiously inquired, glancing at Shu He. 3? What does that mean? It refers to the maturity of the variety, the cooking process, and the familiarity with the route to the hospital, Shu He explained, placing his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. If it doesn't improve, it's best to seek treatment in Dian City, where the doctors are quite adept at their craft. Consuming mushrooms on an uninhabited island is tantamount to courting death. Courting death? Lu's curiosity was piqued as she gazed at the table, initially believing she had improved significantly, yet now astonished to hear a bird speak. Clearly, she still required ample rest. After finishing the fruit, Lu rolled her eyes and lay back down. Call me if anything arises. Shu He offered her a sip of electrolyte water, and with this, it was likely that Lu would soon recuperate. He then rose to prepare a meal for the two, as Chio's appetite had grown increasingly robust, consuming 3 bottles of fresh cow's milk in a single sitting. Its physique visibly more robust. As Shu He pinched Chio's plump face, contemplating whether to increase its training regimen under Godzilla's supervision, He-Ba mysteriously entered the room, declaring, Shu He, it seems someone has arrived on our island. Chapter 85. The proper handling of wild beehives. Is someone here? Shu He pondered briefly. The production team had just visited, making it unlikely, and it wasn't yet time for Director Lee to deliver supplies. He turned to Reba and asked, who is it? Upon entering the room, Reba first cast a curious glance at the bird on the table before her gaze fixated on the snot fruit, swallowing hard. I spotted a boat at the back slope, a place we have never ventured to. Shu He chuckled at her expression and approached, offering her a fruit. That is my boat. Reba took the fruit without any hesitation, breaking it open with a bite. Delicious. So sweet. What kind of fruit is this? Oh. But that is not the main point. You have a boat? Shu He nodded. This is snot fruit. I haven't needed the boat these past few days. Which is why you were unaware of it. You startled me. I thought someone had stealthily climbed up on our island. Reba devoured the fruit in no time. Her face smeared with seeds and juice, embodying the essence of a true foodie. Oh, right? Shu He, let me pay you for this fruit. Shu He waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to be so precise. I have some work to attend to now. Just keep an eye on Lu for me. Reba tapped her head. I tend to forget everything when food is around. How's Lu doing? She's physically fine. We just need to wait for her to regain consciousness. But I am still uneasy leaving her alone here. As Shu He spoke, he walked to the door and picked up a branch of snot fruit. Leave it to me. Reba declared confidently, patting her chest. You're boasting. What? At that moment, Reba finally focused her attention on the few slender branches on the table. Ah. So you're the reason you left, aren't you? What do you call these slender branches? Indeed, you are not to be trifled with. With 3 remaining along with Lu in the room, Reba would certainly not be bored. Shu He plucked a coconut from the shore. Gathering all his recent finds from the rainforest to the dining area, he first trimmed the branches and leaves of the snot fruit, cutting them into smaller segments for hydroponics. Adding a drop of plant growth agent, and then soaked the thunder bamboo shoots in water to clean them. Now, the main event was about to commence. He carefully unfolded the banana leaves at the dining table, revealing a large, golden wild beehive before him. Shu He eagerly rubbed his hands together, preparing for the treat. After swiftly removing the outer layer of the hive, he began to collect the immature bees that had not yet learned to fly into a bowl. These young bees possessed stingers, yet their wings were not fully developed, rendering them harmless to humans. Observers were both fascinated and horrified as they watched Shu He handle the wild beehive, many shuddering at the sight. He can't possibly eat those, can he? One exclaimed. He absolutely must. This is the Rolls Royce of local delicacies. The young bees and bee pupae are high in protein. And wild honey can fetch 200 to 300 per 100 grams. The hive even has therapeutic benefits. Is that true? I need to buy a bottle for my husband. Another chimed in. But be cautious when purchasing. There are many fakes out there, artificial wax and honey mixed with sugar. You won't find pure wild honey like what Shu He has. Having gathered a sufficient number of immature bees, Shu He held the beehive up to the camera and remarked, this wild beehive has mostly lost its outer layer, so the honey yield might be low, but there are plenty of bee pupae. He then deftly pinched out the pupae with his fingers, filling a bowl with the plump, white morsels in no time. Viewers watched in disbelief at the writhing bowl of young bees and the squirming pupae, struggling to accept the sight. It was not until he began to slice the beehive that they felt a sense of relief as the golden brown honey flowed slowly from the cut. Shu He popped a piece of the freshly cut beehive into his mouth, savoring it for a moment before nodding in approval. Though slightly tangy, it is undeniably authentic wild honey. Quite delectable. He nibbled on a few more morsels, eliciting drool from viewers eager to experience the taste of genuine wild beehive. Shu He sorted the remaining fragments into a sharp plate, then retrieved a sieve and began to crush the cut pieces of the hive with vigor. From such a large mass, he ultimately extracted a single jar of honey, which, after filtration, transformed into a clear and warm hue. He preserved the leftover beeswax as well, melting it over a flame before adding a piece of gauze and stirring it within the beeswax, allowing many impurities to adhere to it. He lifted the slowly cooling bowl towards the camera. Once the beeswax has fully solidified, it can be transformed into lipsticks and lip balms. The so-called edible lip balms available in the market are primarily composed of beeswax. However, they are certainly not a substitute for a meal. Thank you. But the final explanation was somewhat superfluous. We merely lack your cleverness, not our wits. Shu He was explaining for our benefit, as if we genuinely believed we could devour it in large bites. Initially, when I saw Shu He diligently collecting wild beehives, I thought it was merely about some honey. Now it appears that there is an abundance of treasures within. Truly, every part is utilized to its fullest. If I were to encounter a wild beehive, I would surely scream for help and flee. After a rough calculation, it seems that with all these items put on the market, Shu He has already earned 3,000 yuan. Once these tasks were completed, Shu He swiftly tidied up the chaotic restaurant. He secured the honey and beeswax with lids and placed them in the refrigerator, while the bee pupae and larvae that had fallen onto the banana leaves were divided into bowls. He then washed the banana leaves and cut them into strips for later use. Heating oil in a pan, Shu He used a sieve to fry the young bees in batches until they were crisp. When he held them up for the camera, his delight was palpable. With just a few ingredients, he had created both food and a snack fit for Godzilla. Unable to resist, Shu He tossed one into his mouth. Crispy. Fragrant. The more I chew, the more addictive it becomes. In the live stream, some viewers expressed their astonishment, while others educated the audience on the deliciousness of fried young bees. However, the most restless of all was the observant Bei. Next time I film a program, I must choose a location with wild beehives. I will first drive the swarm away like Shu He did, then meticulously slice the hive layer by layer. That sound, that sensation, would be simply marvelous. With a bit of luck, I might even get to taste the bee pupae. Seeing Bei lost in his fantasies, Yanlu couldn't help but interrupt. Aren't you afraid of turning into Doctor Strange again? Bei waved his hand dismissively. With Shu He's method, that will be impossible next time. The last unprocessed item from the wild beehive was the bee pupae. However, before tackling that, Shu He first chopped and cleaned the fruits of the snot fruit and the remaining branches, then split open the coconut. He blended the coconut water, coconut flesh, and snot fruit pulp into a puree, which he then poured into a pot to stir-fry continuously until it formed a cohesive mass. Once cooked, he cut it into palm-sized squares, coated them with a layer of honey, and arranged them in several rows to cool. Finally, it was time to handle the bee pupae. The bee pupae would serve as today's primary source of protein. To avoid waste from frying, Shu He took the clean snot fruit skewers he had prepared and decided to thread the pupae onto them for grilling. Chapter 86. The Secluded Island CAF. Daily earnings exceed 1,000. A string of tender white bee pupae was meticulously threaded together, culminating in a total of 15 strands. Shu He carried the grilling apparatus outside the restaurant to commence the charcoal roasting of the bee pupae. A sprinkle of pepper and a dash of chili powder soon enveloped the campsite in an enticing aroma. The guests, one by one, peeked out, with the first to arrive being Reba, who eagerly assisted Bailu, urging her to hasten her pace. Wow, Shu He, what are you roasting? Reba and Bailu knelt behind him, curiously eyeing the unfamiliar little yellow morsels. These are some wild fruits I recently discovered. They taste delightful when roasted. Shu He replied. Bailu, patting her stomach, exclaimed, I'm not particularly hungry, but I find myself quite tempted. Shu He glanced at her, noting her still somewhat pallid complexion. How are you feeling? He inquired. Bailu pouted. Much better, but even with my eyes closed, peculiar images still flicker before me. To be honest, they are rather beautiful, and my spirits are soaring. Shu He nodded, brushing a bit of oil onto the bee pupae. This hallucinogenic toxin can indeed alleviate depression, provided it is consumed in moderation. However, it remains perilously dangerous for those inexperienced. I've caused you enough trouble, Shu He. Is there anything else I can assist with? Bailu asked, a hint of guilt evident in her demeanor. Shu He sought to lighten her burden, suggesting a simple task. Inside, I have some jelly made from snot fruit. If you could wrap them in banana leaves and plate them, they will be ready to enjoy. Just remember to sit while you work. All right, Bailu responded, stepping into the restaurant to follow Shu He's instructions. Reba, reluctant to leave, remained nearby, watching him roast the wild fruits. Shu He, how much do these roasted wild fruits cost? She inquired, her craving becoming unbearable. Shu He chuckled. We barely have enough for ourselves. The three companions, drawn by the aroma, soon arrived. Godzilla led the charge, with Jiojio trailing behind, frantically shaking its body in an attempt to dislodge a few stray pieces. Each time Jiojio's movements caused the morsels to teeter precariously, it managed to take flight, only to gracefully land back on Jiojio. Wolf Jiojio, exasperated, found it impossible to rid itself of the persistent companion. Upon reaching Shu He, who was grilling bee pupae with one hand while retrieving a larva with the other, Shu He called out, Jiojio, come and eat. Jiojio retorted, grass. No way. Shu He's tone grew stern. You will eat today. No exceptions. If you remain idle, don't blame me for shoving it down your throat. With an exasperated damn it, Jiu reluctantly landed before the iron basin, pecking at a larva, its eyes lighting up. Soon it devoured a second, raising its neck in surprise. Wow. Wow. Here comes a third. Shu He nodded in satisfaction. Godzilla. You two shall partake. Just ensure Jiu leaves some behind, as it cannot consume too much. Godzilla received the command and, with a single mouthful, devoured half a basin. The sound of its crunching echoing as it relished the mysterious delicacy, its eyes narrowing in delight. Though it had sampled most of the wild delicacies in the rainforest, it dared not approach the wild beehive. Shu He, what delectable dish have you prepared? Yang Chaowei emerged in her pajamas, draped in a sun-protective garment. Evidently having returned from her room for a moment of reprieve, neglecting to attend to Hua Qinyu. Following her was Hua Qinyu, appearing refreshed, likely after a bath. As they both leaned down to inspect the barbecue, their stomachs growled in unison. Hua Xiao and Zhang Yuqi were also lured out by the swirling smoke. Shu He, you are truly incredible. What is this delicious fare? Zhang Yuqi inquired, extending her pinky to gently poke at the bee pupae. Hua Xiao, regaining his composure, retorted, what is so impressive? Don't we have fish to eat as well? Soon, they would roast the remaining skewers of Shu He, enticing them further. At the mention of grilled fish, Hua Qinyu's stomach emitted another growl. Hua Xiao, I couldn't find any food today. Could I buy some of your grilled fish and whatever Shu He is cooking? Hua Xiao chuckled. We only have 2 fish, just enough for each of us to have one. However, I can't bear to see you starve. How about this? I'll sell you 2 fish heads for 200. What? They exclaimed in shock. Eyes wide. A mere desiccated fish head, even after grilling, would hardly yield more than bones, and Hua Xiao dared to charge 200? The similarly food-deprived Reba furrowed her brow. What a swindler! What a fool! Hua Xiao instinctively shot back, only to realize he was being insulted by a hairless blackbird. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Replied the bird. I swear, I'll knock you off your perch. You're in for a rough time. Shu He interjected with impatience. It suffers from depression and has a knack for insults. You'd best refrain from cursing in its presence. I don't know if its previous owner made a living by cursing, but trust me, you win against it. Moreover, it is now exhibiting suicidal tendencies and is classified as a second-level protected species in our country. I advise you to show kindness. Upon hearing Shua's explanation, Zhang Yuqi burst into laughter. I see now. You are the infamous Jigyujin that Chaiwa mentioned. I had no idea it was a parrot all along. The two seemed to hit it off. From now on, you shall be my little brother. Annoying. Who do you think you are? The group stifled their laughter, finding the parrot's insults not only newly learned, but also painfully accurate. Yet, Yuqi remained unfazed, clapping her hands in delight. At that moment, Bailu emerged from the dining room with a large plate. Inside, I heard you raising prices. You dare charge 200 for a dry fish head. Shua has prepared fresh nose white fruit in the dining room, only 100 each, and it will quell your hunger instantly. Also, wild beehives, purely wild. A small piece is priced at 180. Once you return to the city, you will no longer find such authenticity. And then there's the cold cake, slathered with wild honey. With each bite, the subtle fragrance of coconut mingles with the sweetness of the fruit. Offering a rich source of carbohydrates and energy, one piece is equivalent to a full meal. As for the price, the ingredients may not be extraordinary, but the labor cost is rather steep, given that I crafted it myself. I'll consider it at 180 for you as well. Regarding these roasted wild fruits, the aroma is unmistakable, and you can all see the quantity. So he mentioned that the protein content is quite substantial, hence the slightly elevated price. Let us say 300 for a skewer. Whether you buy or not is up to fate. After all, neither of us can eat it all. There are only 5 available, so it's first come, first served. Sui did not anticipate that Bailu was quite the savvy merchant, although this price is a tad more reasonable than Hua Xiao's fish head. It still far exceeds the market rate. With this sale, the little restaurant on the uninhabited island could easily earn over 1,000 a day. In comparison to the dried fish head, the others felt that Bailu and Shu He were practically benefactors of humanity, delicious, novel, and filling. On this deserted island, only a fool would refrain from ordering. Thus, one by one, they rolled up their sleeves, eager to partake. After Bailu finished speaking, she placed the plate in front of Shu He. Is it done? Yes. Shu He opened the grill and arranged the bee pupae on the plate. The bee pupae sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma of chili powder and pepper salt that wafted into the nostrils of the group. Hua Qinyu and Reba snatched one each, exclaiming in unison, I can't take it anymore. Reba puffed out her cheeks, blowing on the heat of the bee pupae, trying to control the drool spilling forth. Bailu, we'll take one first, keep a tab, and when we find a place with signal, we'll transfer the money to you. Bailu nodded in agreement. No problem. There's a spot in our room with a signal. I'll take you there shortly. Only 3 remain. Chow, you also grabbed one. Add mine to the list. Zhang Yuqi chimed in. I want one too. In the wild beehive. I'll take the whole lot. Seeing that they could almost dig in, Reba immediately popped a bee pupae into her mouth. Chapter 87. The master appears after a few moments. As Reba fanned the warm air from her mouth while chewing, the bee pupae in her mouth suddenly burst, startling her. Wow, this is surprisingly rich. It is utterly delectable. Before I could say much, a string of roasted bee pupae was swiftly transferred to Heba's mouth. This wild fruit is simply exquisite when roasted. It retains its authentic flavor while also offering a delightful crispiness. Watching you also praised enthusiastically from the side. I had always believed that barbecues required cumin, but I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the flavor of pepper and salt preserves the essence of the wild. Zhang Yuqi, engrossed in the delightful flavors of the sumptuous food, was too preoccupied to speak. As Reba finished her portion, she was eager to seize the last limited offering. At that moment, Yang approached, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming, I overslept. It smells so wonderful. What are you all enjoying? Releasing a sigh, Reba withdrew her outstretched hand. Yang was dehydrated today and still needed to regain his strength. She decided to let him have the last one. Roasted wild fruits. A string of 300. Only one share remains. Will you purchase it? Yes. Yang noticed several pairs of predatory eyes upon her and decisively declared, I must replenish my energy. I shall buy it at once. Bailu handed him a string of delicacies, and Yang devoured them voraciously, exclaiming, This is simply delightful. First, it is crispy. Then it bursts with flavor. As I savor each bite, an exquisite meatiness unfolds that I have never experienced before. Rather than being wild fruits, I find them more reminiscent of the roasted insects from my hometown. This statement left several people momentarily speechless. Indeed, it does seem more akin to roasted insects. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, several individuals nonchalantly rose to their feet. Xiaoyu wiped her mouth and declared, Let us roast the insects then. Whoever misses out on such delectable roasted insects might as well consider it a fate worse than death. Hua Xiao, I thank you. Reba clung to Bailu's arm. Good sister, I didn't get enough to satisfy my cravings. I am eager to explore delectable culinary delights. I shall purchase them regardless of the cost. Bailu held a plate of bee pupae, her face brimming with pride. Considering the artist's indifference to pricing, it seemed entirely possible to reap substantial profits as Shu He had suggested. For a moment, she even forgot her somewhat frail condition. Follow me. Oh, by the way, as Bailu turned around, a thought crossed her mind. Hua Xiao, will you be using the charcoal ignited by Shu He later? Let us consider it a bargain at 250. If you find the price unsatisfactory, then you may produce another batch of charcoal yourself. This can be retained for our future use. Hua Xiao, feeling quite displeased, rose to his feet. Unsatisfactory price? When have I ever been concerned about the price? 250 is rather unappealing. I shall give you 300 shortly. Thank you, boss. With a playful smile, Bailu led everyone into the restaurant. On the dining table, she had meticulously arranged an array of delectable foods for sale. A heap of freshly washed snot fruits, remnants from Shu He's cold cake preparation, lay beside a generous platter of fragmented wild honeycomb, its golden brown honey glistening enticingly. Soft, creamy sweet cakes wrapped in banana leaves were stacked layer upon layer. Nearly 20 pieces in total. Bailu turned to Shu He. I've saved some for us. These can be sold, right? Shu He nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. I shall stir-fry a leg gong bamboo shoot, and then we can commence our meal. After this feast, you should rest a while, and you will surely recover. Bailu felt a pang of emotion at Shu He's words. Prior to joining the festival, she had anticipated needing to showcase herself and be mindful of her partner's feelings. Yet here she was, being cared for by Shu He without a worry in the world. It dawned on her that one could indeed find such happiness in being a woman. The perfect man she had imagined truly existed. She placed the roasted bee pupae on the table. Teach me how to stir-fry leg gong bamboo shoots, and from now on, I shall take charge of all the vegetables. Seeing Shu He's consent, Bailu swiftly donned a fierce expression and addressed the other guests. No one is allowed to touch our roasted wild fruits. Meanwhile, the other guests were already captivated by the assortment of delicacies on the table. Zhang Yuqi clutched a platter of wild honeycomb tightly, exclaiming, This entire platter is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Xiaoyu tugged at her arm. Who doesn't he know wild honeycomb is immensely nourishing? Let us share it. Reba eagerly grabbed piece after piece of the coconut sweet cake. Bailu, I want 3 pieces of sweet cake. No, 4. Or perhaps 5. I'm quite hungry. And these wild fruits look delightful. Give me 6. Yang tossed a snot fruit in his hand as he approached Reba. Little glutton, choose whatever you desire. For you. I purchased the entire restaurant. Reba shot him a bemused glance. No need for that. If you could just act normally, I'd buy the restaurant for you. Am I not normal? Yang spoke with his mouth full of stir-fried vegetables, his cheeks puffed up. During the filming of Our Glory, you always praised my performance. Reba sighed. That was merely to encourage you. Yang pinched her chin. I don't believe you. Bujigan interjected. Let go of that girl. Show off. The celestial sister, observing the scene, could no longer contain her laughter. Ha ha ha. Bujigan is truly my internet spokesperson. It's utterly outrageous. Yin Lu looked at her with a peculiar expression. I recall Yifei also acted alongside Yang, right? If you claim Bujigan is your spokesperson, does that imply your opinion of Yang aligns with his? Yifei's smile remained unfaltering. You're trying to set a trap for me. However, I want to clarify that my expressions towards Yang in the drama were genuine. Yin Lu immediately understood the need to change the subject, pulling out a piece of stationery. Speaking of Bujigan, here's a letter the production team just gave me. It might be a message from Bujigan's original owner. The individual could not be entirely certain whether the bird in question was indeed his, yet based on its profane language and general appearance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the lark he once cared for, known as Scatter Soldier. He confessed to harboring a fondness for this bird, but lamented his own cynical disposition, describing himself as a reclusive individual who, apart from hurling insults and indulging in video games, found little joy in life, his emotions fluctuating wildly. The bird's descent into depression was, to a significant extent, attributable to his own demeanor. He enjoyed watching our live streams, yet hesitated to reveal his identity in the comments section. Observing Shu He tending to the bird's well-being, offering comfort and understanding its sentiments, even encouraging other guests to be mindful of its feelings, moved the original owner to tears on several occasions. He wished to express his gratitude to Shu He for not shunning the foul-mouthed creature and believed that the bird was, in fact, happier on the deserted island than in his company. Ultimately, he added, you wouldn't believe the extent of its vocabulary. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of empathy upon hearing his words, and the comments section was devoid of any blame directed toward the original owner for the bird's plight. Instead, they offered words of comfort. Brother, do not blame yourself. You have taught it well. The world needs more characters like it. Shu He wisely remarked that when the world feels overwhelming, one should not be too harsh on oneself. The bird's depression was not solely his fault. It undoubtedly faced storms upon reaching the island, which likely left scars on its tender spirit. Once it navigated through the most challenging phases, it could relish a peaceful existence on the deserted isle. Shu He even provided it with fried larvae, which, as you may know, sell for over 200 per pound in the market. I empathize with your situation profoundly. Honestly, I am eagerly anticipating the bird's vocabulary. It would be akin to standing beside several guests and unleashing a torrent of expletives myself. Chuckles. Oh, is it true that the bird was originally named Scatter Soldier? No wonder it has such a foul mouth. Regardless of its new name, it is set to embark on a fresh chapter of avian life. Chapter 88. Are stars also being exploited? Under the guidance of Shu He, Bailu prepared a dish of stir-fried thunder bamboo shoots. Although it filled an entire large plate, there was still a considerable amount left uneaten. Bailu contemplated refrigerating the leftovers for the next meal, but the others insisted on purchasing the vegetables at a high price. Unsure of how to proceed, she cast a pleading glance towards Shu He. You decide, Shu He replied, setting the table for lunch. Although it was termed lunch, the commotion had prolonged the time to well past 2 in the afternoon. He took a bite of the bamboo shoot, the crisp sound of his chewing making the others lick their lips in desire. Hop Ba, with tearful eyes, implored Bailu. Oh, Bailu, please sell it. You must understand that without ample vegetable fiber, we could perish from scurvy. Yang Chaowei crouched down, clinging to Bailu's thigh. Please sell it. Let the children savor the authentic taste of wild vegetables, will you? Shu He could find fresh wild greens, yet we foolishly risk poisoning ourselves with just one bite. It would be far better for you to sell us these slightly wilted vegetables, allowing you to enjoy fresh ones instead. Bailu, hands clutching a bunch of thunder bamboo shoots, playfully tapped Chaoyue's head. Where's the wilting? My vegetables are exceedingly fresh. Upon hearing this, Chaoyue realized it was akin to Wang Pa selling her melons, boasting about her own wares. Does this mean Bailu has agreed? Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she gradually rose, clinging to Bailu. I knew you were the kindest and most gentle. Bailu scratched her head, contemplating how much to charge for the shoots. These thunder bamboo shoots, as the name implies, only appear when the thunder god descends. Had it not been for the typhoon a couple of days ago, we wouldn't have had the pleasure of tasting them. The others nodded vigorously. Indeed. Absolutely rare. Bailu, with a finger on her lips, feigned difficulty. I truly don't wish to sell them. These fragrant and crisp wild greens are simply unattainable in the market. The others chimed in. Unattainable. Definitely unattainable. Then, Bailu extended her 5 fingers. 500 for a handful? Impossible. While scarce on the island, in the market, they are merely vegetables. Ichi grasped Bailu's extended fingers. All right. 500 it is. I shall buy. This price is not merely for the vegetables. It is also our payment for knowledge. Without Shua's expertise on such a vast array of wild flora and fauna, we would likely starve on this island, save for the seafood. The others echoed, starve. Absolutely starve. With a sigh, Bai Lu remarked, you've said everything, so now you decide. This transaction is far too easy. The asking price is merely a matter of mood. She laid the thunder bamboo shoots on the table, allowing the others to choose for themselves. At that moment, Shu He recalled something. Bai Lu, save half of it. I have other uses for it. Upon hearing that food was to be reserved, several celebrities resembled the elderly patrons of a bustling market, jostling and clamoring for the prized bamboo shoots. My little glutton must have her greens. Hey, your nails just scratched my hand. Your hair is in my mouth. Hua hua. Yang, did you two even bathe before coming? I can still smell urine. You want this too? Useless. This scene left netizens in astonishment. I will no longer advise my mother against rising early for groceries. In fact, I might learn a few tricks from her. The celebrity's frantic foraging mirrored that of ordinary folk. Goodness. 500 for a handful of bamboo shoots. The prices on this deserted island are absolutely terrifying. I usually pay 10 for a kilogram after the spring festival. Do celebrities truly lack funds? 799 yuan. And Zhang Yuqi couldn't even afford a pair of socks. Bai Lu and Shu He, in harmonious banter, had turned oblivious artists into this chaotic spectacle. Alas, let us not speak from a place of comfort. Were I to venture into the rainforest, I too would struggle to identify bamboo shoots, and when survival is at stake, I would pay any price. I never imagined that celebrities could also fall victim to exploitation. My spirits are lifted. Bai Lu and Shu He, seated together, delightedly observed the fray for food while savoring their own delicacies. This was truly a feast for the senses. As the two indulged, their lips glistening with oil, others became increasingly irrational in their quest for ingredients, snatching anything they could grasp, victory being defined by mere possession. Yet, Shu He recognized that these individuals were not foolish. Had they the ability to discern food on the island, they would not squander their money so recklessly. Ultimately, the last few managed to deplete the table of its offerings, each one gazing at their spoils as if appraising treasures. The excess was carefully wrapped in bags, marked with names, and stowed away in the refrigerator, as they expressed. Such provisions would lessen future expenditures on food. Xiao Yu was the first to tally her bounty alongside Bai Lu, and upon seeing Bai Lu methodically recording their expenses, she eagerly considered the meal that would suffice. Opening the refrigerator, she noticed a small bowl and inquired, Shu He, I recognize the honey jar. But what is in that bowl? Having finished 5 skewers of beef pupae, 3 sweet cakes, and half a plate of bamboo shoots, Shu He wiped her mouth with a napkin and replied, it's beeswax. When the wind picks up on the island, my lips tend to crack. So I made some to use as lip balm. Xiao Yu instinctively licked her lips. I could use some. Is this for sale? Rainchi chimed in with a thought. Wearing sandals on the island makes my heels prone to dryness. Would this remedy work? It does, Shu He confirmed. With this revelation, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed a new round of competition was about to commence. Bai Lu, feigning nonchalance as she tidied the dishes, informed Shu He of her intention to wash up. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the others as they eagerly scraped the beeswax with various utensils. At that moment, Shu He gently patted her and said, let us leave a bit for ourselves. You still need your rest. Don't overexert yourself. All right. I enjoy making money, so don't worry. Bai Lu replied with a warm smile directed at Shu He. I'll handle things here. You should return and rest for a while. Shu He nodded and took the 3 back to their room. Gio and Godzilla, frightened by the antics of several celebrities, huddled in a corner. Upon hearing Shu He mention their departure, they swiftly darted out of the dining area. A few lingering voices continued to grumble, but Shu He promptly ushered them out as well. Noticing the smoky grilled fish at the entrance, one of them couldn't resist turning back to exclaim, trash. Once back in the room, it appeared remarkably tidy, infused with Bai Lu's distinctive fragrance, likely a result of her tidying up before leaving. Shu He intended to take a short nap, but as he pulled the curtains, he spotted Bai Lu leading a large group to his room to settle the bill. Every face radiated joy, and he found himself at a loss for words. Ding! The host's small restaurant has opened successfully. The system is elated. A blueprint and materials list for a seawater purifier has been gifted to the host. Chapter 89. 2 people in 1 room. Are you watching the Radiant Watch? Why can't they simply provide a complete seawater purification device? The system has already gifted a yacht. Is this too much to ask? With a sense of resignation, Shu He examined the system panel and began to comprehend why he had only received a blueprint. The seawater purification technology provided by the system, the thermal membrane coupling method, is currently the most advanced on Blue Star. It not only achieves a high water throughput, but also boasts remarkable anti-pollution capabilities, addressing the issue of the short lifespan of traditional reverse osmosis membranes to some extent. Other advantages, such as greater energy efficiency and reduced space requirements, pale in comparison to its extraordinary purification ability. However, a crucial element remains, the membrane. Although covalent organic framework materials that meet the membrane production standards have been discovered, the technique for membrane formation remains an unresolved technical challenge. Should this breakthrough be achieved, the first ultra-fast seawater desalination membrane on Blue Star would come into existence. Upon reviewing the material list and drawing upon his previous knowledge, Shu He quickly discerned where the technology was currently stalled. The membrane materials existed only in powdered, microcrystalline form, and the system suggested he purchase powdered microcrystals to be ultrasonically dispersed into nanostrips and nanosheets, thereby resolving the issue of membrane formation. With these insights, Shu He wrapped himself in his blanket and drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the room was dim, and he suddenly felt a wave of solitude wash over him. Was this the after effect of a midday nap? Rubbing his eyes, he exited the room and spotted Bai Lu sitting quietly by the beach, gazing at the sea. Her long, uncurled hair cascaded down her shoulders like dark ink, her fair skin and graceful figure adorned in the same white dress she wore when they first entered the rainforest. She too appeared somewhat melancholic. "Why aren't you resting?" Shu He approached her and took a seat beside her. "You're awake?" A bright smile instantly illuminated her face, dispelling the heaviness that had lingered with Shu He since his awakening. "It's nearly 4 o'clock. Didn't you know that a nap shouldn't exceed half an hour?" Bai Lu's tone carried a hint of reproach. "You've slept for an hour and a half. I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Shu He felt disoriented, still not fully awake. "What for?" Bai Lu was at a loss for words, fanning herself in an attempt to cool the awkwardness. She pondered how she had felt so lonely waiting for him, while he had been lost in slumber. After contemplating for a moment, she finally found a suitable excuse. "Don't you care about our earnings for today? Can you guess how much we made from lunch?" Shu He's mind raced as he calculated the quantity of food and the prices Bai Lu had provided. 11,000? Bai Lu paused, then picked up a stone and tossed it into the sea with a sigh. "What a bore. You figured out today's earnings in an instant. Playing guessing games with you scholars is utterly devoid of surprise." However, Bai Lu extended a finger with an air of mystery and said, "You only guessed the revenue correctly. I also charged you for medical expenses. Since you merely took a quick bathroom break, I charged you 500 each. That totals 13,000. Come on." Bai Lu rose, brushing the dust from her skirt, and tugged at Shu He's arm to help him up. Shu He, slightly unsteady, was pulled to his feet. "Where are we going?" he asked. "There is no one in my room now. Let us go there." Shu He glanced awkwardly at the drone. "Do we really have to find a place with no one around? My room would work just as well, wouldn't it?" Bai Lu shook her head. "The few people in your room have loose lips. If they happen to spill something while cursing, it would be troublesome. Why should we fear others finding out about our affairs?" Shu He scratched his head, pondering her words. Bai Lu did not respond, but instead wore a mysterious smile as she happily ran ahead, her hair dancing in the wind, and the warm sunlight casting a charming glow upon her. Shu He felt enveloped by a gentle summer comfort. Under such circumstances, was she planning to show him her luminous watch in a secluded room meant for just the two of them? He could hardly guarantee he would be able to remain composed. Upon reaching Bai Lu's room, she expertly opened the door and stepped inside. Shu He stood hesitantly at the threshold, unsure whether to enter. Bai Lu seized his shirt and pulled him in, the door slamming shut behind them with a thud. The drone was left outside, and the spectators, now aware of their restricted zone, began to vent their frustrations in the comments section. "Let us see too. What you're doing will only lead to misunderstandings." Shu He could hardly contain himself. If he were being dragged away by Bai Lu, he would have long since lost his composure and pushed her away. Yet, he found himself struggling to maintain restraint, glancing occasionally at the drone. Were they the ones being in the way? On their opening day, this couple had 6 customers and earned 13,000. Knowledge is indeed wealth. If I could earn that much in a day to bring home to my wife, I would surely receive such rewards. If only my wife could be as beautiful as Bai Lu, it would be perfect. I have already acquired the complete set of 100,000 Ys and enrolled in a cooking class. How long would it take to live as carefree as Shu He? I suspect you might find yourself in a worse predicament than those 3 rascals. At least they have some money. Should we remain silent and listen carefully to what they are doing inside? I can send messages without sound. Bai Lu's laughter is likely loud enough to be heard in other people's live rooms. Do we even need to hush? In a corner of the room, Bai Lu raised her arm and said, "Shu He, did you know that the only place on the entire island with a signal is right here? This place is our cash register. Now we're discussing business secrets, and we mustn't let anyone overhear. Did you bring your phone?" Shu He pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Bai Lu. Selling some food can hardly be called a business secret, can it? Bai Lu connected to Shu's mobile phone signal and first scanned the QR code to become friends. Subsequently, she transferred her entire day's earnings to him. Upon confirming the successful transaction, She sighed and rubbed her arm, exclaiming, "It was quite a struggle for this little signal. We're giving you all the money we earned, fearing you might refuse it in front of others. I haven't been of any assistance, and running a few errands was merely my choice." Shu He helplessly accepted the phone that Bailu handed over, saying, "As you can see, I hardly need to spend anything on this island." He paused for a moment before altering his statement. "I happen to plan on constructing a seawater purification device. Perhaps I could use this money to purchase some materials? This way, whether for irrigation or daily water use on the deserted island, it will be readily available. Consider it an investment you've made in this uninhabited paradise." Bailu gaped in astonishment. "What are you planning to do?" A seawater purification device. Chapter 90. The new life plan of Bailu. Shu He gazed at Bailu's dazed expression and remarked, "Indeed." Bailu, taken aback for a moment, soon erupted with joy, exclaiming, "This is truly remarkable. If that is the case, I shall not be modest in my pricing for anything I sell in the future. You sold a heap of roasted bugs and a puddle of urine for 13,000. If we continue like this, we might as well become the likes of Zhou Baopi." However, Shu He had no intention of restraining Bailu. After all, the hotels that artists frequented could charge thousands per day. Securing funds to meet her needs on the deserted island while also contributing to its well-being was not such a grave matter. Bailu, counting on her fingers, reveled in the glory of her philanthropic endeavor. "Shu He, you are truly exceptional. You can purify seawater. And now, I have the opportunity to contribute something for the island too. You purchase the materials first, and I'll cover the shortfall, as I have benefited greatly from you today." Shu He approached Bailu's position and raised her phone, saying, "We are like family. There is no need to keep track of such matters." The term "like family" warmed Bailu's heart, suggesting that Shu He had accepted her. Did this imply that their relationship could deepen further? As Shu He's phone connected to the signal, she noticed numerous messages from people she once knew. Some congratulated her on her newfound fame, others sought loans. Some professed their feelings, while many requested Bailu's autograph. And of course, there were those accusing her of tarnishing Qingda's reputation. Shu He refrained from delving into the messages, opting instead to delete those with whom she shared little camaraderie. She proceeded to place orders on top offer components such as water pumps, heaters, and coolers. Next, she began searching for specialized water treatment companies to procure custom parts as required by the system. Finding nanostrips and nanosheets proved challenging. But she eventually discovered a chemical technology company in the magical city known as Kaimo, which catered to various research institutions and universities, specializing in covalent organic framework materials. Upon contacting a sales representative, Shu He indicated her need for not only powdered microcrystals, but also for them to be processed into nanostrips and nanosheets via ultrasonic dispersion. The sales representative was perplexed by her requests. The process was intricate, and creating the nanostrips necessitated consultation with universities. However, the quantity she required was modest, resulting in a lack of enthusiasm on the representative's part. After calculating the commission, the representative contemplated outright refusal. The sales representative half-heartedly had Shu He fill out a basic information form, then casually stated, "I will discuss this with the manager," before their profile picture turned gray. Shu He, feeling helpless, set her phone down, sensing the representative's reluctance to sell. Being overly eager does not facilitate a transaction, she mused, locking her phone's screen. Bailu approached and inquired, "So, is everything settled? Do you have enough funds?" Shu He smiled, replying, "The core materials will take time, and the funds might fall short. But not by much. Do you still have any symptoms?" Bailu shook her head. "Much better, though I still feel somewhat fatigued. Perhaps I shouldn't engage in activities that require too much exertion." Shu He nodded and suggested, "Then let me take you out to sea. We can catch some seafood for dinner. You should tidy up first. Let us convene by the riverside at 5 o'clock. Bailu's face radiated with joy. "Are we going out to sea? Is it the boat mentioned by Reba? Splendid. I shall be swift." So he closed the door behind him as he left Bailu's room. Observers, upon seeing Shu He emerge, scrutinized him closely for any signs of intrigue. Their conversation appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any peculiar sounds. Yet, this duration seemed excessively long. Could Shu He truly sustain such a length of time? Shu He was known for his endurance in any physically demanding endeavor. Bailu was indeed fortunate. "Everyone, please drive safely. I see no difference between him and when he entered. Family, it is time to disperse." Shu He returned indoors to change into quick dry attire, a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, before retrieving a fishing net from the balcony. "Let us depart, today. I shall take you out to sea." Godzilla, in a state of frantic agitation, paced restlessly, while Chio, stretching on its back, gazed sleepily at Shu He and Godzilla. A few strands of fur were being plucked from its belly, but upon hearing the commotion, it turned its small head a couple of times before resuming its futile endeavor with its belly. Damn it. The others had not taken a break. When they went to Bai Lu's room to settle the payment, they also noticed the messages sent to them by the company. The four ladies received mundane greetings and work reminders. Yang, upon seeing the company's note that every time he tried to appear charming, he was criticized as being greasy, began to question his life choices. However, the most disheartened were Hua Chenyu and Hua Xiao. Hua Chenyu's song streaming numbers plummeted from the top 10 to obscurity. After performing that experimental piece on the show, the backlash was relentless. Were it not for his loyal fans, his popularity would scarcely differ from that of an unknown artist. Hua Xiao, on the other hand, was devastated by the near collapse of his prospects. Many previously discussed collaborative projects had gone silent. And were it not for the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract, some commercial endorsements would have severed ties with him. Both male guests faced an unexpected storm, feigning resilience as they settled their payments and then trudged away with heavy hearts. The ladies, sensing their distress, resolved to inquire about the situation. Bai Lu remained in the room, her mood far from cheerful. The company had informed her that her contract was nearing expiration, urging her to renew promptly after the recording concluded. She had not anticipated that 8 years could pass so swiftly. The memory of signing with the Joy Company in 2016 remained vivid. Though she was grateful for her boss's support, her encounter with Shu He had sparked new aspirations. She now found herself at a crossroads in life, resolute in her forthcoming choices, though aware that the journey might be fraught with challenges. Additionally, she was eager to discern Shu He's true sentiments towards her. Meanwhile, Hua Chenyu, after receiving a few comforting words from Chao Yu, retreated to his room and wept openly. I am the one who specializes in music. Shu He is merely a well-educated guardian of the island. How is it fair that his unsophisticated performance in the show, lacking professional production, has catapulted him to the top of the charts while I am pushed aside? I am determined to devote myself to music. One day, I shall surpass Shu He. Chao Yu gazed at the ineffectual man before her, a surge of frustration coursing through her. Shu He's songs topped the charts, a testament to his prowess. What relevance does your fall from grace hold? What you truly need to learn is how to conduct yourself. Hua Xiao, in a fit of rage, clutched his collar, hurling objects and cursing within the confines of the room, while Zhang Yuqi stood with her arms crossed, allowing his tempestuous outburst to unfold. How is this fair? After years of diligent effort to amass resources and popularity, must it all be jeopardized simply due to my lack of amiability towards Shu He? That impoverished lad cannot possibly compare to me. He stormed up to Yuqi, pointing at his own face, as she scoffed, her expression laced with disdain. I am a renowned figure in Huaxia. My presence on this show is merely to appease the director. Do I truly lack this meager sum? To be cordial towards him, simply because he possesses a myriad of survival skills typical of the impoverished? In the end, will we not be the ones required to support him? Zhang Yuqi, stifling a yawn, recognized that any words of comfort at this juncture would be futile. At his age, Hua Xiao must confront his own realizations. I understand now. Hua Xiao gradually calmed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. I have misjudged my persona. I once believed myself to be the orchestrator of the gathering, yet the audience perceives me as overly controlling. Yuqi sensed a flicker of self-awareness in him, her gaze sharpening with seriousness. It seems apparent that to win the audience's affection, my character in this dating show should embody that of a domineering CEO, aligning with my status and age. Zhang Yuqi rolled her eyes, deciding to relinquish her inclination to assist, allowing Hua Xiao to continue his ramblings. To achieve this, I must adopt a more indifferent demeanor, amplifying the display of my financial prowess. But how can I manifest this on this deserted island? As she pondered, the sound of a yacht's engine reverberated from outside.